Because you are in her way. Yu Yuanjing looked at him, as if he were foolish. Shangguan Ziki was taken aback. He was in his aunt's way? Does she want the third prince to take the throne? A daughter of a royal family dares to dream of that position? If it weren't for the royal family's reputation, the emperor wouldn't even let her into the palace. She only got in through her schemes back then. Even if the first prince had an accident, the emperor would never consider making the third prince the heir. The second prince is more capable than him, and there's also the seventh prince who is of noble birth. Power is very tempting. She might think she has a chance, so she will do her best to fight for it. That's why she wants to get rid of you, to gain the support of the Rong royal family. So, since my father and I don't support her, she wants to eliminate me and have Zishu take my place as the heir to gain her support? But the Rome royal family has always been neutral and loyal to the Great Way. She knows that. Even if my second brother becomes the heir, it would be the same. If Zishu dares to go against the family rules, my father wouldn't agree. Shangguan Ziki said confidently. Have you noticed that the current heir is closer to the third prince than you are? Yu Yuanzheng was not familiar with this matter. Women usually know little about what men do outside. I understand. So, my aunt just wants a show of support. Since the incident with the first prince, his aunt had mentioned a few times that he should get closer to the third prince, even once suggesting he give up on the first prince to become the third prince's companion. But since he had always been close to the first prince, even if the first prince was injured, he couldn't do as she said. Moreover, he didn't think highly of the third prince. He was not generous and always wanted to compete, lacking an open mind. He would punish others over minor issues. Such a person did not impress him. Now that the second brother is the heir, his relationship with the third prince is indeed closer than his own. With the first prince disabled, if the third prince rises to power, the royal family must maintain a good relationship with the future emperor. Therefore, the current heir must build a good relationship with the future crown prince to ensure harmony between the ruler and his subjects. Since his relationship with the third prince is not as good as his second brother's, he would always be at a disadvantage, which is most beneficial for the third prince. She plays her cards well. Shangguan Ziki slammed his fist on the small table in the carriage. However, I suspect there's more to this than what you've thought. There might be things we don't know. Yu Yuanzheng had a feeling but no evidence. Yes. The assassination of Dr. Gu is very suspicious. I've been awake for a while, and she hasn't acted until now, which doesn't make sense. So, someone else is behind Dr. Gu's assassination? Yu Yuanjing asked in confusion. Exactly. Could it be someone from the Kanglin kingdom? Yu Yuanjing suddenly thought of this possibility. It's possible, but there's no reason to believe that. Unless the person truly trying to harm me is from the Kanglin kingdom. Shangguan Ziki felt the situation was becoming increasingly complicated. Hey, so many people care about your safety. You must always have enough guards when you go out. Yu Yuanjing sighed deeply. Yes, my lady. I am skilled enough to protect myself. Shangguan Ziki felt warm inside, hearing his wife's concern for his safety. Who is better at martial arts, you or father? Yu Yuanjing asked curiously. Of course, father is better. He is more skilled with techniques, but he is older and not as strong as I am. So, I can last longer in a fight, Shangguan Ziki said with a smile, hoping for praise. I see. After the Lantern Festival, let's go to the countryside. You haven't practiced martial arts in a long time. You need to catch up to father. Otherwise, our safety as a family won't be guaranteed, Yu Yuanjing joked. Understood, my lady. As they joked, Shangguan Ziki felt much happier. With a wife and child, he had no regrets. His aunt's matters would be handled by his father, who would seek justice for him. When they returned to the palace, they found that others had already come back with their wives, making them the last to arrive. Shangguan Zishu also accompanied Manhwa back to her family. Although he felt sad, he knew what he needed to do. The situation with Yu Chaoyang had matured him significantly. Upon returning, he went to Yu Chaoyang's room to keep her company. Princess Manhwa behaved very graciously, showing no signs of dissatisfaction. Princess, why can you still smile when the heir treats you so coldly? The maid Ruyan asked, puzzled. If the heir were to abandon Yu Chaoyang, it would mean he is heartless, and that kind of person is truly frightening. Given Yu Chaoyang's troubles, he should show some care. Manhwa understood the situation clearly. To win the heir's heart, she had plenty of time and wasn't worried about this small matter. Yu Chaoyang was just a clever but inexperienced woman in the household. It was hard to believe how the old prince chose her to be the heir's wife. However, what Manhwa didn't expect was that after the 7th day of the new year, the heir moved directly to the military camp and didn't return to the palace at all. Shangwan Zishu pushed himself to the limit, practicing martial arts diligently, studying military strategies, and participating in soldier drills. He also kept a close watch on Shangwan Zifeng. The prince felt pleased to see his sons working hard together. On the 8th day, the emperor officially opened court. The prince went to the morning court early. After the court session, the prince went to the imperial study without being invited. I pay my respects to your majesty. Does Prince Rong have something to discuss? Emperor Qiming asked lazily, still in a relaxed mood from the New Year holiday, as he looked at the prince who had sat down uninvited. Your majesty, I have something to discuss, the prince said seriously. What is it? Emperor Qiming walked out from behind the desk and sat in the chair next to the prince. The prince didn't waste time and directly took out a piece of paper to show the emperor. Emperor Qiming took it and read it carefully. After reading, his expression didn't change much, but he seemed a bit amused. What is that expression? Aren't you worried about your own household? The prince said, a bit annoyed. There are so many people in my household. How can I manage them all? As long as they don't cause major trouble, isn't it normal for some small dramas to happen? As long as it's not excessive, I usually turn a blind eye. What the concubine Wan Shushi did, don't you think it's your family matter? She is your own sister, and she is targeting your son, not mine. Emperor Qiming's words were sharp, causing the prince to glare at him. Their relationship was both that of ruler and subject and also friends. All right, I'm just letting you know that I will go find concubine Shushi. Please have it take me there. The prince informed the emperor to enter the harem openly. Come here, Emperor Qiming called out. A young hurried in. Your Majesty. Take Prince Rong to concubine Wan Shushi's palace. Yes, Your Majesty. After the young took Prince Rong out, the emperor began to pace in the study. He wasn't completely indifferent. He quickly noticed the problem. His concubine was trying to harm her own nephew, clearly paving the way for his third son. The Rong prince's status was exceptional, and since the concubine came from the Rong family, she believed she had a natural advantage. But she was mistaken. The Rong family was not something she could easily manipulate. Hi, let's go. I want to take a walk too. He wanted to eavesdrop on how the siblings would talk. These days, concubine Shushi felt anxious. Before the new year, she received news that Dr. Gu had suddenly gone missing. The Gu family was searching everywhere and even reported it to the authorities, spreading the news to her as well. She worried that her elder brother had discovered something and had taken him away. After her nephew woke up, she had been too nervous to speak to her brother because she felt guilty. More than 20 days had passed, and there was still no news of Dr. Gu. Yesterday, she suddenly heard that Dr. Gu had been sent to the Ministry of Justice. Her third son was already 18 and had moved out of the palace to prepare for his wedding. She had already chosen a princess for him. She wanted to discuss it with her third son, but thinking about what she had done made her hesitant. It's better not to let him know. Since yesterday, she has been feeling uneasy. Your Highness, Lord Rong requests an audience, the palace maid Baozhu said softly as she stopped 3 steps away from the empress. What? Upon hearing this, the empress stood up abruptly from her seat. It was brought by Yang from the emperor's side. Baozhu cautiously glanced at her mistress and continued. With the visitor already outside the hall, she had no choice but to meet him. Lord Rong's status was much higher than hers, and she couldn't refuse. Please let him in, the empress said after steadying her nerves. The lord entered with great strides. Why are you here, brother? The empress felt she couldn't act like a high-ranking consort in front of him. The lord said nothing and simply waved his hand. The young who entered with him obediently stepped back. Seeing this, the Empress realized her brother had come with ill intentions, so she sent her attendants outside. She didn't want any unpleasantness between them to spread throughout the palace. The Lord approached the Empress with a dark expression and raised his hand to slap her. That made her stumble and fall to the ground.
Brother, you.
The Empress covered her beautiful face and looked up at him in fear.
Why did you harm Ziki?
The Lord asked directly, his face dark enough to frighten a child. The Empress immediately knew her brother was aware of her actions. Brother, don't say such things. How could I harm Ziki? He is my own nephew, she protested, trying to defend herself as she slowly got up from the ground. Humph. The Lord slammed the confession written by Dr. Gu in front of her. The Empress picked it up and quickly scanned it. Brother, I am wronged. Dr. Gu must have been incited to ruin our sibling relationship, she continued to argue. He has no grievances with me. Why would he want to harm my son? I don't know why he would want to harm Ziki. You refuse to admit it, don't you? Tomorrow, I will report to the Emperor that the northern border of Dawei is restless and needs a prince to ensure its safety, and the third prince is the most suitable candidate, the Lord threatened, using her weakness against her. No, brother, you can't do this. Shun'er is also your nephew, the Empress pleaded anxiously. One word from Lord Rong carried great weight. Once he spoke, the Emperor would surely agree. Ziki is also your nephew. How could you do this? The Lord countered.
Woo.
Brother, I am your sister. Why don't you think of me? I come from the most powerful royal family, yet you ignore me and let me struggle in this palace. If you had supported me a little, I wouldn't just be a noble consort. I deserve to be the queen. Now, the queen and the favored consort are above me. If I were the queen, my son would be the legitimate heir and would be named the crown prince. But now, I am just a noble consort, while the second prince, born of the favored consort, is ahead of me. If the emperor delays naming a crown prince, the seventh prince will grow up. What hope does my son have? After the first prince was dismissed, I spoke to Ziki and asked him to get closer to the third prince, ideally becoming his companion. But he said the third prince was not worthy of being his companion. How can such a nephew support my son? But Zishu is different. He listens to me and stands by the third prince. He even plays with him and helps him with tasks. If he becomes the heir, the third prince will have an ally. The noble consort started crying and complaining about the prince, becoming angrier as she spoke. So you bribed Nurse Jing to drug him at the hunting grounds, then arranged for him to fall off his horse, and sent Dr. Gu to treat Ziki, hoping he wouldn't wake up, so Zishu could become the heir and help you and the third prince? No, I didn't bribe Nurse Jing, and I didn't arrange for Ziki to fall. I only took advantage of his unconsciousness. I swear on our father that I didn't do this. The noble consort denied doing anything wrong. The prince frowned, trying to read her expression for the truth, but found nothing. I just want Zishu to be named the heir of the Rong royal family. I don't want Ziki dead, just for him to remain unconscious. You and the emperor have a good relationship. If the third prince inherits the throne, Zishu will help him, and the whole kingdom will be stable. I'm thinking of the greater good. The noble consort added, sounding righteous. Humph. Don't you want to be the most respected woman in the world? The prince scoffed. Why can't I be the most respected woman? The noble consort retorted. I'll tell you, the emperor will decide who becomes the crown prince, and the Rong royal family will not interfere. If the third prince has the ability, he should prove it to his father and the people. He can rise to power, and I will naturally assist him as a prince of the Rong Wang family. If he doesn't have that ability, he should just behave like a prince. If Zishu dares to get close to the third prince again, I will break his legs. I keep my promises.
You.
Brother, I am your own sister. Why do you treat me like this? I never agreed to you entering the palace. It was you and the two old ladies who insisted on pushing for it. Do you think that just because you come from the Rong Wang family, the emperor will look at you favorably? You are a concubine's daughter, and you still want to be the empress? Being a Shufei is already a big favor from the emperor, and it is also because of my family's influence. The royal family chooses a crown prince based on virtue and talent, prioritizing the country and the people. Look at the third prince. Aside from some clever tricks, he lacks the qualities to be a crown prince. He actually listens to a woman's words and brings a doctor into my Rongwang family to harm Ziki. With such behavior, he has no ambition to be an emperor. The prince criticized the third prince harshly. Angry, Xu Shifei pointed at the prince. You are not my brother. She could only squeeze out this one sentence and couldn't find any other words. I am the legitimate eldest son of the Shangguan family, the current Rongwang. If you do not behave yourself, you will face the consequences. I have said enough. You should take care of yourself. What happens to you and your son in the future is not my concern. I will report my family's stance directly to the emperor. If you dare to do anything against the Shangguan family again, I won't hesitate to remove you from the family tree. At that point, you will no longer be a daughter of the Shangguan family, and we'll see how you survive in the palace.
Wu.
Brother, please don't. I was wrong. Xu Shifei was frightened when she heard the prince wanted to remove her from the family tree. If he really did that, she would have no place in the palace. In the palace, status matters. Both family status and position are essential. I have said enough. You should take care of yourself. The prince waved his sleeve and left. Just as he reached the door, he saw the emperor looking at him with a half-smile. As a martial artist, the prince already knew someone was at the door and guessed who it was. However, he was upright in his actions and didn't mind the emperor overhearing. He simply bowed to the emperor and stepped away. Meanwhile, Xu Shifei, who had followed the prince out, was shocked to see the emperor standing at the door, unable to close her mouth for a long time. Your Majesty? This humble servant pays respects to your Majesty. Wan Shufei was so scared that she trembled and could barely stand while greeting the emperor. He just watched her crouch down. This woman was indeed as Lord Rong had said. He had promoted her to Shufei for the sake of the Rong family and because she had given birth to a prince. He didn't expect her ambition to grow so large. Having ambition is fine, but she even dared to scheme against her own family. Lord Rong only warned her verbally, showing her some mercy, because they shared the same father. This also spared the emperor some trouble. On the surface, it seemed like a family matter for the Rong family, but it was also his concern. If a woman in his harem was so cruel, he had to think more about it. Who else have you harmed besides your own nephew? Emperor Qiming asked coldly. Your Majesty, I have harmed no one. I know I was wrong, Shufei replied as she knelt down. Wan Ro, because you gave me a prince, I have shown you some favor. But you have become too arrogant and even led my prince astray. You are no longer worthy of your position. Starting today, you will move out of Chao Xia Palace and be demoted to Wan Pin. If you continue to be ungrateful, the next step will be the Cold Palace. The emperor said this and left. The High would supervise her move as per his orders. Your Majesty, I was wrong, I was wrong. Wan Shufei, now she should be called Wan Pin, cried out to the departing emperor. But he did not look back and headed towards the empress's palace. It was those two little ones who truly captured his heart. They were adorable and mischievous, especially the seventh prince, who always made him laugh. The news of Shangguan Wanru's demotion spread through the harem as soon as the prince left the palace, and then it reached the royal palace. Upon returning to the mansion, the prince was not surprised at all. He had only argued with his sister and had not taken any substantial action because he anticipated that the emperor would not remain indifferent. This was the outcome he wanted. The two elder ladies were furious upon hearing the news. Soon, the second branch mother and son came to find the prince. Elder brother, how could the emperor demote my sister to a lower rank? You must speak to the emperor about this. She has been Shufei for so many years, and the emperor never mentioned her faults. Why suddenly say she is unworthy? The second elder shouted in anger. Yes, Prince, Wanru is your sister. You must help her. Go speak to the emperor on her behalf. What has she done wrong that she cannot change? If her status is lowered, how will the third prince manage? He is about to get married. The two elderly ladies were no longer as arrogant as before and spoke earnestly. The princess was her greatest pride, If her daughter's status in the palace was lost, she would have no face to show when going out, and how could she still command respect in the royal residence? The emperor said she is not worthy of her position, and that is the truth. The emperor's word is final. I am just a subject, the prince said coldly. The implication was clear. No one could change the emperor's decision. Brother, why did the emperor lower my sister's rank? She dared to harm Ziki. A woman like her is not fit to be a noble consort. The emperor has only demoted her to a lower rank, which is already very lenient. What are you saying? How could my sister harm Ziki? The second elder feigned surprise, appearing genuinely shocked. She bribed Dr. Gu to harm Ziki. I haven't even held you responsible for this. Were you involved as well? The prince suddenly asked sternly. Brother, what nonsense are you talking? How could we be involved? The second elder immediately denied it. You better not be involved. If I find out you were, I will not let you off easily. Don't worry, brother. We absolutely had no part in this. But why would my sister want to harm Ziki? The second elder asked, pretending to be curious. If you want to know, just ask her directly. But, brother, there are no buts. I only handle political and military matters, the prince interrupted, cutting off any further discussion. He was fully aware of the second brother and his mother's intentions, wanting to gain favor through their daughter and sister. The two had no choice but to leave in shame. The third household was also discussing the matter. Mother, the prince has learned the whole story from Dr. Gu, the third elder said with some frustration. He couldn't believe that the sword strike hadn't killed Dr. Gu. Yesterday, when Dr. Gu was taken to the Ministry of Justice, he received the news immediately. He never expected that such a serious injury could be treated successfully by someone the prince had found. When did such skilled doctors appear in the capital? Did you leave any clues behind in your actions? The third elder lady also hadn't anticipated the situation would spiral out of her control.
No.
I just didn't expect that brother had already arranged for someone to follow Dr. Gu, which prevented the guards from dealing with him on the spot. But according to the guards who carried out the task, that sword strike hit a vital point, making it very difficult for him to survive. But the problem is, Dr. Gu is alive, the third elder lady pointed out, focusing on the outcome. In the future, you need to think more carefully and not act so rashly. Yes, mother, the third elder replied respectfully. Send someone to find out who saved Dr. Gu. If they could save someone with such serious injuries, their medical skills must be impressive. It would be best to recruit them, but if that's not possible, eliminate them. The cold words of the old lady sent chills down the spine. Understood, the old master replied. Also, your appointment letter should be ready. The emperor has treated you well this time, assigning you to the Ministry of War to manage military supplies. Make sure to place a few people in key positions around the capital. It would be even better if you could get someone inside the palace. This will help us in our future plans.
Yes.
Their relationship felt more like that of superiors and subordinates than mother and son. That day, the old master sent someone to inquire in the capital. 3 days passed, but no one could find a skilled doctor. Before they returned to the capital, there was a doctor named Zheng Yuan who had 3 pharmacies selling only medicine and not treating patients. However, he had already left the city, claiming he was going back to Yawang Mountain to continue his studies and would return to treat the eldest son's leg. He sent someone to find out where Yawang Mountain was located. He was determined to eliminate this person and not allow him the chance to return and treat Ziki. This matter wouldn't be resolved quickly. On the 15th day of the first month, aside from the children from the second and third households playing outside, no one else left the residence. The new year felt very oppressive. No one thought to celebrate. The princess and Yu Yuanzheng were focused on her pregnancy and had no intention of joining any festivities. However, Shengguan Ziki personally made a few lanterns for Yu Yuanzheng to enjoy, hanging them in the courtyard. He was very skilled in painting and decorated the lanterns with various flowers, birds, insects, and fish, making them very beautiful. I didn't expect you had this talent, Yu Yuanzheng said, admiring the 7 or 8 uniquely shaped lanterns. There were rabbit lanterns, lotus lanterns, and koi lanterns. Just as she was enjoying them, Lu, the wet nurse of Yu Chaoyang, arrived at Chia courtyard. Greetings, young master. Greetings, young madam. Why is Nurse Liu here instead of attending to your master in the Shuxiang courtyard? Yu Yuanjing asked, confused. Liu hadn't come to Chia courtyard since she brought the dowry. Young madam, could you please step over to the Shuxiang courtyard? The heir's wife wishes to see you, Liu said, lowering her tone and speaking very politely. Well, this is unexpected, Yu Yuanjing scoffed. Young madam, I was foolish before. I hope you can forgive my past mistakes, Liu said, trying to appease her. In the past, Liu had bullied the original owner when they were at the Marquis's residence. Could Yu Chaoyang be plotting something against me? Yuanzheng might not believe that Zhaoyang is lowering herself to invite her for tea and a chat.
Don't worry, madam, Liu said.
The young lady truly wants to speak with you. Thinking of the young lady's instructions, she made her words sound more sincere. Husband, since my older sister is so sincere, I will go, Yuanjing said, curious about what Zhaoyang wanted to discuss. All right, be careful on the way. Shangguan Ziki did not stop her. Several maids quickly wrapped her in a thick cloak and helped her out of the Chia courtyard. With a snap of his fingers, several shadows followed Yuanzheng. Currently, the most guards were in the Shuxiang courtyard, followed by Chia courtyard, so Shangguan Ziki felt reassured about his wife's outing. The guards in Shuxiang courtyard were there to protect a treasure box, while those in Chia courtyard were specifically assigned to protect Yuanzheng, given by the prince for their couple's use. Upon arriving at Shuxiang courtyard, the snow from the past few days had mostly melted, leaving no traces on the road, except for some pushed to the sides by the servants. The bluestone path was smooth, and unless someone intentionally caused trouble, it was unlikely to trip. Entering the main hall, then the outer room, and finally the inner chamber, which was Zhao Yang's bedroom. She was still in her confinement period and had not come out. Inside, 2 charcoal basins were burning, making it warm. As soon as Yuanzheng entered, she felt a bit hot. Zhao Yang was half sitting on the bed, and when she saw Yuanzheng had truly come, she got up with the help of her maid. Her complexion was still quite pale. She needed support to get up and walked unsteadily. Yuanzheng felt she looked fragile, as if a gust of wind could knock her over. Young lady, are you feeling better? Yuanzheng asked as a routine greeting. I can get out of bed now. Second sister, please sit, Zhao Yang said, no longer commanding as before. Instead, she appeared calm and composed. She referred to her as second sister instead of sister-in-law. Was she trying to get closer? After what happened, had she changed completely? Or was something else going on? In the past half-month, Yuanzheng had not seen her, and now that they met, she seemed entirely different. Zhao Yang sat across from Yuanzheng. You all can leave now. Second sister, I want to discuss something private with you. Could your maid step outside for a moment? Zhao Yang said in a pleading tone. Yuanzheng thought about the hidden guards and felt reassured. She asked Ziyue and the others to step out. Zhao Yang did not speak, but instead stared at Yuanzheng's belly. After a while, she finally looked away. Thank you, second sister, Yu Chaoyang said first, which was quite rare. What are you thanking me for? Yu Yuanzheng genuinely didn't understand. On New Year's Eve, your words woke me up, and that's why I was able to hold on and survive. Oh, you mean what I shouted from outside the window? I pushed you on purpose. You can't die. If you do, the county princess of Manhwa will turn her attention to me. I don't want to get tangled up with her, Yu Yuanjing said plainly. You really are something. Yu Chaoyang didn't expect her to be so straightforward. But I still want to thank you. All right, I'll accept that thanks. You didn't just come to thank me, did you? Yu Yuanjing got straight to the point. Yu Chaoyang looked at her, her gaze a bit vacant. This face she used to dislike very much. A daughter born of a concubine was even prettier than her, the legitimate daughter. So she never took her second sister out to social events. Sometimes, she even thought about ruining that pretty face. But that was just a thought. She didn't have the courage, after all. They were sisters in the same household. After her rebirth, thinking about her fate, she didn't hesitate to drag her down, teaming up with their mother and secretly contacting the second son of the Wang family to plan a marriage swap. Now looking back, it was truly ridiculous. Just look at her second sister now, living so happily and expecting twins. She felt extremely jealous, but seeing the big belly in front of her, she no longer felt envy. The baby had nothing to do with her. It wasn't the heir's child but her uncle's, so she had no reason to be jealous. Do you hate me? Yu Chaoyang asked the question she most wanted to know. What do you mean? Yu Yuanzheng felt a bit puzzled. The marriage swap. Oh, hate? Of course, I hate it. If you hadn't dragged me into the Wang family, I might still be at my mother's house enjoying her love. Yu Yuanzheng honestly didn't know how to respond. If anyone should hate, it was the original owner, because the from Shengguan Zishu led to her demise. That's how she ended up in this body. If the original owner hadn't died, she might not have crossed over and could have lived well. However, crossing over wasn't bad. Her husband Shengguan Ziki was currently very satisfactory. In her past life, she was almost 40 and hadn't married, so finding a good husband now is quite a blessing. From this perspective, she should thank Yu Chaoyang and her husband for giving her a great opportunity. However, knowing she took over the original owner's life, she wouldn't kill the couple, but she also wouldn't forget the past and would not be friendly with them. I'm sorry, Yu Chaoyang said sincerely. Did you call me here just to apologize? Yu Yuanjing asked, puzzled by her serious demeanor.
Yes.
I hope you can forgive me. I was wrong before, and I won't target you anymore or make things difficult for you. If Manhwa bullies you, I will stand by your side. Consider it my way of making amends, Yu Chaoyang said earnestly. When did you change so much? Yu Yuanzheng felt uncomfortable with this new side of Yu Chaoyang. After the life and death experience on New Year's Eve, I realized many things. In that moment, you woke me up. Looking back, I was so childish when I was at my family home. Sisters should support each other, but I made things hard for you out of jealousy over your beauty. Once I entered the royal residence, I worried that the eldest son would take the heir's position, and I even tried to create trouble for you with his two maids. Only after the heir chose Manhwa did I realize I didn't mean much to him. I felt like I was going crazy wanting to get rid of Manhwa, but that was impossible. In less than half a month, she managed to silently cause me to lose my child, and I couldn't find any evidence against her. Now I'm left weak and sickly. Compared to her, she is a fierce tiger, while you are just a little rabbit. I am no match for her. I was too naive and too full of myself. I regret marrying into the royal family. If I had accepted the annulment when it was suggested, perhaps the emperor wouldn't have blamed me, but I was determined to become the heir's wife. One wrong step led to another. Yu Chaoyang spoke in a jumble, without clear order or focus, but Yu Yuanzheng understood. She had awakened and regretted her past actions. Having a child had given her a second chance. However, what was done was done. There is no remedy for regret. I hope my younger sister can accept my apology. Are you trying to form an alliance? Yu Yuanzheng considered this possibility.
No, I truly apologize.
You should stay as far away from Manhwa as possible. She is not simple, Yu Chaoyang warned, glancing at her belly with meaning. All right, I'll believe that you are truly awake now. Yu Yuanzheng believed her apology was sincere, but she couldn't be sure if she would make the right choices in the future. A person's education shapes her character, and sometimes it's hard to change. There's one more thing I want to tell you that I hope will help you and the eldest son. Yu Chaoyang made a decision. She had thought about this decision for a long time. As long as Chao Nanhua is in this royal residence, she and Yu Chaoyang will always be in conflict. Therefore, she cannot have a disagreement with her second sister. Only by resolving the conflict with her second sister can she gain support, so she won't be pushed out of this residence by Nanhua. What is it? Please tell me, Yu Yuanzheng asked curiously. Yu Chaoyang leaned forward a bit closer to Yu Yuanzheng. Second sister, in the future, try to avoid conflicts with the old lady, Yu Chaoyang whispered. Why do you say that, elder sister? You know I never provoke her. She just dislikes me. Yu Yuanzheng found her words puzzling. Trust me, I won't harm you. Because Yu Chaoyang paused, choosing her words carefully before continuing, because the third prince will be named the crown prince. Her voice was low, but Yu Yuanzheng heard her clearly. She immediately understood the meaning. Yu Chaoyang had been reborn, and she surely knew such an important matter. Her willingness to share this information showed her sincere apology. How did you find out? Yu Yuanzheng asked, wanting to respond normally. You don't need to know how I found out, but please believe me, I won't lie to you, Yu Chaoyang said seriously. All right, thank you. Take care of yourself. Your health is the most important thing. Yu Yuanzheng appreciated her concern. Then she took her leave and returned to Chia courtyard. Shangguan Ziki made 2 more lanterns, bringing the total to 10, each containing a candle, ready to be lit as soon as it got dark. Husband, should we send 2 to mother? When she sees these lanterns, it's like her baby brother or sister sees them too. Yu Yuanzheng thought of sharing her good fortune with the princess consort. Sure. Shangguan Ziki agreed, without hesitation. Yu Yuanzheng personally chose 2 larger flying lanterns for Xiao Qin to deliver to the princess consort. When Xiao Qin returned, she had 4 lanterns instead of the 2 she had taken. Hey, did you earn extra lanterns while you were out? Yu Yuanzheng noticed right away that the 4 lanterns were not the same as the 2 she had sent. Madam, there are even more lanterns in the princess consort's courtyard. The prince had someone buy them from outside. The princess accepted what the maid brought and then chose 4 more for the maid to take back. The princess is giving them to the young master and young lady. Haha, mother is really interesting. I gave her 2 and ended up getting 2 back. Yu Yuanzheng was very happy. She didn't expect her father to be so romantic. Because you're expecting twins, mother has to give 4 at once. Oh, I see. When night fell, several maidservants lit up 12 flower lanterns and hung them around the courtyard, at the main gate, and in the outer rooms. The light shone from inside, making the patterns on the lanterns look even more beautiful in the candlelight. As the candle flames flickered, the various patterns seemed to come alive, adding to the sense of mystery. Especially the 2 with flying fairy patterns, which made it feel as if the fairies were gracefully descending from the sky. After dinner, Shangguan Ziki asked her about her visit to the study house. Yu Yuanzheng didn't hide anything and told him everything. Only when she sent away the attendants did she begin to speak about Yu Chaoyang's whispers. Do you think what the young lady said will really come true? Yu Yuanzheng was not very sure. Although the eldest prince's leg was mostly healed and he just needed to practice more, she really couldn't be certain if history would change because of her arrival. Don't listen to her nonsense. How could she possibly know what will happen in the future? The eldest prince is far superior to the other princes. There's really no comparison. He doesn't want to stand up yet or treat his face, mainly because he is considering any schemes from the Kanglin kingdom. Once he stands up, there won't be many other voices in the court. He also wants to see how far his younger brothers can go.
Oh.
Then I can relax. Now that my aunt has been demoted to a concubine, the third prince's advantage has decreased a lot. Yu Yuanzheng felt a sense of satisfaction at this thought. She had only seen that so-called aunt at the palace banquet. She hadn't called Yu Yuanzheng over to talk, showing that she looked down on her. Such an unfriendly woman was just like her mother. She felt a conflict with both of them. Yu Yuanzheng dismissed Yu Chaoyang's words. The past is the past. This life is this life, and it will definitely be different. The first month quickly passed. The princess began to experience morning sickness, which was completely the opposite of Yu Yuanzheng. The discomfort was unbearable. Every morning, she would be violently ill, eat something, but it wouldn't stay in her stomach for long before she would start throwing up again. In just a few days, the princess had lost quite a bit of weight. The prince hadn't gone to court these days, staying at home to be with the princess through her discomfort. The princess was feeling sick, and the prince felt bad seeing his wife unwell. Ziki, is there any way to help? The prince could no longer bear it and specifically came to ask this question at Chia courtyard. Father, you can give mother some sour food. It might help, suggested Yu Yuanzheng. However, it was the wrong season, and there were no fresh fruits available. Upon hearing this, the prince immediately sent someone to buy some dried fruits from the market. Unfortunately, All the dried fruits were sweet and didn't help at all. The prince then decided to let the princess drink some vinegar, but her stomach couldn't handle something so sour. After just 2 sips, she felt even worse. The prince was at a loss, with no solutions in sight. After thinking for a while, Yu Yuanjing finally came up with an idea. Sauerkraut. There was none in the palace, but the villagers would surely have some for preserving vegetables. The prince rode out of the city to find some and brought back several jars. Once the princess tasted the dishes made with sauerkraut, she couldn't stop eating. She felt much better, and the prince finally relaxed. Yu Yuanzheng and Shangguan Ziki had planned to go to the village to take care of the pregnancy after the new year, but they had delayed due to the princess's condition. Now that the princess was feeling better, they decided to put this plan into action. The princess had already agreed to go with them. Although the prince was reluctant to let the princess leave, he felt reassured knowing that Ziki was a skilled healer and would be by her side, so he agreed. The princess no longer had to manage the household. Everything was entrusted to Princess Manhwa. On the 2nd day of the 2nd month, the prince personally took them to the village. The head of Yang village had already received the news and prepared the courtyard. It was actually the same as before. The princess stayed in the room that the eldest prince had occupied, while Shangguan Ziki and her husband returned to their previous room. Zheng, this village is really nice. The air feels fresher than in the palace, the princess exclaimed. Of course. There are fewer people and more plants here, so the air is fresh. The best part is that there are no annoying people around. Yu Yuanzheng had lived in the city for a long time and really wanted the chance to stay in the countryside. She felt sad when she left last time. Now that she was back, her mood improved a lot. She always felt more at ease here than in the palace. Unexpectedly, the day after they settled in the village, the heir of the Jing prince's residence and the princess arrived, bringing great news. Oh my goodness, Yuanzheng, it's only been a few months, and your belly is already so big. Princess Lingxian was amazed when she saw Yu Yuanjing's unusually large belly. Twins, it's a bit bigger than others, Yu Yuanjing admitted, feeling her belly seemed quite large. Her legs had started to swell, and she had trouble sleeping at night. Turning over was difficult, and she often needed her husband's help. She had to prop her legs up with a pillow to keep her feet elevated. Otherwise, her legs would swell even more the next day. Seeing his wife in discomfort made Shangguan Ziki anxious, but he felt helpless. He could only massage her legs every night before bed until the swelling went down enough for her to sleep. Stop standing at the door. Let me help you sit down. Seeing your big belly makes me feel tired for you, Princess Lingxian said as she pushed aside the maid and supported her. Actually, Yu Yuanzheng had just been walking in the courtyard. This was part of her exercise plan. Since finding out she was having twins, she had been following her plan to stay fit. At first, she did yoga beneficial for childbirth, but as her belly grew, she switched to walking. Now, at over 7 months, she had started doing yoga to encourage the babies to position themselves head down. No matter how tough it was, she was determined to keep going. In this backward, ancient time, giving birth to twins without a strong body would be very difficult. At just 17, her own development wasn't complete, and her pelvis wasn't large enough. The group entered the main hall, where the princess was waiting for them. Greetings, Aunt Qin, the siblings said together. What brings you here? The princess asked, a bit puzzled. Since announcing her pregnancy, her friend, Princess Jing, hadn't come to visit, and neither had these two. But she didn't think much of it, knowing they had seen each other at the New Year banquet and exchanged many caring words. Aunt Qin, we have good news to share with you today, Princess Lingxian said, smiling brightly, as if she had found a treasure. Chao Jinyu was equally cheerful. What good news? Did your mother find you a suitable husband? The princess joked. Not at all. My mother is pregnant too, just like Aunt Qin. We came to tell you, Princess Lingxian said, her face turning red. Yu Yuanjing's eyebrows shot up in surprise. Really? That's wonderful. Now people won't only laugh at me. Although the princess had accepted her pregnancy, she sometimes felt embarrassed due to her age. Now that someone else was in the same situation, she felt relieved. Hearing her words, everyone laughed. Haha, Aunt Chin, how could you think that? My mother was very happy, but she was also worried about any mishaps, so she kept it a secret until the pregnancy was stable. Only my father knew at first, and we were all surprised to see him humming cheerful tunes every day, as he had never been this happy before. It wasn't until a few days ago when the doctor confirmed that everything was fine that we found out. Princess Lingxian spoke happily, but with a hint of complaint. My father and mother didn't tell us, not even their own children. Did your mother have any morning sickness? The princess asked curiously. If the pregnancy is stable, it must be at least 3 months along. Did she not feel sick at all? No, she didn't. Is there supposed to be a reaction when someone is pregnant? This naive child didn't even know about morning sickness, showing how carefree she was. Shiryun is lucky. I was sick all the time and everyone knew. I tried many remedies, but in the end, it was Zhener who suggested eating pickled vegetables, which helped a bit. I couldn't hide it from anyone. The princess was happy for her friend, who was also expecting. So your mother is a month ahead of me? She suddenly realized. Yes, Aunt Chin. It was confirmed at the end of winter. Later, my mother told us that when Brother Yuan was performing surgery on her, he mentioned that if she took care of herself, she might have another child for my father. Who would have thought he was right? My father really wanted to invite Brother Yuan to the palace to check on my mother, but he couldn't find him. We've only seen Brother Yuan twice. It's frustrating that he doesn't leave an address for us to reach him. Princess Lingxian had a good impression of the skilled doctor but had only met him twice, and he wore a mask, so she might not even recognize him if he stood in front of her. She felt a bit annoyed with him for being so mysterious. Hearing her words, the princess smiled at Yuanjing. What did the doctor say? The doctor said my mother is a bit weak and needs to eat well. My father now supervises her meals every day and has the kitchen prepare all sorts of dishes for her. My mother says she's turning into a pig because she just keeps eating.
Haha.
Princess Lingxuan's comment made everyone laugh. Aunt Chin, why haven't I seen Ziki? After listening to the women chat endlessly, Chao Jinyu felt a bit awkward and preferred to talk to her friend instead. He's at the workshop outside the village. He took on a big order and needs to oversee it, Yuanjing replied for the princess. Then I'll go find him. You all continue chatting. Chao Jinyu arrived at the workshop, but there was a guard who wouldn't let him in. This young master, our workshop doesn't allow outsiders. Please understand, said the guard, a one-armed veteran who took his job very seriously. Is the eldest young master inside? Yes, if you're looking for our eldest young master, I can go in and inform him, the guard replied politely. I am the heir of Prince Jing. Am I not allowed in? Chao Jinyu wanted to see inside, and had to state his identity. Oh, I've met the heir of Prince Jing, but the eldest young master instructed that only workers and managers are allowed inside, the guard said, still not letting him in. Fine, just go in and inform him, Chao Jinyu said, feeling frustrated. Shangguan Ziki came out in a wheelchair and was surprised to see his good friend. Ziki, isn't this just a pill-making workshop? Why so secretive? Let me take a look, Chao Jinyu said, intrigued. This was his brother's business. He had to check it out. There's nothing to see, just medicine with a strong smell. I'm afraid it might overwhelm you. What brings you here? Shangguan Ziki found an excuse. I need to talk to you about something, Chao Jinyu said, not pushing the issue since he didn't understand medicine. The two returned to the estate and went to Shangguan Ziki's temporary study. What's the matter? Shangguan Ziki asked, puzzled. My mother is pregnant, but my father is very worried that she might not handle the pregnancy and childbirth well. Can you contact my brother? Please ask him to come to the residence to check on her. We can't find him and have no news at all. Only you and your wife have business dealings with him, Chao Jinyu explained his purpose. That's wonderful news. Congratulations on having a brother or sister. Shangguan Ziki's eyes lit up. His wife's medical skills are exceptional. Thanks to her, both the Queen and Aunt Lin are doing well. The Queen has been taking medicine for a while to improve her health, prescribed by his wife. He was aware of this. Well, we don't know if it's truly good news yet. My mother isn't young anymore. My father is very worried and specifically sent me to find out where Yuan is. Chao Jinyu was happy about the possibility of a brother or sister, but if it meant risking his mother's life, no one in the family would agree. Aunt Lin just got pregnant. It's still early. No need to rush. My mother is a month ahead of Aunt Jean. She just hasn't said anything yet. The news will come out once the pregnancy is stable. Oh, so it's been more than 3 months now? Yes. The divine doctor is not available for consultations right now.
Why?
You'll find out later. Shangguan Ziki didn't want to reveal that Yu Yuanzheng could heal, as fewer people knowing meant less danger. Can you tell me where he is? I can go find him directly. In 5 months, he will be available for consultations. By then, Aunt Lin won't have given birth yet, so there will be time. Or you could bring Aunt Lin here to stay with my mother and take care of her pregnancy, Shangguan Ziki suggested. Why won't you tell me where he is? Don't I have the right to know where my brother is? Actually, I don't know where he is either. We just focus on expanding his business and sharing the profits. Chao Jinyu could only sigh deeply. The siblings had lunch at the estate and then left. Unexpectedly, the next day, Prince Jing came personally. He was also looking for Shangguan Ziki. Ziki, you know where Yuan is, right? If you won't tell Jinyu, can you at least tell me? Prince Jing sent a child yesterday but got no results, so he knew Ziki probably didn't want to tell the 2 kids. He had to come himself. Uncle Jing. Facing an elder, Shangguan Ziki felt awkward. The princess and Yu Yuanzheng exchanged glances in the main hall. Last night, Shangguan Ziki had shared Chao Jinyu's request, but the mother-in-law and daughter-in-law didn't know how to handle it. Until now, they still hadn't found the real culprit behind the incident, only that Zheng Mama had died, clearly under someone else's orders. Who was behind it remained a mystery. Zheng, do you trust your Uncle Jing? I'm not very familiar with him. Actually, your Uncle Jing is a caring person. He has always been devoted to Aunt Lin and hasn't looked at any other woman. He is a good man and a loyal patriot. He fought alongside your father and always volunteered to lead in battle. He is someone you can trust. Your mother and Aunt Lin are friends, and Jinyu and Ziki are also friends. Now you and Jin Xian are friends too. Mother, I actually don't mind. As long as my husband and the royal family can keep me and the baby safe, it doesn't matter if others find out. Yu Yuanzheng understood the princess's intention immediately. Don't worry, we will do everything we can to protect you. And your Uncle Jing and Aunt Lin won't say anything either. Those 2 kids are young and can be kept in the dark.
All right.
Anyway, my husband's leg is better now, and the crown prince's leg is also healed, so I don't need to be so cautious. Yuanzheng slowly stood up, knocked on the study door, and then pushed it open. Seeing his wife enter, Shangguan Ziki shook his head helplessly. The decision he was struggling with had already been made by her. Uncle Jing Wang, please send Aunt Lin here to stay with Mother while she is pregnant. Yuanzheng said the same thing as Shangguan Ziki.
Why?
Uncle Jing Wang couldn't bear to send her here. He hadn't seen her for days and couldn't come here every day. Adoptive father, sending adoptive mother here means she will be under the care of the divine doctor every day. Yuanzheng suddenly changed to a male voice, the same voice he used when pretending to be the divine doctor at Jing Wang's residence, smiling at Uncle Jing Wang. You are Yuan? Uncle Jing Wang's eyes widened in surprise, and he stood up from his chair. Shangguan Ziki helplessly looked up at the ceiling and blinked a few times. Yuanzheng smiled and said, Adoptive father, I was just joking with you. I hope you can forgive me. You too. Uncle Jing Wang slammed his right fist into his left palm.
Ha ha ha.
Then he laughed heartily. Good, good, good. He exclaimed 3 times in a row. The small knot in his heart suddenly disappeared. At first, he couldn't help but feel something when a man performed such a surgery on his wife. But keeping his wife alive was the most important thing, so he buried that feeling and never mentioned it in front of her. He never expected that the divine doctor was a woman, and with such a special identity, he would never have guessed. You two have tricked me so badly, Uncle Jing Wang complained, feeling relieved. Hee hee. Do you still recognize me as your adopted son? Yuanzheng joked, seeing him so happy. Of course I do. Now that I know, you are not just an adopted son but an adopted daughter. How did the Yu family raise such a remarkable woman? Did you help Ziki wake up? Uncle Jingwang was very clever and quickly figured out many things.
Yes.
Uncle Jingwang, the lady is my Shangguan Ziki's savior. She is a treasure to our family. But we haven't found the real culprit yet, so she has been hiding her identity while practicing medicine. As you know, after that assassination attempt, we couldn't risk her safety. Please keep this a secret, Uncle Jingwang. It won't matter once we find the real culprit. Shangguan Ziki requested. Rest assured, only I and your adoptive mother will know about this. Tomorrow I will bring your adoptive mother here. He felt relieved now that he had sent people here. He was completely at ease. He would arrange for some guards as well. If needed, he could visit this place every few days. You need to pay for the meals, Yu Yuanjing teased on purpose. Don't worry, I will definitely pay.
Haha.
Prince Jing laughed as he left the estate. Now everything was set, and there were 3 pregnant women at the estate. Yu Yuanjing's belly was growing remarkably large. By the 8th month, she needed support to walk. The 2 mothers felt heartbroken seeing her struggle. Now that the 2 princesses were stable in their pregnancies, they began to look for a suitable wet nurse for Yu Yuanjing. The midwife had already been found and was staying at the estate, ready at any moment. At first, Yu Yuanjing was reluctant. She wanted to feed her own child. A wet nurse would be too close to her baby, and she worried about feeling jealous. However, the princesses would not let her suffer alone. Jinger, the child is yours. How could they be closer to someone else? Even if the wet nurse is around a lot, the bond with a mother is natural. Look at Ziki. He never said he didn't recognize me as his mother. And look at Jinyu and Jin Xian. Aren't they very filial? The princess advised earnestly. Yes, Zheng'er, don't worry. If needed, you can send the wet nurse away once the child is older, Princess Jing also encouraged. Seeing both mothers urging her, Yu Yuanjing had to give up her initial thoughts. Once she agreed, the princesses began to make arrangements. When it was known that the eldest lady wanted to hire a wet nurse, a woman from the estate knelt before Yu Yuanjing. Madam, I am willing to help you care for the young master and young miss. I will take good care of them. You are my savior. Without you, my child and I would have perished. I have always remembered this kindness and have been looking for a chance to repay it. Please accept me as your wet nurse. The woman kneeling before Yu Yuanjing was Ding Huanyang, the daughter-in-law of the head of the Yang family. Her eager expression touched Yu Yuanjing deeply. To repay kindness is a virtue, and such a person is the most trustworthy. But your child is only 6 months old. How can you bear to leave him? Madam, you haven't given birth yet. By the time you do, my child will be nearly 8 months old and can be weaned. My mother-in-law can take care of him. All right then.
It's you.
Yu Yuanjing agreed readily. This estate is the dowry of the mother, and the servants inside are from the original Duke of Wei's household. Ding Huanyang is also a native, and her parents are from the Wei family. Her contract of servitude is also with her mother. She has shown kindness to her, taking care of her child as a wet nurse, which is indeed very suitable. Next comes the daily routine of pregnancy. Shangguan Ziki is busy expanding their pharmacy, and the prince's recommendations for managers have all been arranged. Several nearby counties now have a 10-day hall. The biggest feature of the 10-day hall is that there are no doctors, only medicine pills. Customers can decide what to buy based on the instructions. For those who cannot read, the pharmacy manager can recommend the most suitable medicine based on their symptoms. If the condition is serious and pills are not suitable, the manager will suggest that the patient see a doctor. In fact, the common people mainly need just a few types of medicine for colds, diarrhea, injuries, etc. Beauty products sell well in big cities, but demand drops in smaller places. Madam, our pills sell well, but there are some difficulties with the supply of medicinal materials. Do you have any good ideas? Shangguan Ziki has recently felt that the supply of materials is not keeping up. Actually, we can grow our own medicinal materials. Some commonly used herbs can be cultivated ourselves. However, this requires a long time to accumulate and to train people in herb cultivation. Yes, madam, that's a good suggestion. We can buy some mountains specifically for growing herbs. Oh, we really need more hands. Shengwan Ziki feels there are not enough people. In addition to training our own, we can also hire some suitable talents. Yu Yuanjing knows that some people in this era sell themselves into servitude due to life's pressures, and among them are certainly some capable individuals. You are right. After you give birth, I will arrange it. He does not dare to leave the estate at all now. As time passes, Yu Yuanjing insists on walking every day, no matter how difficult it is. When she stands, she can no longer see her toes. With such a big belly, she suspects there might be more than 2 babies inside. Her stomach has no room left, causing her to eat 7 or 8 times a day. On April 18th, the weather is a bit cloudy, but it is a beautiful spring season. The temperature is just right, making it feel very comfortable. There are about 10 days left until Yu Yuanjing's estimated due date. At this time, she can only manage to walk for 15 minutes outside before needing a long rest to walk again. Yet, she persists, walking at least 3 times a day. Every time Ziyue and Jianghua supported her arms, the 2 little maids walked in front, while Shengwan Ziki sat in a wheelchair beside them, ready to handle any emergencies. After lunch, Yu Yuanjing lay down to rest for a while. With her large belly, she could only lie on her side. Lying flat was uncomfortable for her spine. She actually fell asleep. It was rare for her to have a deep nap lately, as she had been sleeping lightly. In her dream, she returned to the day she died in her past life. She saw her body being lifted onto a hospital bed and taken into the emergency room. The attending doctor worked hard to save her, but ultimately it was in vain. Half an hour later, they announced her death. This news quickly reached the hospital director and the deputy director. After several doctors examined her and reviewed her recent condition, they concluded that she had died from overwork. The hospital soon notified her brother to claim her body. When her brother arrived at the hospital and saw his beloved sister lying there lifeless, he cried sadly. He had urged her many times to find a man and settle down, but when he realized it was useless, he stopped worrying about her. The hospital publicly praised her and posthumously honored her as an outstanding worker. They reported her death as a work-related injury, and the insurance company paid out $1.2 million. Since her parents had passed away, the money went to her brother. He held a family meeting to explain to his nephew that this money was his aunt's hard-earned money. He saved it for his nephew's education and required him to visit her grave every Qingming festival to offer flowers and bow. Seeing this, Yu Yuanzheng felt a sense of relief. Then the scene changed. Mommy, mommy, mommy. 3 soft baby voices called out at the same time. 3 little ones ran towards her, 2 boys and 1 girl. The boys looked a lot like Shengwan Ziki, while the girl resembled her. Were these her children? Slow down. Be careful not to fall. Yu Yuanjing reached out her hands to catch the running kids. But the little one in front stumbled and fell, causing the other 2 to trip over him, and they all tumbled together. Then they began to cry loudly. Yu Yuanjing felt a pang of pain and exclaimed, "Oh no, my little treasures." "Madam?" Shengwan Ziki, who had been sitting nearby with a book, was startled by her shout and immediately put the book down to check on her. This made Yu Yuanjing suddenly open her eyes and attempt to sit up. Her sudden, intense movement made her waist hurt sharply.
Ouch!
This time it really hurt. "Madam, what's wrong? What happened?" Upon hearing her cry out, Shengwan Ziki became more anxious. Yu Yuanjing finally came to her senses. She had just been dreaming. Thinking about the 3 children, she looked at her belly. What was this dream trying to tell her? Could there be 3 babies inside? This thought startled her. 2 would be difficult enough, but 3 would be overwhelming.
Ouch!
Another wave of pain hit her. "Madam, where do you feel uncomfortable?" Shengwan Ziki quickly got up from his wheelchair, sitting by her side to support her. "Husband, I might be going into labor. And I suspect there are 3 babies in my belly." Yu Yuanjing shared her guess. "What did you say?" Shengwan Ziki was taken aback. He became even more worried. If there really were 3, how would his wife manage? Despite several visits from the doctor, none had mentioned 3. Only the old doctor had said it was twins, and the others just repeated that. I just had a dream where 3 babies were running towards me. Is the doctor just eating for nothing? Shangwon Ziki felt some resentment towards the doctor. With this kind of pulse, it's rare for any doctor to recognize it, so it's normal they don't know. I've never mentioned it either. Now that it was happening, to say there were 3 would shock anyone. Madam. Shangwon Ziki felt a deep concern for his wife. It's just a guess. It might not be true.
Ouch.
Another wave of pain came. Madam, I will carry you to the delivery room now. Shangwon Ziki, inexperienced, didn't know what to do, only that a baby needed to go to the delivery room. The delivery room had been prepared long ago. It's just starting. It won't be that quick. You need to be careful with your leg. Don't let it slip. Go call a few maidservants in. Yu Yuanjung remained calm. She knew the process of giving birth well. It wasn't immediate pain that meant it was time to deliver. The first labor often took longer. They needed to wait for the to open gradually. Some people waited a day and night without giving birth.
Come in.
Shangwon Ziki didn't go out but shouted, and a few maidservants waiting outside hurried in. Mississippi Madam. I think I'm having contractions. Xiao Qin, go tell the 2 midwives to prepare the delivery room with vinegar again. Just say I've started having contractions. Ask Aunt Yang to start boiling water. Yu Yuanjung organized everything methodically. The news of Yu Yuanjung going into labor quickly spread throughout the estate. The princess and the wife of the Jing prince rushed to see her. However, they didn't know how to help and could only watch. Zheng'er, how are you feeling now? The princess asked with a worried expression. Mother, the lady just said she might be expecting 3 children. Shangwon Ziki was not particularly happy about the possibility of 3 children. Instead, he was more concerned. In his heart, the lady was much more important than the children. What would he do if something happened to her? What did you say? Both mothers turned pale, with fear upon hearing this. Why scare them for no reason? I just had a dream that made me feel this way. Whether it's 1, 2, or 3, the process will be the same. If it really is 3, each baby will be small and easier to deliver. Yu Yuanjun was comforting everyone while also reassuring herself. She was an adult and could handle it mentally. She thought of herself as a mother pig, delivering one after another. As long as there were no complications, there was nothing to fear. She just needed to maintain her strength and rhythm during labor. At that moment, Yu Yuanjung was very calm, while the 2 mothers lacked her courage. They were ladies of the house and had no comparison to her experience in the hospital over the years. They only knew about household matters. Madam, we have prepared the delivery room as you requested. Aunt Xie, the midwife they had invited, reported as she entered. Following her was her sister, Xiao Xie. The 2 sisters were well-known midwives in the capital, having learned from their mother. They had been delivering babies for over 20 years since getting married and had a great reputation. Initially, they considered inviting a palace midwife, but Yu Yuanjing thought it would be better to hire a local midwife. Palace midwives only delivered for royal ladies and had little experience, while local midwives frequently assisted with births and had seen a lot. As long as they weren't corrupt and didn't harm anyone, they were the best choice. Therefore, Shangwon Ziki didn't mention it early on. Instead, he brought them to the estate as soon as they agreed, keeping them away from outsiders. All right, I'm starting to feel contractions now. Please wipe down all the tools with alcohol a few times, Yu Yuanjing instructed. Madam, since you're feeling something, should I check your? Aunt Xie asked. Her first step in assisting was always to check and estimate the time. Let's wait a bit longer. I just started feeling pain, so it's not urgent yet. 2 experienced midwives checked her position, but neither found 3 babies. Perhaps the earlier dream was just a dream. However, it's possible that 1 baby is positioned against the spine and is hard to feel. Shangwon Ziki felt useless at this moment, only able to hold his wife's hand tightly, hoping to offer silent support through his warmth. Zheng'er, don't be afraid. When your mother gave birth to Ziki, it was painful, but if you endure it, it will pass. The princess recalled her experience from 21 years ago to comfort her daughter-in-law. Yes, yes. When I gave birth to Jinyu and Jin Xian, it was the same. Just endure it, and once the baby is out, the pain stops. It's truly amazing. The Princess Jing shared her experience as well. Usually, the pregnant women would chat about children and childbirth casually, but now that the moment had arrived, it felt different. It's okay, mother-in-law, I'm mentally prepared, Yu Yuanjing assured them, determined not to worry her two mothers. Shangwan Ziki suddenly thought he should inform his mother-in-law. Having her nearby would provide more emotional support for his wife. He quickly stepped outside and sent a guard to ride into the city. If he called her now, she should arrive in time before they left the city. As time passed, Yu Yuanjing had the midwife check her dilation twice. You're already 3 fingers dilated, madam. I estimate you'll give birth tonight. This dilation is quite fast, the midwife said, pleased with the lady's cooperation. The two sisters occasionally helped at wealthy households, where many mothers only cried out and were uncooperative. They would shout and make a fuss, and by the time they were ready to give birth, they had no strength left, relying on herbs to boost their energy. In contrast, women from farming families seemed to give birth as easily as a hen laying an egg. When Zhao Yuejia rushed into the courtyard, led by the guard, she was surprised to see her heavily pregnant daughter being supported by 2 maids, taking small steps. My goodness, Zheng, what are you doing walking around at a time like this? Hurry and lie down in the delivery room, or you won't have the strength when it's time to give birth, Zhao Yuejiao said anxiously, rushing to help her daughter. It seemed she didn't understand that walking could help with the process. Mother, don't worry. Walking helps the dilation progress faster and is better for delivery, Yu Yuanzing said through gritted teeth, enduring another wave of pain and taking deep breaths to calm herself. My dear, is it very painful? Zhao Yuejiao could tell from her daughter's expression just how much discomfort she was in. However, every woman must go through this. No one can help her. I'm okay. I can hold on. At that moment, Shangwan Ziki was behind her, helping to massage her back. This was a task that Yu Yuanjing had arranged for him, so he wouldn't feel lost. Mother-in-law, the lady is very brave, Shangwan Ziki said with a reassuring smile to Zhao Yuejiao. Seeing this couple together, Zhao Yuejiao's usual understanding was completely challenged. Is there such a saying? Don't worry, mother-in-law. Zheng'er knows what she's doing. The princess also comforted Zhao Yuejiao. The princess felt a bit proud. This daughter-in-law was a skilled doctor, and even the in-laws didn't know. Mother, I'm here resting while pregnant, and I still don't know how father is doing in the spring exam. Last month, the capital held the triennial spring exam, gathering students from all over. Yu Yunji also signed up, going with a try-it-out attitude. How long has he been studying? He probably just went to experience it. I don't know how well he did. He said he was okay and answered all the questions. Do you look down on my father so much? Be careful. He might come back as the top scholar and make you the scholar's wife. How is that possible? This year, only 100 people will be selected. If he comes in at 100th place, that would be a blessing. See, you still underestimate my father.
Oh.
Madam, let's check again. Your pain seems to have intensified, Desia said as she approached. It was already dark, but no one thought about eating. Yu Yuanzheng was slowly helped into the delivery room for another check. You are already 5 fingers dilated, very good. At this rate, it won't be long before you give birth, Desia reported. Great, I want to eat dinner to gather my strength. As soon as she mentioned food, the kitchen quickly prepared a large bowl of noodles, which was what Yu Yuanjing requested. Noodles have more energy than rice, making them very effective. This was something she heard from some elders in her past life. It's much better than eating chocolate, and noodles taste good and are easy to eat, sliding down easily. Everyone was happy to see that Yu Yuanzheng could still eat a bowl of noodles, so they joined her for dinner. Both of you mothers are also pregnant. Why not take a rest? If I say you should sleep, you probably won't agree, so why not take a nap while I haven't given birth yet? Come back to cheer me on when the time comes. Yu Yuanjing even took care of the 2 older pregnant women. Yes, both princesses should go rest. It's fine with me here. Zhao Yuejiao now feels she is the one who should take responsibility here. She is also the one who should be in charge. All right, mother-in-law, We will leave it to you. The princess knows that if they don't rest, their daughter-in-law won't be at ease, so they obediently go to rest for a little while. Ziki, you need to take good care of Zheng. Ziki, we will rest for half an hour, so make sure to wake us up when it's time. The Jing princess also reminds him. Yu Yuanzheng can no longer walk. Her legs feel as heavy as lead. She has to stop, but she doesn't sit down. Instead, she stands, allowing her belly to press down due to gravity. 2 midwives are waiting nearby. Time slowly passes to around 9 o'clock, and the finally opens to 7 centimeters. During this time, Yu Yuanzheng takes advantage of the pain to close her eyes and rest. She knows she won't be able to sleep tonight, so she uses this time to keep her energy at its best. She knows what is best for herself. Shangguan Ziki can only watch his wife with worry, helping her massage her back whenever the pain hits. My lady, I feel so useless. I don't know how to help you. Shangguan Ziki has said this several times. Hearing this, Yu Yuanzheng doesn't even want to respond. From now on, you take care of the baby while I sleep. Yu Yuanzheng glares at him.
Okay.
Shangguan Ziki answers, without hesitation. This makes Yu Yuanzheng roll her eyes. With so many servants around, can he really be of help? At this moment, the 2 princesses have rested enough and come back. They couldn't really sleep, just closing their eyes a bit to avoid worrying Yu Yuanzheng and adding to her mental burden. How is it now? The princess sees her daughter-in-law still outside the delivery room, leaning against the wall. Mother, it's open to 7 centimeters, just 2 more to go inside. This is her first child, and it's normal for the to open slowly. 3.5 hours have passed since she started feeling anything. Reaching 7 centimeters is already quite fast. It will speed up from here. Just then, Qing Feng rushes in. Master, there is a situation. Qing Feng looks serious. Shangguan Ziki can tell from his expression that something is wrong, but he can't discuss it in front of everyone. He pushes the wheelchair out to the study. Master, it's bad. A group of people is quickly approaching our estate. I suspect they are coming for us. Upon hearing this, Shangguan Ziki knows the situation is urgent.
How many people are there?
Shangguan Ziki's expression turns cold. What a time for this to happen. Is it intentional or accidental? I don't know. I was just informed by those on the outside. Gather all the guards in the courtyard, including those from the prince's residence, quickly. Qing Feng immediately went out. Shangguan Ziki slammed his fist on the table, leaving a dent in the fine wooden furniture. Who arranged this? Could it be spies from the Kanglin kingdom again? But now is not the time to think about that. He must protect his wife, mother, and the princess. Shangguan Ziki changed into a black outfit and put on a mask in the study. He asked Xiao Qin to call his mother out. When the princess came out and saw a masked man in black holding a long sword in the courtyard, she was a bit confused. Shangguan Ziki walked a few steps to her. Mother, you and Aunt Lin should take a protective medicine. Tonight is a critical night, just in case, Shangguan Ziki whispered. The princess recognized her son and widened her eyes in surprise. Mother, stay strong. Don't tell anyone else. Just say I'm outside protecting her.
Okay.
The princess suddenly became resolute. Her expression was firm, but once she entered the outer room of the delivery area, her gaze softened with love. She pulled Lin Shiryan aside. Shiryan, tonight we need to stay with Zheng'er during her delivery. We should take a protective pill. This is a medicine made from Zheng'er's prescription, and it works well. The princess looked at her curiously, wondering why she hadn't mentioned it before. She wasn't foolish. In fact, she was even more resilient than the princess. She asked with her eyes. But the princess said nothing, just took out a small porcelain bottle from her pocket and poured 1 pill for her. She poured another for herself and took it first. At that moment, the princess's personal maid, Hong, walked in. She whispered a few words in the princess's ear, causing her to stiffen and narrow her eyes. Then she swallowed the protective pill on her own. Let them all follow Ziki's orders, the princess quietly instructed. Hong left. At this time, Yu Yuanzheng was experiencing intense pain. Madam, we can enter the delivery room now. It should be time. Xia said as she came to support Yu Yuanjing. Okay, she agreed, feeling it was time. Both mothers followed her inside. Mother, Aunt, what are you doing? Aren't you supposed to wait outside? Yu Yuanjing didn't want her mothers to accompany her the whole time. It would be too much for them. Zheng'er, listen to your mother. Just take care of yourself. We will keep watch and nothing will go wrong. The princess pretended to be concerned. Don't worry, if anything happens, we will know right away. The doctor from the Jingwang's residence is waiting outside and can come in immediately, the Jingwang's wife reassured her. As she gave birth, 3 mothers watched over her. Just as they entered the delivery room, sounds of fighting came from outside the courtyard. Shangwan Ziki stood on the highest rooftop, watching the scene unfold. This was a silent assassination. Unlike a battlefield where there are shouts and chaos, here it was all about swift strikes, with only the sound of pain from those hit. The clashing of swords echoed continuously. Shangwan Ziki had arranged the guards of the Jingwang's residence around the perimeter. Although the guards weren't very skilled, they could gauge the abilities of the attackers. However, to his surprise, every move from the attackers was lethal, clearly indicating they were trained assassins. Before long, they broke through the outer defenses and charged towards the courtyard. There were a total of 20 dark guards from the Rongwang's residence, plus him making 21, and 10 from the Jingwang's residence. It was estimated that the attackers numbered around 40. He didn't expect so many to be deployed. Were they trying to wipe out the entire courtyard? At that moment, Shangwan Ziki was as cold as ice. Prepare for battle. With a command from Shangwan Ziki, several lights and torches lit up the courtyard. The 10 hidden dark guards revealed themselves, and the 10 arranged by the Jingwang also appeared. The attackers quickly dealt with the outer guards, who were just ordinary protectors of the Jingwang's residence, and then charged towards the courtyard, each skilled in lightness techniques. Shangwan Ziki instructed the 20 dark guards to form an encirclement and sent 6 to face the attackers head-on. Qingfeng, Mingyue, Yuan Shan, and Jingshui stood guard in the courtyard, ready to strike anyone who entered without hesitation. Shangwan Ziki kept watch from the rooftop, observing the battle below. The commotion startled the entire courtyard. Yang Zhuangdou, who had been asleep, was awakened by the loud barking of dogs and the sounds of clashing swords, causing him to jump up in alarm. Having lived for many years, he quickly understood what was happening. Although he was a servant from the Wei Guogong family married into the Wang family, he certainly had common sense. It was not unusual for the Rongwang's residents to use force in such situations. He suppressed his panic, instructed his 2 sons to guard the back, and told the servants in the courtyard to stay inside, as they were ordinary people without any skills and would only be putting themselves in danger. When he was young, he learned some martial arts, but he wasn't sure how skilled he was since he had never faced a real enemy. After calming himself down, he took a sword that hadn't been drawn in a long time and went to the main courtyard, where he saw several enemies had already entered. They were fighting against Qingfeng and his group. Without hesitation, Yang Zhuang drew his long sword and lunged at one of the enemies from behind. These people were all dressed in black and wore masks. The battle was extremely intense. Inside the delivery room, everyone could hear the sounds of fighting. Zheng'er, don't be afraid. Ziki is guarding outside. He will protect us. Just focus on giving birth, the princess assured Yu Yuanjing, who was trying to get up. Yu Yuanjing had never experienced an assassination attempt, but from the movies and novels she had seen, the fights were always life or death. She felt scared, but now she had to give birth, and there was nothing else she could do except focus on that. Even if she weren't giving birth as a weak woman, she wouldn't be able to do anything. But when the pain came, she couldn't think of anything else.
Ah.
A scream from the courtyard echoed into the delivery room.
Ah.
Yu Yuanjing screamed too, overwhelmed by the pain. The 2 midwives were also quite frightened. Don't worry, sisters. Everything will be fine. Just help with the delivery. If you need anything, just ask. As long as the young lady gives birth safely tonight, I will reward each of you with 100 taels of silver. The princess promised to calm the midwives with money. I will add another 100 taels from the Jingwang Fu. The Jingwang Fei immediately increased the offer. I will also add 100 tails from the Yu family, Zhao Yuejiao added, not wanting to fall behind. She was initially scared, but her daughter was about to give birth to twins, and as a mother, she had to be strong and not show fear. The two Xie sisters exchanged glances. They were now in a situation where they couldn't back out. They had to proceed. They couldn't escape, as the fighting outside was fierce, and stepping out meant certain death. Little sister, if we survive this, there will be blessings ahead, the elder Xie sister comforted the younger one. Yes, elder sister, the younger replied. After encouraging each other, they steadied their nerves and began to focus on the delivery. They had been midwives for decades and were very skilled. Young lady, let me check on you again, the elder Xie sister said as she stepped forward. Thank you. I will cooperate, Yu Yuanjing replied, feeling more at ease seeing the two mothers so calm. She thought to herself that if worse came to worst, she could die. It wasn't the first time. Perhaps fate would take her somewhere else. The battle outside grew more intense. Several people have already entered the yard. Qing Feng and the others are struggling to handle the situation. It's clear these individuals are skilled assassins, showing no mercy in their actions. Shengwan Ziki has also joined the fight. He leaps down and declares, Madam, I will guard outside and not let the enemy step inside. His strong voice echoes into the delivery room. Drawing his sword, he joins the battle. With a swift, the sound of clashing blades fills the air. He is the heir personally trained by the old prince and the current prince, showing great promise, although his internal skills still need time to develop, making him less experienced than the prince. His swordsmanship is bold and commanding, like a general on the battlefield. With one strike, he takes down an assassin. With Shengwan Ziki's involvement, the advantage quickly shifts away from the assassins. Not far away, on a small hill, two people are watching the courtyard closely. Who do you think that masked person is? A woman's voice asks. If the princess were here, she would recognize her immediately as the third elder lady of the Wang family. From his moves, it's clear he is Ziki, the third elder states confidently. He has truly recovered, the third elder lady says bitterly. It's amazing he survived. She silently curses the second elder lady for being useless and too petty in her actions. Mother, tonight is a great opportunity. Eldest brother and Prince Jing are out of the city. With just the few people at the estate, even if Ziki is skilled, he won't stand much chance. Plus, we brought 20 people with us. If they can't handle it, I'll personally take care of everyone at the estate. The third elder coldly outlines his plan. Yes. Let's observe for now. We spent 100,000 taels to hire this group. If they prove useless, we won't have to pay the remaining balance, the third elder lady says seriously, watching the situation at the estate. The third elder's spies return. Master, tonight is when the eldest lady is giving birth. Oh, what a coincidence. Mother, tonight is truly in our favor.
Yes.
The fighting continues in the yard. In the delivery room, Yu Yuanzheng can no longer hold back her cries from the pain. The waves of pain make her want to curse. In her past life, while interning in a delivery room, she heard mothers screaming and thought they should conserve their energy. Now that it's her turn, she realizes it's impossible to endure. But knowing she is giving birth to twins, or possibly triplets, she grits her teeth and tries to breathe deeply to ease the pain. Madam, the is almost fully dilated. We need to push now. Follow my instructions and don't exert yourself too much. It will save some energy, said Mrs. Xie after checking me again. Zhao Yuejiao wiped her daughter's sweat with a handkerchief while holding her hand tightly with the other. Mrs. Yu, let the madam hold onto the straps at the edge of the bed, reminded Mrs. Xiao. Having something to grip while pushing makes it easier. Outside the delivery room, Shengwan Ziki was fiercely battling, decisively striking down opponents. However, there were too many skilled fighters on the other side. He couldn't resolve the situation quickly. He was facing 3 opponents alone. Time passed slowly. Shengwan Ziki had already taken down 5 enemies. He was the best fighter among them. But more enemies kept coming in. Eventually, The hidden guards outside were forced into the courtyard, and it seemed about half had been dealt with. However, they also suffered losses. Shengwan Ziki couldn't afford to be distracted. His sword moved like a blur. Inside the delivery room, the midwife's voice occasionally called out, "Push, push harder." Then they heard his wife's loud cry, "Ah." This made him want to finish the fight quickly. In the delivery room, Yu Yuanjing pushed with the midwife's guidance again and again. Half an hour passed, but the baby still hadn't arrived. It was already midnight. Several mothers watched her exhaustion with concern, but they could only look on helplessly, unable to share her burden. "Madam, let's take a short break. You need to conserve some strength for the next push," said Mrs. Xie, noticing that after several attempts, the baby's head still hadn't appeared. After 3 contractions, Mrs. Xie issued another command. "Push." Yu Yuanjing rested for a moment and felt her strength returning. This time, she gripped the bed straps tightly, focused all her energy on her abdomen, and let out a long ah. That cry was heard clearly by everyone outside the courtyard. The enemies were confused, but their side understood the significance of the moment. Each of them knew their responsibility tonight, and that cry energized the hidden guards, making them fight even harder. Inside the delivery room, Mrs. Xiao caught a baby in her hands. "It's here. It's a boy." Mrs. Xiao exclaimed joyfully as she quickly cut the umbilical cord. Then she began to clean the baby, patting its bottom, dressing it, and wrapping it up. When the loud cry of the baby echoed, Shengwan Ziki had just pulled his sword out of an assassin's chest. The number of assassins was decreasing. Just as victory seemed close, suddenly about 20 more men in black jumped into the courtyard, all masked. Shengwan Ziki tensed. Many of his own guards had already fallen, and he didn't know if they were alive or dead. Now more enemies had arrived. His heart sank. The enemy was truly determined to eliminate them. The leader charged at Shengwan Ziki as soon as he entered. From their first clash, Shengwan Ziki realized that his opponent was skilled. Winning would not be easy, especially since he had already fought for a long time and was exhausted. At this point, everyone felt heavy-hearted, but protecting their master was their duty, even if it meant death. They gripped their swords tightly, and another round of life-and-death combat began. Just as both sides were locked in fierce battle, the sound of urgent horse hooves came from outside the courtyard. In a few moments, over 20 people jumped into the yard one after another. "Kill them all, leave no one alive," shouted the prince with a strong voice. Everyone in the delivery room heard the shout. "Dunger, did you hear? Your father has come with people. We will be fine. Just focus on giving birth," the princess said happily. She had held on for so long, encouraging everyone without expressing a single worry. Yet, inside, she was tormented. She didn't know the situation outside or if her son could drive the enemies away. She felt uncertain. Hearing the prince's voice finally eased her heart. The princess of Jing was no different. Only Zhao Yuejiao was fully focused on Yu Yuanjing. She had prepared herself mentally. If necessary, she would die alongside her daughter. At least they would be together. With the prince's arrival, Shengwan Ziki felt relieved. Now, he only had to deal with one enemy, making things much easier. The newcomers, seeing so many reinforcements, realized the tide had turned and chose to retreat while fighting, escaping the courtyard. However, the prince would not let them go easily. He chased after them and killed 2 before returning. Shengwan Ziki finally gasped for breath, resting his sword on the ground, and looked up at the prince. Another person quickly approached the delivery room. "Shiyin, are you well?" It was indeed the Prince of Jing. Hearing her husband's voice, the Princess of Jing's eyes lit up. "I am well," she replied loudly. This reassured everyone even more. Yu Yuanjing also heard it. She knew everyone was safe. Now only she is still fighting. "Aunt Xie, let's continue," Yu Yuanjing suggested. Okay. The 2 midwives knew that 2 princes had arrived outside, so they felt their lives were safe. The 2 were very eager. De Xie felt Yu Yuanjing's contractions, and when a wave came, she immediately shouted, "Push." Whether it was divine help or knowing everything was fine, Yu Yuanjing felt particularly strong, and with one push, the baby came out.
Oh my.
Little Xia exclaimed, then clumsily caught the baby, quickly using one hand to catch another. Both princesses saw this and rushed to help. Xia was quicker, leaning forward to catch one. Little Xia finally had a moment to cut the umbilical cord. At that moment, Shangguan Ziki rushed in, covered in blood. He saw the two midwives in action. He hurried to the bedside.
Wife.
Shangguan Ziki looked at the panting Yu Yuanjing with gentle eyes. In her final effort, she pushed too hard and ended up delivering both babies at once. Husband. Their eyes met. Everything was understood, without words. Shangguan Ziki wiped his hands on his clothes and held Yu Yuanjing's hand. Wife, you've worked hard, he said, tears welling in his eyes. When he saw the second group rush into the courtyard, his heart felt heavy. At that moment, he was truly scared. He feared that even if he died in battle, he couldn't protect his wife, children, and mother, as well as Aunt Lin. Fortunately, fate was kind. His father and Uncle Jingwang arrived just in time with help. The midwives quickly took care of the two babies. Congratulations to the eldest son, the young lady, and the princess. 2 boys and 1 girl. This is the only time in our lives we've delivered triplets, Xia said happily, bringing 1 baby to the bedside for Yu Yuanjing to see. The couple looked carefully at the not-so-cute babies. You were right, there are indeed 3 children. They are so small, Shangguan Ziki remarked. Well, think about it. Yuanjing carried 3 in one pregnancy. It's normal for them to be small. Look at this one, they seem very healthy. Yuanjing took great care during the pregnancy, the princess said, holding one and feeling displeased by her son's comment. Mother, I'm not complaining. I just have never seen such small babies and was expressing my feelings, Shangguan Ziki said, feeling wronged. He reached out to hold a baby. All right, you should wash up first. You're covered in blood. Don't scare the babies. The princess chased everyone away. Only then did Shangguan Ziki notice the blood on himself. Dear husband, are you hurt? Although Yu Yuanjing was very tired, she asked with concern upon seeing Shangguan Ziki covered in blood. The princess then looked at her son. Seeing him come in as if nothing had happened, she didn't immediately check if he was injured. No, I'm fine. Your husband is very skilled in martial arts. Shangguan Ziki thought it unnecessary to tell his wife he was hurt. In fact, he had only a few minor injuries that were not worth mentioning. That's good. Dear, you're tired. Rest well. I'll wash up and come keep you company.
Okay.
As soon as he left, the 2 midwives began to help Yu Yuanjing clean up. They changed her clothes, washed her, and then moved her to a clean bed nearby. Only then did Yu Yuanjing relax her tense nerves and fall into a deep sleep. At that moment, 3 mothers each brought out a child. The prince and Prince Jing were waiting outside.
Princess, this.
The prince was surprised to see all 3 holding babies. Prince, I didn't expect Yuanjing to have triplets. Not one of the doctors noticed. Those old fellows are really lacking in skill. Before giving birth, Yuanjing even dreamed she might have triplets, the princess said joyfully, looking lovingly at the baby in her arms. She was holding her eldest grandson. But she hadn't realized that Yu Yuanjing, the skilled doctor, also hadn't noticed. Prince, come hold this. This is your eldest grandson, the princess said, reaching out to the prince with the baby. The prince felt a bit awkward. He hadn't held such a small child in a long time and was afraid he might hold him wrong. Just take him. I have another one in my belly. Don't you know how to hold a baby? The princess found his hesitation amusing. Finally, the prince hesitantly extended his hands to take the baby. His movements were careful, as if he were holding a treasure, cradling the baby in his palms, afraid he might drop him, which looked quite funny. Let me hold one too. I want to learn how to hold a baby, Prince Jing laughed, stepping forward to naturally take a child from his wife. His movements were much more practiced. After all, he had held a baby a couple of times in his life, while the prince had only held his eldest son. Seeing how naturally Prince Jing held the baby, the prince tried to imitate him, adjusting the baby's head to rest in one hand while supporting the baby's bottom with the other.
Perfect.
That's right, the princess praised. The prince sat down in a chair. Give that one to me for a hug, the prince said, looking at the child in Zhao Yuejiao's arms. Zhao Yuejiao handed the child to the princess. The princess carefully placed the child on the prince's lap, making sure they were comfortable. This is our granddaughter, the princess introduced. Wonderful, wonderful. Haha, I didn't expect to be so lucky, having 3 grandchildren at once, 2 grandsons and 1 granddaughter. Ziki's wife has worked hard, the prince laughed heartily. Yes, Zheng'er has really worked hard. She carried such a big belly for months, and tonight, she had to deal with interruptions, the princess said, genuinely concerned for her daughter-in-law. At that moment, Shangguan Ziki came in after washing up. He rushed in to see his wife, without even looking at the child. When he saw that his wife was peacefully asleep, he adjusted her blanket and instructed the 2 maids to take good care of her before stepping out to see the child. The weather was warm, so the adults didn't rush to take the child inside. Everyone was fascinated by the little one. The 2 princes, whose wives were also pregnant, were practicing holding the baby and were reluctant to let go. When Shangguan Ziki came out, he noticed his father had 2 children on his lap and approached to pick up the one on his father's leg. Ziki, wait, the princess immediately stopped him. Be careful, the baby is still very fragile. Pay attention to how your mother holds them. The princess demonstrated carefully for her son. Shangguan Ziki understood right away and gently took the baby into his arms. Mother, is this a son or a daughter? Shangguan Ziki asked. His gaze softened as he looked at the tiny life wrapped in soft fabric. He couldn't tell if it was a boy or a girl. This is the 3rd one born, and it's a girl, the princess said with love and satisfaction in her voice. Girls are wonderful, so caring and gentle, he said, filled with affection for his daughter. Shangguan Ziki's eyes were so soft they seemed to glisten with tears. The first child he held was a girl, and he was delighted. He loved having a daughter. He carefully examined the small face in his arms, feeling that it resembled his wife's features. A wave of indescribable tenderness filled his heart. This wonderful feeling of connection made him feel warm inside. He then looked at the 2 princes holding their sons, noticing how much they looked like him, lacking the unique charm and softness of his wife. If only they looked more like her, it would be perfect. His wife had worked so hard to carry and give birth to the children. They should resemble her more. Thinking about the hardships of the lady during her 10 months of pregnancy and the pain of childbirth, Shangguan Ziki felt a wave of sadness and gratitude. He truly appreciated the sacrifices she made. Mother, the babies are so small. Will it be hard to take care of them? Shangguan Ziki asked with concern. Don't worry, the babies were born full term. They are small because there are 3 of them, but each weighs over 3 pounds, which is good, the princess explained. The 3 babies were all of similar size. Shangguan Ziki cherished having a daughter, so he handed her to the princess and then held his 2 sons as well, not wanting to show favoritism, knowing the lady would scold him if she found out. The babies are just born and very delicate. It's better to bring them inside away from the wind, Zhao Yuejia said softly, filled with worry and love for her grandsons, fearing they might catch a cold if they stayed outside any longer. Upon hearing this, the 2 princesses quickly and carefully brought the babies inside and placed them in the cradle. They then moved it next to the bed so that Yu Yuanzheng could see the babies as soon as she woke up. It was almost dawn. At that moment, Prince Jing turned to Shangguan Ziki. He had entered the courtyard and seen someone in a mask fighting. At first, he didn't understand what was happening. Now he realized that Ziki's leg had healed long ago. When did your leg get better? Prince Jing asked, amazed by his adopted daughter's medical skills. Uncle Jing, it got better before the new year, Ziki replied. Then, did the eldest prince get better too? You both stayed here for quite a while before the new year, Prince Jing wondered. I haven't seen him in a long time, so I don't know how he is now, but before he returned to the capital, his leg wasn't fully healed, Ziki said. That's great to hear, Prince Jing said, very pleased. Uncle Jing, please keep this a secret. We should only reveal it when necessary, Shangguan Ziki said suddenly, becoming serious. Understood. This incident tonight was likely aimed at you, Prince Jing realized. Just then, and entered the room. Your Highness, 5 of our men are dead, and 18 of Prince Jing's men have died. Most were ordinary guards, and 6 of the hidden guards also died. There are few seriously injured. The enemy lost 28 men, including 2 who looked like they were from the Kanglan Kingdom, the ones you chased down and killed, and reported on the casualties. All right, provide full medical care. One doctor from the Jing Prince's residence cannot handle this alone. Go back to the capital and bring Dr. Luo here, the prince instructed, handing over his token from his waist. With the prince's token, one can enter the city. It is still dark, and the city gates are not yet open. An urgent situation caused N to take action immediately. Now, the young lady cannot treat the shadow guards, so they must rely on their own luck. Father, how did you know we were in danger tonight? Shengwan Ziki finally asked his lingering question. At the same time, he felt grateful that his father had come. I was sent with your uncle, the Prince Jing, to investigate a corruption case. After leaving the city, I felt uneasy for no reason for several days. So we sped up the investigation and returned to the capital yesterday, thinking something serious might have happened. Last night, we were still some distance from the city and planned to find an inn to rest before continuing, but your uncle felt the same unease. When he shared his feelings, I realized it wasn't about something happening in the capital, but that your mother and Aunt Lin might be in danger. Otherwise, how could we both feel uneasy? We discussed it and decided to travel through the night. Fortunately, we arrived in time. The prince recalled how he first jumped into the courtyard and saw his son facing several enemies alone, which startled him. Before entering the courtyard, he heard the sounds of swords clashing. You arrived just in time. Otherwise, my son would have felt ashamed before you and Prince Jing, Shengwan Ziki said, feeling embarrassed. If they hadn't come, it would have been very difficult for him to handle the situation with just as few men. It seems the people from the Kanglan Kingdom are behind this. They want to take us both down. Do they really think our Dawei is weak? The prince was very angry this time. Years ago, their ancestors killed the king and queen of Kanglan, and they have held a grudge for generations, never letting the Shengwan family go. The Shengwan family has faced assassination attempts from Kanglan assassins multiple times, and even the emperor has encountered them. Why not face each other openly on the battlefield? Why resort to these underhanded assassinations? It prevents Dawei from finding a reason to start a war. If they initiated the war directly, it would be a different story. At least they could fight openly. But these sneaky tactics are truly frustrating. Meanwhile, not far from the village, 2 groups faced each other, all masked. Employer, we have fulfilled our contract. Please settle the remaining 50,000 taels. This time, we consider it a loss, having lost 26 brothers. Please do not hire us again in the future, said the leader of the first group of assassins who entered the village. He didn't expect that this difficult job would be so tough. He brought so many subordinates with him, and they were all involved, but many of them ended up dead. He would never take on a job like this again. If it weren't for the reward of 100,000 taels of silver, he wouldn't have made such a big decision to come this far. The outcome was far beyond his expectations. The old lady and the old man exchanged glances, both thinking the same thing. These people cannot be left alive. All right, the old man agreed readily, but then he waved his hand. Kill them all. Leave no one alive. With that command, his men immediately attacked the assassins who had just survived a life-and-death battle. Out of 42, only a few remained, and they were no match for the old man's subordinates. In less than 2 minutes, all the assassins were killed. The last leader never expected to be betrayed. You won't die a good death, he cursed as he fell, unable to close his eyes. But he was already dead. What good was a curse? The old man's subordinates searched the bodies and retrieved all the silver notes. The 50,000 taels they had been given returned, and even more was found. Let's go. Once Shengwan Ziki's leg heals, Zishu's position as heir will be unstable. We need to change our plan, the old lady said quietly. Yes, mother. We shouldn't rush. If we act right after the assassination, it will be easy to expose ourselves. Let's wait a bit. As long as Zishu hasn't done anything wrong, elder brother won't return the heir position to Ziki so quickly, so the iron box will remain with Zishu, the old man suggested. You make a good point. Let's wait a little longer. The mother and son discussed for a moment before disappearing into the darkness. At this time, it was the darkest moment before dawn. At the estate, Shangguan Ziki and the two princes discussed matters but couldn't come to a conclusion. Starting a war couldn't be decided in just a few words. However, Shangguan Ziki had his own thoughts. He couldn't let it go just like that, but now was not the time to act. He needed to wait. His wife and children still depended on him, and he would remember this grudge for the future. Worried about his wife, Shangguan Ziki went into the inner room and quietly stayed by her side. He didn't sleep, just watched silently. When dawn broke, the child suddenly cried, and soon the other two joined in. Shangguan Ziki worried they would wake his sleeping wife, so he pushed them to a corner and tried to soothe them, but it was no use. Is the eldest son and the little ones hungry? Ziyue said softly. Go call the wet nurse. Jianghua immediately ran outside. At this moment, Ding Huanyang was at home in the back of Yang Zhuangtou's place. The events of last night kept the whole family awake. Later, her father-in-law joined the fight, and the family was on edge all night. When he returned, he was covered in blood, which frightened everyone. Fortunately, he only had some minor injuries that would heal in a few days. Yang Zhuangtou knew his abilities and didn't rush to the front. He targeted those who were too weak to resist against the Dark Guards, which is why so many of the attackers were killed. It was all because of Yang Zhuangtou finishing them off. Yang's sister-in-law, the eldest son, is asking for you to come quickly. The youngest son and the little ladies are crying hard. They must be hungry, Zhang Hua said urgently upon seeing Huanyang. Ding Huanyang slapped her forehead. It's my fault. I should have gone earlier. Mother, please take care of the big dog. I'm going to the front. Zhang Hua wanted to laugh when she heard Yang's sister-in-law refer to her son as Big Dog, but she held back her laughter. Huanyang quickly washed her face and followed Zhang Hua. As soon as she entered, she heard the little ones crying loudly. Her milk had built up after a long night and was plentiful. Eldest son, please step outside for a moment, Ding Huanyang said, as she couldn't nurse in front of a man. Once Shangguan Ziki stepped out, she skillfully picked up one child, lifted her shirt, and offered her. As one started feeding, the other two continued to cry. Ziyue, hurry, bring me another one, she called. Ziyue felt a bit shy seeing the woman nursing, but still picked up another child. With the help of the two maids, another child began to feed. However, there was still one left, and there was no way to help that one right away. They had to wait in line. But the newborns were so small that they couldn't eat much, just a few sips and they were done. Then she picked up another one. In the end, all three children were fed and satisfied, with plenty of milk left. The well-fed babies stopped crying and fell into a deep sleep, not disturbing their mother. They had cried for so long that Yu Yuanjing hadn't been woken up, showing just how tired she was from giving birth to the three children. She hadn't slept much the night before and had only fallen asleep just before dawn. When she finally woke up, it was already the afternoon, around 4 o'clock, and she had slept for a full 6 hours. As soon as she opened her eyes, she saw a large face with stubble and slightly red eyes, clearly showing that he hadn't rested well. Madam, you're awake, Shangguan Ziki said, a warm smile spreading across his face, his eyes gentle as water. After a good sleep, Yu Yuanjing's eyes were bright and sparkling, captivating anyone who looked at her. Shangguan Ziki, enchanted, leaned down and placed a gentle kiss on her forehead. Yu Yuanjing had slept for a long time and still wanted to sleep, but she was very hungry. I want to eat, was her first statement. I kept your food warm. I wanted to wake you, but the Empress said you were too tired and needed to rest to recover, Shangguan Ziki said softly. Ziyue heard this and brought over a bowl of chicken soup from the small stove. Shangguan Ziki took it, blowing on it to cool it down while feeding her. Yu Yuanjing enjoyed it, feeling it was only natural. A man who cares for his wife is a good man. After spending so much time together, she no longer thought of him as an older man. He was her partner and the father of her children. The chicken soup tasted a bit light but was not greasy, likely because the layer of fat had been removed. Who was so careful? It must have been the Empress's instructions. After drinking the chicken soup and eating some chicken, Ziue brought her a bowl of thick meat porridge. She finished it all, but she still wanted more. "Madam, you can't eat like this. It will hurt your stomach," Shangguan Ziki advised. With the baby no longer inside her, her stomach felt more spacious, and she didn't feel full. Yu Yuanjing realized this issue and put down the bowl. "Where is the baby?" Yu Yuanjing looked around the room. "Afraid the baby might cry and disturb you, I had the nurse take the baby to the outer room. The weather is nice today, not too hot or cold." "It's fine out there," Shangguan Ziki explained. "Oh, bring the baby to me."
I've only seen one.
"I haven't seen the other two yet." After giving birth, she was so exhausted that she quickly fell asleep after ensuring everything was safe. When the three adorable babies were brought in, Yu Yuanzhen felt overwhelmed, looking at one and then the other. "Quick, hand one to me," she said eagerly. Seeing her excitement, Shangguan Ziki chuckled and shook his head, then skillfully picked up their daughter and handed her to Yu Yuanzhen. Yu Yuanzhen had held babies before and knew how to do it well. But the baby was asleep and her eyes were closed. Despite being passed around, the baby showed no signs of waking up, only yawning at her. "We only chose names for two, and now we have another child. Have you thought of a name?" Yu Yuanzhen just remembered this question. "For the first two, you suggested Big Treasure and Second Treasure, so this one can be called Third Treasure," Shangguan Ziki said with a fond smile. "Okay, then let's name her Third Treasure." Yuanzheng enjoyed looking at the children and placed one on the bed beside her, reaching for another. After she had admired all three, one of them started to cry. When one cried, they all woke up. "Why are they crying?" Yuanzheng, being a new mother, didn't understand. "Madam, the little master and little miss might be hungry again." "I will take them to feed," explained Ding Huanyang, who had been standing nearby. "Oh, they're hungry. Have they had milk during this time?" Yuanzheng realized. They've eaten a few times already. At this age, they usually need to be fed every hour.
Got it.
"Don't feed them yet, let me try." Yuanzheng knew that colostrum was very beneficial for the babies and didn't want to waste it. She prepared to hold one of the children to feed. However, after a couple of attempts, the baby wouldn't anymore and began to cry loudly. He couldn't get any milk. "Madam, after giving birth, milk doesn't come out right away. It needs to be expressed, or..." Ding Huanyang hesitated to finish her sentence. But Yuanzheng understood immediately. "All right, you all can leave." Yuanzheng glanced at the maids. When only Shangguan Ziki remained, Yuanzheng smiled at him. "Madam, what do you mean?" Shangguan Ziki looked a bit confused. The baby is too small to get the milk, and I need your help." Yuanzheng was direct about her request. But Shangguan Ziki still didn't understand. Yuanzheng rolled her eyes, pulled him closer, and whispered something in his ear. Shangguan Ziki's face turned bright red, and he stammered, unsure of what to say. After all, he was a true gentleman from ancient times and had never thought about such matters. "What's with that expression?" Yuanzheng looked at him curiously. Shangguan Ziki was shy. "Come on, hurry up. The baby is waiting to eat." Yuanzheng didn't give him time to think and pulled him along. With a flushed face, Shangguan Ziki acted as the big brother for Yuanzheng. "Hey, be gentle," Yuanzheng exclaimed as he pulled too hard, causing her some discomfort. She gave him a light slap on the head. Inexperienced, Shangguan Ziki tasted the baby's first food, a faint sweetness with a hint of something else, which was quite fascinating. After both sides had their turn, he stood up, saying, "I'll go discuss something with father." He hurriedly left, making Yuanzheng laugh heartily. Yuanzheng picked up the baby again, and this time, the child didn't cry anymore. After leaving the room, Shangguan Ziki arrived at the study. The two princes were sitting inside, deep in thought. "I greet you, father and Uncle Jing. You arrived just in time. I have something to tell you," Prince Jing said first. Please go ahead, Uncle Jing. Last night, 2 groups of assassins came. After the first group escaped, they were all killed behind the nearby mountain. A cowherd went there at noon and saw several bodies, which scared him back to the village. They deserved it. They must have fought among themselves, Shangwan Ziki said, feeling satisfied. It seems they were killed by the second group. Both your father and I think so. Prince Jing shared their thoughts before Shangwan Ziki entered. That makes sense. The first group clearly consisted of killers, focused on taking lives. The second group seems like specially trained guards. Shangwan Ziki agreed with their analysis. So, the first group was hired by the second group's master, but fearing exposure, they killed them all? Prince Jing speculated. That's very likely, Prince Rong also agreed. Does this mean people from the Kinglan Kingdom want me dead? Shangwan Ziki said fiercely. It seems so, Prince Jing confirmed. But I'm currently disabled. Why not target father or my younger brother? Shangwan Ziki pointed out the key issue. That's what we can't understand, the prince replied. Did you find any useful information on the assassins? Shangwan Ziki inquired about their origins. Some of them had tokens that only had the words Li on them. I've never heard of this organization, Prince Jing said. Could they have come from far away, not near the capital? Prince Jing also hadn't heard of them. They were familiar with some local organizations, as the martial world and the court were usually unrelated, but the people of the Great Way were still subjects of a kingdom, and the court needed to keep track of any organizations. There was a moment of silence. All right, don't think too much right now. Take care of your wife. I will train more guards and strengthen the protection of the palace. In the future, take more people when you go out. I will increase our investigations and set up checkpoints at the borders, enhancing the entry and exit registration between the 2 countries. Let the Ministry of Justice handle those bodies for now. Prince Rong could only think of what to do next. Just then, they heard the sound of hooves outside the courtyard. Moments later, hurried footsteps rushed in. Mother, mother. Princess Lingxuan's voice echoed into the study. Prince Jing immediately knew his 2 children had arrived. He got up to go out, thinking they must have been scared. He had just sent someone to inform them at noon, and he didn't expect them to come so quickly. As soon as Princess Lingxian saw her mother, she burst into tears. Mother, you're okay. That's great. All right. Thankfully, your father and Uncle Rong arrived in time. It was a close call. Princess Jing comforted her daughter. Xiao Jinyu pulled both mother and daughter into a hug. He was also quite frightened after hearing the guard's report about last night. He quickly took his sister to the estate. Now, seeing their mother safe in front of him, he felt relieved. Prince Jing walked over and patted his son and daughter on the shoulders. Enough crying. Your mother is very strong. She just had a little scare. The doctor has checked her pulse and said she is fine, he reassured them. The siblings finally let go of Princess Jing. Xianer, go check on Ziki's wife. She gave birth to 3 babies at once. Prince Jing said, feeling envious that Lord Rong had 3 grandchildren in one go. His own son was still unmarried, and that needed to be addressed soon. At 19, he would be reaching adulthood next year. Okay, Ling Xian replied, having heard the news. When they arrived at Yu Yuanjing's room and saw the 3 babies, Princess Lingxuan's earlier emotions faded away. She smiled and gave a thumbs up. Sister-in-law, you're amazing. Everyone thought it was just twins, but you had a surprise baby too. No one knew until the end. Yes, my mother went back this morning. She said she only prepared 2 longevity locks and needs to hurry back to prepare another one for my little girl. So, as the aunt, you also need to prepare 3 gifts for the babies, Yu Yuanjing joked. Don't worry, I will. I didn't prepare anything for the naming ceremony, but I will definitely have gifts ready for the full moon celebration.
Great.
Then I'll thank you on behalf of my little treasures. Sister-in-law, are you planning to stay here for your confinement? My mother thinks it's better to return to the palace for my confinement. Since everyone knows I had triplets, there will be many guests for the full moon and 100-day celebrations, and it's not convenient here. I plan to wait about half a month until I recover a bit before going back. That's good. It will definitely be much more convenient in the capital. There's nothing here, and we would have to bring everything from the capital.
Yes.
Come, let me hold my little nephew and niece. Soon, I will be holding a brother or sister, Princess Ling Xian said with great interest in holding the child. Yuan Zheng was still a beginner herself, so the responsibility of teaching fell to Huanyang. To her surprise, Huanyang learned quickly. Women indeed have a natural maternal instinct. On the day of the naming ceremony, only a few close families were invited to witness, including the princess's family, Yuan Zheng's family, and the Jing Wang's family. They held a simple ceremony and did not invite the two elderly ladies from the royal residence. Only the second and third wives were called to witness. The two aunts from the next room came over voluntarily upon hearing the news. The prince planned to hold a grand celebration for the baby's first month, but since the child was still so small, he decided not to make things too complicated. In the following days, Yuan Zheng mostly ate and slept until, 15 days later, the family prepared to return to the royal residence. Ding Huanyang wanted to go along to help care for the 3 children, but her own child was only 8 months old. Yuan Zheng felt a bit embarrassed about separating them. She discussed with the princess and her husband about having their family return to the royal residence together. In the end, the Yang family decided that the eldest son's family and Aunt Yang would return with them. This way, the mothers-in-law could help care for the children, and the eldest grandson from a Yang family could join them too. Raising 4 children together would provide companionship for them all. Yuan Zheng was hesitant to hire another nanny, as she wanted to keep things simple. Too many people would complicate matters. There is a saying that too many people lead to too many rumors, and something she wanted to keep private could easily spread. Since the 2 mothers-in-law were family, and Yuan Zheng had shown them kindness by allowing them to bring their children along, it solved both her and their problems. Xu Guangziki also agreed, and directly assigned Yang Yinsheng to work closely with him as a servant. His 4 servants were mainly guards and subordinates, and he didn't have any real servants. When the Yang family learned of this arrangement, they all bowed in gratitude. It was a great fortune for them to be elevated to work closely with their master as a family. That day happened to be the Dragon Boat Festival. The prince and Jing Wang arrived the day before to personally welcome them. At this time, Jing Wangfei was 6 months pregnant, and Rong Wangfei was 5 months pregnant, both at a stable stage of their pregnancies. When the carriage stopped at the royal residence's entrance, Princess Manhwa, who was now in charge of the household, came out to greet them. Yuan Chaoyang, as the heir's wife, also came out to welcome them with the help of her maid, but she did not reach the entrance. Instead, she waited at the inner courtyard door. "Mother, I haven't seen you for months, and I've missed you so much. I'm glad you're finally back. It gives me strength," said the county princess of Manhwa, approaching the princess with familiarity and charm. "Mother knows you manage the household very well, so I stayed at the estate a bit longer," replied the princess. "Oh, mother, you're too kind. I don't deserve such praise," Manhwa said humbly, though she felt pleased inside. She never expected that right after marrying into the royal family, the princess would hand over the household duties to her. However, the carriage behind them did not move. Yuan Zheng was still inside, unable to come out as she was in her confinement period and needed to avoid the wind, so the carriage had to go directly to the inner courtyard. Manhwa, who had never had children, was unaware of these matters. After chatting with the princess for a moment, she walked to the carriage where Yuan Zheng was sitting. "Brother, sister-in-law, I apologize that I couldn't come to congratulate you on the birth of your 3 nieces and nephews, because I had to manage the household," she said. "Yes, sister-in-law, you've worked hard," Yuan Zheng replied, but the curtain of the carriage did not lift. "Brother, sister-in-law, why aren't you coming out? I would like to see my nieces and nephews." Manhwa thought they were being too formal. Even the princess had gotten out of the carriage, yet they remained inside. "Qingfeng, go tell the servant to remove the threshold from the left door," came the voice of Shangguan Ziki from inside the carriage. "Yes, young master," replied Qingfeng. Manhwa felt embarrassed but understood her position as merely the prince's wife. Even as a county princess, she had to follow the rules of the royal household. She said nothing but felt a slight resentment towards the couple for not giving her face. The servant quickly removed the threshold as instructed. In large households, there are main and side doors. Usually, people use the side doors, while the main door is reserved for formal occasions, such as the emperor's arrival or a wedding. It was rare to remove the threshold for a carriage at the side door, but today was special as it was the first day for the prince's 3 grandchildren to enter the house, and Shangwan Ziki took it very seriously. The carriage smoothly entered, with the prince and princess following behind. Upon reaching the inner courtyard, Qingfeng immediately prepared a wheelchair and helped Shangwan Ziki out first, followed by Yu Yuanzheng. Yu Yuanzheng was bundled up tightly, leaving only her eyes visible. As soon as she got out, Shangwan Ziki pulled her into his arms and sat her on his lap. Yuan Shan pushed them both inside, leaving Manhwa stunned. This was quite an indulgence. At that moment, she felt a pang of jealousy. After the new year, the heir went to the military camp and hasn't returned home for months. This new bride, who barely enjoyed half a month of her honeymoon, was left alone in the house. She had asked the prince several times if the heir could come home every few days. However, the prince only passed on the message, and the heir did not return. This life was nothing like the sweet dream she had imagined. Sometimes, she wondered if it was right or wrong to lose the child she was carrying. So far, no one had found any fault with her. But, regardless of whether the heir believed her or not, there was a distance between them. Standing at the entrance of the inner courtyard, Yu Xiaoyang was surprised to see Yu Yuanzheng in the arms of Shangwan Ziki. It was clear how important this younger sister was to him. In front of so many people, he openly held her and confidently brought her into the courtyard. The prince and princess followed behind. This was a great honor. Greetings, elder brother and sister-in-law. Coming back to her senses, Yu Xiaoyang no longer held the pride of a former noble lady. She politely greeted them instead. She had lost some weight and appeared more composed. Shangwan Ziki replied with a simple sound and continued walking with Qingfeng. His wife shouldn't be outside for too long. They needed to return to Chia courtyard quickly. The princess followed as well, wanting to personally ensure that the servants settled her daughter-in-law and grandchildren properly. They would also have to go to the palace for a banquet later. Today was the Dragon Boat Festival. Upon returning to Chia courtyard, which she had left for a few months, Yu Yuanzheng finally felt at home. This was the place where she and Shangwan Ziki had spent the longest time together, and where their relationship had deepened. Old Madam Yi had been waiting for them. Greetings, princess, elder brother, and sister-in-law. Old Madam Yi smiled broadly, her eyes crinkling with joy. She hadn't followed them to serve, but she seemed to know everything that had happened. Old Madam Yi. Yu Yuanzheng shyly got down from Shangwan Ziki's lap. It had been half a month since she gave birth, and she felt fine. She had a smooth delivery and recovered quickly. Yesterday, she was already completely clean. Now, she just needed to figure out how to tighten her belly, which had loosened from carrying the children. Fortunately, she was just over 17, and her body had a strong ability to adjust. Elder sister-in-law, take your time. Here, let me help you inside. Yu Yuanzheng appreciated her kindness. With her help, she entered the room, where the windows were tightly shut, keeping out any breeze. Everything was thoroughly cleaned and tidied up. Upon entering the bedroom, they discovered that the adjacent room had been decorated as a nursery. Did you arrange this? Yu Yuanzheng asked Shangwan Ziki, who followed behind her. She hadn't thought about it much. Yes, do you like it? Shangwan Ziki looked around the room, which was set up according to his requests. There was a large cradle and 3 small beds, each with a safety railing. In the corner, 3 bamboo baskets were neatly filled with what looked like diapers. The funniest part was that each basket had a label, first baby, second baby, and third baby, to ensure that the diapers for the 3 children were not mixed up. There were also 3 cabinets, likely filled with supplies for the 3 kids, along with various toys to entertain them. Ziki, did you come up with this? The princess was very pleased with the room. She needed to prepare one too. Shangwan Ziki, receiving praise from both the queen mother and his wife, smiled gently. 3 maidservants each held a baby and gently placed them side by side in the cradle. Old Madam Yi watched with delight. The babies, now half a month old, had grown quite a bit since their birth. Their skin was no longer the bright red of newborns but a soft pink, melting the hearts of those who looked at them.
Oh, oh.
The three little ones noticed a stranger's head appearing above them and greeted old Madame Yi with various sounds. "Madam, the little ones are so adorable. Recently, I won't be going home at night. I'll stay here to take care of them." Old Madame Yi made a decision on the spot.
All right.
"Old Madame Yi, please open the window a bit. Fresh air is best for their health." Yu Yuanjing agreed, thinking more caregivers would be better. Old Madame Yi hesitated, as tradition said that those in confinement should avoid drafts. "Just open it a little." The princess supported her daughter-in-law's view. Old Madame Yi reluctantly opened a window. Once the children were settled, Old Madame Yi stayed by the cradle. Yu Yuanjing chuckled and shook her head. The elderly loved children. With 3 little ones, plus Huanyang's child, that made 4, and she could imagine how lively the Chia courtyard would be in the future. Just thinking about it gave her a bit of a headache. At that moment, Yu Xiaoyang entered, gazing at the babies with a distant look, likely reminiscing about her own children, but she did not cry. Manhwa squinted at the 3 kids, wearing a faint smile, though it was clear she felt a hint of jealousy. "Sister-in-law, you're really capable, having 3 at once. I never expected that." Manhwa said a compliment. "Hee, this kind of thing isn't something we can control, it's just fate." At that moment, the 2 elder ladies arrived, accompanied by their daughters-in-law. "Ziki, how is your health recovering?" The 3rd elder lady kindly asked Yu Yuanjing, like a loving elder. "Thank you for your concern, 3rd elder lady. With my mother-in-law personally supervising my care, it's hard not to get better. I've even gained some weight and need to lose a bit. Otherwise, my figure will change." Yu Yuanjing praised the princess and joked about herself, making everyone in the room laugh. Everyone watched the 3 little ones in the cradle, some laughing genuinely, while others smiled awkwardly. However, Yu Yuanjing focused only on taking care of her little family. "Zheng, it's almost time. Your mother-in-law needs to go to the palace with your father. It's been a while since we've been there, and we need to greet the Empress Dowager. We'll try to return early. Everyone, let's go." With that, everyone filed out. It was indeed getting late, and they were already behind schedule. "Mother-in-law, please tell the emperor I'm sorry. I won't be going," Shangguan Ziki said, even though he was supposed to go, but today he wouldn't leave the children.
All right.
The prince had been waiting outside and, seeing everyone come out, led them into the palace. This year's Dragon Boat Festival was similar to last year's, with games and a palace banquet. After last year's lesson, the Empress strictly ordered that children under 10 were not allowed to go to the Imperial Garden to race dragon boats, and those who couldn't swim were also prohibited. When the banquet began, the Emperor gave an opening speech, and then the Empress stood up. "Everyone, last year, the eldest lady of the Rome Wangfu played 3 pieces at the Dragon Boat Festival banquet, which everyone loved. I later asked her for a few pieces, and this year, let's enjoy them together." As soon as the Empress finished speaking, the audience began to discuss excitedly. Then, beautiful music filled the air, captivating everyone so much that they forgot about the delicious food in front of them. As one piece ended and another began, everyone suddenly felt as if 1,000 horses were galloping. The men were stirred with passion. This piece was indeed horse racing. The atmosphere of the racetrack seemed to come alive before everyone's eyes. When the music ended, Zhao Jinyu stood up and shouted, "Your Majesty, when can we hold a horse race in the capital? Although this is a game, it allows our young gentlemen to showcase their talents, and we might even discover some talent for the military." This proposal is good. Not only can you young gentlemen compete, but it can also be expanded to the military. General Chen, you should first carry this out in the army, gather the promising candidates, and arrange them into the cavalry regiment. "I accept the order," replied General Chen Shizhong, who was named by the emperor. After General Chen left, a graceful young woman stepped forward and knelt before the emperor. "Your Majesty, I have a request," said Princess Xiangling, the eldest daughter of Princess Huaining. "What does Xiangling wish from your uncle?" Emperor Qiming asked gently. He felt a bit of affection for this niece. He had held her when she was very small. Although the fifth princess was not his full sister, their relationship was quite good. Back then, the fifth princess's mother and his mother were on the same side, which helped him ascend the throne. So later, he arranged a marriage for the fifth princess that she was quite satisfied with, choosing Hua Jixian as her husband. Seeing her daughter rush forward without consulting her, Princess Huining quickly stepped forward and bowed. "Your Majesty, my child is being foolish. It's my fault for not teaching her well. I will take her away now," Princess Huining said, reaching for her daughter. "It's all right. Xiangling, please say what you wish." "As long as your uncle finds it reasonable, he will agree," the emperor replied, in a good mood today. It was a festive occasion, and the weather across the country had been favorable. A few spring rains had made the crops grow well everywhere. As the emperor, he was most concerned about the people's lives. At the same time, his eldest, second, and third sons were about to marry, especially the eldest son, who would wed in a few days. This made him very happy. If he could also find a skilled doctor to heal his eldest son's leg, he would feel there were no regrets in life and could face his ancestors with pride. Hearing her uncle was so agreeable, Xiangling pushed her mother aside and moved a few steps forward on her knees. "Your Majesty, I would like to request a marriage." Her words caused a stir among the onlookers. It was rare for a woman to openly request a marriage from the emperor. Usually, it was the elders in the family who made such requests for the sake of appearances. Emperor Qiming rarely granted marriages on his own. It was usually the ministers who asked him to do so. He was a wise ruler and did not randomly match couples, as it could lead to complications. Although the duke's residence was also a marriage granted by the old prince, it serves as an example of how the Yeoman Marquis family is unwilling. Of course, this was after the Heirs incident. Otherwise, it would have been a mutually satisfying match. He turned a blind eye to this matter. However, because of this, he looked down on the Yeoman Marquis family a bit. If they want a rise in status, it will depend on whether he is willing to help them. "What young man has Xiangling taken a liking to?" the emperor asked with interest. "This niece of his is quite bold in love. If she likes someone, she should ask for a marriage decree. Good for her. She is breaking free from the constraints of many noble young ladies' thoughts. She has the courage of a man." Actually, it's not that Xiangling isn't shy. Her mother has recently been pushing her to attend various gatherings to choose a young talent she likes. But she hasn't found anyone appealing. Her mother is getting anxious and wants to help her decide, regardless of her feelings.
How can that be?
She already has someone in mind, but she knows her mother would never agree. So, after much thought, she chose today's occasion to boldly ask for a decree. Growing up in the countryside, she has seen many bold women who are a bit fierce. Country women are sometimes brave enough to pull their men by the ear. The men usually just grumble a bit. "You stubborn woman." She has seen this more than once, and the men had no objections. Such women are completely different from the teachings of her mother and the old woman who was sent to teach her manners. She enjoys a lively life and doesn't want to be made foolish by those outdated rules. She doesn't want to marry one of those wealthy young men from the capital. They all expect women to follow strict virtues, but she refuses. Although she has known since childhood that her face is scarred, she is the daughter of a princess and does not feel inferior. After all, many poor people in the countryside live bravely, without feeling ashamed. Even if she doesn't marry, she will never worry about food and clothing. She is far better off than those people. She just wants to live happily. "Your Majesty, uncle, can Xiangling not marry a wealthy young man from the capital? I don't like any of them. I have my eye on a man from the rivers and lakes. Can I marry him?" Xiangling asked cautiously.
"Oh,
"What kind of man from the rivers and lakes has caught your attention?" The emperor was not angry upon hearing this. This child did not grow up in the capital and does not have the idea of marrying into a high family. That's quite good. "He is the divine doctor who treated my face. His name is Zeng Yuan," Xiangling boldly stated. "Xiangling, how could you think of such a thing? He is a powerless countryman. How could he be worthy of you?" Princess Huining would never want to marry her beloved daughter to a person from the streets with no background. She wanted to find the best family for her daughter to make up for her past suffering. Mother, didn't you say he recognized Uncle Jingwang as his adoptive father? If Uncle Jingwang doesn't mind, why do you? Xiangling had a good reason to challenge her mother. Hearing this, the officials and their families were surprised. The divine doctor became the adopted son of Prince Jing? Few knew about this. Princess Huining learned it from the Empress Dowager, who had heard it from the Emperor. The adopted son of Prince Jing was, after all, her adopted grandson. The Emperor thought the Empress Dowager should be informed. When she casually mentioned it to her daughter, she remembered it, even though she had been told not to speak of it. This child really didn't understand the situation. Princess Huining was so upset that she wanted to take her daughter home immediately. Meanwhile, Prince Jing and his wife were stunned. Their secret had been revealed by this little girl. However, Prince Rong and his wife remained calm, knowing that such secrets couldn't stay hidden forever. It was only a matter of time before someone found out. As long as no one connected it to their daughter-in-law, it was fine. Princess Huining was at a loss for words against her daughter's argument. It was different to consider an adopted son as an honor and to marry her daughter to him. That meant her daughter would spend her life with him. They were not comparable. The nature of the relationships was entirely different. Mother, he gave me a new life, and I want to marry him. When he saw my face, he didn't mind at all, and was very serious about helping me. Mother, how many young men wouldn't be scared off by my looks? Hua Xiangling insisted on marrying him. You don't even know what he looks like. Is he handsome or ugly?
How old is he?
Is he married? Where is he from? Do you know any of this? Princess Huining fired off her questions. I met him once at his shop. I didn't see his face, but he told me he was 16 then, so he should be 17 now.
What?
The divine doctor is so young?
People were even more surprised.
The mother and daughter were still in a hall when they heard the murmurs around them. So far, only 6 families in the capital had invited the divine doctor. The Jin family, the Jijiang family, Princess Huining's household, Prince Rong's household, Prince Jing's household, and 1 merchant. Just these few families had already made the divine doctor's name well known. He has already opened 3 shops in the capital, but no one knows how many he has outside the city.
Prince Jing, what do you think about this?
The emperor asked his younger brother, ignoring the mother and daughter in the hall. Your Majesty, I cannot control his actions, Prince Jing respectfully replied as he stood up. Uncle Jingwang, do you know where he is? Xiangling truly wants to marry him, Hua Xiangling said eagerly. I also want to find him, but I have no news about him, Prince Jing said. That's impossible, Hua Xiangling said, not believing him. Really? Prince Jing thought it was absurd to tell her the truth. The divine doctor is a woman. She could never marry him. I wonder how the adopted daughter feels about Xiangling's thoughts. Your Majesty, regardless of anything, please issue a decree for me. Once he returns to the capital, I can marry him, all right? Your Majesty, that's not possible. Yuan might already be married, Prince Jing quickly interrupted.
What?
How could he be married at such a young age? Hua Xiangling was even more doubtful. Why not? He might even have children by now, Prince Jing said, deliberately trying to discourage her with the truth. No, Xiangling doesn't believe it. Hearing this, Hua Xiangling's eyes turned red. She had never considered that he might have already married. All right, you should listen to your mother and find someone to marry, Prince Jing advised. But after her public display today, who would dare to marry her? A woman whose heart belongs to another man cannot have a peaceful life at home. Any man would have doubts. Princess Xiangling was pulled back to her seat by her mother. This turned into a farce. The emperor would not truly grant her a marriage decree. He had never even met the man, nor did he know his family situation. Even as the emperor, he could not casually issue a marriage decree. Once this incident passed, the princess could finally relax. If the emperor really issued a marriage decree and the truth came out later, it would be a huge embarrassment. The banquet continued. Glasses were raised, and the atmosphere was lively. Master San, Shangguan Hongzhe, approached Prince Jing's table with a cup of wine. Greetings, Prince Jing and Princess Jing. Master San bowed deeply. Oh, Hongja. You've been back for a while, and I haven't had a drink with you yet. Today is the perfect time, Prince Jing said with a smile. They were of similar age, born in the same year. Prince Jing, let me toast to you. I wish you health and happiness, and may both of you be blessed with a son. Master San raised his cup and drank first as a sign of respect. Prince Jing did the same, and they clinked their glasses together. Hongja is now working in the Ministry of War. Is he getting used to it? He has been in the position for a few months and is already familiar with it. I have something I want to ask the prince. Go ahead. Jing Wang knew he must have a reason for visiting. Since my wife gave birth to our daughter, she hasn't been feeling well. I would like to invite a skilled doctor to check on her and see if he can help her health improve so she can give me another child like the princess. The third master said with a smile. Are you also looking for news about my adopted son?
Yes.
I hope the prince can tell me the truth. The third master showed great sincerity. Honestly, I can't help you with that. To be frank, I don't even know what he looks like. I've only seen him twice and he always wears a mask. Do you know where he is from? The third master asked his most pressing question. His subordinates had been searching for the Medicine King Mountain for a long time, without success. Well, I don't know that either. He only said he is from Medicine King Mountain, about 1,500 miles from the capital. I don't know anything else. Perhaps your daughter-in-law knows more than I do. How do you know that? The third master was genuinely surprised by this information. I heard that she helped my adopted son when he was young, and that's why he came back to repay her. Jing Wang was also speaking without hesitation. From the assassination attempt that night, it was clear that the Kanglin kingdom harbored deep hatred for the Rong Wang mansion. If they found out that Ziki's daughter-in-law healed Ziki, they would surely resent her as well. Whether the adopted daughter should tell Shangguan Hongja was her own decision. They were family, and this choice was hers to make. He wouldn't interfere. Having gotten what he wanted, the third master raised a cup with Jing Wang before returning to his seat, but his mind was racing with thoughts. This skilled doctor must not be allowed to come to the capital to treat the crown prince's leg. He and his mother had spent years building their network, and they couldn't let a suddenly appearing doctor ruin it. At the banquet, Consort Wan kept a cold expression while watching her two brothers. Her eldest brother was not on her side at all. Without his support, it would be very difficult for her to achieve her goals. She shifted her gaze to her third brother. The second brother was useless, lacking ambition and only interested in women, but the third brother was entirely different. He was still working in the Ministry of War. With his abilities, he would surely rise even higher in the future. Although he was a civil servant, as long as he was willing to help her build connections, she would eventually accumulate enough support. Thinking of this, she waved to her son. The third prince came to Wan Pin's side. You should get closer to your third uncle and spend more time with him. Then test his attitude. If it works out, try to win him over. He has been in office for many years and might become your greatest ally, Wan Pin whispered in his ear. The third prince understood immediately. I understand, mother. He raised his cup and went to toast his two uncles at the Rong Wangfu table. The princes wouldn't embarrass him in front of the emperor and drank the toast. The third prince stayed and sat down to chat with the third master about various topics. The prince didn't want to hear those unimportant discussions, so he helped the princess outside for some fresh air. The third master, being a clever man, quickly realized that the third prince wanted to befriend him. They agreed to meet in a tea house in a few days to enjoy some music together. In the third master's eyes, the third prince had average abilities but some ambition, which was good. If the Great Way had such a ruler, it would be wonderful. However, thinking that the emperor was only 44 and could rule for another 10 years made him feel a bit heavy-hearted. But causing a little trouble was still fine. After the Dragon Boat Festival, Yu Yuanzheng had nothing to do every day except play with the children. She was also enjoying various nourishing foods that her mother insisted she eat. She couldn't refuse her mother's kindness, so she postponed her weight loss plan and focused on her health first. The children soon reached their 1-month milestone. They were all chubby and incredibly cute. On May 20th, the royal residence, was bustling with activity. Everyone in the capital knew that the eldest lady of the royal family had given birth to triplets. Families that had recently married off daughters-in-law brought them to the royal residence to get close to her, hoping to share in her good fortune. Shangwan Ziki welcomed guests at the entrance. When the first prince arrived in a wheelchair, he and his friend exchanged knowing smiles. "Ziki, congratulations." "I accept your congratulations. You're getting married soon too, so good luck to you," Shangwan Ziki teased. At that moment, the carriage from the Ning and Marquis' residence also arrived.
Hey,
"Aren't you going to greet your future in-laws?" Shangwan Ziki pointed with his chin. To his surprise, the first prince graciously had his guards push the wheelchair over. Upon seeing the Ning and Marquis and his wife step out of the carriage, he clasped his hands together. "Your son-in-law greets you, father and mother-in-law." "Haha, first prince, you're being too formal. You're not even officially married yet," laughed Ning and Marquis Eugene Song, genuinely pleased. He knew that the crown prince's leg had healed, a secret his daughter had quietly shared with them and asked them to keep. Thinking about this made Lord Ning very happy. Even the emperor didn't know, but he, as the future father-in-law, was the first to find out. He never expected that after his daughter called off her engagement, she would find an even better match. This was something he could never have dreamed of. "Has Yuing not come?" the crown prince asked when he didn't see his beloved. "Your Highness, Yuing went in a while ago. She thought we were taking too long and left early. She wanted to see the treasures born to the eldest lady, Lady Ma," Lord Ning and's wife said with a smile, covering her mouth. Upon hearing this, the crown prince turned to look at Shangwan Ziki. This guy didn't even give a hint. "Lord Ning and lady, please come in," the prince said cheerfully as he approached. He had just welcomed his father-in-law inside. "Your Highness, congratulations. You have 3 grandsons all at once. I doubt anyone in the entire Wei Kingdom has such good fortune." "I'm quite envious," Lord Ningen said with a smile and a bow. "Of course. My son is quite capable. He has given our Shangwan family 3 grandsons at once." This made everyone laugh heartily. Meanwhile, in the Chia courtyard, Yuing, Princess Ling Xian, and Zhao Jiro were playing with the children and chatting. "Yuanzheng, you missed a great show on the Dragon Boat Festival because you didn't come," Yuing said, holding the eldest baby in her arms, her eyes glued to the little one. "What a cute baby. So well-behaved, not crying or fussing at all." The order of their arrival was Princess Ling Xian first, then Yuing, and finally Zhao Jiro. "Are you talking about Princess Xiangling wanting to marry the Divine Doctor?" Yuanzheng replied helplessly. "Yes, did the princess tell you?" Yuing thought that since Yuanzheng had been resting at home, if the princess hadn't informed her, no one else would. The relationship between Princess Manhwa and her elder sister was not good, and everyone knew about it. Yuanzheng nodded. Actually, it wasn't the princess who told her, it was the third aunt from the Wang family. The next day, the third aunt came to Chia courtyard, ostensibly to see her and the baby, but in reality, she was inquiring about the Divine Doctor. However, the information Yuanzheng provided wasn't very useful. Of course, she had made up a story to deceive her. She said that when she was young, she once gave a beggar some food and 2 taels of silver, which helped the beggar survive and led to later fortune. Then, she came to the capital to do business with him. She gave her several prescriptions to help her start her business, while he went back to continue his studies. For this reason, the third master had to send more of his subordinates to find the Medicine King Mountain. After hearing about Princess Xiangling, she felt a bit guilty. Her closeness had caused a misunderstanding for Princess Xiangling, and she needed to find a way to resolve it. She couldn't let the girl remain unmarried because of her. That would be a mistake. "You really don't understand. She wants to marry a Divine Doctor without even meeting him. Has she been living in the countryside too long?" Yu Yuang didn't understand Princess Xiangling's thoughts. "You're the one who doesn't get it. If it weren't for Sister Yuanzheng saving your brother, would you be so close to her? I like the Divine Doctor for the same reason. He saved me, so I want to dedicate myself to him, right?" An unhappy voice came from the doorway. It was Princess Xiangling, the topic of their discussion. We meet the princess. You caught us talking. But have you thought about this? If the divine doctor keeps saving more people, and every girl he saves wants to marry him, how can he manage that? Yu Yuang spoke the truth. A healer's duty is to save lives, and he will surely help countless people in his lifetime. If more girls like Princess Xiangling come along, he won't have a peaceful life, and his wife will be jealous. What does it matter to you? I just like him, Princess Xiangling said, stamping her foot but not leaving. Sister Yuanzheng, can you help me? What's wrong with liking the divine doctor? Princess Xiangling turned to Yuanzheng for support. Liking someone is fine, but love involves two people. If he doesn't like you, you shouldn't force it. But I haven't had the chance to tell him. Sister Yuanzheng, do you have any contact with him? Could you help me send him a letter? Princess Xiangling had already learned that this sister-in-law was close to the divine doctor, so she came today specifically to ask for her help. Okay, give it to me and I'll try. If he doesn't receive it, you can't blame me since I don't know where he is. But he left an address for me to pick up prescriptions, so I'll see if I can send the letter there, Yuanzheng said. Thank you so much, sister-in-law. Princess Xiangling happily took out the letter she had prepared. Yuanzheng took it and asked Xiaoqin to keep it safe. Sister Yuanzheng, may I hold your child? Princess Xiangling felt happy to achieve her goal and didn't mind what Yu Yuang had said behind her back. She is someone who has had a broken engagement, yet no one makes fun of her. Adults overlook small matters.
Of course, you can.
Princess Xiangling smiled and went to hold the big treasure in Yu Yuang's arms. Yu Yuang felt a bit shy earlier, so to ease the awkwardness, she handed the child to her and even taught her how to hold the baby. Guests arrived one by one. The royal residence became more lively. Having 3 children is rare in the world. Almost all the noble families in the capital came. In the end, even the emperor came in casual clothes with the empress. Everyone, don't be formal. I am also a guest today, the emperor said after receiving the courtiers' greetings. The prince rolled his eyes inwardly. The banquet officially began. The outer courtyard hosted male guests, while the inner courtyard hosted female guests. The prince asked the inner courtyard to bring the children out to pay respects to their ancestors in the outer hall. Shengguan Ziki personally brought the children over. It was actually a stroller carrying a large cradle. The prince knelt with Shengguan Ziki to pay respects to their ancestors. Of course, Shengguan Ziki knelt with the support of Qingfeng and Yuanshan, portraying his image as a disabled person very well. After paying respects, the prince announced the names of the 3 children. First treasure, Shengguan Changyu. Second treasure, Shengguan Changrui. Third treasure, Shengguan Yajing. Next, they would shave the children's hair for the full moon celebration. The hair from birth would be collected as a keepsake. As the father, Shengguan Ziki would do it himself. The razor was already prepared. However, when the moment came, he found his hands shaking a bit. If he accidentally hurt the child, his wife would surely scold him for being useless. After a while of gathering his thoughts, he picked up the razor and carefully began to shave the head. The guests gathered around to watch. The prince helped collect the hair. Yu Yuanzheng assisted in supporting the child's head. The princess personally sewed 3 small pouches to hold the hair. Once the head was shaved, the banquet officially began. The 3 children were brought into the inner courtyard for the women to see one by one. Then they were taken to the outer courtyard for the men to see as well. The prince was very happy, having 3 grandchildren, and now the princess was also pregnant with another child of his. Before long, there would be another little one calling him Father King. He was happier than ever. Seeing that the 3 children were in good spirits, he held the eldest grandson in his arms, and Shengguan Ziki imitated his father by holding the second treasure. The third treasure, a girl, was returned to the inner courtyard. The prince happily drank a little wine with the emperor, and in a playful mood, he dipped his chopsticks in some wine and touched it to the baby's lips. Are you sure he can drink wine? The emperor raised an eyebrow at his actions and teased him. Training from a young age means I won't get drunk no matter how many cups I drink, the prince said with great confidence. As a result, his actions left the whole family both angry and amused. Yu Yuanzheng hosted the ladies from various households along with the women of the royal residence. She became the center of attention, with everyone asking how she managed to have triplets at once. Yu Yuanzheng truly didn't know how to respond, especially those young wives who had been married for years without having children. Whenever Yu Yuanzheng came to toast them, they all reached out to touch her, as if a simple touch could bring them good fortune. After everyone had seen the children, they returned to Chia courtyard, where Huanyang and Aunt Yang took care of them. De Bao was already asleep when he was brought back. Even after the banquet ended and many guests had left, Heir Bao and San Bao had already been fed, but De Bao still didn't wake up. Huanyang worried that the child might be hungry, so she gently shook him to wake him up, but it didn't work. Thinking that perhaps he was just too excited earlier, she waited for another half-hour, but there were still no signs of him waking up. She shook him again, but he wouldn't wake up, and that's when she began to feel something was wrong. What if something happened to the child? This thought made her shiver. "Mother, I'll go find the eldest lady. Please watch the child," Huanyang said as she prepared to leave. "What's wrong?" Zhao Yuejiao and Yu Yuan, who had just finished eating and came to accompany the children, were nearby. "Madam, De Bao hasn't eaten in a long time and won't wake up no matter what I do. I'm worried there might be a problem." "What?" Zhao Yuejiao, who had just arrived and didn't know how long the child had been sleeping, was startled and wanted to check as well. She picked him up, gently shook him, and poked his little face, but he remained deeply asleep. Meanwhile, the other two had already woken up and were happily making noises and playing with each other. "You need to go find Yuanzheng right away," Zhao Yuejiao urged. It was indeed unusual that he wouldn't wake up after all this. At that moment, Yu Yuanzheng was still chatting with a few ladies who didn't want to leave. Seeing Huanyang peeking at the door, wanting to come in but hesitant to interrupt, Yu Yuanzheng stood up and walked to the door. "What's the matter, Aunt Yang?" "Madam, De Bao has been sleeping for so long and won't wake up. I've even tried shaking him, and he hasn't eaten in almost 2 hours," Huanyang said anxiously in a low voice. "What?" Yu Yuanzheng was taken aback upon hearing this. The little one gets hungry easily and cries a lot when that happens. When did he become so well-behaved? "Madam, please go check on him." "Let's go." The two hurried back to the Chia courtyard. "Why isn't the baby awake? I'm really worried something is wrong." After Huanyang left, I tried everything to wake him up, but nothing worked. Zhao Yuejiao was truly frightened. Her daughter worked so hard to give birth to this child. If something happened, it would break her heart. "Let me take a look." Yu Yuanzheng took the baby and played with him a bit, but he still wouldn't wake up. At least the baby yawned for her. When the baby yawned, she sensed something was off. There was a faint smell of alcohol. She placed the baby on the table, checked his pulse, and noticed it was faster than normal. Then she leaned down to listen to his heartbeat, and it was indeed quick. Yu Yuanzheng thought of a possibility and got angry. "Ziyue, go find the eldest son." Ziyue hurried out. Ziyue found the eldest son in the front yard and exaggeratedly said something had happened to the baby. Since Yu Yuanzheng hadn't said anything after checking, she felt worried too, especially seeing how the madam couldn't wake the baby. The prince and his father, having just sent off a group of guests, rushed to the Chia courtyard upon hearing this news. The princess, seeing her daughter-in-law had left, thought something was wrong. She asked Manhwa, Qiuyang, and her two younger sisters to entertain the guests while she was helped by her maids Qiuyue and Qiuhua to the Chia courtyard. The three arrived at the Chia courtyard almost simultaneously. What happened? The princess rushed in and, upon seeing Yu Yuanzheng holding the baby, spoke anxiously. "Mother, it's not a big problem." Yu Yuanzheng tried to calm her mother down, not wanting to frighten her. But she had no smile on her face and looked directly at her husband, Su Guanji. "Husband, the baby is still so small. He can't be exposed to alcohol at all. Do you know how harmful alcohol is to a child? An infant's digestive system is not fully developed, and exposure to alcohol can lead to poisoning. Their liver is also not mature, and alcohol can overload it, causing liver dysfunction. An infant's brain is still developing, and alcohol can affect their intelligence, leading to cognitive delays. Do you want a foolish son?" Yu Yuanjing expressed the dangers of alcohol to infants very seriously. She never imagined that such a foolish mistake would come from her husband, who had no experience with children. Ignorance is truly frightening. Yu Yuanjing was on the verge of shouting in frustration. Shengwan Ziki was stunned by the scolding. When the prince saw his daughter-in-law getting angry, he realized the situation was serious. He was the one responsible and rubbed his nose. "Ziki, is the baby okay?" The prince hesitated to admit it was his fault and first asked about the child.
"Father, it's fine.
"The baby just got a little drunk. It shouldn't be too serious." Yu Yuanjing softened her tone towards the prince. Everyone felt a bit relieved after hearing this. Shengwan Ziki innocently stepped forward. "Madam, I didn't do this." But his eyes glanced at the prince. Yu Yuanjing was taken aback.
This.
The princess also noticed and immediately punched the prince in the chest. "How could you, Shengwan Hongyi? You almost harmed my grandson. I'll make you pay for this." The princess was furious and wanted to vent her anger. The prince stood still, letting her hit him. "Princess, be careful. I was wrong. He quickly apologized, trying to protect her from hurting herself.
"Mother, please calm down.
The baby just needs some rest, and everything will be fine." Yu Yuanjing quickly reassured the princess, realizing she had made a big mistake. She thought Shengwan Ziki was to blame, but it was actually her father-in-law. Hearing this, the princess calmed down.
Really?
"Really?" Yu Yuanjing nodded firmly. That's good. The prince felt very embarrassed. This situation was truly ridiculous. The next day, news spread throughout the royal residence, and everyone learned that Lord Rong was trying to train his grandson to drink, giving him alcohol just after his first month. The story became more exaggerated, eventually claiming the baby drank wine like it was milk. At the table with the prince were the emperor and several other princes and officials. When the emperor heard about it, he laughed heartily. He had warned the prince, saying, Look, this big fool wants to turn his grandson into a little fool." Later, the prince faced teasing from his colleagues during morning court, while the people in the capital learned that babies should not be given alcohol. 3 days after the full-month banquet, another major event captured everyone's attention in the capital. Yu Yuanjing was also very interested. That was the announcement of the spring examination results. After finishing the exams at the end of March, more than a month had passed, and the results were finally coming out. Yu Yuanjing had Yang Yunxing wait by the announcement board early in the morning, ready to report back as soon as he saw her father's name. Her father had been so focused on the exam that he hadn't even had time to see her, his daughter. After the exam, he should have had some free time, but his father showed his exam paper to Lord Jean. Lord Jean raised his expectations and asked him to prepare for the palace exam. This implied that passing the preliminary exam was definitely not a problem. After passing the preliminary exam, he would need to take the palace exam, but his foundation was weak, so he had to make the most of every moment. However, when his daughter gave birth, he couldn't be there. Yesterday, he hurriedly glanced at a few grandchildren during the celebration and quickly ate before leaving. But Yang Yunxing had not returned even after an hour. Meanwhile, Shengwan Ziki was busy in the study outside. Yang's mother-in-law and daughter-in-law took good care of the baby, so she felt like she had little to do. Then she remembered that she hadn't read the letter from Princess Xiangling yesterday. Taking advantage of her husband's absence, she quickly opened it. When the news from the palace arrived, Shengwan Ziki's expression was quite something. How did it feel to have his wife thought of by another woman? He wanted to feel jealous, but couldn't. He wanted to confront her, but it wasn't the right time. In the end, he could only mutter 2 words: ridiculous. He secretly took out the letter and read it with interest. Princess Xiangling's handwriting was quite good, showing that she had received a proper education even while living in the countryside. Princess Huaining truly cared and was a good mother. She didn't give up on her daughter, even after her disfigurement, but instead felt even more pity for her. The letter didn't contain any bold declarations, but it expressed a desire to see the divine doctor again and hoped he would return to the capital soon. There was also a small poem at the end. My thoughts are like a clear spring, hiding secrets that keep me awake at night. Under the moon and among the flowers, I often look at my own shadow. By the willow in the wind, I lean alone on the railing, longing to send my feelings, but there are no words to convey. My affection is hard to fade. I only pity myself. Gazing at the horizon, my heart is like a feather, drifting uncertainly, tied to you. While the earlier content didn't express love, this poem was quite clear. Princess Xiangling was indeed talented. How should he handle this? He couldn't let her waste her life because of him. Worrying. Oh well, it didn't matter. Her mother would worry enough for her. Just as she was about to put the letter away, a hand reached over and snatched it away. Turning around, she saw it was her husband, busy in the outer courtyard. Yu Yuanzheng pretended to reach for it back, but she was no match for Shangguan Ziki. They were alone in the inner room, and Shangguan Ziki stood up from his wheelchair. From that height, Yu Yuanzheng felt at a disadvantage. Give it back to me, she called out helplessly. Let me read it first, and then I'll return it to you. Shangguan Ziki had already noticed the final signature. How could he not look? He held it high and read through the lines, not even missing the little poem. My lady, am I not good enough? Shangguan Ziki said, instantly turning into a pitiful figure, seeking sympathy. Yes, yes, you are the best. When have I said otherwise? The Princess Xiangling only has feelings for the divine doctor, not for me, Yu Yuanzheng retorted. In people's eyes, the divine doctor and Yu Yuanzheng had nothing to do with each other. But to me, you are him, and he is you, Shangguan Ziki insisted. What do you want me to do? Yu Yuanzheng asked helplessly. You should write her a reply, telling her that the divine doctor is already married, Shangguan Ziki suggested without hesitation. Yu Yuanzheng thought it was a great idea. Let's do it. My lady, Yu Yuanzheng called out with a mischievous smile. Shangguan Ziki was taken aback and didn't respond. My lady, Yu Yuanzheng called again. Shangguan Ziki's face suddenly turned red. You're being naughty. Shangguan Ziki, feeling shy, moved to his wheelchair, but the letter was still in his hand. At that moment, Yang Yunsheng rushed back after checking the list. Big madam, the father-in-law has succeeded, he shouted from outside the courtyard. Yu Yuanzheng rushed out upon hearing this. Really? What place did he get? She had guessed he would succeed, but couldn't guess the rank. To big madam, he got the 11th place, Yang Yunsheng said cheerfully, looking proud. Great, that's wonderful. Lord Jean is indeed a good teacher. Husband, hurry, let's get ready. I want to go back to my family. Yu Yuanzheng shouted excitedly. With this distraction, Shangguan Ziki's flushed face returned to normal. Okay. The couple arranged for the children, leaving the youngest behind. They packed congratulatory gifts and informed the princess before setting off. When they arrived at the Yu residence, they happened to see the messenger delivering the good news. After a round of firecrackers, the neighbors all heard and came out to inquire. Upon learning that Lord Yu had succeeded, everyone stepped forward to congratulate them. Yu Yuanzheng and their carriage had trouble getting through. Once the wave of congratulations passed, they finally entered. Dad, congratulations. Yu Yuanzheng exclaimed, feeling silly upon seeing Yu Yunji. Yu Yunji also smiled foolishly. One of life's greatest joys, achieving success in the exams. Thank you, Jing'er, for helping me earn this opportunity, Yu Yunji said seriously, bowing deeply to Yu Yuanzheng. Yu Yunji sincerely thanked his eldest daughter. If it weren't for her, he might still be managing household affairs at the Yeoman Duke's residence, working hard for the main family. Dad, what are you doing? Yu Yuanzheng quickly helped her father up. We are family. I am your daughter. Don't let others laugh at us. She felt unworthy of such a grand gesture from an elder. Soon, many guests arrived at the Yu residence. Neighbors came over, and the two sons of Elder Jean brought their wives along. A few who had taken the same exam as Yu Yunji, but did not pass, also showed up. Many relatives from the Yu family came as well. Yeoman Duke Yu Yunjin arrived with his two sons and wife. Finally, even the prince came. His visit was to honor Yu Yunji, and many families heard about the prince coming to congratulate him, so they followed suit. As a result, the small Yu residence could hardly accommodate so many people. Yu Yuanjing thought of a solution and quickly rented a restaurant to seat everyone for tea. Yu Yunjin took on the role of host, helping to greet the guests. He seemed even happier than Yu Yunji. After everyone left, Yu Yunjin and his wife did not leave, but followed Yu Yuanjing back to the Yu residence. Seeing this, Yu Yuanjing knew he had something to discuss and followed them back. Once everyone was seated, Yu Yunji put away his stiff smile. He looked at his elder brother and sister-in-law, who had taken the main seats, and felt a mix of emotions. His brother lacked a broader vision. The Yeoman Duke's residence wouldn't go far. If it weren't for the prince's help, his brother wouldn't even have secured the position of a judge. Second brother, I am very happy today. I didn't expect our Yu family to produce a successful candidate, and you ranked 11th. For the upcoming palace exam, you must work even harder. If you can make it into the top 3, it would truly be a great honor for our family. Brother is right. I have been working hard, Yu Yunji replied earnestly. Who would see the honor of the family? His success was thanks to the opportunities his daughter created for him, along with his own efforts and Elder Jin's support. Second brother, we are family. The previous separation was a joke. Our mother is still here, so you should move back to the old house. The courtyard you lived in is still available for you, Yu Yunjin said with a smile. So that was his intention. Yu Yunji looked up in surprise. He didn't expect his brother to make such a request. Yu Yuanjing also looked at her father. Would he agree? Ancient thoughts placed great importance on family ties. Zhao Yuejiao moved her lips a few times, wanting to say something but holding back. Dad, I disagree. The first to oppose was surprisingly Yu Qingsheng. He is now 15 and can make his own decisions. Father, I disagree too, said Yu Yuan. Since the two children separated from the family, they have lived more freely and have no desire to return to the Duke's residence to face others' judgments. You two are still young and don't understand many things. When you return to the Yu family, you will be the young masters and ladies of the Duke's residence. Living here, you are just ordinary commoners. If it weren't for your elder sister saving the 7th prince and the 8th princess in the palace, Yuan would still be at home learning embroidery and wouldn't even be able to enter the circle of noble ladies, said Wang with a look of disbelief. Returning to the Duke's residence only brings benefits, not drawbacks. And soon my father will take the palace exam, and after that he can be appointed as an official. Won't we then be the children of officials? Yu Yuan disagreed with Wang's words. Don't think she is easy to fool just because she is young. She has been with the 8th princess for over half a year and has learned a lot from her teachers. They just want to ride on her father's success to benefit their cousins. Yu Yuanjing silently gave her a thumbs up. She was absolutely right. Big brother, you can see that the children don't want to return to the Duke's residence. Anyway, we will separate sooner or later. Since we have already separated, it's too troublesome to merge again and then separate later. Let's leave it as it is. During the New Year and festivals, our second brother will naturally take his family back to the Duke's residence to pay respects to our ancestors. Yu Yunji certainly didn't want to return to the Duke's residence, using the children's reluctance as an excuse. Second brother, it was our mother's mistake before, and she regrets it now. She is very happy that you can return. Before I left, she specifically asked me to persuade you to move back home. Yu Yunjin tried to convince him, bringing up their mother's attitude. Uncle, please don't persuade us. We all know the situation. It's better for everyone to live their own lives. Yu Yuanjin was truly amazed by their shamelessness. Now that they see a benefit, they want to call everyone back. Why didn't they nurture them well back then? If they had let her father study all along, he might have already risen from a county magistrate to a high official. Now her father is 36, and his life is just beginning. Who will take responsibility for this wasted youth? It's easy for them to talk without understanding the struggle. All right, big brother, please leave. The distance between us is better. My two nephews should work harder. Perhaps they can also pass the imperial exam and bring glory to the Yu family. Yu Yunji was clearly hitting back. His two elder nephews hadn't even passed the preliminary exam yet, so they were far from passing the imperial exam. He hadn't studied for many years, yet he passed the exam on his first try. Yu Yunshin wanted to say more, but seeing Shangwan Ziki's cold expression, he swallowed his words. The prince was supporting him, showing how favored his niece was in the royal residence. She was the only one in the capital who could have 3 children at once. The royal family was determined to pamper her. With such a daughter in the royal residence, his younger brother's future looked very promising. Meanwhile, his own daughter was the heir's wife, but ended up in such a situation. At that moment, he regretted agreeing to his wife's approach. Yu Yunshin left with his wife and 2 sons, feeling defeated. Once the outsiders were gone, the atmosphere in the Yu family relaxed immediately. "Dad, should I prepare a generous gift for Lord Jin?" Yu Yuanzheng wanted to express her gratitude. "I should prepare one too." Yu Yunji laughed heartily. "From now on, let's treat Uncle's family as distant relatives. If they ask you to move back, don't agree," Yu Yuanjing added with concern. She worried that the old lady from the uncle's house might come personally to invite them, which would complicate things. "Don't worry, I know what to do. Now, it's getting late. You all should head back. The kids are waiting for you." Thinking of the children made Yu Yuanjing feel uncomfortable. She hadn't fed them all day. In the carriage on the way back, she felt a painful pressure. Her father didn't mention it, so she could bear it, but now that it was brought up, she couldn't hold it in anymore. "Madam, what's wrong?" Shangwan Ziki noticed his wife was hugging herself. "I feel unwell." "Where do you feel unwell?" Shangwan Ziki reached out to check when he heard her discomfort. "Don't move around." "What's wrong?" Shangwan Ziki grew more anxious. "The baby is making me uncomfortable," Yu Yuanjing whispered.
"What?"
Shangwan Ziki didn't understand at first, but then his face turned red. "Yang Yunsheng, hurry up with the carriage," he ordered immediately. "Yes, young master." The carriage suddenly sped up. "Husband, why don't you help me feel better?" Yu Yuanjing teased him. Shangwan Ziki was taken aback, his face turning even redder. When the carriage reached the gate, Yu Yuanzheng jumped down easily. Shangwan Ziki still tasted the baby's food in his mouth and couldn't bring himself to look at Yu Yuanzheng. Because earlier in the carriage, she had said, "My eldest son." It made him want to find a hole to hide in. Returning to the Chiya courtyard, the children were crying. "What happened? What happened?" Yu Yuanjing asked anxiously. "Madam, there isn't enough milk for the 3 children. Each can only have a little, and they're still hungry. You came back just in time. If you could feed them a bit more, it should be fine," Ding Huanyang said, relieved to see her as a savior. Yu Yuanzheng felt embarrassed. Their father had eaten the children's share of food. But to comfort the kids, she picked them up and fed them a little. They had only hired 1 wet nurse, and Yu Yuanjing had planned to do some feeding herself. If it were just 1 child, she wouldn't have hired a wet nurse, but with 3, it was definitely not enough for just her. In the following days, there were many joyful events in the capital. On June 18th, the emperor held the palace examination. Yu Yunji performed exceptionally well. He improved by 3 ranks from the previous exam, placing 8th. That was a very good number. Then there was another banquet for guests, and next was waiting for the official selection. Yu Yuanzheng didn't understand this part. After much consideration, Yu Yunji felt it would be better to serve as a county magistrate first to gain experience before returning to the capital for his career. In fact, with the prince's help, finding a position in the capital would be easy, but his future would surely be better after some training in the countryside. Yu Yuanjing respected her father's choice, but it meant he would be away for 3 years. That was a concern. One day, the family gathered at the Yu residence to discuss this matter. "Father, if you apply to be a county magistrate, I believe the emperor will approve it. But will you go alone, or will you take mother with you?" Yu Yuanjing asked the crucial question. This question truly caught Yu Yunji off guard. He himself was born of a concubine, and he had seen the pain his mother endured in her short life. As a son of a concubine, he experienced firsthand how he was marginalized. Thus, he never considered taking a concubine. Without one, there would be no illegitimate children. He managed to do that. So, if he took his wife with him, there would only be 2 children at home. What would happen then? If he went alone, his wife would definitely not agree and would be worried. An official without family cannot engage in social interactions. Do not underestimate the connections women make. They all support the men. Father, take mother with you. I'll take care of the home, Yu Qingsheng decisively stated.
How old are you? Can you handle the household?
Yu Yunji was a bit concerned. Father, I'm already 15. Some boys marry at 16. I will also take good care of my sister. My younger sister is only 11 years old, so marriage is still far away for her. I just need to take care of her daily life. I don't have to worry about her studies since the queen has arranged a tutor for the 8th princess. As for me, I am just focused on my studies. I don't need to worry about the family finances. The shopkeepers will manage the stores well. I only need to check the accounts once a month or every 3 months. If they encounter any problems, they can come to me directly. If there's something I can't solve, my older sister and brother-in-law are there to help. Yu Qingsheng spoke clearly and logically. He truly is a scholar, thinking things through. You're right, brother. Father, you should take mother with you. I will stay in the capital. I will take care of my younger brother and sister. Even if something happens and I'm not in the capital, the royal residence is still there. My brother can come to the royal residence for help. Yu Yuanzheng strongly agreed with her brother's suggestion. At 15, she is not too young in this era. Yuejia, what do you think? Yu Yunji asked his wife. She hesitated. Of course, she didn't want to leave the 2 children, but she was also worried about her husband traveling alone for 3 years. Mother, there's no need to hesitate. Go with father, Yu Qingsheng decided for her. In the end, Zhao Yuejia decided to go with her husband. Their son was indeed grown up enough to take care of the family, and their older sister was there to help. After the palace exam, just a few days later, the eldest prince was getting married on June 28th. Yu Yuanzheng would accompany her sister-in-law, while Shengguan Ziki would help with the wedding preparations at the eldest prince's residence. This time, she learned her lesson and brought the children along. It was a bit of a hassle, but the children were already 2 months and 8 days old, so taking them out was no problem. She brought the wet nurse and 4 maids along to help look after them. As a result, Yu Yuanzheng felt like she was stealing the bride's spotlight. The ladies were eager to see or hold her triplets. The lady of the marquis's residence came up with an idea. Yuanzheng, Amma wants to discuss something with you, the lady said, smiling as she pulled Yu Yuanzheng aside to speak quietly. Aunt Ma, what is it? Please tell me, Yu Yuanzheng asked, puzzled. Amma heard that in some places, when young couples get married, they find a pair of young boys and girls to roll on the wedding bed. Since you had triplets, many people envy you. I thought, why not take your children to the eldest prince's residence and let them roll on the wedding bed to bring some good fortune to Yueying? After hearing this, Yu Yuanzheng readily agreed. Although she knew this custom was just a prayer, it was also a blessing. When the time came, the groom personally came to pick up the bride. Usually, princes do not go to fetch their brides, they have special messengers for that. But the eldest prince came himself, which showed how pleased he was with the bride. He was not in a wheelchair. Instead, he was helped onto a tall horse. His legs had healed long ago, but he wanted to appear as if he still needed assistance. Dressed in bright red wedding attire, he looked especially festive, always wearing a slight smile. He appeared even more handsome. Indeed, good news brings joy. However, there was one flaw. The scar on his face had not been removed yet. But after seeing him often, people tended to overlook that imperfection. The Marquis only had a 13-year-old son, who lacked much knowledge. At the door, the 2 brothers-in-law and cousins did not dare to trouble the eldest prince, so soon, Yu Xingxing obediently went to carry his sister out. The 13-year-old boy had no problem carrying his sister. The mischievous child was quite sturdy. With a lively procession, they made their way to the eldest prince's residence. Yu Yuanzheng did not follow the bridal procession. Instead, as soon as the bride stepped out, she took the children and went the shorter route to the eldest prince's residence in advance. The Marquis's request was fulfilled. The Emperor and Empress had already arrived, and even the Empress Dowager was present. This was the royal family's first prince getting married. The second prince was already 20, but had not married yet. He was waiting for the eldest prince to marry first. He pretended to show respect for his elder brother to please the emperor. The eldest prince had repeatedly urged him to marry soon, but the second prince had not responded. The bride was brought back. During the three bows, the eldest prince invited his mother's tablet to the main hall. The emperor felt comforted by this gesture, as it showed the child's filial piety. However, the empress felt a bit awkward. Nevertheless, the empress was gracious and respectfully placed the late empress's tablet beside the emperor. The late empress was the emperor's first wife. She was just a stepmother and was only a few years older than the eldest prince. Seeing the empress act this way, the emperor regarded her more favorably. She was thoughtful. In the end, when the eldest couple bowed to their parents, they bowed to the emperor and the late empress. The eldest prince was supported by 2 guards as he completed the grand ceremony. Now that you are married, you have your own family. Make sure to live well and give me a grandson soon. Your uncle Rongwang is 2 years younger than me and already has 3 grandsons, the emperor said with a hint of envy. Yes, father. I will make sure you hold a grandson soon, the eldest prince replied earnestly. The bride was sent to the bridal chamber. Yu Yuanzheng brought the children into the new house early. At that moment, several princesses and noble ladies, along with a few elder princesses and royal wives from the emperor's generation, were present. Even the wife of Prince Jing was there, waiting with her big belly. Before the bride entered the new house, the children had to roll on the wedding bed first. Yu Yuanzheng held one child, Princess Lingxian held another, and County Princess Xiangling held the third. They gently rolled the 3 little ones on the wedding bed back and forth a couple of times, just as the bride was brought into the room. After the first instance of the eldest prince's wedding, where the triplets rolled on the wedding bed, many noble families in the capital sought to invite the triplets from the Rongwang mansion to do the same at their weddings. The 3 children earned enough red envelopes from rolling on wedding beds to support themselves. 10 days after the eldest prince's wedding, the second branch of the Wang mansion, Shangguan Zifeng, got married, and the triplets were invited again. Soon after, the second prince, and then the third prince also invited them. In just a few months, the 3 little ones rolled on several wedding beds. Amidst this excitement, August arrived. They even held a 100-day banquet in between. On the evening of August 6th, the heir of Prince Jing suddenly came to invite Yu Yuanzheng to the Prince Jing mansion. Jinyu, what happened? Shangguan Ziki couldn't think of anything at first. My mother is in labor, but my father asked me to invite Sister Yuanjing to the mansion. Before coming, Chao Jinyu found it strange. Why not just invite the 2 midwives who helped Sister Yuanjing last time and have a doctor on standby? Why invite Sister Yuanjing from the Rongwang mansion? But when he asked, his father scolded him, saying, "Go as I told you. Why ask so much? You go back first. I will accompany the lady later," Shangguan Ziki said after sending him off, then returned to the inner courtyard to inform Yu Yuanzheng. Chao Jinyu came through the main entrance. Tomorrow, everyone would know that the Prince Jing mansion was welcoming a new baby. So, Yu Yuanzheng had to leave through the main entrance confidently. When she arrived at the Prince Jing mansion, the princess had just begun her labor. Since it had been a long time since she had a child, she was like a first-time mother. Her contractions were slow. That night passed, and it was not yet time for her to give birth. She hardly slept at all. Although it was painful, she was very excited and not afraid at all. She felt that with Yu Yuanzheng there, everything would be fine. In contrast, Yu Yuanzheng couldn't hold on and took a short nap. By the time the princess's contractions became more intense, it was already early morning of the next day. The princess of Jing learned from Yu Yuanzheng's experience during childbirth that as long as the wasn't fully open, she should keep moving. During her pregnancy, she didn't overeat. Yu Yuanzheng advised her not to let the baby grow too large, as it could complicate delivery. It's just as good to care for the baby after birth. The princess of Jing believed Yu Yuanzheng's words completely. The midwife felt it was time to enter the delivery room. After some effort, the princess of Jing successfully gave birth to a son. The prince was overjoyed, holding his new son tightly. The young siblings looked at the little baby, realizing he was their brother, and it felt wonderful. Big brother, by the time our brother grows up, we will be old, Princess Lingxian remarked with a thoughtful sigh. Yu Yuanjing laughed heartily at this. In a month, we will have another little brother or sister too, she replied. That's true. We won't be lonely anymore, Princess Lingxian said, losing that wonderful feeling. Chao Jinyu had different thoughts. Having a brother was great. When he got older, he would teach his brother martial arts. After all, the eldest brother is like a father. After giving birth, the princess of Jing fell into a deep, peaceful sleep without any issues. Yu Yuanjing stayed nearby, providing companionship but not needing to do anything. This was a good thing. When they returned to the palace, the princess was already waiting. She was about to give birth soon and was eager to know about her friend's delivery for reference. Upon hearing it went smoothly, she felt relieved. The prince also felt reassured. His wife was 2 years older than the princess of Jing, and he worried more about her delivery. Back at Xia Courtyard, he quickly fed the children their meals. Then she took a good nap. In the afternoon, the third madam, who rarely visited Xia Courtyard, came to see the 3 children and brought some small toys. This visit stemmed from the news that the princess of Jing was giving birth without calling for a physician but instead inviting the eldest lady of the Rong family. This puzzled the third master. Thus, the third madam came to Xia Courtyard. Yuanzheng, you haven't visited my courtyard even once. I wanted to see these 3 little treasures, so I took the liberty to come, she said with a smile, showing her fondness for the children. Her expression revealed a bit of affection. However, Yu Yuanzheng felt the third madam's friendliness was somewhat forced. But as a guest, she couldn't ask her to leave. Since returning from the third house, she and the third house have had little interaction, each living their own lives. During the New Year period, the situation with Yu Chaoyang made the household feel quite heavy, and the different families did not make an effort to connect. However, she heard from the maids that Aunt San was very close to Yu Chaoyang and Princess Manhwa, showing a lot of concern for them. It felt like she was eager to care for the 2 of them. Was it just because they were the wives of the heir, while she was merely the first wife? Aunt San, it's not that I don't want to visit, but with 3 children, my time is really limited. We all live in this household, and we often see each other in the Empress Dowager's courtyard, so I didn't want to disturb you. That's true, but I hope you can come to my courtyard more often, so we can strengthen our bond. You're right, Aunt San. Aunt San truly sat by the cradle, playing with the 3 children. They were almost 4 months old and were energetically waving their arms, trying to grab things. Yu Yuanzheng had asked Shangguan Ziki to carve a few small wooden pieces, smoothed out perfectly for the children's little hands to hold. With something in their hands, the 3 little ones liked to bring it to their mouths. Aunt San held a rattle, gently shaking it to catch the children's attention. While playing with the kids, Aunt San chatted casually with Yu Yuanzheng. Yuanzheng, how is the princess of Jingwang doing with her pregnancy? It's going well. We hired an experienced midwife, the same ones who helped me last time. Oh, that's rare. There aren't many mothers in the capital as old as the princess of Jingwang. She is truly fortunate. Aunt San thinks she is fortunate too. I feel the same way. Yes, I only had 3 children and haven't been able to conceive again. I even consulted a doctor who said that after my 3rd daughter, I didn't take care of myself properly during the confinement period, which led to health issues, making it hard to conceive again. Aunt San spoke regretfully about her health. Does Aunt San want to have more children? Yu Yuanjing asked casually. Yes, your uncle only has 1 son, which feels a bit lacking. Aunt San, your uncle treats you very well. He hasn't taken a concubine to cause you trouble. Such a man truly loves and respects his wife. Yu Yuanzheng admired the 3rd master for this. He only married 1 wife and didn't have any chaotic women in the household. It was said that there wasn't even a secondary wife, which was quite rare. Yes, I feel a bit guilty towards your uncle. Aunt San had a faintly happy expression on her face. Although her husband had not taken a concubine, how deep their feelings were for each other was something she herself could not fully understand. She didn't know how other couples lived. But she always felt that she couldn't truly enter her husband's heart. They could only treat each other with respect. They lived quietly, had children quietly, and followed her mother-in-law's wishes. What's the big deal? As long as your uncle has no objections and you two are loving, a content life is good, someone said. That's true. By the way, why did the prince invite you last night? You two aren't doctors. Mrs. San changed the topic back to the matter of the princess giving birth. Hearing this, Yu Yuanzheng realized Mrs. San's purpose for coming. She wanted to know why the prince invited them. Logically, there was no reason for them to be invited for the princess's childbirth. How should she respond? Of course, Yu Yuanzheng couldn't tell her the truth. After thinking for a moment, she came up with a response. The prince was very worried that the princess might face difficulties during childbirth, and I happen to have a smooth delivery of triplets. In his eyes, he sees me as the luckiest person, so he thought having me there would help the princess have a smooth delivery too. Although I don't believe in that, it just so happened that the princess's entire process went really well. Aunt Sen, do you think I really had that much of an impact? Yu Yuanzheng asked for confirmation at the end. Mrs. San seemed to find it quite reasonable. Satisfied with the answer, she sat for a while longer before leaving, saying she had matters to attend to. After she left, Yu Yuanzheng squinted at the door, watching as Mrs. San's figure disappeared, but she didn't pull her gaze away. What did Aunt San mean? Why was she curious about her visit to the prince's residence? Back in her own courtyard, Mrs. San shared the results of her inquiry with Mr. San, who had just returned from work. Mr. Sen fell into deep thought after hearing this. He pondered but couldn't come up with a clear reason. Could it be that the prince really thought that way? After this incident, it spread among the upper class in the capital. The eldest lady of the Rong family was considered the luckiest person, and the princess had a smooth delivery because she was there to accompany her. Later, several families close to the Rong family, when their daughters-in-law were giving birth, actually invited Yu Yuanzheng to be present, even giving her red envelopes, which were no less than 100 taels. And at each family, Yu Yuanzheng didn't just sit idly. She shared her own experiences of childbirth with the expectant mothers. She sometimes pretended to be a midwife and would check the pregnant women's bellies. If she noticed any issues, she would discuss them with the midwife and guide her. Over time, families who invited her rarely experienced difficult births. This news spread widely. Yu Yuanzheng's reputation as a lucky star grew, but not everyone could invite her. It depended on availability. Of course, these are just side notes. The day after the third lady's visit, Yu Yunji and his wife came to the Wang residence to see their grandchild. Shangguan Ziki personally brought them to the main courtyard. The prince had not been attending court lately, staying by the princess's side, worried she might go into labor at any moment. As the due date approached, the prince felt increasingly anxious. Yunji greets the prince and princess. Haha, no need for formalities, my dear-in-laws, the prince said warmly to Yu Yunji and his wife. This couple pleased him even more than Yu Yusin's in-laws. Although they were not of noble birth, they were talented, and the Yu family had not recognized their potential. Upon learning her parents had arrived, Yu Yuanzheng quickly brought her 3 children to the main courtyard. Dad, Mom, what brings you here? We came to see the 3 children. Your father has received his appointment, and we will be leaving in a few days, so we wanted to let you know, Zhao Yuejia said, smiling happily as she picked up one of the little ones from the stroller. The older child looked at the younger one with a big smile, while the younger one stared blankly. Reaching out with tiny hands, he tried to grab something but couldn't reach. Zhao Yuejia leaned in to help him, only to receive a small slap on the face. Oh, this little one has quite a bit of strength. Just then, the child tugged at her hair. Oh. The little one cheered like a victorious hero. You ungrateful child, this is your grandmother. How can you bully her? Yu Yuanzheng quickly stepped in to rescue her mother. Learning from Zhao Yuejia's experience, Yu Yunji picked up another child, careful not to lean in too close. But there was still one left unheld, crying out. Shangguan Ziki picked that one up and the fuss stopped. With so many children, it was challenging to attend to everyone's feelings, but everyone enjoyed the chaos. They all laughed while watching the 3 kids. Meanwhile, the prince took a moment to glance at the princess's belly. Where has my dear-in-law been assigned? The prince asked about official matters. Having placed 8th in the palace exam, the prince knew the emperor would value such talent, so he was unaware of where his in-law had been assigned. Thanks to the prince's favor, I have been assigned to be the county magistrate of Jiangqing County, Yu Yunji said as he stood and cupped his hands in greeting. Just sit and talk, the prince replied. Jiangqing County is over 1,000 miles from the capital. Please be careful on your journey. I have arranged for 4 guards for you. They are retired soldiers. Although they have some disabilities, they can ensure your safety. They are about your age, and their families live in the countryside outside the capital. I will take care of a few things for them so they will feel secure accompanying you. Surprised by such generous support from the prince, Yu Yunji stood again and bowed deeply. Yu Yuanzheng also stepped forward to bow. Thank you, father, for your care. Yu Yunji had originally planned to hire a security team to them. However, after visiting the prince's residence today, he received guards instead. He realized that these 4 men would become his companions. Having 4 former soldiers with him would make his work much easier when he arrived. He appreciated this gesture. All right, with your parents safe, you can take good care of the 3 children. The prince truly was a good father-in-law. Yu Yunji and his wife stayed at the prince's residence to spend quality time with their daughter and 3 children before leaving. On the 3rd day, they packed their things and set off, knowing it would take them half a month to reach their destination. The previous magistrate of Jiangqing County had passed away due to illness, and they were waiting for the new magistrate to take office. As soon as the couple returned to the prince's residence after seeing off their parents, Shangguan Ziki was called to the prince's study. I pay my respects to father, he said. The prince sat behind his desk with a serious expression. He waved his hand, and the servant stepped back. Father, what has happened? Shangguan Ziki asked, noticing the prince's demeanor. Currently, Shangguan Zishu was stationed in the military camp and rarely returned home unless there was a significant matter, so the prince always consulted him about important issues. The prince snapped his fingers, and a shadow guard emerged from behind the bookshelf. It was Dark 7. Uncle 7. The prince's shadow guard had been trained by the late king for his son, and was about the same age as the prince. Uncle 7 has been sent by me to investigate the matter you mentioned regarding the 2 old ladies. It has taken some time, but we finally have some news. Please discuss it with Ziki. Yes, your highness. Eldest young master, previously you had someone eavesdrop on the 2 old ladies' murmurs. It is suspected that the late queen's death may be related to them. The prince sent his subordinates to investigate, and there is indeed an issue. The 2 old ladies entered the prince's residence as concubines, and at that time, they only had 2 maids who were 2 years younger than them. These 2 maids were kept until they turned 18 before being allowed to leave the residence. The result was not marriage but being sold. My subordinate spent several months tracking down the whereabouts of those 2. It turned out they were both sold after being poisoned and rendered mute. Where did you find them? Asked Shangguan Ziki. One was sold to a mountain village on the border of South Shu by a middle-aged man for 2 taels of silver to be his wife. The other ended up in a small town nearly 2,000 miles from the capital. Because she couldn't speak, she never married. Later, when her master found her too old and unhelpful, they kicked her out, and she had to beg on the streets to survive. After hearing this, it was clear that their tragic fates were caused by the 2 old ladies. At least she had some conscience. She didn't kill them outright but made them unable to speak and then sold them, giving them a chance to live. The more this was the case, the more it indicated there was a problem. Where are they now? Shangguan Ziki's voice turned colder. My subordinate didn't bring them back to the palace. They are in a separate courtyard. Ziki, come with me tonight to meet them, and bring your wife along, the prince said, his voice colder, like a volcano ready to erupt. Yes. Back at Xia Courtyard, Shangguan Ziki put away his cold expression and smiled while playing with the children. They all looked very healthy. Looking at his wife, she had become rounder and more graceful after giving birth, which he found very pleasing. Yu Yuanzheng sat beside the children, embroidering a belly band. Each child had one, but she still hadn't finished a single one. She could never find the time. Yu Yuanjing looked up at Shangwan Ziki. They lived together every day and were very familiar with each other. With just one glance, she could tell he was troubled. What's wrong? Shangwan Ziki said nothing, but took the embroidery from her hands. He held her hand and pushed her wheelchair into their bedroom, closing the door behind them. Before Yu Yuanjing could steady herself, Shangwan Ziki stood up from the wheelchair and embraced her. The heavy feeling in his heart was directly conveyed to her. What happened? Yu Yuanjing felt her heart lift. Madam, we found the 2 personal maids that the 2 old ladies brought into the palace years ago. Oh, you finally found them? It took so long, didn't it? Yu Yuanjing felt that the prince's efficiency was a bit low. It had been a long time. She didn't consider that this was ancient times, with no identification or records of comings and goings. It all relied on gathering information bit by bit from the source, piecing together impressions left by the elders in the mansion, and then going out to find people from decades ago in the capital to get some news. Traveling so far to search was truly difficult. Finding them was already of luck. Uncle and Chi never wasted a day. It's too far. Oh, so those 2 have already left the capital? Yes, and they're very far away. Then, Shangwan Ziki repeated in Chi's words exactly. I told you, concubines are rarely good. Who doesn't want to rise in status? She just wants to become the main lady of the Wang family, which is why she tried to harm the old princess. Can I go with you tonight to see those 2 maids? Shangwan Ziki asked with a hint of pleading. Okay, but I can't guarantee I can help their voices. That's fine. Let's just go see them first. That night, under the dark sky and strong winds, several shadows flew out from Chia courtyard. They left the Wang mansion through a corner. Yu Yuanjing was taken by Shangwan Ziki. She felt amazed. She didn't expect Shangwan Ziki to be so skilled, able to leap over walls while carrying her. After walking a long way, they got into a carriage that had been waiting. After about 45 minutes, they arrived at a secluded little courtyard. Oh, how strange. It was her bridal chamber courtyard again. They entered. The prince had been waiting in the courtyard. It seemed this place was secluded enough for them to choose it. The Wang family's properties were well known to others. The prince said nothing and directly led the 2 into the main hall, while the other guards remained alert. 2 lamps lit the hall. 2 elderly women huddled together in a corner. Yu Yuanjing noticed their clothes were clean, likely bought by the guards who had changed them into new outfits. But their faces showed the signs of countless hardships. They were dark and thin, with all their hair turned white, their faces covered in countless wrinkles, and their backs hunched, looking like they were on the brink of death. It was truly a struggle for them to still be alive. They could have married a servant in the Wang mansion. Although they would serve others, at least their lives would be worry-free. The servants of the Rong Wang mansion lived much better than many common people. When the 2 women saw the prince enter, they shrank back in fear. But they were already against the wall, with nowhere to retreat. Their bodies trembled, and their expressions of fear were unmistakable. The prince had no memory of these 2. He was too young at that time to remember anything. Even if he could recall, they had changed so much that he wouldn't recognize them. The prince approached and directly sat in the main seat. Dark One pushed the 2 old women to the center. They were so frightened that they immediately knelt on the ground. It has been many years since they have seen such a powerful man. You were once called Cui Lu and Chun Yan, right? The prince asked with a blank expression. This is the Prince of Rome, and when he asks questions, you only need to nod or shake your heads. And she brought them back, and they were more familiar with her. On the way back, this man provided them with food and drink and took good care of them, showing no intention of harming them. From the moment they met, they knew the royal family had found them after all these years. But how could the Prince of Rome be so young? They quickly realized that the old prince had passed away, and this was his son who inherited the throne. However, they did not know which son had taken the throne. Before they left the royal residence, the 2 elder ladies had already given birth to the second master. Before the 3rd lady entered the residence, they had already been sent away, unaware of what happened. They did not dare to speak out of turn. The 2 elderly women hesitated to act, and the prince's expression grew colder. The prince is asking questions. Answer honestly. He will not harm you. He just wants to know some things, and she added. The prince asked the same question again. Only then did they nod. Were you both poisoned and made mute by Jiang Qingqing back then? The prince asked again. One nodded, and the other shook her head. The prince was confused. One said yes, and the other said no. But they could not speak, only nodding or shaking their heads. The prince felt helpless. He had found strong witnesses, but they could not speak, and he could not directly accuse the elder lady based on their gestures alone. The elder lady would surely claim he had randomly picked two strangers to frame her. After all, she was the old prince's concubine, the younger sister of the old princess, and had given the old prince 2 children. It was impossible to easily accuse her based on the nods and shakes of 2 mute women. The expressions of the 2 women changed significantly. The elder lady was adamant that she did not know them. Father, let me ask, Yu Yuanjing said, seeing the prince's icy face, unsure of when she would get clear answers. As a woman, Yu Yuanjing would not frighten the 2 elderly women too much, making it easier to communicate. The prince nodded. Dear elder ladies, I know that after you left the royal residence, you suffered a lot, and it is a great fortune that you are still alive. You could have lived peacefully in the royal residence, but because you chose the wrong master, you were dismissed after helping him and were sold after being poisoned and made mute. Don't you resent such a master? Yu Yuanjing spoke gently. She used these words to instill strong hatred in them. She estimated that after all these years, the 2 had lost any will to resist due to life's hardships. After Yu Yuanjing finished speaking, the 2 old women's cloudy eyes instantly filled with tears. They could not speak and had endured countless sufferings and beatings over the years. Yu Yuanjing did not disturb them further, but allowed them to cry as much as they needed. Their silent tears were even more heartbreaking. However, remembering that these 2 were likely accomplices of the old lady, Yu Yuanjing put away her sympathy. People must pay for their actions. After waiting a while, Yu Yuanjing continued to ask, Did you 2 help the concubine in the Wang family harm the princess back then? The 2 old women were stirred by hatred. After hearing Yu Yuanjing's question, they both nodded. Did you take advantage of the princess during childbirth to do something? They exchanged glances and nodded again. It was something they had done together, and they remembered it for a lifetime. Now they were close to death. Before they died, it would be a blessing to expose those who harmed them, including their former master. Did you 2 assist the concubine at that time? They nodded again. The old princess died 3 years later. Was it due to complications from childbirth? Yu Yuanjing continued to ask. But they shook their heads. Now Yu Yuanjing was a bit confused. If not, then why did she die in 3 years? The 2 old women, seeing Yu Yuanjing's confusion, began to gesture. They made sounds that were hard to understand. Although Yu Yuanjing did not comprehend, she could tell from their expressions that she had misunderstood. After thinking for a moment, she realized, You had already left the household when the princess died? They nodded. Oh, so their earlier shaking of heads meant they didn't know. Not being able to speak was indeed troublesome. But at least it was clear that the old lady had truly harmed the old princess during her childbirth. Did you 2 tamper with the ginseng slices given to your grandmother? At this moment, Shangguan Ziki interjected. He recalled the Dark Guard's report about the old lady's murmurs. 2 slices of ginseng sent her to the underworld. Only then did the 2 old women look at Shangguan Ziki, who had remained silent until now. They had not dared to look around before. Both were taken aback. He looked so much like him. This was the prince. Of course, this prince referred to the old prince. The current prince looked much less like Shangguan Ziki. The 2 women instinctively knelt before Shangguan Ziki, repeatedly bowing their heads. Yu Yuanjing noticed their fear. All right, get up quickly. This is the eldest grandson of the old prince, Yu Yuanjing introduced to them. The 2 women stopped bowing. When they stood up, their faces were still wet with tears, and they looked frightened. Shangguan Ziki repeated the question from earlier. The 2 women nodded heavily. The situation was clear. Years ago, when the old princess gave birth, She was harmed by ginseng that had been tampered with by the two old ladies. Yu Yuanzheng, being a doctor and having read novels about such matters, thought that the ginseng must have been treated with other medicines, most likely soaked in saffron water. Thinking of this, she asked directly. The two old women nodded in response. Everything was clear now. The prince slammed his fist on the table beside him. The table shattered into pieces, completely ruined. The two old women were so frightened they huddled together, trembling. He never expected things would turn out this way. He had been taken to the outer courtyard by his father at a young age. The two old ladies only managed the inner courtyard of the palace. The outer courtyard was under the control of the chief steward and his father, with no involvement from the two old ladies. If it had been different, he might not have survived. Later, with the arrival of the prince's concubine and the birth of his younger brother, her focus shifted to jealousy and rivalry. He grew up safely. Thinking of this, the prince tightly closed his eyes for a moment and took a deep breath. When he opened his eyes again, he had calmed down. Ziki's wife, can you see if you can help them? The prince asked Yu Yuanzheng with a steady expression. I'll take a look first, Yu Yuanzheng said as she began to examine the two old women in front of everyone. She checked their pulses and looked at their throats. Finally, she shook her head in disappointment. Father, it's been too long. Their throats are completely ruined. It's not just simple poisoning. They have been severely damaged. Over the years, their bodies have gradually adjusted and neutralized the poison. The prince felt a bit disappointed but understood that the chances of recovery were slim. Father, I have an idea. If we want them to be witnesses, we can have them write it down. The prince raised his eyebrows. This was also a possibility. However, the two old women shook their heads vigorously. You can't read? Yu Yuanzheng quickly understood. They nodded. Sigh, another path was blocked. Do you want to bring the person who harmed you to justice? And avenge the suffering you've endured for so many years? Yu Yuanzheng began to guide them again. They nodded. You should still be under 60, right? They are 55 this year, and Qi said. Father, they have suffered so much. That is a punishment in itself. If they testify, and the two old ladies are punished, can we let them go? Yu Yuanzheng needed to know the prince's attitude first. If they can really be good witnesses, I can let them live. They can do some work in the village to earn their meals. The prince, being older and not having much time left, had this level of understanding. With the prince's promise, Yu Yuanzheng could share her thoughts. You heard that. Father won't hold your past against you, but you must be good witnesses. You are not foolish. You can learn to read and write. Even if it's slow, just learn some common words. When the time comes, you will write down everything you know in front of the prince at the palace, making it undeniable for Aunt Qing, and you will succeed. The two elderly women looked at Yu Yuanzheng in shock. This is too hard for us. What's wrong? Don't you want revenge? Think about your difficult lives. Consider that the person who harmed you is still living high at the palace. Can you accept that? They exchanged glances, and the hatred in their eyes flared up again. They both nodded. Good, since you agree, you cannot back out now. Tomorrow I will arrange for someone to teach you to read. I hope you learn quickly, and don't make father wait too long. If you can't learn a few words in 6 months, then you won't need to live anymore. Yu Yuanzheng offered a sweet promise but also a harsh warning. Though the prince was eager for results, these two were not ready to testify at the palace yet. Let that old woman enjoy her time a bit longer. If it weren't for the fact that she had given birth to 2 children for the Shangguan family, he would have wanted to deal with her directly. But that would be too easy. As the head of the palace, he couldn't just resolve things that way. He needed to ensure the second house had no arguments against it, or he would be criticized. The prince had little memory of his biological mother. He was too young then. Only after so many years did he learn she had been harmed. As a son, he felt unfilial, very unfilial. At that moment, the prince also felt some resentment towards his father. He had not taken good care of his mother. He also resented his maternal family for the dowry they provided. In the end, they did not gain any favor from the palace to protect the Jiang family, and they still fell into ruin. If that woman hadn't entered the palace, none of this would have happened. and he would have had his mother by his side growing up. Ziki, from now on, your courtyard will only have Yuanjing. Take care of yourself. The prince left with this statement. Shangguan Ziki was left confused. He had never thought about having multiple women in the courtyard. Where would the king need to remind me? Yu Yuanzheng and Shangguan Ziki looked at each other, not understanding why the king said that. Could it be that he realized having too many women brings trouble? Yu Yuanzheng comforted the two elderly women for a while. While checking on them earlier, she found that both were in poor health, and if they didn't receive proper treatment, they wouldn't live much longer. To be a good person to the end, Yu Yuanzheng wrote 2 prescriptions by the light and handed them to Enqi, explaining how to use the medicine. And she was also worried that the 2 women might pass away before they could get their identification, so he made sure they took some medicine on the way back. When the prince returned to the palace, he took a jug of wine and went up to the highest roof of the palace, which was the main courtyard's top. And Yi stood behind him, keeping watch. On an August night, the autumn air was cool. In 5 days, it would be the Mid-Autumn Festival, and the moon was already leaning to the west. The prince did not use a cup, but drank directly from the jug. And do you think my father is even more foolish than I am? The prince was already a bit tipsy. The old king is a hero in the hearts of the people, and Yi could not agree with the prince's sentiment. He made me lose my mother at a young age, raised by a wet nurse, and demanded I practice martial arts without any slack. When I was in pain or suffering, no one cared about me. In fact, I envy my second brother for having a mother's love, even if it made him weak. He lives so freely. The prince, fueled by the wine, vented his long-held feelings. Your Highness, you are the head of the entire Shangguan family, and the Rongwangfu is the protector of the people of Dowei, and Yi reminded him of his responsibilities, implying he could not afford any mistakes. Indeed, it is this responsibility and honor that allowed the wrong people into both my father's and my own courtyard. And Yi fell silent, unable to respond. The prince continued to drink straight from the jug until it was empty. He stood up, feeling a bit unsteady. It had been a long time since he had drunk so much, and even longer since he had been drunk. And Yi quickly supported him. Your Highness, the princess is still waiting for you. Yes, he had his beloved wife, who was alive and expecting their child. He needed to protect the mother of his child. Just because his father was useless didn't mean he was too. At that moment, the prince silently thanked Yu Yuanzheng. Ziki had chosen a good wife. Otherwise, he wouldn't have had the chance to have a child in his old age. Ziki had also recovered from the scheming against him. All of this was because Ziki's wife entered the palace. The eldest son was just right to be arranged for a marriage exchange by the Yeoman Duke's residence. This marriage exchange is quite good. The second son cannot compare to the eldest in ability. His martial skills are much weaker, and he started learning strategies too late. He still has big dreams, yet he was tricked into marrying 2 wives. Now, he understands that the marriage exchange must have involved the second son as well. Stumbling a bit, the prince walked 2 lengths on the roof and arrived at their bedroom. He gently lifted 2 tiles. Indeed, the princess left a small nightlight for him, worried he might not see when he returned, so she kept a light on in the corner. This warmth filled his heart. Looking at the curtain, the princess was already fast asleep, lying on her side with her large belly facing him.
And help me down.
I want to protect my wife and child. The prince hadn't drunk this much alcohol in a long time and was a bit unsteady. It had been 20 years since he last drank too much, and since then, he hadn't had more than 2 cups. But tonight he broke that rule. Tomorrow I will go to the ancestral hall and scold my father. He is useless. The prince burped, a wave of alcohol escaping. No, I can't disturb the princess. She will definitely smell the alcohol on me. He changed his mind again, just help me to the study to sleep. And Yi obediently assisted the prince to the study in the outer courtyard. The prince's unusual behavior caught the attention of the third master, who hid behind a tree watching the prince drink alone on the roof. He knew the prince hadn't drunk like this in a long time, especially alone. Something must have happened. However, He didn't dare to place anyone in the royal residence because all the guards and secret agents were controlled by each generation of princes. So, he had no idea what was going on. The next day, the prince indeed went to the ancestral hall of the Shangwan family, as he mentioned. Facing the ancestral tablets, the prince respectfully lit incense and then sat in front of the old king's tablet, scolding him thoroughly. This action of the prince was not kept secret, and soon both the second and third madams learned about it. The second madam, upon hearing this, felt uneasy. No one knew what the prince said to the old king, but his behavior made her anxious. What could have happened that made him feel the need to report to the old king, and why did he spend half an hour doing so? The third madam, connecting the prince's drinking last night to this incident, speculated that it must have been something the old king did that led the prince to complain to his father. Do you think the prince found out something? The old lady couldn't understand. My son can't guess either, but it might be related to the king or the legitimate wife, the old man speculated. It seems that Jiang Qingqing is not innocent. When I entered the mansion years ago, she made things difficult for me in many ways. She even tried to persuade your father to make her the secondary wife. Thankfully, your father was wise enough not to agree, which means the royal family only has one legitimate son. This way, there won't be any conflicts between brothers. I just wonder what Jiang Qingqing did to the princess back then. If we could find that evidence, it would be great. Let me investigate. But it's been a long time, so I hope we can find something. The old man agreed with his mother's guess.
Yes.
Soon, it was the 15th of August. The princess was about to give birth, so she definitely couldn't go to the palace. The prince also stayed away from the palace, saying he needed to take care of the princess. But the royal family needed a representative. Sovereign Zishu was called back by the prince to bring the family into the palace. Sovereign Ziki and Yu Yuanzheng were also going. Before they left, they reminded Ding Huanyang to take good care of the child. Since Yu Chaoyang apologized to Yu Yuanzheng, she believed that Yu Yuanzheng had forgiven her and often tried to get closer to her. Princess Manhwa also thought there was no conflict with Yu Yuanzheng and occasionally lowered herself to befriend her. However, Yu Yuanzheng remained polite but distant with both of them. At most, she exchanged some formalities, as they were sisters-in-law living in the same household, so they couldn't avoid speaking to each other. As a court official and a member of the Ronglong family, the old man could also enter the palace. Although the heir was in charge, it was actually the old man leading the group. This year, the rules changed again. Families were seated together instead of separating by gender. Sovereign Zishu had a woman on each side. Both women were eager to talk to him. Since Yu Chaoyang lost her baby, Sovereign Zishu suddenly seemed more mature and was not as gentle with Princess Manhwa as expected. Instead, he paid more attention to Yu Chaoyang. He believed Yu Chaoyang's words that the baby was harmed by someone. Only Manhwa had the ability to do that without leaving traces, and such a woman frightened him, making him keep his distance. In contrast, Yu Chaoyang made him feel more at ease. She didn't have such deep schemes or methods. Their marriage swap was completed through cooperation among several parties, while Manhwa managed to achieve her goals with just a small plan. He had grown a lot in the past few months. He understood the meaning of his father's words too late. The bitter fruit had already been born, and he had no choice but to swallow it. Now, he just wants to quickly become a qualified heir to the Ronglongfu. Over the past year, he has realized how difficult it is to be a good heir. Princess Manhwa has been married into the royal family for 9 months. After their brief married life in the first half-month, he has not entered her room again. He only returned to the royal residence once during the Dragon Boat Festival, and today is his second visit. Under the table, Princess Manhwa wanted to hold his hand, but he avoided her. Yu Chaoyang, sitting nearby, noticed their little actions. Princess Manhwa looked at him with pity, seeking an answer. In public, focus on your meal and enjoy the music. Later, I still need to pay respects to the emperor, he said calmly, then served each of the 2 women a piece of food, regardless of whether they liked it or not. Yu Yuanzheng observed everything with a sideways glance. She also quietly reached under the table to hold his hand. Just as she made a move, her hand was firmly grasped by a large hand. holding it tightly, as if afraid she would pull away. Yu Yuanjing smiled sweetly. He also smiled gently. Their interaction was quite obvious. The three people across from them noticed. Chao Nanhua felt jealous, while Yu Chaoyang smiled lightly. The third master turned a blind eye. The third lady sighed deeply. Young master, you shouldn't always stay in the military camp. Chaoyang and Nanhua are waiting for you at home. You can't just leave them behind. Third An is right, he replied lightly, but only he knew what he truly thought. Ziki, I heard you play the piano exceptionally well and received praise from the emperor and empress at the palace banquet. Will you perform tonight? The third lady asked to make conversation with Yu Yuanjing. I think it's better for the young ladies to showcase their talents. As a married woman, I don't need to take the spotlight. Madam of the Rong Wangfu. A loud voice suddenly came from above. It was the emperor. Upon hearing this, Yu Yuanjing immediately stood up. This humble servant is here. Now that you have given birth, this mid-autumn festival feels lacking without your music. Please play a piece for everyone. No one can compare to your performance. With the emperor's request, she had no choice but to perform. Before she even started, applause erupted, led by the 7th prince and the 8th princess. The two children hadn't come to her for piano lessons in a long time. Yu Yuanjing chose a piece to play. This piece of music depicts a scene of two crows leisurely playing and chasing each other in the water, showcasing a carefree and relaxed lifestyle. Once again, people are captivated by the beautiful melody. After the performance, they remain immersed in the wonderful music. When they return to their seats, before anyone else arrives, Shengguan Ziki reaches out and helps her sit down. That tenderness makes Nanhua feel a pang of jealousy. Looking at Shengguan Zishu, he avoids eye contact and only drinks the wine in front of him. At this moment, Shengguan Zishu feels a mix of emotions. His sister-in-law was once his wife, whom he personally brought back from the Yong'an Marquis' residence, and they even had a wedding. He had felt that her status was not worthy of him and exchanged her for his elder brother. What if he hadn't made that choice? Would his life be the same as it is now? Perhaps it would still be the same, because no matter who his wife is, Nanhua would always find a way to marry him. Thinking of this, his eyes narrow further. He takes a deep breath and quickly drinks from his cup. The sharp sensation temporarily numbs him. As the banquet continues, guests start mingling. The third master is pulled away by his colleagues, and the third lady is invited by Wan Pin to chat. Nanhua goes to find his parents to complain. Shengguan Zishu is also invited by some young gentlemen to share a drink. Even Shengguan Ziki is taken to Zhao Jinyu's table. Soon, only Yu Yuanjing and Yu Chaoyang are left at their table. At that moment, Yu Chaoyang, without hesitation, brings his wine cup under the table. Yu Yuanjing notices her arm moving slightly. After a while, the cup is placed back on the table. Yu Yuanjing doesn't understand but knows that Yu Chaoyang must have added something to the cup. Yu Chaoyang smiles at Yu Yuanjing and then moves her cup 2 places over, sitting in the spot where Chao Nanhua was just sitting, and sets her cup down. Second sister, I wish you a happy holiday and good health for your 3 children. Let's have a toast together, Yu Chaoyang says, raising her cup to clink with Yu Yuanjing's. Yu Yuanjing clearly sees that she is holding the cup Nanhua drank from and leaves her own cup on the table. She raises an eyebrow at her. Are you really expecting me to believe I didn't see anything? Yu Yuanjing teases, blinking playfully. Second sister, we are family. I trust you. Fine, this is not her concern. This is a matter within the Heirs' own courtyard. Yuanjing raised her glass and drank it all in one go. Today, Princess Lingxian did not enter the palace because she was taking care of her mother. Meanwhile, Yu Weiying was looking after the first prince. The two had just gotten married and were still in the sweet phase of their relationship. For a moment, no one was looking for her to play. Just as this thought crossed her mind, a girl approached. Yuanjing, cousin-in-law, I toast you. It's been a while since we played together. The last time was when I visited your home for your child's full moon celebration, Princess Xiangling said cheerfully, holding a wine glass. Weren't we just together at the first prince's wedding? Seeing this girl made Yuanjing feel a bit of a headache, but the other party was so eager to be friends. There were so many people and no one really talked to you, Xiangling complained. You really enjoy playing with me? Of course. Who wouldn't like someone as fortunate as you? I can help you deal with him. Yuanjing felt even more troubled. Your face shouldn't look so good. Just look at you now. So domineering. Who would dare to provoke you?
Haha.
Yuanjing, cousin-in-law, am I not prettier than you, making you jealous? You're beautiful. Just ask the young lady. Who is prettier between us? Yuanjing was surprised that Princess Xiangling, despite her past, had not developed an inferiority complex. Quite rare. You both are beautiful. But the second sister is already married. Her beauty can only be appreciated by one person, while Princess Xiangling can choose any handsome suitor, Yu Chaoyang said, complimenting both of them with a smile. By the way, Yuanjing, did the divine doctor receive the letter I sent you? Did he reply? Princess Xiangling looked at Yuanjing eagerly.
Ah.
Why was this girl so persistent?
How should she respond?
If she told her that the divine doctor was already married, would she cry on the spot? But this needed to be addressed. It was better to face it sooner rather than later. Just say it. Princess Xiangling pouted. I have something that might not be good news for you, Yuanjing hesitated to say. Tell me. It's about the divine doctor, right? Did something happen to him? Princess Xiangling asked anxiously.
He's fine.
He wrote a few days ago to say he is already engaged. Yuanjing finally spoke up. You're lying, I don't believe you. Humph. Princess Xiangling turned her head away. Then, tears instantly fell. Princess, please don't. I'm telling the truth. You must be lying. He must have known that I wanted to marry him. He feared that he, being a person from the streets, was not worthy of the county princess, so he made an excuse to discourage her thoughts. I absolutely do not believe that. The county princess, Xiangling, was so angry after saying this that she ran off and bumped into county princess Manhwa, who was just returning. When Yu Chaoyang saw Chao Nanhua come back, he immediately sat back down in his seat. Yu Yuanjing, seeing Chao Nanhua return with teary eyes, sat down and, without thinking much, lifted her cup and drank it all in one go, then slammed the cup down on the table. She raised her hand slightly, but then put it down again. Yu Chaoyang smiled and lifted his cup, only to find it empty. He filled it again for himself, turned his head toward the center stage, and silently drank it all with a smile. You harmed my child, so don't expect to have one yourself. Yu Yuanjing felt like she had become an accomplice. For a moment, she wanted to stop it, but Nanhua acted too quickly. She didn't know what kind of drug Yu Chaoyang had given her. Oh well, it's better not to know. So far, she had not had any conflicts with Nanhua. Should she tell her husband about this? She was conflicted. Maybe it's better not to say anything. It shouldn't be life-threatening. However, thinking about how Nanhua openly took someone else's husband, she found such behavior immoral and disliked women like that. Didn't Chao Nanhua marry into the royal family just for the position of the heir's wife? She came into the household and caused someone else's child to be lost. This woman is too ruthless. She never intended to harm Yu Chaoyang's child. That was her principle. Never harm the innocent. When the time was right, everyone who had left returned to their seats. The emperor announced the start of the moon worship, and then the men all went outside. By the time they returned to the royal residence, the moon was high in the sky. Chao Nanhua grabbed the sleeve of Shengwan Zishu. Husband, you haven't come to my room in a long time. Nanhua looked at him with a pitiful and pleading expression as he was about to head to the study. Today at the palace banquet, her mother taught her a lot, telling her to lower her stance to win a man's favor and to learn to cling to him. Shengwan Zishu watched Yu Chaoyang's figure as he walked away. Then he looked at Nanhua, and thoughts of his child, who was already 7 months along, crossed his mind as he flicked his sleeve. Go back to your courtyard. Tonight, I will go to the book fragrance courtyard first. With that, Shengwan Zishu strode toward Yu Chaoyang. Just as Yu Chaoyang entered the inner chamber, Shengwan Zishu chased after him. What are you doing here? Didn't you say you were going to sleep in the study? Yu Chaoyang no longer has the same attachment to Shangguan Zishu as at the beginning. She has let go a lot. They have argued many times, but now she doesn't want to fight anymore. In the royal residence, she couldn't carry out her plans, but after waiting so long, she finally got her chance tonight. Her revenge has been fulfilled, and her heart is now free. I will stay with you tonight. Shangguan Zishu feels a bond with Yu Chaoyang. Especially after comparing her to Manhwa, he has grown even fonder of Yu Chaoyang. Over the past year, he has matured a lot under his father's training. If he had the mindset he is now, he wouldn't have changed brides back then. Being a man means taking responsibility, as his father emphasized many times. Do as you wish. Yu Chaoyang treats him like heir, letting her maid assist her with washing up and changing clothes. She doesn't offer to help Shangguan Zishu undress, leaving it to him. Shangguan Zishu knows that one of them needs to soften up to bridge the gap between them. He doesn't mind Yu Chaoyang's attitude and, with determination, washes up and gets into bed. Yu Chaoyang doesn't push him away. Her heart has completely opened up since tonight. When Shangguan Zishu's arm reaches out, she doesn't refuse. Chaoyang, can we live like we used to? Shangguan Zishu pulls her into his embrace. You would say the same thing to Princess Manhwa, right? Yu Chaoyang can't help but feel a bit jealous. You are the heir's wife. She's just a concubine. Shangguan Zishu reassures her. Yu Chaoyang doesn't respond and turns her head away. Chaoyang, there's something I've never told you. Shangguan Zishu begins to discuss something serious. What is it? Yu Chaoyang suddenly turns her head.
Your
last childbirth was very dangerous, and it may be hard for you to conceive again. What did you say? Yu Chaoyang sits up in shock, staring at Shangguan Zishu. I'm sorry, it's all my fault. He immediately hugs her, gently patting her back. Did the doctor tell you this? Yu Chaoyang comes back to her senses. Yes. Yu Chaoyang looks at Shangguan Zishu intently. Ha ha ha. She suddenly bursts into laughter. Is this fate? Ha ha ha. Today, she just made sure Manhwa can never conceive again, and now her husband tells her she might not be able to have children in the future. What a huge joke. Okay. Yu Chaoyang repeatedly says okay in a frenzy, and then tears stream down her face like a flood. I'm sorry, I didn't take good care of you. Shangguan Zishu kept wiping away her tears. Don't be sad, Chaoyang. I can ask Jinling or Yinling to have a child in your name. You will have someone to rely on, our legitimate child. How does that sound? Shangguan Zishu revealed his plan, something he had thought about for a long time. He originally wanted to keep this a secret from Yu Chaoyang for life, but thinking about the future, he made this decision. Eventually, she would find out anyway.
Okay.
Yu Chaoyang agreed, without hesitation. She had taken her younger sister's husband, but still faced the fate of not having children. This was fate. That night, the couple talked a lot, enjoying a harmony they had never experienced before. Yu Chaoyang easily accepted the fact that she might not be able to conceive again. She never mentioned it to her parents. 3 days after the Mid-Autumn Festival, the prince and princess had dinner together, and the prince personally helped the princess take a walk in the courtyard. The princess was older, and her legs were quite swollen. The prince helped her massage her legs every day, something their son had taught him. Your Highness, do you hope this child is a son or a daughter? The princess had never asked him this question before. Today, she was curious about his thoughts. Of course, I want a daughter. I already have a son. The prince replied straightforwardly. If I give birth to a son, will you not want him? The princess immediately became angry. Princess, don't be upset. How could I not want him? I was just expressing my preference. A son is fine too. After all, he is our child. The prince realized he had misspoken and quickly tried to calm her down. That's better. Princess, it's been 5 or 6 days. Why is there still no sign? The prince seemed anxious. Yu Yuanzheng had told him the estimated due date, which he remembered clearly, but 6 days had passed since then without any news. Maybe this child wants to stay in my belly a few more days, afraid you won't like him.
Don't say that.
How could I not like him? I'm just happy to have another child at my age. I even reported this to my father. He would be so happy. He'd want to get up from his grave. The prince was clearly boasting. The old prince never had a child in his later years. As they chatted, they continued their walk. By the time they went to bed, there was still no sign the prince had been hoping for. The princess was very excited tonight. Usually, at this time, she would be sleepy, but now she felt wide awake. The prince gently placed his large hand on the princess's big belly to help her sleep. However, after a long time of touching, he felt no movement from the baby. Princess, why isn't the baby responding at all? In the past, whenever I touched her, she would kick around. Why is it so quiet tonight? The prince noticed it was different from before. Zheng'er said the baby has dropped, so she can't move much. It means labor is near, the princess replied happily, rubbing her belly under the covers. As they chatted, the princess slowly fell asleep. The moon moved quietly across the sky. Suddenly, the princess shouted, "Ziki." This startled the sleeping prince, who sat up quickly. "Princess, what's wrong? Are you going into labor?" "No, I just had a dream." But just as she finished speaking, a wave of pain hit her.
Ouch!
The princess exclaimed. The prince was confused. Was she in labor or not? He had been anxious for days. The princess opened her eyes, but felt nothing at that moment. After waiting for nearly 15 minutes, another wave of pain came, and she confirmed, "It's really time to give birth." "Really?"
Yes.
"I'll go call Ziki's wife." The prince thought of Yuanzheng as the best healer in the family, forgetting that the midwife was already in the house. "It's late at night. It won't happen so quickly. Let's wait a bit," the princess said, feeling shy about waking their son and his wife at this time. "No way. I know nothing about this. I need her here for my peace of mind." The prince was very stubborn. Without saying another word, he put on a coat and left the bedroom. Tonight, Qiuxiang and Qiuyue were on night duty, sleeping on a couch in the outer room. The maids on duty were lying down fully dressed. Hearing the door open, they quickly got up. "Prince, what is your command?"
Qiuyue asked.
"The princess is going into labor. Hurry and call the eldest lady."
Yes.
The two maids were not as clueless as the prince. One went to call Chia courtyard, and the other went to fetch the midwife and also called for Granny Zhao to oversee things. They were worried they might not handle it well. Lights quickly lit up in the main courtyard. When Yuanzheng and Shangguan Ziki heard their mother was in labor, they rushed over. Even Manhwa and Yezhang came. Eventually, the second and third ladies arrived as well. The two elder ladies did not come. Yuanzheng went straight into the bedroom. "Mother, how are you feeling now?" Yuanzheng asked, worried. Because the princess is already 39 years old, she is considered an advanced maternal age. "It's just the beginning. There's still time," the princess said, having gained some experience from her daughter-in-law's childbirth. The prince called for an E outside. An E. Increase the number of guards around the perimeter, the prince instructed just in case. Thinking about the assassination attempt during his daughter-in-law's delivery, he feared that assassins from the Kanglin kingdom might also invade the palace during his wife's labor. This had happened before. He had heard from his grandfather that once, the Kanglin kingdom sent over 100 assassins to eliminate the Rong Wangfu, taking advantage of that generation's princess giving birth. "Yes, my lord," an E replied and then summoned a few guards from the outer courtyard and the Shuxiang courtyard. The princess's contractions had just begun, so it would take time. Since it had been a long time since she had given birth, her dilation would surely be slow. Meanwhile, in the room of the third old lady. "Mother, this is a great opportunity with my sister-in-law giving birth," the third old master said respectfully to the third old lady. "What do you mean?" The third old lady was momentarily confused. "There have always been 15 guards at the Zishu Academy, making it impossible for us to act. But just now, my brother ordered an E to transfer some personnel to the main courtyard, leaving only 8 guards in the Shuxiang courtyard." After hearing this, the third old lady thought carefully before making a decision. "All right, let's act. But we must time it perfectly to ensure we can leave as soon as the city gates open. Otherwise, we won't be able to exit the city and could easily be discovered. Pay attention to every detail. There must be no mistakes." We cannot let our long-planned scheme fail. Yes, I understand, the third old master said, and immediately began to arrange the operation after receiving the third old lady's approval. At this time, it was around 2 in the morning, and a conspiracy was quietly unfolding. In the main courtyard, the princess, accompanied by Yu Yuanzheng, continued to rest, taking advantage of the time between her contractions to sleep. Only by resting well would she have the energy for the delivery. The princess was obedient, seizing every moment to rest, even if just for a short while. By dawn, she had only dilated 5 centimeters. Just then, a guard rushed in. "My lord, it's bad news. The iron box is missing," said a guard stationed at the Shuxiang courtyard.
What?
The prince was taken aback. He leaped into action and immediately took off. Yu Chaoyang also heard this. When she came out, she had seen it placed in the center of her bedroom table, and she had fiddled with it a few times before sleeping. For many days, she had played with it during her free time, but had never succeeded. Gradually, she lost interest, though she would occasionally try her luck by fiddling with it. She immediately ran to the book fragrance courtyard. If she lost the iron box, she would be the sinner of the entire Shangguan family. No, the sinner of the whole Great Way. Shangguan Ziki also heard this and quickly went to the book fragrance courtyard with Qingfeng's help. When the prince arrived at the book fragrance courtyard, the hidden guards informed him that the spot where the iron box was kept was indeed empty. Several hidden guards revealed themselves and knelt before the prince. "Speak," the prince said coldly, his tone sharp. His face was dark as ink. Replying to the master, Chief N.E. moved 7 brothers away, so we lost half of our view. We only changed our positions for a moment, and the iron box disappeared without us noticing anyone coming. One guard replied. "So, you didn't see anyone, just noticed the box was gone?" "Yes." The prince carefully searched the entire bedroom but found no footprints, indicating the thief's high skills. The windows were closed, making it impossible to tell how the thief stole the item. The prince slammed his fist on the table without hesitation, then left the book fragrance courtyard and saw his eldest son sitting in a wheelchair. His mind raced for a moment before he spoke. "Ziki, protect the palace and your mother. Just tell her that your father has urgent business outside. I will apologize to her when I return," the prince commanded coldly. Then he went to the outer study, summoned Steward Li, and had an E and an heir wait nearby. "An E, take my token and inform the city guards to close all 4 gates of the capital. No one is allowed to leave. Steward Li, send someone to notify the heir to return immediately." The theft of the iron box was a serious matter. The second and third masters soon received the news and rushed over. "Elder brother, has the iron box been stolen?" Their anxious expressions were unmistakable. "Yes." "Elder brother, take me with you. Let's find it together," the second master insisted. This was the perfect moment for him to show off, and he couldn't miss it. "Elder brother, I want to go too," the third master added, his expression sincere. "Second brother, you only know how to indulge yourself. Don't come and cause trouble." "Third brother, you're a scholar with no martial skills. You probably can't ride far. Stay in the palace and help Ziki protect it. Your sister-in-law is giving birth, so I'm counting on you," the prince said urgently. Then he strode out of the palace. This matter was serious. He needed to visit the palace first. The city gates had just opened when they were closed again. As soon as the prince entered the palace, he immediately apologized to the emperor. Angered, the emperor struck the prince twice. "What happened? Your Majesty, this is not the time to assign blame. I informed all the city gates to close before entering the palace, but I fear the thieves may have already left the capital. I ask your Majesty to issue an order to all border checkpoints to not let any suspicious individuals through and to conduct thorough checks." "All right, I will issue the order. You quickly organize the search. This must be the work of the people from Kinglan. If you pursue in that direction, you will surely find them." The emperor immediately thought of this possibility. Yes. In the prince's residence, no one informed the princess about this matter, as Shangguan Ziki strictly ordered everyone to remain silent. The elder lady wanted to see the princess but was stopped by Chunlei at the main courtyard entrance and was not allowed to enter. Why can't I go in? I am concerned about the princess, the elder lady said angrily, trying to force her way in, but Chunlei held her back with a gesture. Shangwan Ziki had several maidservants carry the elder lady back to her own courtyard. Soon after, the third elder lady arrived. However, she was always very low-key and quiet, so Shangwan Ziki let her be. The princess's pain was becoming more frequent, but she hadn't heard the prince's voice for a long time, making her feel anxious. Zheng'er, where is your father? Just now, the emperor had an urgent matter and summoned him to the palace. He will return once they finish talking. Mother, don't worry. I will stay with you, Yu Yuanjing said, half-truthfully. Upon hearing that the emperor was looking for the princess stopped worrying. She never involved herself in the prince's official matters. The capital quickly went under martial law, and soldiers began searching house by house. The emperor even cancelled the morning court session. All the officials were aware of the missing iron box and war-worried expressions. The Jing Wang and his son were sent by the emperor to assist the Rong Wang in the search. Many young nobles from the capital voluntarily approached Rong Wang, asking to help find the iron box. Zhao Jinyu was the most eager among them. Inside the prince's residence, the princess could no longer hold back her cries. Yu Yuanzheng continuously helped her massage her lower back to ease the pain. However, as time passed, the pain became more intense, and Yu Yuanzheng's massages were no longer effective. Zheng'er, it hurts so much. I have forgotten what it felt like to give birth, but now I remember, the princess said, breathing heavily, trying to distract herself. Mother, you are the bravest mother. Don't worry, as long as you endure, everything will be fine. The baby is in the right position, and when the time comes, it will be easy. Yu Yuanjing spoke lightly. With you here, mother, there's nothing to fear. I'm just worried about father. He hasn't returned for so long, and we don't know what happened that made the emperor urgently summon him. The princess was still very concerned about this matter. The fact that the prince left during such an important time shows how urgent the situation is. We don't need to worry about men's affairs. Mother should just think about the lovely baby that will soon be born. When the baby can talk, calling you mother in a soft and sweet voice will be such a wonderful feeling. With Yu Yuanjing's comfort, the princess didn't think too much. The pain made it hard for her to focus on anything else. When the Xie sisters said the princess was almost ready to give birth, Yu Yuanzheng and Nurse Xiao helped her into the delivery room. At that moment, dozens of soldiers entered the prince's residence, along with several officials from the Ministry of Justice and the capital. Butler Li hurried in to report to Shangwan Ziki. Young master, Lord Sun from the Ministry of Justice and Lord Ke from the capital want to inspect the scene. Take them to inspect it yourself and don't miss any corner, Shangwan Ziki instructed.
Yes.
Shangwan Ziki then sent the heads of the other households waiting in the main courtyard back to their own courtyards to cooperate with the official search. He figured that the Ministry of Justice and the capital must have consulted with his father before daring to enter the residence, so he had to cooperate. His father was worried about theft within the residence. This had happened several decades ago, but that time it was just a prank by a few young boys. So he didn't rule out that possibility. Yu Chaoyang immediately returned to the book fragrance courtyard to cooperate. She was the most frightened among all the women because the missing item was in her possession. Once his father and the heir returned, she would surely be the first to be questioned. As a result, the officials searched the book fragrance courtyard thoroughly, but found nothing unusual. How did the thief take such a large item without alerting the guards? Not a single clue was left behind. It was as if the iron box had vanished into thin air. All the courtyards in the prince's residence were searched, except for the main courtyard where the princess was giving birth. Shangwan Ziki could not allow them to disturb his mother. Just as the officials finished their search, the prince strode into the residence, his face dark. When he reached the outside of the delivery room, he heard the princess's scream and snapped back to reality. No matter what happened, he had to stay strong. His wife was experiencing the greatest pain of her life. He could not leave the capital today. He had to wait for his wife to finish giving birth. He had already arranged for an undercover agent to head towards the Kanglan Kingdom. Yuyen, I am waiting for you outside. Don't be afraid. The prince shouted loudly, giving strength to his wife. Normally, he calls her the princess, but at that moment, he used her given name. Hearing his voice made the princess smile suddenly. Even if her smile wasn't pretty, having him there gave her more courage. When another wave of pain hit, she didn't need anyone to shout for her. She used all her strength to let out a long cry. Then something slipped out from her body. I gave birth. I gave birth, exclaimed the excited young lady. Everyone waiting outside heard her clearly. They all sighed in relief. Quickly, Granny Zhao personally carried the baby out of the delivery room. Congratulations, Your Highness. This is our princess, Granny Zhao said with a cheerful smile. The master finally had both a son and a daughter. When the prince heard it was a girl, his expression softened a lot. He gently took the baby and saw her tiny, wrinkled face, which made his heart feel warm. This was his child, after so many years. The prince blinked a few times and went back into the delivery room with the baby. No one dared to stop him. Inside, the midwife had just finished changing the princess's clothes. Yu Yuanzheng was watching closely to see if the princess was bleeding heavily. Princess, you worked hard, the prince said when he saw his exhausted wife, giving her a gentle smile as he placed the baby beside her. The princess turned her head and looked tenderly at the little one. Your Highness, I am content, she said with a smile, then tilted her head and closed her eyes. Princess? The prince was startled. Father, don't worry. Mother is just very tired and has fallen asleep. She will wake up once she gets enough rest, Yu Yuanzheng quickly explained. The prince silently watched the princess for a while. Ziki, take good care of your mother. I have to go on a long trip. Tell her not to worry. I will return when the baby is a month old. After saying this, the prince took one last deep look at the mother and daughter before leaving the palace. He set out of the capital that day with Shangguan Zishu, Prince Jing, the heir of Prince Jing, Zhao Jinyu, and some of the palace's secret guards. Each of these families brought their own people, and even the eldest prince sent his personal guard, Peng Heng, with 10 men to follow the prince's orders. Later, the capital was searched for 3 whole days without any discoveries. Instead, 2 spy hideouts from the Kanglan Kingdom were found. Furious, the emperor ordered them all to be executed without trial. Back in his courtyard, the 3rd master was called into the room by the 3rd madam. You should take a few days off to go after your elder brother. Just say you are also worried and contribute a little, the old lady coldly instructed. Mother, I have already arranged the route. There will be no issues. If I follow too closely, it might expose us, the old man disagreed with staying near the prince. On the surface, the 2 brothers seemed to have a good relationship, but the old man remained highly alert and did not dare to get too close to the prince. I hope the people we have trained for so long are not too foolish, the old lady said without pushing further. Staying too close to the prince could easily lead to mistakes. When the princess had rested enough, she woke up the next morning. Yu Yuanzheng spent most of her time by the princess's side, only going to her own courtyard to feed her child. The newborn had already been fed by the nurse and was sleeping soundly. The nurse, Zhong Huizhen, was the 3rd daughter of Granny Zhao. She had just given birth herself, but lost her baby when it was less than 6 months old. Granny Zhao called her back from the farm to care for the princess's newborn. Since they were familiar with each other, it was very reassuring. To avoid losing her milk supply, Huizhen had been feeding her milk to Yu Yuanzheng's 3 children. As soon as the princess opened her eyes, she saw her child beside her. That smile was truly warm. The weather had turned a bit chilly, so Yu Yuanzheng was worried about the baby getting cold. She didn't let the baby lie alone in the cradle, but placed her next to the princess to keep her warm with her body heat. Zhinger, how long have I been asleep? The princess asked after eating. Mother, you gave birth to your little sister yesterday at around 11 a.m. It has been over 11 hours now. I slept for so long. Where is your father? The princess was puzzled not seeing the prince. She expected him to be by her side after she gave birth, but instead, it was her daughter-in-law keeping her company. Mother, Father received an urgent imperial order and left the capital.
What?
The princess had not anticipated this. What is so urgent? Mother, the royal residence was robbed, and the iron box is missing. Father went to investigate. He asked me to tell you that he will return when your little sister is a month old, so don't worry, Yu Yuanzheng explained honestly. The princess would find out eventually, so it was better to tell her directly. Now that the baby was born, it was fine for her to know, even if it caused a bit more worry. With a little sister to care for, she probably wouldn't worry too much. Indeed, the princess remained calm upon hearing the news. The iron box has been stolen before, and not just once. The Kanglan Kingdom has always had its eyes on the iron box. The royal residence is keeping something that has caused many troubles. It is likely the reason behind the harm that befell Ziki, but until now no one knows who did it, the princess said calmly. No wonder there was no reaction. It seems there is a grudge against the iron box. Mother, how are you feeling now? Yu Yuanjing asked with concern.
I'm fine.
Without this big belly, I feel much lighter, the princess replied optimistically. For her, having a daughter is enough. That's good. Mother, have you and father chosen a name for my little sister? Yu Yuanzheng changed the topic. Yes, we have. Your father wanted a daughter, so he chose a name for her. Mengyao, the princess said lovingly, looking at her daughter. That's a lovely name. Little sister Mengyao. Yu Yuanzheng gently poked the little one with her finger. As luck would have it, the little one woke up and started crying. Zheng'er, why is she crying? The princess asked, a bit flustered. Maybe she's hungry. Then quickly call the nurse in. Mother, would you like to try feeding her yourself? Feeding her personally can create a special bond between mother and daughter, and the first milk is very good for the baby, Yu Yuanjing suggested. Many women from wealthy families do not breastfeed their children. They fear the trouble, worry about their figure, and want to show their status. No wonder you want to feed her yourself. All right, I will try. If your 3 are not enough, you can bring them to let Huizhen feed them. Right now, it may not be a problem for 2 of you to feed 3 children, but as they grow and eat more, it might not be enough. The princess easily accepted her daughter-in-law's suggestion. With Yu Yuanjing's help, she started feeding the baby. As an adult woman, her milk came in easily without needing to stimulate it. Seeing her daughter eat so well, the princess's gaze softened, filled only with thoughts of her daughter, with no time to think about the child's father who was busy outside. The theft of the iron box protected by the Rong royal residence was soon discovered by spies from the Nanshu kingdom, who were stationed in the capital of the Great Way. With such a commotion, it was hard for them not to notice. The capital was searched house by house for 3 days and nights, creating quite a stir. This news reached the palace of the Nanshu kingdom at lightning speed. The emperor of Nanshu, named Lu Mingji, known as the wise emperor of Shu, is already 48 years old. He has 5 adult sons. The eldest prince, Lu Dikun, is the son of the queen and has already been named the crown prince at the age of 28. The second prince, Lu Dexian, is the son of the concubine and has been given the title of Prince Xian at 25. The other princes generally follow their lead. Both princes have good abilities. The queen's family is from the prime minister's house, the highest among the scholars. The concubine's family is from the general's house, controlling 1/3 of the military power in South Shu. The relationship between the crown prince and Prince Xian is clear. They appear harmonious on the surface, but secretly they are in fierce competition, just short of open conflict. The emperor, to maintain balance, does not intentionally suppress either side. As long as there are no major disturbances, everything is fine. If one side grows stronger, he will hold them back. If the other side weakens, he will support them, skillfully maintaining balance. One day, the wise emperor of Shu received news from the Great Way and was not pleased. He immediately summoned several trusted ministers and a few adult princes to discuss the matter in the study. He first had the chief steward read the contents of the letter to everyone. After listening, everyone fell into deep thought. The emperor waited for them to consider. What are your thoughts, my lords? After a quarter of an hour, the emperor asked. The prime minister stepped forward first. Your Majesty, We do not know what is in the iron box from Great Way. However, according to historical records, 100 years ago, the third prince of Great Way and his wife used a powerful weapon to defeat the invading Kanglan army. The Kanglan kingdom surrendered but continued to conquer two of their cities before stopping. What is most surprising is that during negotiations between the two countries, the prince and his wife secretly infiltrated the Kanglan royal palace with a special weapon and killed the Kanglan emperor and empress at that time. The hatred between the two countries has become irreparable. Later, during negotiations, Kanglan ceded two cities to Great Way, but demanded that Great Way not use such weapons again, which is how the matter was settled. The Prime Minister recounted that historical event. Some present were unaware of that history, especially a few military generals who did not enjoy reading. I believe the iron box from Great Way likely contains that very weapon. If Kanglan gets hold of the iron box, they will surely attack Great Way. The Kanglan people are tall and strong, and without the iron box to hold them back, the chances of losing are high. Their hatred runs too deep. If Great Way is swallowed by Kanglan, they will become much stronger, and South Shu could very well be next. Your Majesty, a tripartite balance of power is the best situation. The Prime Minister continued his analysis. After the Prime Minister finished speaking, everyone began to whisper among themselves. The Prime Minister is right. We cannot let the Kanglan kingdom have the chance to annex the Great Way. But it seems very likely that Kanglan has already obtained the iron box from Great Way. Without that item to keep them in check, Kanglan will no longer fear Great Way, and war will be inevitable. Your Majesty, we must stop this, or we should find a way to get that iron box to our South Shu kingdom. Perhaps someone in South Shu can open it, and then we will have the valuable item left by the late Prince Rong of Great Way. At that time, who would we fear? A general stepped forward and respectfully suggested to Emperor Shu Ji. Yes, Your Majesty, this is a good idea. Even if we can't obtain it, we must not let Kanglan have it. The cabinet scholar agreed. Your Majesty, I support this. I support this. I support this. Several ministers all agreed with the idea. Father, I am willing to go to Great Way to participate in this matter. I believe the iron box is still in Great Way. If I act quickly, I should be able to intercept and seize it before it leaves Great Way. The people of Kanglan would never expect our South Shu to intervene, making it easier for us to obtain the iron box. The Crown Prince stepped forward to request permission. He wanted to earn more merit to strengthen his position among the ministers. Father, I am willing to go. The wise king, seeing the Crown Prince requesting permission, also joined in. The emperor looked back and forth between his two sons. He was nearing 50, and how much longer he would live was uncertain, but he knew his own body was not what it used to be. The Crown Prince needed to establish his authority. Otherwise, if something happened to him, the Crown Prince's position would be unstable, which would be detrimental to the country. So he made up his mind. This matter will be led by the Crown Prince, but you must pay attention to your safety and bring more people. I will give you 10 more helpers. Yes, I accept the order. The Crown Prince happily accepted. Time was of the essence. The sooner, the better. Upon returning to the Crown Prince's residence, Lu Dikun quickly gathered his subordinates to discuss how to proceed and who to take with them. After making arrangements, they set off from the capital the next day. However, not long after leaving the city, they saw 3 riders blocking their path. Princess Jiao, what are you doing here? Lu Dikun immediately recognized the lead person as his full sister, Princess Lu Yunshu. The 9th princess wore a black outfit, her hair styled high, riding a large black horse. With a long sword at her waist and a whip in her hand, she looked like a true warrior. She was quite impressive. She was born many years after the queen and was 11 years younger than the crown prince, making her only 17 this year. However, she loved martial arts and believed she was unbeatable, often leaving the palace to explore the world. She had not yet settled on a marriage. She did not want to marry early, which often frustrated their mother, the queen. Brother Crown Prince, you're going on a long journey. How can you leave without me? I can be your best helper. Stop this nonsense. I'm going to handle important matters, not for leisure. You should return to the palace, or our mother will be very angry with you. The crown prince did not want to take a woman with him. His sister was always reckless and loved to cause trouble. No, I want to go with you. You know my skills. I can disguise myself as a man and be your guard. I won't cause any trouble. The 9th princess was determined to follow him.
Go back.
Lu Dikun was very angry. The first guard by your side isn't even a match for me, and you still doubt my abilities. The 9th princess scoffed. This isn't about ability. It's time for you to marry. Our mother is already looking for a suitable husband for you. If you leave and she chooses someone you don't like, what will you do? Humph, the people our mother chooses are all weaklings. I don't like any of them. No matter what, I'm going with you. With that, the 9th princess turned her horse and galloped ahead. Lu Dikun had no choice but to follow her. Her skills were indeed impressive. After the crown prince left the capital, the wise king secretly summoned his advisor, Zhou Shijin, that night to discuss the crown prince's trip. Your Highness, now that the crown prince has left, I believe this is a great opportunity. Zhou Shijin did not specify what opportunity, but they both understood. If our father finds out, my status as a prince could be in jeopardy. The wise king hesitated. Your Highness, those who achieve great things must act decisively. If we miss this chance, it will be hard to find another like it. We can shift the blame to the Great Wei or Kanglin. If something were to happen to the emperor, because of this, it would be even better. Zhou Shijin boldly persuaded him. Hearing this, the wise king leaned more towards taking action. However, he still could not fully commit. Their father was nearing 50 and not young anymore. If he were to pass suddenly, the crown prince would naturally take the throne, which was what the people wanted. For the wise king to rise, something would have to happen to the crown prince. Either a rebellion. A rebellion is impossible. That's the worst option. Then the only choice is to make something happen to the prince. After sending away the advisor, he thought for a long time in the study. Late at night, he quietly went to the general's residence to discuss with his grandfather. The general also thought this was a good opportunity and sent 20 people to assist him. Days passed. The daughter was about to turn 1 month old, but the princess had only received 2 letters from the prince, saying he would return for the celebration and not to worry, with no other news. It was unclear if the iron box had been found. For the past month, Yu Yuanzheng had not gone anywhere, spending her days with her 3 little ones to keep their aunt company. With so many children at home, it was much livelier, and the princess was in good spirits. Although she hadn't recovered as quickly as Yu Yuanzheng, she was doing well. Yu Yuanzheng helped her with her health again. She felt very energetic. Zheng'er, do you think your father has found the iron box? The mother-in-law and daughter-in-law were playing with the children and chatting. That's hard to say. We don't need to worry about men's matters, Yu Yuanzheng replied, feeling relaxed. As long as the responsibility wasn't on her, she wouldn't think too much about it. The prince took so many people to search, at least they wouldn't be taken out of Dawei. It seemed the thieves from Kanglin country could only circle around Dawei. The baby will be 1 month old tomorrow, and your father has only seen Yao once. Mother, don't worry. My little sister will definitely be closer to you in the future, Yu Yuanzheng said sweetly to make the princess happy. That's true. After all the hard work I put into carrying and giving birth to her, if she doesn't get close to me, just wait and see how I teach her. Haha. Yu Yuanzheng laughed heartily. Even though it was just a distant thought, the princess was already feeling jealous. Just then, they heard the maids outside exclaiming, "The prince is back! The prince is back!" Then the princess and Yu Yuanzheng saw the prince, who hadn't groomed himself for many days, with a beard almost half an inch long, striding in. "Father," Yu Yuanzheng called out as she stood up. The prince and princess locked eyes. The prince treated Yu Yuanzheng as if she were invisible. "Oh my, what have you done to yourself?" The princess exclaimed in shock. After all these years, she had never seen the prince so careless about his appearance. He looked like a refugee who had just escaped. "Princess," the prince called out, sounding very wronged, but his voice was hoarse. It was clear how hard he had been working these days. Yu Yuanjing knew she was unnecessary, so she immediately had her maid and nurse bring in her 3 children and then stepped back outside. The princess's nursery was arranged using 2 rooms, with the wall between them removed to accommodate 4 children. Once they left, the room felt empty, leaving only the little baby in the cradle, happily entertaining itself. After a few moments of silence, the princess called out to the door. "Your Highness," Zhao Mama responded immediately from outside. "Quickly prepare a bath." Seeing the prince like this made the princess's eyes well up with tears. "Your Highness," the prince called out again, his voice filled with guilt. He hadn't been there for his wife during childbirth, nor had he been there during her recovery. He felt very guilty, but the iron box was crucial for the safety of the entire Wei dynasty, and he had no choice but to leave his wife to handle important matters. He had been searching day and night for days, but with no results. As the baby approached its first month, he knew he had to fulfill his promise to the princess and could only pass the responsibility of the search to Zishu and King Jing before rushing back. "Have you found the iron box?" the princess asked, concerned about his work. She understood the importance of the iron box. Although the prince had not been home with her, she never complained about him leaving them alone. "Not yet." "Then why did you come back?" "I missed our daughter." "And I missed you." The prince stepped forward, wanting to embrace the princess, but when he saw how dirty his hands were, he hesitated. The bath was quickly prepared. The princess personally went in to help him bathe. They chatted for only a moment before the prince unexpectedly fell asleep. He was simply too tired. The princess watched him with tears streaming down her face, not wanting to wake him. He worked hard outside to support the royal household, to ensure safety for her and their child, and for the people of Wei. She understood and accepted this. So, she continued to quietly wipe him down, adding cold water while mixing in some hot water as it cooled. She washed him for a full hour until he finally regained his strength and woke up. "Are you awake? Why didn't you wake me? You were too tired. Go back to sleep for a while." The princess brought him clean clothes to wear. "Your Highness, how are you feeling?" Only then did the prince ask about his wife, realizing he had neglected his duties as a husband. He hadn't been there for her during such a difficult time, and he didn't even know if she had recovered well during her confinement. "With Zheng'er and Ziki in the palace, who dares to neglect me? I've been well taken care of. Can't you see I've gained weight?" The princess showed no signs of missing her husband, looking quite aggrieved. The prince slept soundly until the next morning. Guests began to arrive at the palace, and he finally got up. It was a lively day at the palace. The loss of the iron box did not deter visitors. Princess Jing brought her children along. 5 kids were together in the nursery. Yuan Zheng's 3 children were only 5 months old, unable to crawl, but they could roll over and sit up with support. The ladies present were envious of the 5 children and wished they could take one home. Today, the eldest prince's wife arrived the earliest. She had been married for 3 months, but had not yet conceived. Her mother urged her to come to the Rongwang Palace early to bond with the children, hoping it might help her get pregnant sooner. "Auntie, doesn't my little sister look just like you?" Yu Yueying said, holding her tightly. "Really? Zheng'e, do you think she looks like her father?" The princess was a bit confused. She saw her every day and couldn't tell who she resembled. Yuan Zheng must have poor eyesight. She has too many children, and her eyes are confused. Haha. Her comment made several ladies laugh out loud. If having too many children could confuse one's eyesight, then wouldn't the teachers at the academy struggle to tell their students apart? Yueying, the little princess is still too young for us to see who she resembles. It will be clearer in 100 days, Princess Jing teased. Hee, I think she looks more like Aunt Rong, Yueying insisted on her opinion. She wanted to have a daughter who looked like her in the future. The prince had slept enough and felt refreshed. He proudly showed off the children in the courtyard. Few in the capital at his age had a legitimate daughter. While there were older men who had married secondary wives and had daughters with them, that was a different situation. Little Meng Yao was born of his wife, and she was the primary wife. After the previous experience with his grandson, the prince no longer dared to dip his chopsticks in wine to wipe on his little daughter's mouth. Today, the emperor also came. However, neither of them wore many smiles while dealing with the guests. They completed the necessary formalities, leaving the rest to be handled by Shangguan-Ziki and the second and third masters. The prince led the emperor to his study and sat down, dismissing the attendants. "Your Majesty, I have failed in my duties," the prince said, putting away his forced smile from outside and becoming serious as he clasped his hands. The idea of the iron box in the Kanglan kingdom has been around for over 100 years. During this time, they have stolen from us several times. We cannot place all the blame on you. I share some responsibility too. The spies in the capital have been caught countless times, yet we still can't eliminate them completely. The emperor understood this well. No matter how many times we guard against thieves, there will always be a gap. I will continue the search. I need to rest for 2 days before I set out again. We have already intercepted several groups, but those thieves are clever. They split into multiple teams and fled in different directions. They were well prepared and even made some fake iron boxes to confuse us. The prince expressed his frustration about this. They had intercepted for iron boxes, but none were real. Having handled iron boxes for most of his life, he could tell just by the weight. Even a slight difference would be obvious to him. Yes, they came prepared. I don't know how long they have been planning this. I will send more people to assist you. Your hidden guards may be skilled, but they might not be as good at tracking as those specifically trained for it. Thank you, Your Majesty. The loss of the iron boxes may lead to instability in several border cities connected to Kanglan, the emperor said quietly. You're right. Without the iron boxes to deter them, Kanglan will likely send troops. The prince had anticipated this outcome. So keep searching, but if you can't find them within 3 months, return, regroup the troops, and prepare for battle. Just then, a voice came from outside. Greetings, young master. It was Shangguan-Ziki. The prince personally opened the door to let him in. Greetings, Your Majesty. Is there something you need, Ziki? The emperor could tell he had something important to discuss. Yes. Your Majesty, Father. With the iron boxes lost and the enemy possibly having prepared for a long time, I believe it will be difficult to find them using ordinary methods. We could divide our search into 2 lines, one open and one secret. This might be more effective, Shangguan-Ziki suggested. Oh, tell me more, the emperor showed interest. The prince's eyes lit up as well. Father will lead the open search, which can be somewhat relaxed, but we must keep strict control at the borders and not let any suspicious individuals leave. I want to take charge of the secret search. Shangguan-Ziki wanted to go out personally. He could also take the opportunity to expand his wife's business. Finding the iron boxes quickly seemed unlikely, so they needed to plan for a long-term effort. The emperor and the prince exchanged glances. Ziki, with your leg, how can you go out searching? The emperor was a bit puzzled. Finding something has nothing to do with my leg. I will go out to search for a famous doctor as a cover, but my real goal is to find the iron box. This way, I can mislead the enemy. They won't suspect my true intention and will let their guard down, analyzed Shangguan-Ziki. The prince immediately understood what he meant, knowing that his son's leg was completely healed. What do you think, Your Highness? The emperor asked for his opinion. I think it's feasible. Father, I want to take my wife with me. It will confuse the enemy even more. Shangguan-Ziki made a request. What about your 3 children? The prince disagreed. The children are already 5 months old. We won't leave right away. By the time they are 6 months old and can eat other foods, we can gradually wean them off milk, Shangguan-Ziki said, recalling what Yu Yuanzheng had mentioned. His wife had said that milk is not better the longer it is consumed. In the later stages, milk has little nutrition, and too much can hinder a child's development. They need to eat solid food when it's time. Milk can be stopped, but someone needs to take care of the children. Can you really relax? The prince was still worried. Isn't there the Empress Dowager? She isn't managing the household now, so she can take care of the children. Plus, there are many servants. It's not all on her, Shangguan-Ziki confidently suggested. In recent months, since the birth of their 3 children, his wife's attention had been entirely on them, leaving him with no chance to be close to her. This life felt too stifling. Before she was pregnant, they had only been intimate twice. With so few opportunities after the birth, how could he endure it? He planned to take advantage of the trip to find the iron box and leave the children with the Empress Dowager. After all, his father and the Empress Dowager had been together for a long time, so it didn't matter. The prince thought for a moment and nodded. He knew his son's abilities surpassed his own. Even in martial arts, his son was progressing much faster than he did at that age. Ziki, if you really find a great doctor who can heal your leg, make sure to bring him back to the capital. Let him check on the crown prince too. I haven't given up on my eldest son. The emperor's meaning was clear. However, the father and son took this as if they hadn't heard anything once they left the room. Yes, your majesty. Inside, they were quite pleased. The crown prince's secrecy was impressive. Even now, he hadn't let his father know, and even his father-in-law was aware. What would happen when the emperor eventually found out? Would the crown prince get in trouble? Shangguan Ziki imagined this in his mind. After finalizing the plans, Shangguan Ziki took his leave. Shangguan Mingyao's full moon celebration was lively all day. Her name has officially been added to the family tree of the Shangguan clan. After the full moon banquet, the prince left again. The princess didn't say much, just asked him not to overwork himself and to take care of his health. The child is still very young and needs him to provide for them, so he must not make any mistakes. Hearing this made the prince feel even more burdened. Yu Yuanzheng was also listening to these words. In fact, it would have been better if the last part was left unsaid. However, this is the way her parents interact, which is another form of sweetness. During these days, Shangguan Ziki has been doing very well with the pharmacy business. He has opened branches in several counties around the capital. The production base on the farm has expanded once again. For some processes that don't require much skill, he has hired local farmers to do the work, while he pays for skilled workers in key positions. This way, he ensures that the techniques remain confidential, while also providing income for nearby villagers. He has also employed some retired soldiers for security and delivery tasks. Everyone works together very well. Since he needs to leave for a while, Shangguan Ziki called in the manager of the first shop, He Yuan, and Lu Mingda, a long-term worker recruited by Yu Yuanzheng. These two are Shangguan Ziki's biggest helpers in business. Lu Mingda used to be a bodyguard. Although he lost an arm, after overcoming a difficult period in life, he trained his left hand and has decent martial skills. The two of them, one skilled in finance and the other in martial arts, work together very well. Lu Ruan has also developed her skills, managing the pill production in the workshop in the city. He Yuan is no longer just a shop manager, he is now the head of the entire pill business. He has opened all the shops and selected successors, then moved on to the next venture. Lu Mingda is responsible for staffing. He has traveled extensively and knows many people, making it easy for him to find assistants, apprentices, and accountants. He also has connections at the agency, sometimes providing good medicine to friends there at a lower price to build relationships. The medicine prescriptions created by Yu Yuanzheng have been effective enough for the army to use, and the bodyguards especially like them. This is why Shangguan Ziki values him highly. The two arrived at the workshop in the city, where Shangguan Ziki was already waiting in the hall. Greetings, young master. Please have a seat. Shangguan Ziki remained in his wheelchair. I brought you here today to discuss an important matter. Shangguan Ziki got straight to the point. Please go ahead, young master, He Yuan said with a bow. He is already 40 years old and has been a manager for many years under the prince. But the prince has too many talented people, so it's not easy to stand out. When it comes to the eldest son, he is directly given important responsibilities, and he feels that his abilities are fully utilized. I plan to go on a long trip, and I want to take both of you with me. Wherever I go, we will open a shop. Do you both have confidence?
What?
Really? He Yuan's eyes lit up. How big could the eldest son's business become? Lu Mingda's eyes widened in surprise. He didn't expect that following the eldest lady would lead to such a bright future. When he goes back, he will thank the gods. Yes, you are both people I trust. Please arrange things in the capital and find someone to take over your current tasks. In half a month, we will set off to the north. Each of you should bring a few people, especially you, Manager He. It's best to bring a few who can manage on their own. While we can hire a manager locally, at first, we need our own people to handle things for a while before finding suitable candidates. Understood, eldest son. I will bring 5 people. Eldest son, can I bring some friends along? They have experience as bodyguards and are skilled, but they are in their 40s and want a safer life now. Lumingda asked. Recently, his life has been much better than those friends, who all want to join him, but he didn't dare to mention it to the eldest son. Since they were discussing hiring people today, he gathered his courage. As long as I can trust them, I will use them, but you must take responsibility if something goes wrong. They will need to sign a long-term agreement, committing to work for me, and I will ensure they are not at a loss. Shangwan Ziki indeed had few people. It would be great to have more experienced bodyguards. These people are skilled, knowledgeable, and have a sense of teamwork. Thank you, eldest son. Lumingda was grateful for the recognition and bowed deeply. That's enough. We don't need to be so formal. Shangwan Ziki appreciated Lumingda's capabilities. Soon, the day of departure arrived. Yu Yuanzheng was reluctant to leave her 3 children, but she felt at ease leaving them with the princess. She is their grandmother, and will take good care of them. Once they leave, Granny Yi from Chia Courtyard will come to help in the main courtyard, along with Ding Huanyang and her mother-in-law. Yu Yuanzheng also left Xiaoqin and Xiangji behind, so there would be plenty of help. The princess spends every day with the children and is very happy about it. Although there are some cries and fuss, the main courtyard has been quiet for many years, so it's nice to have some excitement. She doesn't mind the noise at all. In fact, she enjoys it. On October 20th, Yu Yuanzheng and Shangwan Ziki set off. The reason is that he needs to find a master healer to treat his leg. The second master, watching him leave, had a cheerful expression. Ziki, I hope your leg gets better. Your uncle is still waiting to go hunting with you, he said, giving him a pat on the shoulder. However, the second master's smile faded quickly. The third master also came forward to offer his well wishes, but without a smile. Ziki, don't worry. Your third uncle will take good care of you. Okay. I trust my third uncle, Shangwan Ziki replied. He has never fully understood this third uncle. Since he was young, he has seen his third uncle work hard and be disciplined. He focused on his studies and worked seriously, passing the imperial exam at 24 and serving as an official outside until he returned last year. Compared to the second uncle, he was truly in a different league. However, he wasn't worried about the main courtyard since it was filled with his father's people. He also left 2 hidden guards to protect the children. Once outside the capital, he met up with He Yuan and Lumingda, who were waiting at the city gate, and they headed north. Back in his own courtyard, the third master had a serious expression. He went to visit the third madam. Has he left? The third madam asked. Yes. Mother, do we need to do something? You know he is using the excuse of seeking a healer, but in reality, he has other plans. He wants to stand up again, and needs a reason. Have you not found that healer after all this time? I'm sorry, I have failed. The people I sent out have inquired in several cities over 1,000 miles away, but no one has heard of any Medicine King Mountain. I suspect this healer might be a fabrication. He could be in the capital, just avoiding trouble by changing his identity. That assassination attempt may have frightened him. However, his medical skills are indeed impressive. According to those who were involved in the assassination, he was severely injured but managed to survive. He must have help in the capital. If they hadn't found assistance, the attempt might have succeeded. All right, withdraw the people. Now that we are in the capital, we need more people here. The situation with Ziqi is settled. Finding a skilled doctor is pointless now. At most, it would just help the royal family find someone to heal the crown prince's leg. Therefore, we need to find a way to prevent the crown prince from becoming the heir. Alternatively, we could directly help the third prince take the throne, ideally making him the emperor right away. The crown prince is much more capable than the third prince, and if he ascends, all our efforts over the years may go to waste. Yes, mother. Should we create some trouble for Ziqi? The third master thought about the last failure and felt frustrated, wanting to make up for it. If we can't achieve a decisive, then we shouldn't waste our resources. This implied that they did not see Ziqi as a significant threat. The few people he took with him wouldn't make much difference and would only waste their manpower. Understood. Don't dwell too much on what happened at the estate. To achieve great things, one must be flexible and prioritize the bigger picture. His choice to bring a woman along will only hold him back. Let's wait for 2 months. If the iron box hasn't returned to the palace by then, we can notify your uncle to send troops.
Yes.
You can send 2 people to follow Ziqi and see where they go. Understood. Ziqi traveled with Yu Yuanzheng for 3 days, reaching Huaiyuan City, about 500 miles from the capital, where they stopped. They began their usual routine of renting and opening a shop. After staying for 5 days, they successfully opened a store. The medicine was brought from the capital, which was not far, so deliveries were easy. In this way, they traveled for over a month, passing through 4 cities and opening 8 pharmacies. All were rented, which saved them a lot of money. Since opening the pharmacies, the couple had earned nearly 100,000 taels, all brought out for the business. Ziqi also had some savings, which he invested entirely. One day, they arrived in a place called Guan City, over 1,000 miles from the capital. Zheng'er, I plan to set up a supply point here. Otherwise, transporting everything from the capital is too far, and the profits will be much lower. Ziqi shared his plan. I never expected you to be a business genius. I didn't think of all that, Yu Yuanzheng complimented him. Ziqi felt delighted by the praise. They rented a small courtyard to stay temporarily. They chose a relatively secluded area to buy a not-so-small courtyard that was a bit run-down but affordable, and with some repairs, it would be usable. He had already assigned several capable people to manage the shops, but now he was short on staff. Young master, I will first go to the trader to see if there are suitable people, and then buy a few to train as managers, He Yuan suggested. He Yuan preferred to manage bought individuals, as they had contracts and would not cause trouble. Hiring locals as managers could lead to deception, and they couldn't watch over them all the time. Uncle He, please buy 2 maids for me as well. Just choose those who seem honest and clever, Yu Yuanzheng said when she heard he was going to buy people. Manager, he was confident in his dealings and was careful with the people he met. Yes, young madam. After He Yuan left with 2 young servants, Yu Yuanzheng began to write prescriptions. She had no children to care for, and the nurse had already left, so she felt quite relaxed. They were heading north, and the weather was getting colder. It was early December, and many children were prone to catching colds in the chilly weather, so she wrote multiple prescriptions for different illnesses. Shengwan Ziqi was also busy outside. He returned just before dark after visiting several herbal suppliers and had confirmed deals with 3 of them. At that moment, Chunlei came in. Young master, young madam, 2 people have been following us and are staying in a small house not far from here. What? Yu Yuanzheng was surprised. She didn't know about this, and her husband had not told her. Keep an eye on them. Don't lose track. We will deal with it when we leave Guan City, Shengwan Ziqi instructed. Husband, who is following us? Yu Yuanzheng asked in shock. I don't know. They've been following us since we left the capital. I suspect they are spies from the Kanglin Kingdom, but they don't look like locals. It seems many in our great way have become traitors, working for the enemy, Shengwan Ziqi analyzed. Yu Yuanzheng understood. They were likely watching to see what they were doing, possibly looking for the iron box. If they were searching for something, they might face various obstacles, as Kanglin Kingdom was heavily invested in stealing the iron box. However, as a woman without martial skills, she felt it was best to follow her husband and let him handle the matters. The workshop plans continued. Manager, he successfully found suitable individuals to train as managers. One was a well-educated young man named Zhao Chongwen in his 20s, who had to sell himself due to family troubles. He is a devoted son. His father was seriously ill and needed ginseng, so he sold himself to a trader. Unfortunately, his father did not recover, and then his son fell ill and needed money, so his wife also sold herself. The couple sold themselves together, and the money they received was enough to treat their son, but they could not save the father, who passed away. Now, only the son remained free, but he was only 8 years old and could not take care of himself. As the couple wept, they encountered Mr. He, who was looking to buy people. When the trader heard Mr. He wanted to buy someone who could read and write, he recommended this family and explained their situation. They had one request. The couple wanted to sell themselves together and be allowed to keep their child, who could help with work but would not be bound by a contract until he could live independently. Mr. He assessed Zhao Chongwen and believed he had great potential. Since the family had no money to continue his education, he only became a child scholar and then found a job in accounting to support the family. However, Mr. He did not find a suitable maid and did not make a purchase. He looked around and thought the young girls were too simple and not clever enough. "Madam, we can wait until we reach a bigger city to buy maids. This county town is small with few people, so there aren't many educated maids available." "All right. I was just thinking that my 2 maids will be busy teaching the workers in the workshop to make pills, so I wanted to prepare 2 in advance to make things easier for them." With Zhao Chongwen's help, the workshop quickly got started. He was familiar with the local situation, handled recruitment, and signed agreements. Mr. He also bought a few clever young servants for key tasks. Zhao Chongwen was temporarily assigned to manage the workshop. In less than 10 days, the workshop was up and running. They also rented a shop in the county town to start business. Ziyue and Jianghua were busy training the workers to make pills. By the time everything was on track, 20 days had passed. The workshop could supply cities within a 500-mile radius. One day, Shang Guanziki called Yuan and Lu Deming to discuss future plans. "Mr. He, in the past 2 months, we have opened 10 shops and 1 workshop. Next, I want to act separately with my wife, and you can continue to the next city as we have been doing. I hope that when we meet in the capital, you'll have opened our pharmacies throughout the 42 states of the Great Way. My request is for at least 2 shops in each state. You don't need to rush, as it requires a lot of funds to manage. You can wait until the first shops make money before opening the next ones. We are renting the shops, not buying them, so the costs shouldn't be too high. I will leave you with the 100,000 silver notes I have. If that's not enough, you can request more from the capital. I hope that in a year, our 10-day hall can be found all over the Great Way, and then we can expand to the South Shu Kingdom, followed by the Kanglin Kingdom." Shengwan Ziki's words excited the 2 men. "Understood, sir," Manager He replied with a smile. "If you think Zhao Chongwen is capable, feel free to use him. It will lighten your load. If he does a good job, you can give him a higher salary so he can send his children to school. At the right time, we can offer them a chance to buy their freedom." Shengwan Ziki was giving hope, encouraging harder work. "Yes, young master." After hearing the conditions, he considered buying his freedom but ultimately decided against it. He had reached his current position because the young master valued him. If he bought his freedom, he would have nothing left. His family had served the royal family for generations. The opportunities they had today were all thanks to the royal family, and he wanted to cherish that. After making arrangements, on December 15th, they prepared to leave Guan County and continue north. Yu Yuanzheng left 2 maidservants with Manager He, instructing them to follow him to the next location and help teach others how to make pills when they set up the workshop. The 2 maidservants were reluctant to leave their mistress. They had never been apart since they started serving her. "Miss, when can we see you again?" Jianghua asked with teary eyes. "It won't be long, at most 6 months. We will definitely return to the capital, and by then, you should have learned enough," she replied. "But miss, we will miss you so much. Without us, you won't even be able to style your hair," Ziyue said, teasing her. "Can't you say something nice? You're making me sound like a complete mess. Can't I just tie my hair in a ponytail?" "I can manage." Yu Yuanzheng rolled her eyes. "Don't worry, she won't style her hair. I'll do it for her," Shengwan Ziki assured with a smile. "Hee, then we can relax," Ziyue said, sticking out her tongue playfully. The carriage slowly started moving. "Husband, do you have any news from father?" Once on the carriage, Yu Yuanzheng began to ask about the prince. "I have been keeping in touch with him." "How do you communicate?" "Of course, it's through the relay stations. There are relay stations set up all over the Great Way. My father is the only prince of a different surname in the Great Way, so any letter with his seal is taken very seriously by the relay stations. Wherever I go, I will report to my father, so we can communicate promptly. Oh, I see. Yu Yuanzheng understood the relay stations as a postal service from later times. Of course, it was not for the common people, but only for the court. When they were about 50 miles from Guan City, they stopped to rest at a grove. They planned to make a fire and prepare lunch before continuing their journey. Where there are woods, there are also game. Chasing Cloud and Pursuing Moon were assigned to hunt for some food. At that moment, Spring Thunder returned from a distance and quietly spoke a few words to Shangguan Ziki. All right, let's act. If we can capture someone alive, that would be best. Understood. Then Spring Thunder led Xiaoyu, Qiufeng, and Ling into the woods from the right side, and soon they disappeared from sight. After another quarter of an hour, Yu Yuanzheng heard sounds of fighting from afar, followed by screams. She had never seen Spring Thunder and the others fight, so she didn't know how intense it was. Dear husband, how skilled are Qingfeng and the others? Yu Yuanzheng was simply curious. They're all right, but they can't compare to you, my dear husband. Shangguan Ziki gave her a teasing glance. How vain. Don't be too proud. Yu Yuanzheng felt a spark and turned to gather some firewood nearby. The distant mountains and nearby waters came to help. They had brought 20 guards and secret guards, with 10 more sent ahead by Shangguan Ziki. The 10 with them were the ones in plain sight. When they had gathered enough firewood, Spring Thunder and the others dragged a bloodied person back, who was groaning in pain. Why did you bring him here? What if you scare the young lady? Shangguan Ziki scolded. Upon hearing this, Spring Thunder immediately wanted to drag him away. It's fine, I'm a doctor. I'm not afraid of injuries like Spring Thunder's, Yu Yuanzheng said, having seen much and already used to it. Spring Thunder paused again. Madam, it's better if you don't see this. Spring Thunder, take him into the woods, to a farther place. Seeing his serious expression, Yu Yuanzheng did not object. It was indeed better to avoid bloody scenes. Qingfeng and the other 3 stayed behind to start the fire. Shangguan Ziki personally led Spring Thunder, and the others a bit farther away before stopping. The man had already been dislocated at the jaw and had multiple sword wounds on his body. However, it was cold, and he was dressed warmly, so they couldn't see the injuries. But from the condition of the clothes and how soaked they were with blood, we can tell a lot. Young master, these 2 seemed to be from the secret guard, and they had poison hidden in their mouths. One of them died from the poison before we could intervene. This one, Ling acted quickly and managed to dislocate his jaw, so he didn't die. However, their skills are only average. They are likely just low-level operatives, reported Chun Lei. Understood. Close his jaw, Shangguan Ziki said, grasping his meaning. Such people are easier to get to talk. Ling stepped forward, grabbed the jaw of the man lying on the ground like a dead dog, and lifted it back into place. The man immediately tried to bite his tongue to end his life. Ling pointed at him, and the man slumped down. If you tell me who sent you to follow me, I can make it quick for you, Shangguan Ziki said, standing beside him and looking down. I don't know, the man stubbornly replied, even in this situation. You don't have to speak, but I have many ways to make you wish you had, Shangguan Ziki threatened. Young master, I really don't know. We only follow orders from our superiors, the man said, frightened by the threat. You're from the Great Way, right? Yes. How did you join your organization? I was an orphan and brought into the organization at 10. I learned martial arts, but because I was older and had poor talent, I never advanced to a higher level. I was only assigned tasks like tracking. This time, we were just told to follow you and report back. Where is your organization located? Shangguan Ziki continued coldly. There is no fixed location. Our superiors often take us around for training. We just arrived in the capital less than a year ago. How many of you are there? There are only 10 in my group. I don't know about the others. Is your superior from Great Way or Kanglin? Great Way. Shangguan Ziki realized he wasn't going to get any useful information. This was just a low-level who didn't even know who the real master was. But one thing was certain. Someone was specifically training orphans for their own use. This man was at least 20 years old, meaning he had been taken for training 10 years ago. In the capital, There are very few families trying to track his movements. He couldn't think of anyone who would want to know his whereabouts. He wasn't a prince and posed no threat to the throne. The only possibility was that there were spies from Kanglin who feared he would find the iron box. His father had tried to clean up the situation several times, but couldn't get rid of them completely. The spies from the Kanglin kingdom are truly everywhere. How many people have they trained and placed in the Great Way? Just give him a quick end, said Shangguan Ziki softly. The two followers, having not reported to their superiors for a long time, naturally realized they had failed in their tracking. Xiaoyu was quick, stabbing the man's heart with a sword. In just a few moments, he was no longer moving. A dying person who could not hold on much longer. Dig a hole and bury him, Shangguan Ziki suggested, suspecting he had been used by the Kanglin people, perhaps without even knowing it himself. Leave him with a complete body. They returned to where the carriage was parked. Chasing Cloud and pursuing Moon had already caught a few mountain chickens, plucked them, and cleaned them. Yu Yuanzheng was busy by the makeshift stove. She was not from a wealthy family that never touched manual work. After starting her career in her past life, she lived independently and handled her own affairs. Of course, she could cook, but she wasn't a master chef. She could only make dishes that were edible, following various videos. She prepared a large pot of stir-fried chicken pieces. Then she made a pot of soup, and 12 people enjoyed it with dry flatbreads until they were full. Husband, there are no more followers. We can change our appearance now, Yu Yuanzheng said excitedly. This opportunity to be out was too rare, and she wanted to enjoy it, though it felt a bit unfair to leave the children with the princess. At worst, she could make it up to the little ones when they returned to the capital. Only someone who has been a mother knows how exhausting it is from pregnancy to when the child is 6 months old, especially with 3 children. Okay, Shangguan Ziki nodded affectionately. When they arrived at the next county, they would be part of a team of miraculous doctors. Yu Yuanzheng organized her medical equipment from the capital, a mask, a square hat, and a long robe. To appear taller, she prepared a pair of shoes with a heel. She felt she should look about 1.67 meters. She estimated her own height to be around 1.60 meters. Shangguan Ziki also wore a mask. However, they both wore half masks, leaving their mouths uncovered. Husband, no, I will call you elder brother from now on, and I will be the second brother. We are sworn brothers of different surnames. You are strong, and I am weak, making a perfect combination. You are both my elder brother and my bodyguard.
Haha.
Yuanjing assigned them their identities. You're mischievous. All right, from now on, elder brother will be your bodyguard during the day and keep you warm at night. Shangguan Ziki whispered the last part into Yuanjing's ear. This made her blush, and she leaned into his embrace. The two people were discussing their upcoming plans. As night fell again, they arrived at a place called Jinkai City. Upon reaching the city gate, they saw an undercover guard, arranged by Shangguan Ziki, waiting for them. They were led to an inn to stay. The leader of the 10 men was named Gao Shan, a strong young man of 22, with a serious expression. After arranging accommodations for everyone, he ordered the waiter to bring food. After a long day on the carriage, Yu Yuanzheng felt very hungry. It was hard to eat well on the road. After dinner, Gao Shan went to Shangguan Ziki's room. I greet you, my lord, Gao Shan said with a fist salute. Yes, you arrived early. Have you investigated the situation in Jinkai City? Shangguan Ziki asked. This place is only 500 miles from the Kanglin border, and there are relatively many merchants coming and going. In recent months, many merchants who were stuck at the border have returned here to wait and see, Gao Shan replied. Is there anything unusual happening? Nothing has been found so far. Our 10 men have been mingling in the market every day, but we did hear about a wealthy family seeking a doctor. Hearing this, Yu Yuanjing's eyes lit up. What kind of wealthy family? She asked. A family that deals in medicinal herbs. They often go to Kanglin country to bring back their unique herbs to sell in our country. They also transport our unique herbs to Kanglin. This family is very familiar with Kanglin and reportedly moved here many years ago, Gao Shan explained. Oh, a family like that must have many doctors. Why are they still seeking medical help? Yu Yuanjing wondered. Madam, I didn't inquire further, so I don't know what illness they have, Gao Shan admitted, not knowing the details. Find out more tomorrow. I need specific information, Yu Yuanjing instructed. Understood, Gao Shan replied. Husband, let's rent a small courtyard to stay in. There are only 3 days until the new year. Even though we're away, we should celebrate, Yu Yuanjing said, noticing that families in the city had already put up couplets on their doors. The doors of the wealthy families were also decorated with large red lanterns, creating a festive atmosphere. During this time, she really missed the children. She wondered if the 3 little ones had forgotten her after being away for so long.
All right.
Tomorrow, I'll have Qingfeng rent a suitable courtyard. Your father is not far from here and will come to visit, her husband replied.
Oh,
is that so? Then I'll buy some New Year goods and prepare a hearty New Year's Eve dinner. The next day, Gao Shan learned about the wealthy family and immediately returned to report to the lady of the house. Lady, the wealthy family is the Fong family. The head of the family is Fong Gillen. He is ill with a loss of appetite and has become very thin. He has seen many doctors, but none have been able to help. If he doesn't receive treatment soon, he may not survive much longer. How old is the head of the Fong family? 45 years old. At that age, he has this illness? That's interesting. This condition is indeed difficult to treat. Yuan Zheng had been a doctor for a long time, but had never treated this illness. For adults, it is a psychological issue that requires mental treatment. Most doctors prescribe medicine to strengthen the stomach and increase appetite, but the head of the Fong family can't even keep the medicine down. He vomits shortly after taking it, so it's basically useless, Gao Shan explained. How much is the Fong family willing to pay for treatment? Yuan Zheng asked, as this was the most important question. If the payment was low, she wouldn't want to take the case. 2,000 taels of gold, Gao Shan replied. Wow, that's quite good, Yuan Zheng said, her eyes lighting up. 2,000 taels of gold is equivalent to 20,000 taels of silver. That amount is the profit from her shop in the capital over 2 or 3 years. Gao Shan, keep an eye on this. After the new year, we will go for a consultation. Let's start the year off right, Yuan Zheng said with a smile. Although she had never treated this kind of illness, she understood that it was a psychological issue. As long as she identified the reason for his illness and tailored her approach accordingly, it should not be a big problem. Ancient people did not understand psychology, but she was studying medicine, which included some knowledge of it, even if it wasn't the main focus. She understood the principles. In the afternoon, Qingfeng rented a small courtyard in the eastern part of the city. Their group didn't have much to move, so they quickly settled into the courtyard with 1 cart. The courtyard had a large stable that could hold up to 20 horses at once. It seemed that it had previously been rented to a merchant, as there were several storage rooms for keeping things. There weren't many living spaces, but it was sufficient for their group. The guards could share rooms. The furniture inside was also complete. After settling in, it was time for a big shopping trip. Yuan Zheng was the only woman in the group. She made a list and asked the guards to go buy the necessary items for the new year. Although they were all guards or secret protectors, the royal family trained their people in a more humane way. They learned to read, martial arts, social skills, and how to handle tasks. The previous manager, he was also a talent specifically trained by the royal family. The royal family never trained people to be mere machines that only followed orders. That would be too wasteful of human potential. Each of them certainly needs basic life skills. On New Year's Eve afternoon, Yu Yuanzheng was busy making dumplings. In this northern area, people mainly eat wheat-based foods. Of course, only wealthy families can afford white flour. The poor cannot. However, today, every family would buy some white flour to prepare a decent New Year's Eve dinner. Yu Yuanzheng directed the men to knead the dough while she prepared the filling. Then came the rolling of the dough and the wrapping. At first, the big guys made very ugly dumplings. Especially Shang Guanji, who had never done this before and didn't know how. "Zheng, this dough is too soft and won't cooperate at all," Shang Guanji said, ruining a piece of dough. Yu Yuanzheng could hardly bear to watch. She patiently demonstrated again, showing everyone how to do it. Everyone watched carefully. Fortunately, not everyone was completely clueless. A few guards managed to wrap them decently. Shang Wanji, feeling disliked and worried about disappointing his wife, tried hard to learn how to wrap dumplings. When the prince arrived with Prince Jing and the young master of Jing, they saw Shang Wanji and the guards with flour all over their faces. Ziki, what are you all doing?
Galvinu Edgalim, Subdit.
He was not someone who could cook either. We're preparing your New Year's Eve dinner, Shang Wanji said, standing up to greet the elders while still holding a piece of dumpling skin. The two princes were momentarily stunned. Haha, a gentleman stays away from the kitchen, and Ziki is actually cooking. Uncle Jing Wang, we are making dumplings, not cooking, Yu Yuanjing corrected, almost calling him father by mistake. She quickly changed her words, remembering that the young master did not know she was a skilled healer. For this New Year's Eve dinner, the main dish was dumplings, along with a few side dishes made by Yu Yuanjing. Without the help of maids, preparing food for so many people was a big task. Shang Wanji volunteered to assist her, but he only made things messier, so she sent him out to wait for the meal. After dinner, the guards dispersed. The main group gathered in the main hall to discuss important matters. Father, weren't Erdi and Jinyu with you? Where are they? Shang Wanji asked about the two missing people. I sent them with others to check the western area. I estimate we can't get out of Dawei from the north. They might take a detour through the southern Shu Kingdom and then return to the Kanglan Kingdom, the prince explained. That seems likely, Shang Wanji agreed with this guess. He had also thought about staying in the north for a while, but if there were no results, he wanted to check the northwest. Brother Rong, it's winter now. I estimate that after spring, Kanglan may send troops unless we find the iron box. Prince Jing was very worried about this matter. Yes, we still have a few months to find the iron box. The emperor has already instructed General Chen to strengthen the army's training. Supplies are also being prepared. After all these years, this isn't our first clash with Kanglan, so there's no need to worry too much. If it comes to a fight, our Great Wei has the strength to battle. The conflicts between Great Wei and Kanglan have built up over the years, and there will eventually be a major battle for both sides to vent their frustrations. Although the prince was 42, he still had a strong spirit. It will only bring suffering to the common people, Prince Jing sighed. It's unavoidable. The heir of my Rong family should also go to the battlefield to gain experience, and not just be a general who talks without action. The prince took a sip of tea and spoke calmly about Shangguan's issue. Hearing this, Prince Jing glanced at Shangguan Ziki. He showed no reaction, not caring at all that he was not the heir. Prince Jing knew that Ziki's leg had healed. He wondered what Prince Rong was thinking. At that moment, the prince was actually considering this matter. If Zishu went to the battlefield and failed to gain the recognition of the military leaders, he would have a reason to change the heir. Everything must be for the country. The Rong family must have a capable heir as a successor. Father, after the new year, you should take some time to return to the palace. My sister has only seen you on the day she was born, and on her first month. It's really too little, Shangguan Ziki said for his sister's sake. You're right. Prince Jing should also go back to see your son. Otherwise, you might not recognize him later. Yes, those Kanglan people have caused our father and son to be separated, Prince Jing cursed during the new year. Talking about children, they felt a shared sorrow. All right, let's not discuss serious matters. Today is New Year's, and I'm not at home. Right now, it's just you three younger ones here. Come, I'll give you your New Year's money. The prince took out a few silver notes from his pocket and handed them directly to Chao Jinyu, then to Shangguan Ziki, and finally to Yu Yuanjing. Yu Yuanjing accepted it without hesitation, then looked at the amount. 1,000 taels. She leaned over to see what Shangguan Ziki had. 100 taels. Hee. Father treats her better than his son. Smiling, she tucked it into her pocket. Suddenly she understood. Her 1,000 taels must include the amounts for the three little ones. On the first day of the new year, the two princes began a new round of searching and left the small courtyard. They had come here just to spend the new year with family, since it wasn't far away. Soon it was the 5th day of the new year. Yu Yuanzheng prepared a bit and had someone drive her to the house. Shangwan Ziki acted as her assistant, carrying her medicine box. The notice to invite a skilled doctor was posted outside the Fong family's main door. Yu Yuanzheng had Chunlei go directly to collect the notice. The gatekeeper saw someone taking the notice and quickly ran over.
Who are you?
My young master is a renowned doctor, here to respond to the invitation. Hurry and go report, Chunlei said proudly, putting on a confident demeanor. In his mind, the young lady was a noblewoman from the royal mansion, and it was a great honor for a wealthy merchant to receive her. The gatekeeper was startled by Chunlei's attitude. Not daring to delay, he hurried inside to report to the young master. Upon hearing that a doctor had come, Fong Mingxian immediately set aside his guests and rushed out with the servant. He had already invited all the nearby doctors and even traveled to a few nearby towns to find others, but none could treat his father. Today, someone accepted his invitation, which meant they had some skills. He had promised a hefty fee of 2,000 taels of gold, an astronomical amount for a consultation. Fong Mingxian, 25 years old, had been in business with his father for several years. Now that his father was ill, he was in charge. A guest has arrived. I apologize for not welcoming you properly. I am Fong Mingxian. Please come in, he said with a polite smile, bowing slightly. Merchants are indeed good at making connections with their warm and courteous demeanor. Yu Yuanzheng and her husband were both dressed as men. Yu Yuanzheng wore a long gown typical of doctors, while Shangwan Ziki was in sturdy attire, looking like a formidable bodyguard rather than a mere assistant. Who are you in the Fong family? Yu Yuanzheng asked, changing her tone. The patient is my father. I am the eldest son. Oh, you are young Master Fong. Yu Yuanzheng walked alongside Fong Mingxian into the house. Upon entering, the residence was quite large, indicating that the family had made a good fortune in business. Otherwise, it would be hard to build such a grand home without years of accumulation. At first glance, there were 4 main courtyards, and there should be side and back courtyards as well. After walking for about a quarter of an hour, they finally reached the main hall. Mother, a renowned doctor has accepted the invitation, Fong Mingxian said with some excitement upon seeing the middle-aged woman sitting in the main seat. Oh, that's wonderful. Just after the new year, a noble person comes. The weather is still cool, but I heard the magpies calling this morning. It truly is a good sign. Madame Fong is a bit plump, which gives her a kind appearance, and her words are very comforting to hear. Everyone please sit for a moment. I will take the doctor to see my husband, Madame Fong said cheerfully. Yu Yuanzheng rarely sees someone with such a personality. Her own husband is gravely ill, yet she can still greet others with a smile. It's hard for women raised among the wealthy to achieve that. Yu Yuanzheng quite likes this type of woman. Doctor, please follow me, Madame Fong said as she approached Yu Yuanzheng, extending her hand politely in an inviting gesture. After you, Madame Fong. The group followed her to the left room. This was the main courtyard, and Fong Gillen was only suffering from a loss of appetite. He was not bedridden yet. My dear, what time is it? Why are you still looking at the accounts? Madame Fong exclaimed upon entering and seeing her husband still holding the account book. What do you know? If I don't come up with a plan, our family is finished, Fong Gillen replied with some strength in his voice. My dear, Mingxian has invited a doctor to examine you. You should meet him, Madame Fong said as she took the account book from Fong Gillen's hands and tossed it aside. A doctor? Did Mingxian spend a lot of money on this? Our family is on the verge of collapse. We can't afford to hire a doctor. What if he's a fraud? Fong Gillen said, a bit angrily. Father, this will pass. The emperor cannot keep the gates closed forever. There will be a day when they open. We have been a family for many years. We are not at that point yet. You worry too much, and that's why you are unwell, Fong Mingxian added, trying to persuade him. Listening to the conversation among the 3 family members, Yu Yuanzheng already guessed what was happening, but she remained silent. The family legacy is about to collapse in my hands. How can I face our ancestors? Fong Gillen said, ready to pound his thigh, but unfortunately, he was not stable even while sitting. His words lacked force. Doctor, I apologize. My father has been troubled by business matters lately, and it has affected his clarity of mind, Fong Mingxian said, bowing slightly to Yu Yuanjing in apology. It's all right. Yu Yuanjing noticed that the head of the Fong family was extremely thin, with sunken eyes and prominent cheekbones, but he was not at death's door yet. If she encountered someone like him late at night, she would surely be startled. Head of the Fong family, I am Cheng Yuan. While I cannot claim to be a divine doctor, I have treated many difficult illnesses. Have you heard about someone in the capital who cured Lord Jin's serious cough? Yu Yuanjing mentioned her previous achievements as an example. This place is quite far from the capital, so I wonder if this matter has reached here. I have heard about this, but don't tell me you are the one who cured him? Fong Gilin couldn't believe it. He had never heard of anyone curing a cough. The elder Jin in the capital had a cough, and people like him, who are merchants and officials, surely have connections. It is quite normal to share a drink and talk about it, and he had overheard some discussions. But he never believed it. How could anyone cure a cough? That would be me, Yu Yuanjing said confidently. Can a cough really be cured? Fong Gilin's eyes widened in confusion. If you don't believe me, you can send someone to the capital to inquire right now. We can even make a bet. If I am lying, I will give you 10,000 taels of silver. Yu Yuanjing's confident tone made the three members of the Fong family believe him. Divine Doctor, you truly are a divine doctor. We trust you. Please examine our master, Mrs. Fong urged Yu Yuanjing. Mrs. Fong, I inquired about the head of the Fong family's condition before coming here. His issue is not physical but psychological, which then leads to physical reactions. So, I need to identify the root of the problem first, Yu Yuanjing explained. What? Psychological? What does that mean? Mrs. Fong's smiling face froze. Both Mrs. Fong and the eldest son did not understand what he meant. They looked at Yu Yuanjing in confusion. Fong Gilin felt the same way. Let me give you an example. Why do adults cry? Is it not because they encounter something very sad? This is the psychological effect on the body, causing a corresponding reaction. The head of the Fong family is experiencing this, but it's not sadness. It's due to other reasons, yet the nature is the same. Yu Yuanjing patiently explained. Everyone understood this explanation, but no one had ever thought to interpret it this way. Sadness naturally leads to the urge to cry. Some people cry, some hold back, and some cry internally, but it is all due to sadness causing corresponding reactions in the body. So, my father lost interest in food because he has something on his mind? That is one way to understand it. If something is troubling him and he can't resolve it, he may lose his appetite. Over time, if he forces himself to eat, his body will resist, which could lead to vomiting. Yes, yes, yes. The divine doctor is absolutely right. That's exactly it. Mrs. Fong clapped her hands in agreement with Yu Yuanjing's words. Her family elder was like this, and then he gradually lost weight. In just a few months, he could eat less and less, and eventually, if he ate even a little too much, he would start to. Now he is so thin that he has lost his shape, and he is too weak to walk far without getting exhausted. If this continues, it would be surprising if he didn't die. Please, great doctor, help save my father. The Fong family will surely reward you greatly, Fong Mingxian said, bowing deeply to Yu Yuanjing. Of course. There is a saying that a heart problem needs a heart remedy. Fong family head, what is troubling you that you can't let go, causing you to suffer like this? Yu Yuanjing looked at the head of the Fong family. Fong Gilin had been silent, just listening to them. He had traveled far and wide for many years and had heard many things, but he had never heard of such medical principles. He was not as optimistic as his wife to believe everything this young man said. Dr. Zeng, what you say is unfamiliar to me. Since you speak so confidently, please prescribe a remedy for my heart. If it truly works, the Fong family will reward you handsomely. My son has promised 2,000 taels of gold, not a penny less. If you are a fraud, I'm afraid I have connections with the governor here in Jinkai City, and I can have you thrown into prison. Fong Gilin did not immediately reveal what was troubling him but offer her a chance to treat him while also giving a warning not to deceive him. Family head Fong, no matter the illness, the first rule is that the patient must cooperate with the doctor for the best chance of recovery. If the patient does not cooperate, even the best doctor cannot guarantee a cure. Fine, tell me how to cooperate, and I will do so as long as it is reasonable, Fong Gillen replied, understanding this.
Good.
Madam Fong, please find a quiet room and bring 2 pots of good tea. I need to have a long talk with the family head. Also, prepare a good musical instrument in the tea room. Then, prepare a bowl of easily digestible meat porridge, just a little salt is needed. I will let you know when to bring it in, Yu Yuanjing stated her 3 requests. All right, Madam Fong replied repeatedly. They were then taken to a pavilion in the Fong family's garden. It was cold outside, so they stayed indoors with only one window open. A small stove was steaming, and a young maid poured tea for everyone. Family head Fong, clear your mind now. Don't think of anything, just focus on the music. Calm your heart completely, as if you have not faced any troubles, and your life is smooth with many descendants. Yuanjing spoke slowly, then gently raised her hand, and a beautiful melody flowed from her fingertips. The wonderful atmosphere quickly drew everyone in. Ziki stood silently behind Yuanjing, feeling like a mere backdrop. Yet, he found it incredible that such healing existed. He looked at Yuanjing with warm and passionate eyes, thinking to himself that it was a privilege for someone like Fong to hear his wife play. Only the emperor would have that honor, and even he might not be able to summon her. As the piece reached its midpoint, the 3 members of the Fong family closed their eyes, lost in the enchanting music, enjoying it as if they had tasted honey. When the final note ended, they were still in a daze, and Yuanjing remained silent, waiting for them to savor the moment. Ah, wonderful. I, Fong, have lived for over 40 years and heard many people play, but this is the first time I've heard such skill from a healer. Just based on this talent, it's clear you're not an ordinary person, Fong Gillen praised sincerely. Yuanjing said nothing and began to play another piece, Fishing Boat Song at Dusk. The sunset's glow reflected on the water, intertwining with the song, creating a peaceful and pleasant atmosphere that brought a sense of calm and comfort to the heart. Fong Gillen was once again captivated. After the 2 pieces, Fong Gillen felt much calmer. Master Fong, have you faced any difficulties in recent months? Would you like to share? Yuanjing gently prompted. Our family has been in the herbal medicine business for generations, for many decades. We've experienced many ups and downs. 60 years ago, when my father was young, the Great Way suddenly blocked the borders, causing our goods to be stuck for 8 months. When the blockade was lifted, the herbs had spoiled due to the weather and poor care, and we lost a fortune. It took us 10 years to recover from that, leaving us with over 200,000 taels of debt. But just a few months ago, the same thing happened again. We had goods worth 150,000 taels waiting to come from Kanglin, and nearly 200,000 taels to send to Great Way. Yet, for months have passed with no sign of the blockade lifting. I've approached the governor several times, but received no clear answers. If this drags on for a few more months, our family will face the same fate as 60 years ago. Our generations have worked hard to build this business, and now it seems like it might all fall apart in my hands. By the end, Fong Gillen wiped away tears. If someone could help me transport the goods in and out, I would feel much better, but Mr. Fong knows that's impossible. I heard that a precious item from our Wei family is missing, and until it is found, the border will remain closed. After hearing his words, Yu Yuanzeng and Shengguan Ziki exchanged glances. So, his troubles are because the royal family lost the iron box. Mr. Fong, you are worried about becoming a sinner in your family, right? Yu Yuanzheng concluded. Yes, I can't eat or sleep well because of this. Our entire Fong family relies on this business to survive. If it fails, how can I face my ancestors and my family? Our family has lived in Jinkai City for generations. If we fall, what will happen to hundreds of our people? At this point, the head of the Fong family began to cry like a child. Dear Mrs. Fong, who was usually cheerful, also started to wipe her tears after hearing her husband's words. He had never shared these feelings with her, only asking her to take care of the household while keeping her out of men's troubles. She never realized how difficult things were for him while she focused on managing the home, playing cards with her sisters-in-law, drinking tea, and going out to listen to music. Father, these things have already happened. It's not like we didn't try hard. Why do you have to burden yourself like this? Fang Mingxian was also unaware of how heavy his father's heart was. Although he was worried too, it was not to the same extent as his father. As the head of the Fang family, carrying the livelihoods of so many people, how can I not worry? Fang Gillen sighed deeply. Mr. Fang, life has its ups and downs, and not everything lasts until old age. There are uncontrollable factors, so you shouldn't be to yourself. Yu Yuanzheng tried to comfort him. However, this comfort seemed ineffective. To cure his heartache, they likely needed to solve the issue of transporting the medicinal materials. His worries had consumed him. Mr. Fang, where are the medicinal materials you collected in Wei now? Shangguan Ziki suddenly asked. They have already been sent to the border city, but were stopped just as they were about to leave. I had to rent a large warehouse nearby to store them while waiting to transport them out. The same goes for the supplies from Kanglin. Sai, there are over 300,000 taels of silver worth of goods stuck on both sides, and it looks like they will be wasted, plus I will have to pay breach of contract fees. My family is finished. As Fang Gillen spoke about this, he pounded his chest in frustration. I have a way to help you reduce your losses, Shangguan Ziki offered with a big smile. What did you say? Both Mr. Fang and his son asked in surprise. Shangguan Ziki repeated his offer. Yu Yuanzheng was surprised. Did her husband really want to take so many herbs? She usually only provided the prescriptions and didn't manage the business side. You can sell those goods to me, but I don't have that much cash right now. I can only pay you after I use the herbs and sell them. I promise to settle the payment within a year, Shangguan Ziki added. Is that true? Fang Gillen couldn't believe it. Yes, it's true, Shangguan Ziki nodded again. Great, great. As long as I can break even, I will be very grateful, Fang Gillen exclaimed happily. Also, if you are willing to cooperate with me in the future, when you get supplies from Kanglin, you can prioritize selling to me. The price is negotiable. Shangguan Ziki had the military as a market, so he wasn't worried about selling the herbs. With over 1 million soldiers in the entire Wei dynasty, including 500,000 regular troops, he could easily consume a large amount of herbs. Even if he could only take a third, that would still be impressive. Yu Yuanjing noticed that Fang Gillen's mood had suddenly changed completely. She had prepared to talk for several hours, but her husband had resolved the issue with just one business deal. It's not my concern anymore, she thought. Madam Fang, please bring the porridge for Master Fang. Yu Yuanzheng saw the perfect opportunity. Yes, yes. Madam Fang immediately went to the door and instructed the maid to bring in the porridge that had been prepared earlier. As the fragrant meat porridge was brought in, it immediately whetted Fang Gillen's appetite. He took a small spoonful, put it in his mouth, and swallowed slowly. Finding it agreeable, he took a larger spoonful and swallowed it faster. His chest heaved a few times, but he didn't. He didn't take a third bite right away, allowing his stomach to adjust to the 2 bites. After a short wait, he took a full spoonful and swallowed it. He gagged a couple of times but didn't throw up. After a little more adjustment, he continued eating. Once he got past the initial discomfort, he finished the whole bowl of porridge, which was a small bowl meant for rice. Usually, he could only eat a third of it, but today he finished it all. Madame Fang was overjoyed, her eyes glistening with tears. Fang Mingxian saw his father finish the porridge, but was still worried, hoping his father wouldn't struggle and throw up before he could digest it. He quickly grabbed a spit bowl from the corner, ready to assist his father if needed. Everyone watched Fang Gillen, waiting for his reaction. Yu Yuanzheng was worried that after not eating for so long, his stomach might not handle it well, and he might naturally react by vomiting. He raised his hand again and continued to play the piano to distract him. A cheerful melody flowed from his fingers, lifting everyone's spirits. Yu Yuanzheng played the piece 5 times in a row. Fang Gillen showed no signs of discomfort. Instead, he started tapping his fingers on his knees in rhythm, clearly enjoying it. Even after the music stopped, his hands kept tapping. Almost 15 minutes had passed, and everyone noticed he seemed fine. That's great, Dr. Xing. You're truly a miracle worker. Is my husband cured? Mrs. Fang asked excitedly. We need to observe him for a while longer. For the next few days, he can only have porridge, and we should make different flavors to nourish his stomach. Otherwise, he might develop stomach issues. If he shows no discomfort, we can gradually increase his food intake until he can eat normally, then we can consider giving him solid food, Yu Yuanjing explained. Understood. We will follow your instructions. I still don't know how to address this young man. Fong Gilin, coming back to reality from the music, only looked at Shangguan Ziki, feeling he was the savior of the Fong family. My surname is Guan, Shangguan Ziki replied. Young Master Guan, let's discuss what you mentioned earlier in detail, shall we? Fong Gilin said, worried that Shangguan Ziki might change his mind. Sure, first bring back the medicinal materials from the border, so I can inspect them. Then we can sign the agreement, Shangguan Ziki said straightforwardly. He needed a supplier for medicinal materials, and the Fong family specialized in this area, which would save him a lot of trouble. With their supply, he could also advance his plans more quickly, without using his own funds, paying later instead. It was a win-win situation. Yu Yuanzheng understood the benefits as well. The two began discussing their cooperation, drafting a preliminary agreement to be signed formally after inspecting the goods. Young Master Guan, do you have any connections to help me get goods into Kanglin? Fong Gilin asked, testing the waters. Someone capable of handling such a large shipment might have the ability to help. It shouldn't be a problem, Shangguan Ziki replied. Though his words weren't definite, his tone suggested confidence. Thank you so much. All right, madam, quickly prepare a table of fine food and drinks. Ming Xian will accompany the young master and the doctor for a good drink. Fong Gilin felt a weight lift off his shoulders, and he felt unusually relaxed. He initially wanted to drink with them, but considering his health, he had to let his son do it instead. Head of the Fong family, that's not necessary. I just want to know if you can fulfill your promise of 2,000 taels of gold? Yu Yuanzheng was concerned about the consultation fee for her visit today. That was her reason for lowering her status to come to the Fong family. Haha, don't worry, doctor. The consultation fee will definitely be given. Fong Gilin felt extremely pleased at that moment. The 2,000 taels of gold not only saved him, but also saved the entire Fong family. He was more than willing to pay this fee. The couple still couldn't handle the Fong family's hospitality and stayed for a lavish lunch. At the dining table, they didn't mind talking while eating. The head of the Fong family was very talkative, sharing many of his experiences over the years and the history of the Fong family's rise. Head of the Fong family, you often go to Kanglin country. Please tell us more about it, Yu Yuanzheng suggested. For a long time, she had known very little about this country, and many matters concerning the Shangguan family were related to it. Dr. Zeng, you haven't been to Kanglin country, have you? That's right. So I want to hear more. Do they have a lot of medicinal herbs? Yu Yuanzheng asked curiously. Kanglin's medicinal herbs are not as plentiful as ours in Dawei, but their land is larger, with more mountains and plains. The production of ginseng is much higher than ours. They also have deer antlers and musk. Oh. Head of the Fong family, do you know about the capital of Kanglin country? Shangguan Ziki asked, as this was a political question. I know a bit. The current emperor of Kanglin is 54 years old. I heard he was born to a minor concubine. He rose to power because his sister saved the previous emperor from poison and died in the process. This benefited his mother, who became a virtuous consort, and his sister's death earned him the late emperor's favor, leading to his eventual rise. Shangguan Ziki had not heard this news before. When did his sister die? I think she was around 13. I'm not sure of the exact details. Then, the couple asked many more questions about Kanglin country. Fong Gilin shared everything he knew with them, mostly about where various medicinal herbs were produced. When Yu Yuanzheng and her husband left the Fong family, Shangguan Ziki was still carrying the medicine box, while Chun Lei and Xia Yu were lifting another box together. What was inside was obvious. Yu Yuanzheng had a big smile on her face. Feeling good? Shangguan Ziki noticed that she hadn't smiled for a long time and teased her. Of course, this money comes quickly. 2,000 taels of gold. Our shop makes at most 10,000 taels a year, which is like the profit of 2 shops in a year. You're a money lover. Don't worry, our shops are opening more and more. Soon, we won't need to invest anymore, and then our daily profit will exceed 2,000 taels of gold. Shangguan Ziki described a bright future to her. Really?
Yes.
Yu Yuanzheng felt even happier. Most of the money they had was left for He Yuan to open shops. Today, they suddenly had a lot more money. Husband, let's build a base here. It's not too far from the border town, making it convenient for us. Once the border is opened, we can expand our business to Kanglan country and earn their money, using the Fong family as a bridge, Yu Yuanzheng suggested. Yes, I was thinking the same. Shangguan Ziki had this plan in mind. He just wasn't sure how long the border would remain stable. He felt a big battle was coming. Kanglan had been suppressed for so many years. They would eventually fight back. Back at their rented courtyard, Shangguan Ziki began to get busy. It was the new year, and many businesses were closed. He wanted to buy a courtyard to set up a workshop. He also needed to hire people. Reorganizing a team required a lot of work. Qingfeng was sent to the military to build connections, ensuring the Fong family's goods could return from Kanglan country. For years ago, Shangguan Ziki had fought here and knew the guarding general well, having a good relationship with him. It was no problem for him to send a few people out. Manhwa was sent to negotiate with the owner of a pawn shop about buying a courtyard. This place was in the capital, and prices weren't high. A larger courtyard could be bought for a few hundred taels of silver. After the 8th day of the new year, various businesses gradually opened. People looking for work also entered the city. Shangguan Ziki hired someone capable to assist him. His name was Luo Zhongliang, a middle-aged man in his 40s. He had previously managed a medical clinic but was framed and involved in a serious medical dispute, resulting in a debt of over 100 taels of silver to the family. He had to use all his savings, but it wasn't enough, and he couldn't borrow more, so he had to sell his whole family to pay off the debt. Since they required the whole family to be sold, they stayed with the broker for 2 to 3 months before being sold. Just when Yuan Shan was out buying people, he encountered them. Such talent was exactly what they needed. The entire family of 5 was bought. Luo Zhongliang and his wife, his son and daughter-in-law, and a 1-year-old grandson. They used to have a daughter, but she is already married. Seeing what happened to her family, she has been tightly controlled by her husband's family, not allowed to visit her own family, or she would be sent away. With this family, the matters concerning Shangguan Ziki progressed much faster. Yu Yuanzheng personally taught Luo Zhongliang's son and daughter-in-law how to make pills. His wife's surname is Sun, his son is named Luo Daong, and his daughter-in-law's surname is Ke. The couple learned very seriously. Since they already worked in a medicine shop, many things became clear once explained. In just 10 days, they learned to make over 10 types of pills. Meanwhile, the medicine shop rented in Jinkai City was also organized. The Fong family had already sent a batch of herbs back from the border city, and Yu Yuanjing checked them. They were all high-quality herbs. These herbs were also of a rare variety. With these herbs, Yu Yuanjing's thoughts flowed like a spring, and she came up with one recipe after another to use these herbs. She taught Luo Daong and his wife how to make each one. Then they began to produce them in large quantities in the workshop. On the 15th day of the first month, Qingfeng returned from the border city and communicated with the border city's commander, agreeing to personally lead a team out. Qingfeng is a guard of the Rong Wangfu and also a guard for the eldest son, carrying the eldest son's private seal, which gave him some privilege. Moreover, most of the border commanders were arranged by Prince Rong. After reporting to Shangguan Ziki about his outing, Qingfeng went to the Fong family and took Fong Mingxian to personally bring back that batch of herbs from Kanglan country. When Fong Gilin received this news, he was so happy that he finished a large bowl of rice at lunch. His loss of appetite was completely cured. Husband, we earned that 2,000 taels of gold so easily, Yu Yuanjing joked when she heard the news. If the Fong family gives 2,000 more taels, the young master would feel it's too little, Shangguan Ziki said with a displeased expression.
Why?
Yu Yuanjing didn't understand why her husband looked a bit upset.
Who are you?
You are the eldest lady of the Rong Wangfu. Your status is not much different from some princesses. A merchant like him has no right to listen to you play the guqin. If I had known you would treat him like this, I definitely wouldn't have agreed. Shangguan Ziki's pride as the eldest son was evident. Haha, you stingy man. I didn't think so much. You are lowering your status. Although Shangguan Ziki didn't openly look down on merchants, he grew up in a noble circle of the capital. If it weren't to help his wife fulfill her dreams, he would rarely have the chance to interact with these merchants. His pride stemmed from his status. All right, we are now the folk medicine team. Keep your noble demeanor in check so it doesn't affect my ability to earn money. Yu Yuanzheng lightly patted him, clearly warning him. Yes, madam, Shangguan Ziki replied, knowing he wouldn't stop Yu Yuanzheng from working. As long as the madam was happy, he supported her. Business was thriving. On the 25th day of the first lunar month, a pharmacy named Shiratang officially opened on a less busy street in Jinkai City. It boldly advertised itself as a place run by a divine doctor. The divine doctor would personally see patients for 5 days, accepting only 10 patients each day, with a consultation fee of 10 taels of silver per person. After 5 days, if the divine doctor was still there, anyone wanting to invite him would have to pay a consultation fee of 1,000 taels of silver per person. She instructed Manager Luo to write this as a sign to post outside the shop to inform people in advance. Once this news spread throughout the city, there were all kinds of reactions. Because of the 1,000 taels consultation fee, they didn't even need to promote it. The townspeople spread the word about the pharmacy's reputation. On the first day of opening, various medicines didn't sell well. The locals were not as wealthy as those in the capital, so they were cautious. Many people came to watch, but they only entered the shop to look around. Yu Yuanzheng, the divine doctor, had no patients come to see her. 10 taels of silver was too expensive for ordinary folks. After a whole morning, not a single person came for a consultation, and only a few bottles of medicine were sold. Just then, Fong Gillen arrived with his wife. Seeing the few customers in the shop, he said, "Divine doctor, you need my help with your promotion." Fong Gillen was still thin but looked energetic. The smile on his face had a few wrinkles, but his sharp demeanor was evident. He took the copper gong used during the morning opening and stood at the door, striking it. The sound echoed far away. He struck it several times, attracting many onlookers. Dear villagers, I am Fong Gillen, the head of the Fong family in Jinkai City.
You should all know me.
I have 2 medical clinics in Jinkai City, but today I am here to speak a few words for the shop called Shiratang. They say competitors often clash, but I want to thank the owner of Shiratang. This divine doctor, charging 10 taels of silver, is truly a divine doctor. Do you know? In our capital, he charges 10,000 taels for a consultation. He cured the cough of the esteemed grand scholar Jean. We all know that having this illness is like waiting for death, but here, the divine doctor cured it. All the pills in the shop are made from prescriptions written by the famous doctor, which are much better than drinking bitter herbal medicine, especially for families with children. Not long ago, I was also very ill, and it was this doctor who helped me recover. My family paid 2,000 taels of gold for the treatment. So, this small fee of 10 taels is almost like a free consultation for the doctor. I understand that everyone here is an ordinary person, and 10 taels might seem expensive. But don't worry, you don't need a consultation to buy medicine here. Just let the staff know where you feel unwell, and they can help you choose the right medicine without spending much money to get better. The doctor will be here for a few days, so spread the word to those who can afford his services. He will only be available for a short time. Fong Gillen is truly a businessman. His words sparked the interest of the townspeople, and many began to shop seriously. However, that day Yu Yuanzheng did not see any patients. The next day, finally, a patient arrived. It was a woman who brought her son for a consultation. From her clothing, it was clear that her family was well off. She tightly wrapped her child and carefully brought him into the clinic. Manager Luo, seeing a customer looking for the doctor, warmly led her to a small consultation room prepared for Yu Yuanzheng. The woman noticed Manager Luo standing nearby and hesitated to put her child down, frequently glancing at him. Uncle Luo, please step outside, Yu Yuanzheng said, understanding her intent. As soon as manager Luo left, the woman knelt on the ground. "Doctor, please save my son," she pleaded, bowing her head repeatedly. "Please get up, you came here for a consultation, right? This isn't helping your child," Yu Yuanjing said. Upon hearing this, the woman quickly stood up and carefully unwrapped her child from his clothing. The boy looked to be around 3 or 4 years old, with a flushed face. He was asleep but had tightly furrowed brows, clearly having a fever. She lifted the boy's clothing, and Yu Yuanjing noticed several spots on his skin. She was taken aback.
Could it be smallpox?
Fortunately, she had developed a habit of being prepared for consultations, wearing a mask and gloves. But she wasn't afraid. "Please lay your child on the bed and remove his clothing so I can take a look," Yu Yuanjing instructed, quickly laying a clean cloth on the small bed. As the child's clothing was removed, Yu Yuanjing used tweezers to examine him closely. "It seems it's not smallpox, but chickenpox." I was startled, thinking I had such bad luck to encounter a highly contagious disease right away. Chickenpox is much easier to handle. Although it is contagious, it's nothing compared to smallpox. "Doctor, is there still hope for my son?" the young woman asked, tears streaming down her face. Her family was relatively well off and had a dedicated doctor who was basically on call for them due to a special agreement. The doctor could still see other patients outside of their home. When the child had a fever, they called the doctor. On the first day, there wasn't much to worry about, but 2 days later, the child developed many rashes and blisters. When they called the doctor again, he was so frightened that he left immediately, saying it was smallpox. To keep the doctor quiet and prevent him from spreading rumors, the family gave him 100 taels of silver. The doctor kept his word and didn't speak out, but he was too scared to return. With such a patient at home, everyone was terrified. They decided to leave the child alone in a side room, with only 2 servants to care for him. But as a mother, she couldn't bear to watch her child suffer. That was her flesh and blood. She cried desperately, but felt helpless. If anyone found out that someone in their house had this disease, their entire family would be ruined. The authorities would surely come and seal their home, and it was very likely they would all be burned alive. Yesterday, she heard that a miraculous doctor had come to town. Hope ignited in her heart. She wanted to save her child, and this strong desire made her determined. While her family wasn't paying attention, she quietly took her child and ran far away before stopping. After carefully examining the child again, Yu Yuanjing confirmed it was not smallpox, but chickenpox, and she finally breathed a sigh of relief. "Little sister-in-law, there is hope. But you need to take good care of him. This is chickenpox. You must have consulted a doctor before, right? Didn't he say it was smallpox?" "Doctor, are you saying my son does not have smallpox?" The young woman immediately focused on this key point. For the past 2 days, the word smallpox had tormented her like a curse. "It's not smallpox, it's chickenpox, a type of. I will prescribe some medicine to lower his temperature, then another to wash his body, and a third for use," Yu Yuanjing explained, then provided her treatment plan. That's wonderful, sob. The young woman burst into tears of joy upon hearing it wasn't smallpox. "Little sister-in-law, don't get too excited. Your child will be fine," Yu Yuanjing reassured her. She immediately prepared medicine and started bathing the child in the back room of the shop. When the child woke up and saw his mother taking care of him, he cried for a while. It took some time for her to comfort him before he stopped crying. Yu Yuanjing let the mother and child stay in the backyard and told them not to go anywhere, as the illness was somewhat contagious. For the adult's safety, she also had the young woman take medicine for 2 days as a precaution. Over the next 2 days, she adjusted the prescription based on the child's condition, using both external and internal treatments. The results were quick. The fever went down, and the blisters began to scab over. The young woman's family, the Hans, noticed she hadn't been seen for 2 days and realized something was wrong. They inquired about the child, who was also missing. They secretly searched for her, not daring to be too obvious, until the 4th day when they finally went to the 10-day hall. A servant spotted the young lady in the yard from behind the wall and informed the family. The first to arrive was the eldest son of the Han family, the young woman's husband. When he saw that the child was much better and hadn't infected anyone, including his wife, he became furious upon learning that the previous doctor had misdiagnosed the child with smallpox. Although he was saddened by his son's illness, he felt he had no choice but to be harsh and let the child go for the sake of the family. The young woman clung to him, crying and expressing her distress. The past few days had caused her unprecedented emotional strain. This incident also served as a wake-up call for Yu Yuanjing. In ancient times, medical care was lacking, and a child with smallpox typically faced a dire outcome. However, in later times, vaccines were developed, and few people contracted smallpox. But she had 3 children and a younger sister to think about. She needed to find a way to protect them. She knew the method and needed to write it down. When she returned to the small courtyard that evening, she shared her plan with Shangguan Ziki. "Madam, do you have a way to prevent smallpox?" he asked, surprised. He had never heard of preventing smallpox in advance. "Yes, but the method is a bit unpleasant. Our family can all use it to prevent smallpox, and we won't get it again. Remember this, and we'll take care of it when we return to the capital." Okay. Shangguan Ziki committed this to memory. If what his wife said was true, it would be a tremendous benefit for the Great Way. By the 4th day, the child was able to play by himself, and aside from the areas where the scabs had not yet fallen off, he was doing well. On the 5th day, the Han family celebrated and thanked the healer with drums and gongs, promoting the Shiri Hall along the way. People finally realized that the doctor at Shiri Hall was truly remarkable. This caused business to skyrocket. However, the consultation fee of 10 taels per person for the past 5 days had already passed, and anyone who wanted to consult now had to pay 1,000 taels, making those who wished to seek help regretful. During these 5 days, Yu Yuanjing only treated 1 patient. The Han family did not just pay the 10 taels, they gave 1,000 taels and also promoted her extensively. Yu Yuanjing's reputation as a healer was firmly established. After 5 days, she stopped seeing patients at the pharmacy and continued developing her pills, while Luo Daong and his wife used their minds to the fullest. Luo Daong had attended a few years of private school and could read, making teaching easier. To better meet the needs of the locals, Yu Yuanjing tried to control costs and lower the prices of her medicines. Gradually, the pharmacy got on the right track. Manager Luo was assigned to focus on Jingkeiqing and expand to nearby towns once they earned enough money. Whenever someone sought a consultation, Yu Yuanjing would go, staying within the city. Each time, she was accompanied by Shang Guanji. In less than a month, Yu Yuanjing had treated over a dozen patients. As her reputation spread, wealthy families from nearby counties began bringing their patients to her. "Madam, if you only charged 1,000 taels in the capital, I bet you could have business every day," Shang Guanji joked while watching his wife count the silver notes. "I don't want that. How would I have time to spend with the children? I'm not short on money. If anyone wants to consult, they should pay 10,000 taels. That would be enough for us for a year." Yu Yuanjing didn't want to be as exhausted as in her previous life. Shang Guanji was momentarily speechless. It was a straightforward truth. He didn't want his wife to be constantly sought after by various families. The Wang family was not lacking in money. During this time, besides managing the pharmacy, Shang Guanji had his secret guards keep an eye on various movements. Apart from Qingfeng and Manhwa being by his side, he sent everyone else out to monitor the nearby counties. He often studied the map of the Great Way. Jingkeiqing was in an excellent location, not too far from Kenglin and surrounded by several mountains, making it easy to hide. Previously, he had Qingfeng lead a team to transport medicinal materials, which was not just about moving supplies but also sending a signal to the Kenglin bandits that there were vulnerabilities here. This was a bait. The defenses at the border had never been relaxed. The search has never stopped, focusing on his father and the Jing Wang, while he remains in the shadows, waiting here. He hopes to catch an opportunity. He has been waiting for almost 3 months without receiving the news he wants. Now, in early spring, he has learned from his father that the Kenglin Kingdom is preparing troops to attack the Great Way. If he cannot find the Iron Box soon, a battle will be unavoidable and it will be significant. During this time, they have opened nearly 20 branches of the 10-day hall. They're still expanding, so they haven't started making a profit yet. All the money earned is reinvested. A few days ago, manager he reported on the progress from his side. Shengwan Ziki was very satisfied. Lu Mingde worked well with him. The Fong family has plenty of medicinal materials, but the workshop in Jinkai City cannot process them all quickly. Manager, he came just in time to help with this issue, transporting half of it away. On the 10th of March, Chunlei rushed back, covered in dust, with his horse snorting. Without even washing his face, he found Shengwan Ziki to report. Master, our people have spotted strangers about 100 miles from Jinkai City in Linjiang County. Are they from Kinglan? Shengwan Ziki immediately asked. There are several groups, but we can't confirm if they are from Kinglan. Not all Kinglan people are easily recognizable. Okay, inform the trackers to keep a close watch and not lose them. Report their direction at all times. Understood, Chunlei replied and hurried off. 2 days later, Shengwan Ziki received news from his hidden guards. Although those people were heading toward Jinkai City, they were not coming directly but were taking a route through the mountains. Shengwan Ziki found it strange. Could many people be after the iron box? He couldn't figure it out. In the afternoon, he received another message from his hidden guards via carrier pigeon, stating they were about 50 miles from Jinkai City, in the Dayan Mountain outside the city. Shengwan Ziki called for Yu Yuanzheng. Madam, I need to go out for a while. I will leave 2 hidden guards with you. Please stay in the small courtyard and wait for my return. Keep your male disguise and do not wear women's clothing. Shengwan Ziki was worried that if he left, his wife might encounter some unavoidable danger. It was safer for her to dress as a man. Okay, is there news about the iron box? Not confirmed yet, just some unusual groups have been spotted. I need to check it out. Please be careful, Yu Yuanjing urged.
Yes.
Su Guanzi left chasing Cloud and pursuing Moon with Yu Yuanzheng and took all the other hidden guards away. This was the first time they had been apart since their marriage, and she did not know where her husband had gone. Su Guanzi entered Dayan Mountain with a few hidden guards. Previously, to monitor various locations, he had scattered his guards. Now, he had only 5 people with him, but they had received news and were on their way to Dayan Mountain. They left markers as they moved through the mountain. On the first day, they found nothing, only encountering some wild animals. On the second day, they discovered traces of people passing through, but did not see anyone. His hidden guards had all arrived, totaling more than 20 people. Master, among the group I saw in Linjiang County, they all dressed as farmers, pretending to go up the mountain to gather herbs. One of them, dressed as a farmer, carried a basket that he never put down, even when he went into a small shop to eat, Gao Shan reported as soon as he saw Su Guanzi. He had seen more than one group of suspicious individuals in Linjiang County. Are you saying the iron box is likely in that basket? Very likely, but I did not see it with my own eyes. It's just a guess. Did you find only that one suspicious group in Linjiang County? Su Guanzi was puzzled by this. No, there were 3 groups, and they did not know each other, but were wary of one another. One of the groups even had a woman. Did anyone notice you? Su Guanzi asked, concerned for his subordinate, not particularly interested in the presence of a woman. There were many women in the martial world, and it was normal for them to be involved in such matters. No, I was not hiding. I walked openly near them, which made them let their guard down. Besides, I was alone, so I was not a threat, Gao Shan explained, showing his own working style. With only a few people, they had to cover a lot of ground, so they acted individually. Of course, they were not entirely alone. Once they reached their assigned areas, they hired some locals to help keep an eye out, allowing them to spread their net wider. These people could be paid to do the job without raising suspicion. Su Guanzi and his hidden guards searched various places in the mountains. By afternoon, they found a corpse that had already been partially eaten by wild animals, and the scattered clothing made it impossible to identify the person. Those trying to disguise themselves could wear any kind of clothing. After walking a bit further, they saw 2 more bodies, this time untouched by animals, still holding weapons. The clear wind and bright moon approached to investigate and found that the victim had died from a fatal injury. Master, he was killed by someone. There must have been a fierce fight before he died, said the clear wind, looking around but finding no signs of a struggle. Everyone spread out and searched the area, commanded Shangguan-ziki. 20 people paired up and headed in 8 different directions. After a quarter of an hour, they heard a whistle. Shangguan-ziki immediately flew toward the sound with Jin Shui. They discovered several more bodies in a denser part of the woods, all having died from swords. Let's follow the trail, Shangguan-ziki said, leading the way. He found a direction with some traces and used his lightness skill to leap several yards in a single breath. The guards quickly followed. They continued for about half an hour, climbing higher into the mountains. Along the way, they occasionally spotted 1 or 2 more bodies. As they neared the top of a peak, they heard sounds of fighting. Shangguan-ziki immediately stopped and signaled everyone to hide and approach quietly. By this time, it was almost dark. When they reached the summit, they saw a group of people engaged in battle. There were already a dozen bodies lying on the ground. 2 farmers dressed in simple clothes were still alive, while the others were in black clothing. Just as Gao Shan had said, there was indeed a woman among them, but she was wearing a mask. At that moment, the woman was carrying a basket on her back. The 2 farmers were fighting against her. The woman's skills were impressive. Shangguan-ziki noted that each of her moves was powerful. The other black-clad attackers ignored her and focused entirely on the other masked man fighting alongside her. That man was struggling greatly. Every sword he made lacked strength. At that moment, one farmer attempted to the basket from the woman's back. Seizing the opportunity, she swiftly plunged a dagger from her left hand into his chest. With her right hand, she blocked an attack from a black-clad assailant aimed at her companion. After observing for a short while, Shangguan-ziki felt that the woman and her companion were about to be overwhelmed, so he waved his hand. He charged toward the woman with a clear target, the basket on her back. Seeing so many people approaching, the woman realized the situation was dire, especially since she and her companion were near the edge of a cliff. Without hesitation, Shangguan-ziki unleashed a deadly move, aiming to take the woman's life. At that moment, her companion let out a painful groan. "Big brother, are you okay?" the woman asked while fending off Shangguan-ziki. "Little sister, I can't go on. Hurry, jump off the cliff." The man barely had time to say a word before he was struck by a sword from a figure in black, and with that force, he fell off the cliff. Seeing her brother fall, the woman quickly blocked the sword of Shangguan-ziki and without hesitation, leaped off the cliff as well. In a critical moment, Shangguan-ziki pulled out his belt and threw it to catch the woman, preventing her from falling. "Give me the backpack, and I will pull you up. I'll also go down to find your brother," he said, holding onto the belt with one hand and gripping the ground tightly with the other to avoid being pulled down with her. However, the woman ignored him completely. With a swing of her sword, she severed the belt. She fell rapidly, disappearing into the darkness before Shangguan-ziki's eyes. The dark guards were fighting against another group of figures in black. These people had already been through several battles and were exhausted. In no time, Qing Feng and his team defeated them. They left 2 alive, but before they could subdue them, those 2 also jumped off the cliff. "Master, we arrived too late," Manhwa said, feeling frustrated.
Check who these people are.
"We need to go down and search," Shangguan-ziki said, not wanting to miss any opportunity. He couldn't be sure if the backpack contained an iron box, but with so many people fighting over it, it must have something valuable inside. After examining the bodies, they found nothing that indicated their identities, only some silver notes. It was clear they were all martial artists. Upon hearing the results, Shangguan-ziki frowned. He stepped forward to check again and noticed a distinctive feature on one person's inner clothing, dyed with a technique unique to the southern Shu kingdom. He had worn it once before. It was called Jia-in. These people should be from southern Shu, Shangguan-ziki speculated. Does this mean southern Shu is involved?
Qing Feng asked, confused.
It's just a guess. The Great Way lost an iron box, and with such a big incident, they must have noticed the commotion. It's normal for them to want to get involved. We just don't know which side the 2 who fell belong to, Shangguan-ziki quickly concluded. If the iron box was lost and obtained by Kanglin, then the balance between Great Wei and Kanglin would surely be disrupted, affecting southern Shu as well. Kanglin was known for being a warlike nation, with limited resources and a sparse population, often needing to buy from other countries. Taking over others' territories had long been their goal, with Great Wei being their primary target. This was the source of deep-seated hatred. Let's go down and search. Shangguan Ziki stood at the edge of the cliff, looking down. But it was dark, and nothing was visible. He had no idea how deep it was below. When they finally reached the bottom, it was already the next morning, and they had taken a long detour. Below was a lake, and the water was flowing. In the morning light, Shangguan Ziki looked up and realized how fortunate it was that they fell right into the lake. Although it was March, it was still cold and falling and could have been fatal. Master, should we go into the lake to search? Manhwa asked.
Yes.
Build a big fire on the shore. Each person should go down once, warm up, and then go back down. Be careful not to get sick, Shangguan Ziki said, showing concern for his subordinates. He allowed them to decide based on their own conditions and not to push themselves too hard. They searched for 2 days. They managed to recover the bodies of the last 2 who jumped, but the first man and woman who fell, along with the backpack, were not found. About 10 miles from Jinkai City, there was a small hunting shed halfway up a mountain. This place was usually deserted, only visited by hunters taking a break. A woman was wiping the body of a man on a simple bed. Big brother, you can't die. What will mother do if you die? What about the crown princess? What will happen to the nieces and nephews? The woman sobbed as she wiped and cried. Rarely did anything make her cry, but the reality she faced now is too difficult. They were Lu Dikun and Lu Yunshu, who had come from South Shu to investigate the iron box. Lu Dikun was unconscious on the bed, with multiple injuries, burning with fever, and his life was hanging by a thread. Lu Yunshu had given up her chance to escape and fell down the cliff with her brother. She had only one thought in her mind. She couldn't abandon her big brother. Even if they had to die, they would die together. She couldn't face their mother alone. Perhaps there was still a glimmer of hope. She was right. Below the cliff was a lake. She was a good swimmer and skilled in martial arts. As she fell, she saw the water below and adjusted her position midair, plunging straight into the lake, where she found her brother at the bottom. They had both fallen from the same place and landed in the same spot. She quickly pulled him up and swam to the shore. She had also sustained some injuries, but the attackers mainly targeted Lu Dikun, and she spent most of her time protecting him. During the fight, she managed to grab the backpack, which her brother had wanted to retrieve, and she did her best to help him get it. She didn't know what it was. All the way, her brother didn't tell her, only saying they were going to the way to find something. As soon as she got it, she took a large part of the attackers' focus away. Just then, a large group of men in black appeared. They didn't attack the farmers, but focused on the siblings instead. The guards fought hard to protect them. However, the enemy had too many people, and they were facing 2 groups. Gradually, more of their people fell. When only the 2 siblings were left, another group appeared. She knew there was no way to escape. They would have to jump off the cliff. After her brother was injured in several places, he bravely chose to jump. The heavens did not abandon them. They did not die from the fall. But now, the eldest prince was injured and could not get treatment. He was close to death. She had no helpers by her side. What was she to do? After crying for a while, Lu Yunshu looked at the sky outside. They had been here for a day. If her brother didn't wake up, she would have to find a way herself. Finally, it got dark. She left her brother alone and quietly went down the mountain, sneaking into a farmer's house near the mountain. A stone silenced the barking dog. A man in his 30s heard the noise and came out, seeing a woman standing in the yard.
Who are you?
The man wasn't too alert since she was a woman. Sir, I need your help, and I will pay you, Lu Yunshu said, putting aside her royal demeanor and acting pitiful. What do you need help with, miss? The man, seeing her polite attitude, became a bit friendlier. I want to buy a cow and a cart. My brother is sick, and I need to take him to Jinkai City to find a doctor.
Please help me.
If you have one, I will buy it from you. If not, please help me buy one in the village. I will give you 20 taels of silver. The man's eyes lit up at the mention of 20 taels. It was enough to buy 3 cows. I don't have a cow, but my uncle does. I will go get it for you right now. The man immediately called his wife and invited the girl to sit in the main room. Lu Yunshu took out 10 taels of silver right away to assure the man she would pay for the cow. After the man left, Lu Yunshu looked around the simple farmhouse, where 2 children curiously watched her. Little sister-in-law, do you know if there are good doctors in Jinkai City? Lu Yunshu, not wanting to bother anyone else, asked about this family's knowledge. Miss, there is a doctor in the city who is said to be a miracle worker, but he charges 1,000 taels for a consultation, which is too expensive. Only wealthy families can afford him.
Oh.
What illnesses has he cured? I've only heard about him curing illnesses, but I don't know the details. You can go to the city and ask around. Many people should know. He also opened a pharmacy called Tende Hall, and the medicine he makes is very effective. Our family bought a bottle for our child, the young woman said as she went to get a porcelain bottle for Lu Yunshu to see. Fever-reducing pills were clearly labeled on the bottle. Little sister-in-law, can you sell me this medicine? My brother has a fever and really needs it. Lu Yunshu felt happy upon seeing it. She had come out to find someone to buy a cow, and didn't expect to find such a good thing. Take it, this was bought for my son, who caught a cold and had a fever. After taking it along with a cold pill, he got better in just a few days. As they chatted, they soon heard the sound of a cow. Lu Yunshu got what she wanted and quickly took it away. She left behind 10 taels of silver, making the family feel like they had received a windfall. Buying the cow and cart only cost 9 taels, so they made a profit of 11 taels, which was their savings for 2 years. With the cow and cart, Lu Yunshu hurried back to the hunting lodge, but the cart couldn't go up the path, so she hid it in a thick patch of grass. Fortunately, she liked to wander around and often sneaked out of the palace, so she had experienced many things. Otherwise, as a princess, she wouldn't have known what to do in such a situation. She took out the medicine, read the instructions, and fed it to Lu Dikun. To her surprise, by late at night, the fever really went down. Once the fever broke, Lu Dikun woke up. As soon as he woke up, he tried to get up, startling his sister who was sitting by the bed. Big brother, you're awake. That's wonderful. Lu Yunshu was overjoyed. The pain in his body made him groan. Yunshu, am I not dead? Lu Dikun's voice was hoarse and barely audible. Big brother, we are all still alive, but the guards are all gone. I jumped off the cliff and survived because there was a lake below. But big brother, your injuries are too serious. I got some fever-reducing medicine from a farmer to help you wake up, but your injuries remain. We don't have any other medicine. I only have a little silver left on me. Otherwise, I wouldn't have been able to buy this medicine. Lu Yunshu cried as she spoke. Then, she recounted how she had managed to bring him to this place over the past 2 days. When she got out of the water, she immediately carried him away from the scene, knowing that the others would come looking for them. She had worked hard to find this place and was exhausted. If she hadn't trained in martial arts, she wouldn't have had the strength to carry a big man so far. Thank you, little sister, Lu Dikun said sincerely. If she hadn't come with him, he would have been killed by those people. Big brother, who wants to kill us? We have no enemies here and haven't upset anyone. Who are those people that came after us? Lu Yunshu couldn't understand. What about that thing? Lu Dikun didn't answer her question, but instead asked about the treasure. Are you talking about this? Since you came to take it, I've kept it with me. I've looked at it. It's just an iron box that can't be opened. I don't know what's inside, Lu Yunshu replied, having pulled it from under the bed and examined it again by the fire. Lu Dikun hadn't expected that coming to Dawei would almost cost him his life. It wasn't worth it. As long as it didn't fall into the hands of the Kanglan people, that was what mattered. If the Dawei people found it, that would be one thing, but he had been there for a while, without being discovered. Instead, he had uncovered some clues. He hadn't expected to be attacked during the robbery. He knew very well that it was his second brother's men, as they weren't after the iron box but only wanted to kill him. This action made everything clear to him. "Little sister, take me into the city to see a doctor tomorrow, or I will die here." He was aware of his own condition. He had only regained consciousness after his fever broke, but now his head felt heavy, and his injuries were unbearable. His sister had only bandaged him and stopped the bleeding with acupressure. Without proper treatment, he would surely die. "Okay, but we can't just go like this. You need to disguise yourself so no one notices." After giving this instruction, Lu Dikun closed his eyes and fell asleep again. Lu Yunshu felt his forehead and found he was burning up again. The medicine wasn't effective. She was anxious for dawn to come. But she couldn't panic. She needed to remember her brother's instructions clearly. Taking advantage of the night, she went outside with a sword to cut grass, gathering a whole cartful. At dawn, she would bury him in the grass and head toward Jinkai City. As she passed through the city gate, she blended in by claiming to deliver horse feed to an inn. Then, she inquired about the famous healer's whereabouts. The healer had recently gained a lot of attention, and everyone seemed to know about her. Today, Yu Yuanzheng had no patience, so she was in her small courtyard studying herbal formulas. They had not hidden the location of this courtyard, as it was convenient for people to find her in her role as a healer. After establishing her reputation, she stopped seeing patients at the main clinic and directed anyone seeking help to come here instead. This elevated her status, making it clear that she was not desperate for business. At that moment, a cow pulling a cart of grass stopped at the courtyard entrance. Mrs. Sun, the innkeeper's wife, heard the noise and went out to check. She had been cooking, cleaning, and doing laundry for them in the courtyard recently. Mrs. Sun saw a girl dressed oddly at the door, not looking like a farmer or a wealthy lady, yet driving a cow cart. It was Lu Yunshu, who had traded money for clothes on her way here that morning. The outfit was a bit ill-fitting, belonging to a woman selling pancakes at the city gate. She wore it over her own clothes to avoid suspicion. "Auntie, I'm here to see the healer," Lu Yunshu said, instinctively cupping her fist in a salute. Halfway through, she realized it was inappropriate and instead bowed slightly. Mrs. Sun noticed the girl didn't seem sick. "Miss, are you the patient?" she asked, puzzled. "No, but could you please let me in first?" Lu Yunshu replied. She couldn't reveal her brother's identity at the door, as there might be people who would wish them harm. She was in a vulnerable position and couldn't afford any surprises. Seeing the girl's pitiful expression, Mrs. Sun softened and allowed her to enter. Zhueyun immediately appeared and approached. He quickly noticed that the girl had some martial skills. Her walking posture was steady. "What's going on, Aunt Sun?" Zhueyun asked coldly, his gaze fixed on Lu Yunshu. "Sir, I'm here to seek medical help." "Are you the esteemed healer?" Lu Yunshu asked politely. She had learned that this healer had a high status, and if her attitude was poor, she might not receive help. Her brother's life was at stake, and there was no time to waste. At that moment, Yu Yuanzheng emerged from a room, dressed as a man. The small courtyard made it easy to hear any commotion. "Is there a patient?" she asked as she approached. "Yes, master," Zhueyun replied, stepping aside to let Yu Yuanzheng see. "Oh, it's a young lady. Where's the patient?" Yu Yuanzheng asked naturally. "Are you the famous healer?" Lu Yunshu looked at Yu Yuanzheng, surprised to see her wearing a mask even in her own home. "That's me," Yu Yuanzheng replied confidently. Once Lu Yunshu confirmed her identity, she turned and pushed all the grass off the cart, revealing a man lying on top. His clothes were torn, he was unconscious, and his face was flushed. Next to him was a square object that looked very much like the iron box that had gone missing from the royal palace. It was wrapped in cloth and made into a bundle that could be easily carried. There was also a long sword nearby, which appeared to be quite valuable based on its sheath. At a glance, Yu Yuanzheng could tell these two were not ordinary. However, she pretended not to notice anything and approached to check on the patient. He was very hot. She carefully opened a bit of his clothing and saw he was wrapped in many strips of cloth. With such severe injuries, it was a miracle he was still alive. Chasing Cloud quickly, "Carry him inside," Yu Yuanjing said, knowing that if he wasn't treated soon, he would surely die. She needed to save his life first, and then find out who he was. If he was an enemy, they could deal with that later. She glanced at the bundle again. Chasing Cloud stepped forward to lift the man. Lu Yunshu picked up the bundle and followed. Chasing Cloud placed the man on the bed that Yu Yuanzheng was using as a clinic. Lu Yunshu set the bundle down on the ground and came over to watch how Yu Yuanzheng would treat her brother. As she did this, Yu Yuanzheng caught a glimpse of something peeking out from the cloth. Her eyes narrowed. Could it be? Was she really that lucky? It seemed to come to her doorstep. Yu Yuanzheng suppressed her excitement and began to carefully unwrap the patient's clothing. He had multiple sword wounds, had been soaked, and was already showing signs of infection. It would be a challenge to prevent sepsis. If things went wrong, he would surely die. What is your name, young lady? You can call me Miss Shu. This is my older brother. Please, healer, save him, and I will reward you handsomely. 10,000 taels for the consultation, payable now, Yu Yuanzheng stated firmly. Wasn't it 1,000 taels? Why 10,000? Lu Yunshu was shocked. That's because only I can save him, and if he isn't treated within half a day, he will die. A life is worth far more than 10,000 taels. Miss Shu, do you agree? I need cash, no credit. Healer, I only have a little over 200 taels on me, but I promise to pay you. I just don't have it right now. My family can send it in a few days, Lu Yunshu assured her. She didn't dare to threaten Yu Yuanzheng. She could tell at a glance that the person next to the healer was quite skilled. She hadn't fully recovered yet, and if a fight broke out, she had no chance of winning. She had to lower her stance. Hey, Miss Shu, what is this that you brought in? You seem to treasure it a lot. If you don't have money, you can this item with me first, and I'll help your brother. When you get the money, I'll return it to you. Yu Yuanzheng deliberately glanced at the bundle on the ground, trying to guide her. At that moment, Zhu also walked in. Lu Yunshu saw another strong man and realized she was injured. She couldn't fight against both of them, not to mention her older brother was waiting for help. Life was more important than anything else. Saving him came first, material things could be replaced later. After weighing her options, she finally nodded. Miss Shu is straightforward. Zhu Yu, take this unknown item to the next room. Ask Aunt Sun to prepare hot water, and then bring a jar of wine. Yu Yuanzheng calmly began to give orders. As soon as Zhu Yu entered, she noticed the wrapped item on the ground and had her suspicions. Yes, master, she replied, naturally picking up the bundle and walking out. She called out in the yard, Aunt, the master wants you to boil a pot of hot water quickly. The master is waiting. Zhu Yu took the item to the next room, unwrapped it, and her eyes lit up. It was an iron box. After searching for months throughout the Great Way, it suddenly appeared before her. However, she was only briefly excited, as the prince had previously found several, all of which were fake. She couldn't be sure if this one was real and needed the eldest young master to confirm it. With only her and Zhuing present, she didn't dare to leave and could only wait for the young master to return. She hid the item in the rafters and then went to fetch a jar of wine to return to Yu Yuanzheng, gently nodding. Yu Yuanzheng was thrilled. After searching for so long, she finally found it, and it came to her effortlessly. She realized that these two siblings were suspicious. Who were they? It seemed the patient couldn't die yet. She had to save him and wait for her husband to return before making any decisions. Zhuing had quietly started to remove the patient's clothing and bandages. My goodness, these injuries are severe, Yu Yuanzheng exclaimed upon seeing the wounds. There were several injuries on the chest, abdomen, and back, with the most serious being on the chest and abdomen, which were critical areas. He had been soaked in water and had been in this condition for a long time. His injury was severely infected. Miss Shu, your brother's injury is life-threatening. A diagnosis fee of 10,000 taels is too little. Even 100,000 taels would not be too much. You are lucky to have met me. Otherwise, your brother would be doomed. Yu Yuanzheng exaggerated. Please, esteemed doctor, help him, and I will reward you handsomely later, Lu Yunshu promised again. Her status was not simple. Someone who could offer a reward clearly had the means to do so. Before long, and Sun brought in hot water. Chasing Cloud helped to clean the patient with a towel. They also used alcohol to clean around the wound. Recently, the two of them had been assisting Yu Yuanzheng and had learned a bit. The alcohol stung, waking Lu Dikun from his pain. He then noticed two strangers beside him and tried to move. "Big brother, you're awake?" Lu Yinshu, who had been watching Chasing Cloud, quickly leaned closer to her brother's face, worried he might react inappropriately.
"Where am I?"
Lu Dikun lowered his hand when he saw his sister nearby. His voice was barely audible. "I brought you to the city to find a doctor. This is Dr. Zheng's home," Lu Yinshu quickly explained to let him know what was happening. "Miss Shu, let her brother drink some water first." After cleaning all the wounds, Yu Yuanzheng felt a bit uncertain. She thought for a moment and wrote a prescription for some medicine that would have a mild anesthetic effect to help ease the patient's suffering, as cleaning the wounds would take a lot of time. It would be hard for the patient to endure the pain. The pain could be unbearable. "Chuyue, quickly go to the shop and prepare the medicine according to this prescription." Chuyue hurried out. While waiting for the medicine to take effect, Yu Yuanzheng cleaned and disinfected all the external supplies needed. Once everything was ready, she began her work. "You too, hold him still. He must not move." Yu Yuanzheng's demeanor changed completely. She was always very serious when working. She started to clean the wounds. Some flesh was already dead due to the infection. As the knife cut through the flesh, Lu Dikun broke into a cold sweat from the pain. Unable to hold back, he cried out, "Miss Shu, find a cloth for your brother to bite down on. With so many wounds, I'm afraid he might hurt himself," Yu Yuanzheng instructed. Since she had decided to save him, she needed to do everything right. That was her principle in her work. During the process, Lu Dikun fainted from the pain and then woke up again several times. Yu Yuanzheng truly admired such a strong man. He surprisingly didn't scream in pain, just spit down the cloth in his mouth. This showed how strong his will to survive was. After treating all his wounds, stitching them up, and applying medicine, it took her a whole hour. Luckily, she had already given birth to the child, so she wasn't burdened. Otherwise, she wouldn't have been able to handle such intense and focused work for an hour. She also prepared a prescription for fever and inflammation, asking Zhuyu to brew it. After all this fuss, the morning passed quickly. Yu Yuanzheng was very tired and took a nap. When she woke up, she felt refreshed. She went to check on the patient and found Miss Shu sleeping by the bed, but why was her face so red? With her years of experience, she could tell at a glance that Miss Shu was also ill. "Miss Shu? Miss Shu?" Yu Yuanzheng called softly. Lu Yinshu opened her eyes sleepily. "Are you running a fever too?" Yu Yuanzheng asked, raising her hand to feel her forehead. Indeed, it was very hot. "Oh no, do you have injuries too?" Yu Yuanzheng thought about how badly her brother was hurt. It didn't make sense for her to be fine. I do have injuries. They're not as serious as my brother's." She had only relaxed after her brother received treatment, and then she couldn't hold on any longer. The past few days, she had been the one holding everything together. Otherwise, her brother would have died. The weight of responsibility forced her to be strong. "Should I take a look?" Yu Yuanzheng asked, needing her to care for the patient. If she fell ill, who would take care of her brother? Lu Yinshu hesitated, noticing Yu Yuanzheng dressed in men's clothing. It felt inappropriate for a male doctor to examine her. She was unsure. "What's wrong?" Yu Yuanzheng asked, puzzled. "My injury is here." Lu Yinshu pointed to her injury. "Oh, just take off your clothes and I'll treat it. Your brother is waiting for you to take care of him," Yu Yuanzheng said without thinking too much. Although this girl had martial arts skills and carried a sword, she had shown no aggression since entering the courtyard, leaving a good impression on her. She was sensible. Even though she knew the siblings were here because of the iron box, she didn't want Miss Shu's condition to worsen, especially since she had voluntarily brought the iron box to her. Lu Yinshu hesitated for a moment, but for the sake of her life, she decided to go ahead. She had a bit of a carefree spirit typical of someone from the martial world. She revealed her shoulder, but turned her face away shyly. Yu Yuanzheng saw a long cut on her shoulder, still oozing blood. She had only applied a bit of medicine, which seemed like juice from wild herbs picked carelessly in the mountains. Her brother had a similar injury before. She must have done it herself. In March, with the colder weather up north, she was dressed warmly enough that the blood hadn't soaked through her clothes yet. However, it was already infected, and if not treated, she would suffer more. This girl had a strong constitution, which was why she had only just started to feel feverish. Yu Yuanzheng said nothing and brought over the medicine box. As usual, she first cleaned the wound with strong alcohol and then treated it. Lu Yunshu initially felt shy. The presence of a man made her heart race and her face flush. But when the pain hit, she couldn't help but cry out, forgetting her embarrassment. Yu Yuanzheng was thorough and treated the wound without hesitation. Fortunately, her injury was much lighter than her brother's. It was just the infection that caused her fever. After treating the upper part, there was still the lower part to address. This made Lu Yunshu truly embarrassed.
It was on her thigh.
Seeing her hesitation, Yu Yuanzheng felt speechless. She had already seen the upper part, so why was the lower part any different? The thigh was too close to that area, and as an unmarried girl, she found it hard to show it to a man. Don't underestimate a wound. If it gets infected and festers, it could cost you your life. Plus, your upper wound is already infected, so the one below likely is too. Yu Yuanzheng explained the seriousness of the situation to make her afraid. Lu Yunshu looked at Yu Yuanzheng, who was wearing a mask. She couldn't get past her own feelings. I'm a doctor. In front of a doctor, there are no distinctions between genders. Once you leave this room, who will know how I treated you? Yu Yuanzheng sighed, understanding the importance of reputation for women in this era. After some persuasion, Lu Yunshu hesitantly lifted her left pant leg to the top of her thigh. A leg covered in bruises appeared before her. Near the top of her thigh was a long, swollen cut. It's this serious, and you've endured it until now? If your mother saw you suffering like this, she would be heartbroken. Now that Yu Yuanzheng had a child, she often thought from a mother's perspective. This girl looked only about 15 or 16. If she had married early in her past life, she might already have a child this age. Continuing her work, Yu Yuanzheng treated the injury on her thigh, applying medicine and bandaging it up. The whole process was quick and skilled, but it hurt Lu Yunshu so much that she kept moaning. However, in Yu Yuanzheng's eyes, she was very brave. This was done without anesthesia. Most men couldn't handle it, let alone a delicate young lady. All right, you should take some medicine too. It will help you heal faster. Thank you, Dr. Zeng. When I get home, I will definitely bring you a generous reward. Lu Yunshu had a very good impression of Yu Yuanzheng. She didn't expect this doctor to care for them so thoroughly without knowing their identities. He truly had a kind heart. Although his fees were a bit high, he had the skills to match. The life of the crown prince was priceless, far beyond any amount of silver. The next morning, Lu Dikun slowly woke up and saw his sister sleeping on the floor beside his bed. Seeing her there eased his heart. He was truly grateful that the little princess had come along. Otherwise, he would have died at the hands of the second prince's men. The pain in his body brought him back to his senses. Staring at the ceiling, his mind was filled with thoughts. All this suffering was because of the second prince. They had come to the Great Way to secretly investigate the whereabouts of the Iron Box, and their group from South Shu had spies placed in various major cities of Great Way. These people had been hidden for a long time and were well informed about the news, even having connections in the martial world. While they couldn't directly find the Iron Box, they understood the spies from Kanglin Kingdom in Great Way better than Great Way itself. They were all in similar positions, wary of each other, keeping watch without interfering. Any unusual movements would be detected by these spies first. Following those traces, after Lu Dikun arrived, he was the first to notice a group acting strangely and began to track them. They had also followed 2 fake iron boxes, which were later intercepted by Prince Rong, but he discovered that another group was acting even more secretly. Although they were scattered, they were larger in number than the previous 2 groups combined. They focused their attention on this new group. Whether they were real or fake was uncertain, but they had to find a way to stop them. Just as they pursued this group outside of Jinkai City into the Great Een Mountain, after achieving some success, a large number of people suddenly appeared. This group was not after the Iron Box. They were there to kill him. Such an obvious move was clear to anyone. After a fierce battle, the enemy was overwhelming, and he was severely injured. His sister was also hurt while trying to protect him. At that moment, another group charged out. Knowing there was no way to retreat, he realized that jumping off the cliff might offer a slim chance of hope, so he decisively jumped first. Because he had looked at the map, he knew there was water below. His decision was right and truly gave them, the siblings, a chance to survive. But he didn't expect to be so badly injured. If his little sister hadn't brought him to the doctor, he would have died too. While he was lost in thought, the person under the bed moved, turned over and pressed on the injury on his shoulder, causing him to wince in pain and wake up. Their eyes met. "Big brother, how do you feel?" Lu Yunshu asked, concerned about his health. "I won't die." Lu Yunshu had a good sleep and took some medicine, so she was feeling much better. "Big brother, what should we do next? Everyone else is gone. It's just the two of us now." After this experience, Lu Yunshu suddenly understood a lot more. Before, going out was just for fun, but this time it was a real life and death situation. She would never dare to act so recklessly again. This experience made her realize how precious life is. She was still alive, which felt like a miracle. "First, let me recover from my injuries," Lu Dikun said as he looked around the room but didn't see the item. That item was quite large and should have been easy to spot. Lu Yunshu lowered her head. Such a valuable item. And after losing so many people, they almost lost their lives to get it, but she had used it to pay for the medical fees. How could she explain this to her big brother? "What happened? That night I saw you with it. Did we encounter pursuers who took it from us?" Lu Dikun asked urgently.
No.
"Big brother, we have no money left. The doctor I brought you to is the most famous healer in Dowei, Master Zeng. He asked for 10,000 taels of silver right away, but I didn't have it. To save you, I had to that item to him. Otherwise, he wouldn't have treated you." After Lu Yunshu finished speaking, she looked up at Lu Dikun with a pitiful expression. "Please don't scold her." Lu Dikun was shocked to hear this. Before he came out, he had heard about a famous healer in the capital of Dowei named Zeng Yuan. Such news usually wouldn't reach them, but since he had saved the eldest son of the Rong family, it caught the attention of spies, and the information was sent back to Nanshu. He didn't expect that the doctor his sister casually found was him. Asking for 10,000 taels didn't surprise him, but the iron box in his possession made him wonder if it was a blessing or a curse. What did he say? He said that once we recover, we can pay to get it back. Because he valued that thing so much at the time, he made this request. "Brother, did I do something wrong?" "No. Nothing is more important than life. We are lucky to have met him. Otherwise, I might not be alive. He can be considered our savior. We should befriend him and invite him to our South Shu when we have the chance. Having such a skilled healer in South Shu would be a great benefit to us. If he is willing to join my prince's residence, that would be even better." Lu Dikun thought further ahead. The two siblings whispered in the room. There were only 2 guards in the small courtyard, and they couldn't spare anyone to eavesdrop on their conversation. Besides, both of them were skilled in martial arts, so anyone trying to listen in would be easily discovered. Therefore, Yu Yuanzheng did not make any arrangements for that. Chasing Cloud and pursuing Moon dared not leave Yu Yuanzheng's side even for a couple of steps, especially since they had the iron box in their hands, making them even more cautious. They stayed right outside their master's door. At that moment, Yu Yuanzheng took the iron box to her room and kept studying it. She didn't know if it was real or fake, but seeing the Arabic numbers made her feel a strange familiarity. She fiddled with it happily. From this, she could conclude that someone had traveled to this dynasty before, likely the former princess of Rong or Prince Rong from long ago. However, after fiddling with it for half an hour, there was no response at all. Such a long password. Did the old prince really think of this? Was he trying to make it difficult for future generations? Or did he not want anyone to open it at all? After trying a few more times, Yu Yuanjing lost interest. She went to the clinic and saw that the two siblings were awake. How do you feel? Yu Yuanjing asked habitually. Thank you, divine doctor. I feel much better, Lu Dikun replied seriously. Only then did he take a closer look at the doctor, who was wearing a mask even in his own home. Truly a strange person. Just as the news mentioned, he never showed his true face. But from the chin that was visible, it was clear he was very young. Well, your sister said she would reward me generously. I acted because of your promised reward. If you hadn't met me, you would already be dead. But your physical condition is quite good. With such serious injuries, you still managed to come to me. Impressive. Martial artists really can endure pain better than ordinary people. I will definitely reward you. At that moment, Lu Yanshu looked at Yu Yuanjing with a slightly evasive gaze and even blushed secretly. Remembering how the doctor treated her wounds yesterday made her too shy to look at Yu Yuanjing. At the same time, her heart was racing. She never looked at any man directly, but this skilled doctor made her want to take a second glance. However, he wore a mask, so she didn't know what he looked like or if he was married. She shook her head to stop those thoughts. Just then, she heard the sound of horse hooves outside, and it was more than one horse. Yu Yuanjing quickly said, "You all stay here," and rushed out. She guessed it was Shangguan Ziki returning, and she needed to stop him from saying anything inappropriate. If he called her madam, it would be so awkward. Yu Yuanjing hurried to the door and saw Shangguan Ziki just dismounting. She quickly approached him and signaled for him to lower his head. "Husband, I have the iron box," she whispered immediately. Shangguan Ziki froze for a moment, his eyes wide open. Then she quickly repeated what happened yesterday in his ear. "Those two don't know their identities, and you weren't here, so I just needed to keep them calm. Remember, we are sworn brothers now, so don't give anything away," she reminded him.
Okay.
Shangguan Ziki tossed the reins to Qingfeng and went straight to their room, where he saw the familiar iron box sitting on the table. He lifted it with both hands. The weight felt so familiar. This was real. He had played with it since he was a child in his grandfather's arms. Later, he played with it in his father's study. His grandfather had always intended for him to be the future heir, so he never hid it from him. He had essentially grown up playing with the iron box. He could tell its size and weight just by holding it, and his father could do the same. So, when they intercepted it earlier, he could easily tell if it was real or fake. Others wouldn't know this. Only the heir of the royal family had the right to handle the iron box. His expression changed dramatically. His wife was at home, and the iron box had come right to them. They had searched for it for 6 whole months. What would his father's feelings be if he knew they found it this way? It would surely be a mix of emotions. "Is it real?" Yu Yuanjing asked quietly. "Yes, it is." "That's great." Yu Yuanjing was so happy she almost wanted to shout but held back her excitement. Shangguan Ziki was equally thrilled. They had searched that lake over 100 times in the past few days with more than 20 people. They had trampled all the new grass at the cliff's edge, but there was no sign of the iron box. He expanded the search area, but still found nothing. The 2 people who fell first were also not found. The guards had gone into the water many times, and several of them had caught a cold. 3 days passed with no results, so he had to order everyone to stop and prepare to find the army to help with the search. With their small number of people, they couldn't conduct a large-scale search. He didn't expect such a big surprise waiting for him at home. Shangguan Ziki embraced Yu Yuanjing. "My wife is my lucky star," he said sincerely. "Of course. Just look at my abilities. From now on, whatever I say goes. I am the head of our little family," Yu Yuanjing said proudly. Yes, you are the head of the family. I will listen to you." Shangguan Ziki tightened his embrace a little more. "All right, quickly change your clothes. You're still wearing what you had on when you went out. It's been several days. You haven't changed at all, have you?" "Yes, Chunlei and the others have caught colds too. Please check on them and give them some medicine." "What happened to you?" Yu Yuanjing asked with concern. "I'm fine," Shangguan Ziki replied. He had not gone into the water himself, but had been directing the efforts. He briefly explained what had happened over the past few days. Shangwan Ziki changed his clothes and then picked up an iron box to study it. Yu Yuanzheng left the inner room to check on the guards and prescribe medicine. Meanwhile, the siblings in the consultation room were on high alert. Lu Yunshu held her sword. They were currently weak and did not know who might come in from outside. After waiting for so long with no one entering, Lu Yunshu walked to the window to look into the courtyard. She saw several men tying their horses to the courtyard wall next to her cattle and feeding the horses the grass she had brought 2 days ago. She realized these men were from the home of the famous doctor, and she relaxed her tense body, returning to the bedside to explain to Lu Dikun. But how did this doctor have so many subordinates? Those men clearly looked like guards. Shangwan Ziki changed his clothes and put on a mask before entering the consultation room with Yu Yuanzheng. This is my sworn brother, Master Guan, who just returned from outside, Yu Yuanzheng introduced. Upon hearing that he was the famous doctor's brother, Lu Yunshu immediately bowed. I've met Master Guan. However, Shangwan Ziki ignored her and focused on Lu Dikun. He never expected it would be this person. He recognized him from 4 years ago. Since Lu Dikun was lying down, he could only raise his hand to greet him. I've met Master Guan, he said without introducing himself. He couldn't see the face of the person, so he couldn't recognize them. After a moment, he managed to calm his shock.
No wonder, no wonder.
He didn't expect that the Southern Shu Kingdom was involved. This is interesting. He was sure that the iron box was lost due to the actions of the people from the Kanglin Kingdom, but how did it end up in the hands of the Southern Shu Prince? That needed some thought. He took a couple of steps forward and looked down at Lu Dikun by the bed. How are you feeling? He asked, suppressing his surprise. This person's identity was too special. Luckily, the lady saved him. If he had died in the Great Way, it would have been a big problem. No matter the reason, it would definitely provoke the anger of the Southern Shu Emperor. That was his prince, dead in the Great Way. Even though he came privately, a death is a death, and he would surely find someone to blame. The Southern Shu Kingdom and the Great Way had always kept to themselves, rarely engaging in war, and they had trade relations. 4 years ago, this prince personally came to the Great Way to celebrate the emperor's 40th birthday. At that time, the two countries had agreed on many trade deals. Although they were not the best of friends, they were relatively peaceful neighbors, not disturbing each other. Kanglin had already increased its troops at the border. If Southern Shu also sent troops at the same time, the Great Way would be in danger. Thank you for your concern, young master. The divine Dr. Zheng's skills are truly remarkable. He pulled me back from the brink of death, Lu Dikun said, feeling the unusual aura emanating from him. He could clearly see the strong martial prowess in him. In contrast, the divine doctor seemed weak and small, yet they had become sworn brothers, which was quite unusual. He wondered what kind of bond they shared. Both of them exchanged scrutinizing glances. Rest well. Once you're better, we can talk, he said, leaving that statement before stepping out. He needed to think this through. Things had happened too suddenly. Yu Yuanzheng followed him out, pulled back into the bedroom. Madam, that person is the Prince of Southern Shu, he revealed without hiding anything. What? Yu Yuanzheng exclaimed, her voice rising in surprise. He nodded in affirmation. I saw him 4 years ago. He came to the Great Way to celebrate the emperor's birthday. Oh, this is interesting. Is it possible that Southern Shu learned about the Great Way, losing the iron box, and decided to get involved? Yu Yuanzheng speculated. That's likely. But their intentions are easy to guess. Kanglin wants revenge, while Southern Shu fears that if Kanglin swallows the Great Way, they will turn their sights on Southern Shu next. So they want to take the iron box to the South Shu Kingdom as their protection. They hope to take a chance, thinking someone might be able to open it. Oh, I see. But he never expected that by a twist of fate, this thing ended up in my hands. This is my achievement. You must explain this to the king and the emperor. Maybe I will get a reward. Yu Yuanzheng only thought about the benefits. Forgive her for growing up in peaceful times, not understanding state affairs. In her previous life, She only followed romantic stories for a sense of connection and never listened to military news. Of course, at least the king will reward you, Shangguan Ziki said with a smile. How desperate is the lady for money, always thinking about wealth. He would need to earn more in the future. The iron box was found. That day, Shangguan Ziki wrote a letter and had a secret guard deliver it to the king, bringing back the king's instructions. He only had about 20 people, so sending one to deliver the letter meant one less. That day, he killed everyone in the mountains, regardless of whether they were enemies or not. He couldn't be sure if there were spies from the Kanglan Kingdom in Jinkai City. So for the next few days, he stayed in Jinkai City and did not go out. 5 days later, he received news. The Kanglan Kingdom had sent troops. 15,000 soldiers were heading towards Rongbei City, which was to meet with the Great Way. Rongbei City was directly north and about 800 miles from Jinkai City. The Great Way had already stationed soldiers there. Since the iron box was lost, the emperor had sent troops several times to various border cities to strengthen their defenses. As a result, Kanglan chose Rongbei City as the first battleground. It was relatively open and easier to attack, relying solely on strength without steep mountains. Days passed. Lu Dikun's injury had healed enough for him to get out of bed and move around. The wound had scabbed over. He felt itchy all over but dared not scratch, which was quite uncomfortable. Yu Yuanzheng made some oily medicinal paste for him, which helped a bit. One day, Shangguan Ziki returned from the Fong residence, bringing some silver to settle part of the bill. They couldn't use up all the medicinal materials before paying. That would be unfair. After earning some money, Shangguan Ziki decided to give some first, which would help the Fong family trust them more for better cooperation in the future. His action pleased the Fong family, and they signed an agreement for continued cooperation. Back at the courtyard, he saw Lu Dikun already out of the clinic, being supported by his sister as he walked in the yard. Official young master, Lu Yunshu greeted first. Can you get out of bed now? Shangguan Ziki casually asked. Lu Dikun and his sister only introduced themselves when Lu Yunshu mentioned her name. The others, Yu Yuanzheng and Shangguan Ziki, did not learn their names. It seemed that everyone understood not to ask. As Shangguan Ziki walked past them, he said, "Follow me." The siblings exchanged puzzled glances and then obediently followed. The three entered the examination room. "Sit down to talk," Shangguan Ziki said calmly, without showing any emotion. There were only 2 chairs in the room, so he took one, leaving Lu Dikun to sit on the bed. Shangguan Ziki looked back and forth between them a few times. "Your injury has healed enough. You can leave now." He immediately spoke of their departure.
Sir.
Lu Dikun hesitated. "Don't want to leave?" "Not that." After staying here for a few days, he hadn't even seen the true faces of this young man and the doctor. "Then what do you want?" Shangguan Ziki noticed his hesitation and knew he had more to say. "May I speak with Dr. Zeng?" Lu Dikun requested. "You can speak to me," Shangguan Ziki replied. "Dr. Zeng saved my life, and I haven't paid the consultation fee yet. We don't have any money right now, but could Dr. Zeng and you come to my home? I am willing to offer a reward of 100,000 taels as thanks for saving my life." He proposed a large sum, but didn't mention the matter of retrieving the iron box. If they went with him, the iron box would naturally follow. He hoped to take them to Shu country, and having them along would mean he had free protection on his journey back to Nanshu. Shangguan Ziki listened and studied him for a moment. Did he think everyone was a fool? "Prince Lu Dikun of Nanshu, you have quite the plan," Shangguan Ziki said with a smile, suddenly revealing Lu Dikun's true identity. Lu Dikun was startled and jumped up from the bed, causing his wound to hurt. Lu Yunshu immediately drew her sword. "Who are you?" she demanded, her demeanor shifting as she stood before Lu Dikun, sword aimed at Shangguan Ziki. "Little sister, don't be impulsive." Lu Dikun, though shocked, remained rational and lowered her sword. Over the past few days, they had been well cared for, showing that this young man did not intend to harm them. Shangguan Ziki slowly removed his mask. "I am Shangguan Ziki of the Wang family of Wei." Lu Dikun recognized him immediately. His sudden exclamation made Lu Yunshu stare at Shangguan Ziki in disbelief. They never imagined that their savior would be from the Prince Rong's residence. It was like walking into a tiger's den, delivering themselves right to the danger. "Please sit down and talk," Shangguan Ziki said calmly, showing little emotion as he invited them to take a seat. "Little sister, put away your sword," Lu Dikun said, feeling relieved now. Once their identities were revealed, they were no longer in danger. Given their special status, Shangguan Ziki could not harm them. Lu Yunshu sheathed her sword, but kept her eyes on Shangguan Ziki. "You must be the 9th princess of Nanshu, right?" "That's correct," Lu Yunshu replied with a fist salute. "You came to Dawei for a purpose, which I won't state directly. But I appreciate you returning the iron box to me. A few days ago, when you fell off the cliff, I was the one who caught the princess. I have dealt with those who wanted to harm you. From what I observed, they were likely from Nanshu. You probably have an idea about this. So, it would be best for you to return home quickly. Otherwise, your position as crown prince may be unstable. Your father might have already heard news of your demise. However, I won't let you go without a favor in return. Lu Taizi, you are the future ruler of Nanshu. I have no other demands. I simply ask for a promise in exchange for today's help. In the future, Nanshu and Dawei should maintain friendly relations, not infringe upon each other, and work for the benefit of the people." Shangguan Ziki stated his intentions. "Thank you, Shangguan Gongzi. I came to Dawei to find the iron box for the peace of the people. It is only right that the box returns to the Prince Rong's residence. I also appreciate your saving my life. If I can ascend to the throne smoothly, I promise not to provoke Dawei during my reign and to foster friendly relations between our two countries. If you can assist me, we can be friends in the future." Lu Dikun had thought this through. His younger brother's ambition was so great that it threatened his life. Returning home would be difficult, and there might be even more dangerous plots waiting for him in Nanshu. If Shangguan Ziki could help him, it might make things easier. He knew about Shangguan Ziki's injury, yet he was now able to come out and look for the iron box, showing the high skill of the renowned doctor who treated him, and they were sworn brothers. With this in mind, Lu Dikun needed to find a way to build a good relationship. "Agreed," Shangguan Ziki said, standing up and approaching Lu Dikun, extending his hand. Lu Dikun understood the gesture immediately. He also reached out his hand, and they shook hands. From then on, they reached an agreement. "I will arrange for 5 people to you back to the southern border of Shu. We will leave tomorrow," said Shangguan Ziki. He had received news that his father would soon come with people. He needed to return to the capital quickly. Their child was about to turn 1, and both he and his wife could not miss this occasion. "Thank you very much." Lu Dikun accepted this kindness. Shangguan Ziki's actions made Lu Dikun appreciate him even more. Such a person deserved the promise he had just made. Although Shangguan Ziki was not the heir yet, Lu Dikun knew that as long as Prince Rong and the Emperor of Wei were wise, the prince's residence would surely be under his control in the future. After discussing the terms, Shangguan Ziki informed Yu Yuanzheng of his decision. Yu Yuanzheng also agreed with Shangguan Ziki's approach. A country must maintain friendly relations to benefit its people, and she understood this well. Then she prepared some ointment based on Lu Dikun's injuries and had someone fetch suitable pills for him from the workshop. The next morning, Lu Dikun and his sister boarded a modest carriage, and Shangguan Ziki selected 5 guards to accompany them out of the city. Just after they returned to the small courtyard, the prince arrived quickly with more than 20 guards on horseback. Father, Shangguan Ziki and Yu Yuanzheng felt relieved when they saw the prince, as they had been worried for days. If there were still hidden threats from the Kanglin kingdom, their small group would not be able to protect the iron box, and they could not openly seek military help without revealing their target. "Where is the iron box?" the prince asked first. Shangguan Ziki went to the bedroom to bring the item to the main hall. The prince eagerly stepped forward to hold the item, weighing it in his hands. "This is real," he concluded at last. After worrying for half a year, the prince finally felt at ease. For this item, the Shangguan family had invested countless efforts over generations. It had been lost and found multiple times, each time involving the whole nation. Please tell me in detail how you found it, the prince said, as the letter he received was very brief. The couple then shared their experiences. The prince's eyebrows raised higher with each detail. After hearing their story, the prince looked at Yu Yuanzheng with admiration, appreciation, and satisfaction. A mix of emotions swirled together. Father, finding the iron box was largely thanks to my wife. She asked if there would be a reward. Shangguan Ziki said, prioritizing his wife's benefits first. Hearing this, Yu Yuanzheng rolled her eyes at the ceiling. Was she really that greedy for money? Ah! The prince laughed loudly. Ziki, you are our family's lucky star. Whatever reward you want, as long as my father can provide it, he will certainly give it to you. Father, don't listen to him. I just want my husband to help me earn some money. There's no need to be shy in front of your father. The royal family has a farm on the outskirts of the capital. When we return, I will give you the land deed, and that farm will be your private property. The prince was very generous. A farm on the outskirts of the capital is rare and can only be obtained by someone of royal status. Thank you, father. Yu Yuanzheng stood up and bowed. Father, aren't you upset that my husband let the South Shu prince go? Yu Yuanzheng asked innocently. She noticed that her father showed no displeasure after hearing about Lu Taizi from her husband. That was a prince from another country. She felt they could ask for more benefits.
Ziki handled that well.
If Kanglin were to invade Dawei, South Shu would not sit idly by. When Dawei shows clear signs of defeat, they will definitely send troops to take a share. Even though the South Shu prince came with intentions, the fact that you saved him means you have a favor with him, which is equivalent to having a favor with South Shu. No matter the situation, South Shu will not send troops again. Oh, I see. Yu Yuanzheng finally understood this time. She didn't understand politics and couldn't grasp the nuances right away. Father, Kanglin has already sent troops. What should we do? Shangguan Ziki asked the crucial question. Alas, I thought you would never wake up again, so I gave your title to your younger brother. After more than a year of training, he has made progress, but he is still far behind you. However, I cannot just take away his title without a reason. So I plan to send him to the battlefield to see how far he can go. If he truly cannot measure up, I will have a reason. Then we must keep the matter of the iron box undisclosed for now. Let Kanglin think we are still searching. The public search will not stop for the time being. It can be announced later when the situation changes. Moreover, our Dawei troops have not had real battlefield training for too long. Over time, they have become complacent. The wars in the past 50 years have all been small-scale. A large war can provide them with the greatest experience and help the soldiers grow quickly. The prince shared his plans. But this will make life hard for the common people. Shangguan Ziki felt sorry for them. For the long-term future of the Great Way, certain sacrifices are necessary. The iron box remains unopened by anyone, and even if we announce that we have found it, the Kanglin kingdom has already sent troops and may not be deterred. When hatred builds up to a certain level, it will eventually need a way to be released. Only a painful war can wear down some of that hatred, the prince analyzed logically. Father is right, Shangguan Ziki understood immediately. The Kanglin kingdom would not retreat easily, even if the iron box was found. Then I will continue to sit in this wheelchair and not put too much pressure on my younger brother, Shangguan Ziki decided. Yes, you are wise. All right, it's almost time. My 3 lovely grandsons will soon turn 1 year old. Let's tidy up and head back to the palace. We can leave the iron box at the estate outside the city, and Father will send someone to guard it. Or you can keep it yourself. Father can give you 20 more people. The prince offered a choice. Father, I have a suggestion. The most dangerous place might actually be the safest. Let's keep it in our Chia courtyard. We can dig a hole and bury it. We can take it out when needed. No one can open it now anyway. Yu Yuanjing thought for a moment and proposed a better idea. The prince and Shangguan Ziki's eyes lit up. This was a good plan. All right, let's do it that way, the prince confirmed. Once everything was settled, they packed their things and prepared to head to the capital. The medicine workshop and pharmacy had already been arranged, and Shangguan Ziki had also asked the Fong family for assistance. Before long, he would come to check on things, and he felt confident leaving everything in Manager He's hands. As they passed Guan City, Yu Yuanzheng specifically picked up Ziyue and Zhang Hua to return to the capital together. When they arrived at the palace on April 18th, just 2 days before the children's first birthday, Yu Yuanzheng was overjoyed to see her 3 children, tears of happiness streaming down her face as she hugged one and then the other. "My little treasures, did you miss your mother?" Yu Yuanzheng squatted down, looking eagerly at her 3 children. But the 3 children just stared at the woman in front of them, confused. "Big treasure, I am your mother. Second treasure, quickly call me mother. Third treasure, don't you remember me?" Yu Yuanzheng wiped her tears and smiled at each child. Yet they still looked at her as if she were a stranger, making Yu Yuanzheng feel a pang of sadness. "Big treasure, second treasure, third treasure, say mother, mother, mother." The princess also sat by the mat, gently encouraging the children. "Grandma, grandma," the eldest child made a sound that was easy to understand. This was calling for their grandmother. "When you left, they were only 6 months old and had no memories. You will be fine after just 2 days," the princess explained. Yu Yuanzheng knew this, but still felt a pang of sadness. "Sanbao, I am your father. Come here, let daddy hold you," Shangguan Ziki said with a warm smile, reaching out to Sanbao, who was near the cushion. Sanbao looked at Shangguan Ziki. "Oh, this person has a nice smile. I like him." Sanbao, sitting down, was tempted by Shangguan Ziki and leaned forward, then pushed herself up with her hands, getting on all fours. She pushed herself up again. She stood up. Yu Yuanzheng watched with wide eyes. "Mother, can Sanbao walk now?" Yu Yuanzheng exclaimed in surprise. Yes, just in the last few days, she could walk 2 or 3 steps without holding on. "Daba and Erbao still can't," the princess replied. At that moment, the prince, holding his little daughter, was showering her with kisses, but occasionally glanced at his 3 grandchildren. "Huh. The girls are better than the boys," the prince scoffed. Just then, Sanbao took a step forward. Then a second step. Oh no, she fell down. Yu Yuanzheng wanted to help her, but the princess stopped her. "Let her do it herself. Sanbao is brave. Come here to daddy," Shangguan Ziki said, shaking a toy from the nearby table. Sanbao, like before, stood up again. She took another step but didn't take a second step. Instead, she lunged forward into Shangguan Ziki's arms. She reached for the toy. Shangguan Ziki picked her up. "Sanbao, I am your father. Call me daddy, and I will give it to you," Shangguan Ziki gently encouraged. "Daddy, daddy, daddy," Sanbao said in a sweet voice, easier to say than mommy. "My dear daughter, daddy missed you so much." Yu Yuanzheng felt a wave of envy. Then she picked up Daba and Erbao, one in each arm. She sat in a chair, placing the 2 children on her lap. There were many temptations. But the 2 children still only made simple sounds they didn't quite understand. Indeed, girls seemed to have a better talent for language than boys. They even walked a step ahead. All the fatigue from the carriage ride vanished in an instant with the 3 children. The children were not shy. After playing with their parents for a while, they quickly became attached. Blood ties are special. Even after being apart, once together, the feeling of unfamiliarity disappeared quickly. Yu Yuanzheng and Shangguan Ziki took turns playing with the 4 children. The prince did the same. Now that the iron box had been found, they all relaxed after being tense for so long. Children are the best stress relievers. Back at Xia Courtyard, Yu Yuanzheng did nothing but play with the 3 kids. The children climbed so quickly that one would climb off the mat while another would do the same. The mat was made of bamboo and covered with a soft layer of thin fabric. The children could crawl inside without getting hurt. After playing with the children for a while, Shangguan Ziki went to handle some important matters. In the evening, after putting the children to sleep, Shangguan Ziki quietly took Yu Yuanzheng out of the palace while wearing a mask. They arrived at a small alley behind the palace. Qingfeng had already prepared a carriage and was waiting there. They got into the carriage to avoid the city guards and headed to Yuanjing's small bridal courtyard. It was late at night, and there were no lights in the courtyard. However, as soon as the couple stepped out of the carriage, a hidden guard appeared. "Greetings, young master, young mistress." Uncle Qi, long time no see, Shangguan Ziki recognized him immediately. And Qi had been waiting here to watch over the two old women until the prince returned to report back. He had been waiting for half a year, and today he finally received news that the prince was back in the capital. However, it was the young master who arrived first. They entered the courtyard, and Qi lightly knocked on a window of one of the rooms. After a short while, a woman opened the door and stepped out. Aunt Shangguan Ziki recognized her as Qi's wife, and Qi had arranged for his wife to teach the two old women how to read and write. "I have seen the young master and young mistress." "Aunt Qi, no need for formalities. How have the two old women been learning?" Shangguan Ziki asked. Replying to the young master, "They have been very diligent, but being older, they learn slowly. After half a year, they have learned many characters and can write basic sentences, but more difficult characters are still a challenge." Aunt Qi had done her best. "That's great. Please wake them up. I want to test their progress." Aunt Qi called the two old women. They looked much better than when they were first met. Their health had improved, and they appeared younger. Upon seeing Yu Yuanzheng and Shangguan Ziki, they trembled a bit in fear. "You don't need to be afraid. Your past is behind you. As long as you cooperate and clearly explain how Jiang Qingqing harmed the old princess, the palace will give you a way out and will not make things difficult for you," Yu Yuanzheng reassured them. The two finally controlled their emotions and nodded. Throughout their lives, they had been bullied and never had the chance to hold their heads high. They naturally felt uneasy around men. Yu Yuanzheng, being a woman with a gentle demeanor, made them feel less afraid. "Aunt Qi, please prepare the writing materials," Shangguan Ziki suggested. "First, write down your names." Yu Yuanzheng began to guide them step by step in writing. She asked a question, and they wrote down their responses. After half an hour, Yu Yuanzheng helped them slowly document their past experiences. If there were any incorrect characters, she patiently explained how to write them better. All right, in their current state, they can express themselves clearly enough to be taken to the palace, Yu Yuanzheng finally concluded. Shangguan Ziki watched the entire process. Once he understood the situation, he felt a strong urge to bring the two elderly women to justice immediately. However, he believed it was better for his father to handle it. "After the children's first birthday celebration, we will bring them back to the palace," Shangguan Ziki told Qi. "Yes, young master," she replied. Back at the palace that night, Shangguan Ziki pried open a few floor tiles in their bedroom, dug a hole, and buried the iron box he had brought back from Chia courtyard. He planned to retrieve it at the right moment. The next day, they slept in and only went to the main courtyard to pay their respects after lunch. To their surprise, all the ladies of the palace were present. The meaning behind their gathering was clear. As soon as the princess saw the three children, she rushed over to hug them. She had been taking care of them for the past 6 months, and suddenly not being in the main courtyard felt a bit strange for her. After hugging and kissing each child, she set them down to play together. The little princess, who was 8 months old, was adorable and could crawl quickly on the mat. She was also quite fierce. If Dabao or Airbao tried to take her toys, she would hit them. Yu Yuanzheng was surprised to see this behavior. It was a good trait. She wouldn't be too soft and gentle like her mother. The children played in the hall, which was the most spacious area. "Manhwa, have you prepared everything for the children's first birthday celebration tomorrow?" the princess asked. Actually, she was asking on behalf of her daughter-in-law, worried that she might feel shy to inquire. "Yes, mother. Everything is ready. The invitations have been sent out, and the kitchen has prepared the necessary dishes. However, I would appreciate it if my sister-in-law could take a look at the items to be displayed," Manhwa said, glancing at Shangguan Ziki from time to time since they entered. Seeing him still sitting in the wheelchair, her heart finally felt at ease. But she was also afraid it might not be true, so she looked a few more times. When she saw that Shangguan Ziki's left leg hadn't moved at all, she felt he really might not be well. The couple had been out for 6 months looking for a master healer to treat his leg, and she didn't know if they had found one. During this time, her husband had been out with the king searching for a metal box, returning only twice, and always in a hurry. Now that the king was back, she wondered when her husband would return. She had been married for over a year, but they had spent very little time together. Moreover, they had grown distant because of the incident with Yu Chaoyang, and she wanted to strengthen their relationship, but lacked the opportunity. Thank you, Sister Manhwa, for caring about my children. I trust you completely. You don't need to worry. I don't know much, Yu Yuanjing said with a smile. Then she glanced at Yu Chaoyang, who was drinking her tea with a distant expression, as if she didn't care about anything. Yu Yuanjing realized that Yu Chaoyang had moved on. She had taken care of her own revenge. Even now, Yu Yuanjing didn't know what kind of medicine she had given to Princess Manhwa back in the palace. Ziki's wife, did you find the master healer after being away for 6 months? The third lady asked with a smile, seeming genuinely concerned about Shangguan Ziki. We found one, but he can't treat my husband's leg. It has already healed improperly and can't be changed, Yu Yuanjing replied, looking disappointed, making it hard for others not to believe her words were true. After she spoke, she sensed that the elder lady felt relieved. She was really good at reading people's subtle expressions. Only Shangguan Zifeng's new wife, the daughter of the scholar, looked around cluelessly. Although she had been married for almost a year, she had little interaction with Yu Yuanjing, and they rarely met. What did you do for 6 months? You didn't help look for the metal box, and left everything to your father and the heir. The heir still hasn't returned, the elder lady said, making an uncomfortable remark. Yu Yuanjing rolled her eyes internally. This person seemed to have a problem, and was not worth arguing with. She felt like the elder lady might have a split personality. However, thinking that she would only be arrogant for a couple more days, she decided to let it go. Elder lady, how do you know we didn't search? As a member of the royal family, the eldest son is working hard despite his disability, and I, as the eldest daughter-in-law, am also doing my best to help. Along the way, we faced 2 assassination attempts. Meanwhile, you, the elder lady, spend your days in the royal residence enjoying luxury without any responsibilities. Enjoy your life, but why do you always say things that make others uncomfortable? I can't help but wonder if you were my enemy in a past life. Did I take your wealth back then, which is why you have made things difficult for me since the day we met? Yu Yuanjing looked at the elder lady with a half-smile, eager to see how she would respond. How can you speak to your elders like that? Respect? There's a saying, a kind father leads to a filial son. If you haven't shown me kindness as an elder, how can you expect me to be filial? Yu Yuanjing replied. Madam, there's no need to argue with her. The elder lady is getting old and confused, Shangguan Ziki added with a narrowed gaze. The third elder lady looked at Yu Yuanjing with a complicated expression. She had known about the conflict between Yu Yuanjing and Jiang Qingqing, but she was surprised by how Yu Yuanjing spoke to her elders. Such a bold woman is rare in a big family. She felt a sense of caution towards Yu Yuanjing. This woman gave her an unsettling feeling. Although they had little interaction, there was something about her that felt extraordinary. She would have to ask the third son to investigate further. Just then, hurried footsteps were heard outside. Greetings, young master. A maid's voice came from the hallway. Upon hearing it was the young master, Manhwa quickly got up and went to the door. The young master is back, Manhwa exclaimed excitedly. It had been too long since she had seen anyone. Yes. Shangguan Zishu entered, looking weary from travel. Greetings, mother. Greetings to the 2 elder ladies and to you, my aunties. Shangguan Zishu greeted everyone in turn. My son, you've lost weight. Your face is so dark from the wind, concubine Luo said, stepping forward to touch her son's face with concern. There's no need to worry, mother. I'm just a bit tired. Your father has returned, and I thought you would be back too. Concubine Luo had wanted to ask about the young master's return since she learned the prince was back. She hadn't expected him to return just a day later. Where is father? Shangguan Zishu asked, having already looked for him in the outer courtyard study upon his arrival, but he was not there. "He has entered the palace," the princess replied. The prince went to the palace early in the morning for court. Now, the entire capital is filled with a tense atmosphere. People know that King Lin has sent troops. A great battle is about to happen. And when a battle begins, it means sacrifices from soldiers and suffering for the people. "I have seen the prince," a maid's voice came from outside the door. Then everyone saw the prince walk in with a serious expression. "I have seen you, father," Shangguan Zishu said, quickly bowing to the prince before he could sit down. The prince walked to the main seat, picking up his little daughter as he passed by some children playing on mats before sitting down. "Zishu just returned?" "Yes, father. Please sit. This morning, I discussed with the emperor about the situation. The Kanglin kingdom has already sent troops, and although our great way has been prepared for a long time, my royal house has always been the commander on the battlefield. So, Zishu will rest for a few days and then go to the palace to take command, bringing Zifeng along." "Your Highness." Upon hearing that Zifeng would also go, the second lady stood up from her chair in shock. "What is it?" The prince shot her a cold glance. "Your Highness, I only have one son. He cannot go to battle. Zifeng hasn't even left an heir. If something happens to him, how will I live?" "Yes, Your Highness. We only have this one legitimate son. Zifeng cannot go to battle," the second elder lady said urgently. "Zifeng, what is his surname?" the prince asked coldly. "But." The second lady wanted to say more, but the words stuck in her throat. "All the children of my royal house have the duty to protect Great Way. No one can be a coward," the prince said firmly. "But, Your Highness, Zifeng is not the heir," the second lady finally managed to say. "Is only the heir allowed on the battlefield? Shangguan Zifeng lives in the royal house, so he is one of us. He must be ready to sacrifice for the people of Great Way." Just then, the second elder came in hurriedly. "Has the elder brother really returned?" As soon as the second brother heard, he rushed back from the military camp. "Did you find the iron box?" The second elder asked about the iron box as soon as he entered. "It has not been found yet," Shangguan Ziki answered for his father. "Oh, Ziki is back too? Is your leg healed? Why are you still in a wheelchair?" The second elder feigned surprise at seeing Shangguan Ziki sitting beside him. He wasn't blind. He could see he was still in a wheelchair. "Does my second uncle hope I recover or not?" From his expression, it was clear that he did not want him to stand up at all. Everyone hoped he would stay in the wheelchair forever. He had already realized that. "Master, please persuade the prince. He wants Zifeng to go to the battlefield with the heir," the second wife said with red eyes as soon as her husband returned, sharing what the prince had just said. "What? That can't be. Brother, with Zifeng's skills, he wouldn't dare go to the battlefield. He would just be cannon fodder. I only have one legitimate son. You can't send him to danger," the second master exclaimed. "If the heir can go to the battlefield, why can't he? That's not the same. The heir has to bear the responsibilities of the entire Rongwangfu, while Zifeng is just my second family's child. He doesn't have to take on the responsibilities of the Wangfu. Only the collateral branches have no obligations. If that's the case, then let's split the family. You second branch can leave the Rongwangfu," the prince said coldly, using his trump card. Once he mentioned splitting the family, the second master fell silent. He then glanced at Shangguan Ziki, who was sitting steadily in his wheelchair. At that moment, he wished Shangguan Ziki's legs would heal so he could go to the battlefield, and his son wouldn't have to go. Shangguan Ziki just smiled slightly at him. The meaning of that smile was clear. "All right, everyone disperse. We have guests coming tomorrow. Everyone should do their part. Zishu and Ziki, come with me to the study," the prince said, and after handing his daughter to the princess, he strode out of the main hall. Everyone left unhappily, but Yu Chaoyang stayed behind. "Second sister, I knew you were back yesterday. I figured you might be tired from your journey, so I didn't disturb you. Today we can have a good chat." She expressed her desire to get close to Yu Yuanzheng clearly. Yu Yuanzheng merely glanced at her indifferently. It was too late to realize now. During the 6 months you were gone, Chaoyang often came to the main hall to help the princess with the children. The princess mentioned Yu Chaoyang's recent behavior to Yu Yuanjing. As for how the daughter-in-law should relate to her sister, she wouldn't interfere. After all, some wounds had already been inflicted, and healing completely wouldn't be easy, but she also wouldn't be overly harsh. If Chaoyang can let go of everything and get along well with the eldest daughter-in-law, I won't be too strict as a mother, she thought. Thank you, big sister, Yu Yuanjing replied blandly. There was neither too much closeness nor too much distance, just a surface-level peace. Yu Yuanjing did not think that just because she apologized, they could get along peacefully. There was still a life lost because of the original owner. Although she did not directly cause it, it was still due to her actions. Yu Chaoyang did not leave because of Yu Yuanjing's indifference. Instead, he stayed to interact with the children, handing them toys and helping them. The three kids were not averse to her since they often saw her. However, Yu Yuanjing had just started to bond with the children, and she wanted to take the lead. She did not give Yu Chaoyang many chances. In the end, he spent more time playing with the little princess, Manhwa. In less than a day, Yu Yuanjing had won the hearts of the three children back. Moreover, the little one was able to say mother, which made Yu Yuanjing very happy. She felt a sense of accomplishment and looked forward to showing off when Shangwan Ziki returned. Shangwan Ziki did not want to discourage his wife, so he did not mention that their daughter had started calling him dad the day before. The couple then focused on getting the older and younger siblings to call them dad and mom. However, the two little ones just wanted to play. To Yu Yuanjing's surprise, they even got into a fight over a small wooden puppet, which was beyond her imagination. She had never taken care of children before. The last time she saw them, they were still in the stage of eating and sleeping. She did not expect that such young siblings would fight over something, even if it was just playful pushing accompanied by squeals. This shocked Yu Yuanjing. She then scolded the two brothers, who started to cry. Mother, this. Yu Yuanjing helplessly sought help from the princess. Hey, it's normal for kids to play and fight. Just distract them with another toy, the princess said, amused by Yu Yuanjing's expression. The next day, the three grandchildren of the Wang family celebrated their first birthday ceremony. They only invited familiar families and did not hold a grand feast. Early in the morning, the children's uncle and aunt were the first to arrive. Their grandparents had gone far away for work and could not attend. Big sister. Yu Qingsheng and his sister happily called out when they saw Yu Yuanjing. They missed her a lot after not seeing her for half a year. During this time, Yu Yuan often sent invitations to visit her three little nephews. Every time she came, she would play with the kids. After half a year, you both have grown taller, especially the younger brother. Yu Yuanjing noticed that her brother was now taller than her. Big sister, he is a boy, so he will grow faster than me, Yu Yuan said with a hint of annoyance. Have you received any letters from Mom and Dad? Yes, I've received several. There are some for you too. We brought them along, Yu Qingsheng said as he took the letters from his pocket, including those addressed to him, and showed them to his older sister. Yu Yuanjing put them away to read later in the evening. Seeing her younger siblings take good care of themselves without their parents at home made her feel relieved. Did my brother pass the scholar exam? Yu Yuanjing asked about her brother's studies. Yes, he did, Yu Qingsheng simply summarized over a year of hard work in just 3 words. Big sister, second brother is amazing. He ranked first and is now in the top class at the Imperial Academy. Yu Yuan proudly shared the good news with her sister. Really? That's wonderful. I didn't expect my brother to be so impressive, Yu Yuanjing said, feeling very happy. It's all thanks to Master Jin's excellent teaching. Every holiday, I go to the Jin residence to learn from him. He truly is a master. I benefit a lot from his lessons. Yu Qingsheng felt fortunate to be a student of Master Jin. Then make sure to learn well from him. Now go play with the kids. Yu Yuanjing chatted briefly with them before noticing more guests arriving and went to greet them. Sister Yuanjing. From a distance, Princess Ling Xian approached her with quick steps, followed by Zhao Zhiro and then Princess Xiangling. Now, Princess Xiangling had also become a good friend of theirs. Fate is truly wonderful. The three unmarried girls happily surrounded Yu Yuanzheng, chattering and asking various questions. Just as they were enjoying their conversation, the crown princess, Yu Yueying, arrived with the help of her maid. "Wow, Yueying, your belly is showing. How many months along are you?" Yu Yuanzheng exclaimed. After being away for 6 months, she was surprised to see her friend's big change. "Almost 5 months," Yu Yueying said, happily touching her belly and smiling gently. "That's great." A woman who had once broken off an engagement had now become the crown princess, making many envious. Just by looking at her, one could tell she was living well. Her complexion was rosy and radiant, filled with maternal glow. "The crown prince's leg is completely healed now, right?" Yu Yuanzheng quietly asked her. "Yes, it's been fine for a while, and he practices martial arts every day. His skills have improved a lot," Yu Yueying replied softly. They exchanged smiles, but until now, Yu Yueying didn't know that it was Yu Yuanzheng who helped the crown prince recover. She thought he had healed through practice alone. The sisters have all arrived, and other guests are coming in one after another. There is the family of the Duke of Wei, the family of the Earl of Yong'an, and the family of the Prince of Mo. These two families have become rivals, yet they still have to come. Several princes and royal family members are also present. When the time comes, the prince and Shangguan Ziki enter the ancestral hall with 3 children to pay their respects to their ancestors. They then return to the main courtyard. The ceremony takes place in the courtyard. The first step is to roll away misfortune. They boil eggs in water, peel them, and roll them around the children. Yu Yuanzheng, Shangguan Ziki, and the princess each hold a child and place them on a large platform prepared in the center of the courtyard. Roll away misfortune. Misfortune be gone. May the baby be smart and healthy always, they chant while rolling. The second step is to cleanse the hands. A basin is already placed on the platform, filled with green onions, fruits, and various grains. The 3 hold the children and let their little hands wash in the basin. This symbolizes that the children will be clever and safe, while also wishing for a bountiful harvest. The third step is to wear auspicious clothing. The princess has prepared tiger head shoes and hats for the children to wear today. Once dressed in new clothes, the 3 little ones look even cuter. The fourth step is to grab items, which is the highlight of the day. The other items on the platform are quickly cleared away, and various objects are placed instead. There are books, pens, ink, paper, inkstones, abacuses, gold, silver, jewelry, food, and toys, an array of choices that dazzles the onlookers. The prince stands at the far east, holding little Mengyao. The 3 children are placed on the platform. At this moment, everyone sees the prince reach into his pocket and take out a seal, placing it in front of him. Shangguan Ziki also takes out a seal from his pocket and places it in the center. Prince Jing glances at the prince's seal and then meaningfully sets it down. It is the prince's exclusive seal. The second and third elders, as well as Shangguan Zishu, notice this, their expressions filled with unspoken thoughts. The prince has actually placed his seal on the table. What does this mean? They pondered. The second and third elders exchanged glances with the heir. Normally, this seal should be passed to the heir, but now it is placed on the platform for the eldest grandson to grab. What could this imply? Are you not afraid of? Prince Jing directly addresses the matter. When Shangguan Zishu sees his father place the seal down, he feels a mix of emotions. Over the past year, he has matured a lot and understands that being the heir of the royal family is not an easy task. Now that the war has started, he must go to the battlefield. If he cannot lead his soldiers to repel the enemy, he will be seen as a failure in the eyes of the people. Many heirs from the royal family have died on the battlefield. He pushed down his thoughts and tried not to think too much. When the princess of Manhwa saw the prince's actions, her heart skipped a beat. Did her father not fear hurting the heir's feelings? If the heir cannot secure his position, what is the point of her marrying into the royal family? Although she is currently a secondary wife, she knows that Yu Chaoyang will never have a legitimate son. She has long been aware of his health issues. Therefore, any child she bears will be the legitimate heir, making her the true mistress of the royal family. But now, her father has given the prince's exclusive seal to her elder brother's grandson. Doesn't he worry about hurting the heir's feelings? Others also had their own thoughts. It's just for fun. With so many things, they only care about this? In a few months, my daughter will also have her ceremony, and I will do the same, the prince said nonchalantly. His words made sense. It was just an object, without any special meaning. The seal that Shangguan Ziki placed was picked up by the crown prince, who curiously examined it. 10-day hall. The crown prince read aloud. Everyone heard him. Ziki, how does the seal from the doctor's 10-day hall end up in your hands? Zhao Jinyu asked, confused. He voiced what everyone was wondering. My wife has a share in 10-day hall. Since the doctor is not around, the management falls to her, and it's only natural for me to help her with the children, Shangguan Ziki replied matter-of-factly. Oh, that makes sense. I heard he has opened several 10-day halls in Dawei. You must be making a lot of money, Zhao Jinyu said enviously. Actually, because he opened so many branches, the doctor is in debt. Who knows when he will pay it all back? Shangguan Ziki said with a hint of sadness about the situation. But how many people believed him was uncertain. The second and third masters, upon hearing this, were not concerned about the debts, but rather how much money they could make in the future. Especially the second master, who was running low on funds for his own enjoyment. It seemed he needed to talk to his nephew about investing to earn some money. The ceremony officially began. The children were placed on the main stage. The three cheerful little ones, seeing so many people watching them, excitedly made their unique, joyful sounds.
Ah. Oh. Ah.
With their little feet on the stage, their tiny bottoms raised high, they looked at many things they had never seen before. Pick this up and play with it, and take that one and nibble on it. The second child really grabbed a red date and put it in his mouth, tasting the sweetness. Once he started, he couldn't stop and nibbled with great enthusiasm. Then he sat up straight and focused on nibbling. As he nibbled, he reached the hard pit in the middle, decided he didn't want it anymore, and handed it over, drooling, to the older sibling crawling past him. The adults watching laughed heartily. Yu Yuanzheng came over and took it directly from him. Big treasure, little treasure, quickly choose something you like and take it, Yu Yuanzheng encouraged the children to grab things. But the kids didn't really understand. Shangguan Ziki guided his little girl to pick up a small wooden sword. He thought that when she grew a bit older, he would teach her martial arts so she wouldn't be bullied. If his daughter could protect herself, he would worry less. He remembered how his wife saved the princess of Nanshu. If she hadn't had some skills, the prince of Nanshu would have been in trouble. Several of Yu Yuanzheng's good friends and siblings joined in, teasing the children to crawl forward, waving things in front of them based on their own preferences. The three adorable little ones saw so many people wanting to give them things, and became unhappy instead. They pushed away with their little hands. Move aside. I want to do it myself. The three little ones continued to crawl forward, but were still influenced by the adults. In the end, each of them got something they liked. Big Treasure held a colorful book that caught his attention. Little Treasure had a small abacus and kept shaking it, enjoying the sound it made. Little Treasure ultimately fulfilled her father's wish and picked up the small wooden sword, but then handed it to her dad, thinking he would like it. All three children received their items, prompting the guests to shower them with good wishes. Talented and wise, may you have a bright future, be as healthy as a pine tree, and have a smooth life ahead. They said whatever sounded nice. The three children were passed around by the adults, so excited that they didn't take a nap at noon. By the afternoon, they could no longer hold on and fell asleep from exhaustion. The young master from the Jingwang mansion was also brought over. He was already 9 months old, chubby and adorable, making one want to take a bite. The 5 children lined up and all fell asleep together. It had been years since the mansion had so many children, and today everyone in the main hall was smiling happily. Even the prince had a hint of a smile in his eyes. The men drank quite a bit, but Shangguan Ziki was skilled at handling guests, getting them drunk while he remained sober. A lively day has passed. Everything has returned to calm. Uncle really has a thick skin. He deliberately approached Shangguan Ziki while drunk. Ziki, Your uncle has never been very capable, always indulging in food and fun. I have too many expenses, and I'm really tight on money.
Please help your uncle out.
Seeing him burping from drinking, Shangwan Ziki realized he was drunk. What does my uncle want me to do? Shangwan Ziki asked casually. Everyone in the capital knows that the doctor's pharmacy is very profitable, especially the beauty products sold to women. They are highly sought after. Your aunt uses them every day, and your other aunts want them too, but I don't have enough money to buy them. So I just want you to talk to the doctor and let me invest a little. Uncle revealed his intention. Do you have money to invest, uncle? Shangwan Ziki looked at this unreliable uncle, who had even led his son astray. I have a few shops. I can put one up as investment for the pharmacy.
How about that?
He actually thought of a suitable solution. That is a good idea.
But,
Uncle, there are already 4 branches in the capital, and the Yu family has 2 more. Do you think they can add more? If the doctor agrees, the profits will be divided too thinly. The market in the capital is already saturated. It's not wise to open more shops. Shangwan Ziki firmly rejected. Ziki, you can't say that. I am your uncle. You have to help me. Uncle was not willing to give up. I can help you, uncle, but only if you can meet a few conditions I set.
You say.
First, you must stop visiting brothels. Second, send away the concubines in your backyard. Third, learn to manage your own shops well. Come back to me when you can earn 1,000 taels a month. Shangwan Ziki stated his 3 requirements in a calm tone. He looked down on this uncle, who only relied on the royal family for his living, never learning anything useful. If he weren't the son of his father would have long stopped caring for him. On April 21st, the day after the children celebrated their first birthday, several elders from the Shangwan family received an invitation from the prince, asking them to come to the royal residence for an important matter. They were all puzzled. What could be so important at this time? Not during a festival? The Dragon Boat Festival is coming soon. Discussing matters then would be the same. Why choose today? But the prince has summoned us, so they dared not act aloof and came to the palace as scheduled, at the hour of the snake, 9 a.m. Location: the main hall of the outer courtyard of the palace. They usually do not gather here unless it is something important. The main hall still displays the portrait of the 3rd-generation ancestor who earned the title of Iron Hat King for the palace. Everyone from the 3rd branch of the palace was present, except for the underage children. They gathered together. Prince, what is the matter that requires us to come? The clan leader Hong was the last to arrive and was surprised to see so many people. Please take a seat, clan leader, the prince said softly, pointing to the guest seat on his left. After the clan leader sat down, the prince waved his hand, sending the attendants out of the hall. Only Butler Li and an E remained. I have called you all here today to handle a family matter. I will be dismissing a concubine on behalf of the late king. I ask the elders to witness this, the prince said expressionlessly, his voice as cold as ice. What did you say? The 2 elder ladies looked up in shock, their bodies trembling. The 3rd elder lady merely frowned, raising her eyelids briefly before lowering them again, showing her strong mental resilience. She was also a concubine of the late king, and did not suspect she would be dismissed. Yu Yuanjun looked back and forth between the 2 elder ladies. Their reactions were completely different. One remained calm even under pressure, while the other was not comparable at all. How did she manage to achieve her status initially? Did she used to be composed, and then changed over time? It is possible. A person's character can change with different experiences. The concubine I will be dismissing on behalf of the late king is Jiang Qingqing, the prince stated clearly and firmly. Prince, why do you want to dismiss me? What have I done wrong? Jiang Qingqing, entered the palace at 16 and gave birth to a son and a daughter for the palace. After my sister passed away, I helped raise you. After my sister's death, I should have been promoted to the position of the main wife, but the late king suppressed this for your sake. I have been quiet and stable all these years as the 2nd elder lady. How can you be so ungrateful and dismiss me? I am not a lowly concubine like Aunt Wang. I entered the palace as a concubine alongside my sister and am your own aunt." The second elder lady shouted in anger. "Big brother, are you confused? The second elder lady has been in the palace for decades. Although she sometimes speaks harshly, she has never had bad intentions or harmed anyone. She just has a bit of a temper." The second elder man was also startled by the prince's words. That is his mother, and also the mother of the palace's Lady Wan, as well as the maternal grandmother of the third prince. How could the elder brother dare to dismiss her? "This is unacceptable. Your Highness, this cannot happen. The Rome Wangfu cannot allow such a disgrace to spread. Even if she has made mistakes, she is of an old age and does not have many years left. If it is not a serious crime like murder, it would be better to keep it quiet." Chief Hong disagreed. "She has committed a serious crime, and she killed my mother. Shouldn't I seek justice for my mother? Dismissing her is just the first step. I will also take her life," the prince stated firmly, his expression showing that he was serious.
What?
Everyone was shocked and looked at the prince with wide eyes. His mother, the late queen, had died 39 years ago. Now he claimed she was harmed by someone. It was unbelievable. "I did not kill her. She died of illness, and it had nothing to do with me. She lost a lot of blood during childbirth, and I took care of her. Why would I want to kill her? I cared for her for 3 years, and before she died, she entrusted you to me, asking me to raise you well. I did that. You grew up safely and inherited the throne." The elder lady shouted in denial. The third elder lady and the third elder man exchanged glances, and both smiled faintly. They had long known that the prince was keeping 2 mute old women in one courtyard, and even had someone teach them to read, clearly for this purpose. They did not investigate who those 2 were, as it was not related to their own matters. The prince ignored the elder lady's outcry. Bring them in." An went out. After a while, an and she each pushed an old woman inside. Although they were dressed decently now, the wrinkles on their faces and their white hair showed how much they had suffered. It was not easy for them to be alive. "Jiang Qingqing, do you recognize these 2? The prince asked coldly. He no longer referred to her as the elder lady. This aunt, who shared the same father as his mother, turned out to be a venomous snake. There were many women in the capital who, like his mother, brought concubines when they married. Over the years, he had never heard of a main wife being harmed by a concubine. "Who are these beggars? How would I know them?" The elder lady glanced at the 2 old women and turned her head away. They looked like they had been picked up from some rundown temple, just cleaned up and dressed in cotton clothes. The elderly woman looked to be nearly 70 or 80 years old. How could she possibly recognize them? "You live a life of luxury and take good care of yourself, while they are only 2 years younger than you and have lived a life much worse than that of animals for decades. You truly wouldn't recognize them. They are the 2 personal maids you sold off. You killed 3 of my mother's 4 personal maids. Only Zheng Mama survived, probably because you couldn't kill her. That's why, after she returned to the estate, you secretly kept giving her benefits to win her over. But Zheng Mama also died last year. Out of a bit of loyalty, you spared the lives of these 2, and it took me half a year to find them." The prince spoke softly about their identities. The elderly lady finally looked closely at the 2 women. She could indeed see their resemblance from years ago, but so much time had passed, and they had changed greatly, with only a hint of their former selves remaining. The 2 old women glared at their former master with hatred. The one named Cui Lu tightened her grip when she saw Jiang Qingqing, struggling to control her overwhelming anger. The other, named Chen Yan, let out an unpleasant sound and charged at the elderly lady, knocking her to the ground and then swinging her fists. After years of suppression, she wanted to vent her anger upon seeing her enemy. She didn't care if she died now, as long as she could take revenge. She was the one sold to the mountains as a bride, enduring countless beatings from men throughout her life. She wanted to escape, but whenever she was caught, the beatings became worse. She suffered 2 miscarriages and, after finally giving birth, had to endure a man's demands before even finishing her month of confinement. As a head maid, she had never experienced such suffering. But survival was instinct. She didn't want to die and fought hard to live. She had a strong obsession. She knew what her former master had done, and perhaps one day, someone would come looking for her. That day finally came. But how could the elderly master allow her to harm her own mother? After just a couple of hits, he pulled her away and kicked her. This is outrageous. A lowly beggar dares to commit violence in the royal residence. He shouted angrily. An attendant quickly stepped forward to pull her aside. Chief Hong, after I found these two, I discovered they had been poisoned and silenced for so long that they couldn't be cured. So, I had Chi's wife teach them to read and write for half a year. Today, the prince had them brought to the residence to make them write in front of everyone about how Jiang Qingqing harmed the late princess, his mother. The prince gestured to the village leader, revealing the purpose of the two elderly women. After what had just happened, the village leader understood the situation. All right, prepare the writing tools and let them write, he said. Village leader, the prince is trying to harm me on purpose. These two old women must have been arranged by him, the elderly lady panicked. She never expected these two old women could actually write. This was beyond her expectations. The reason she had spared their lives back then was because they couldn't read or write. Having grown up with her, she thought their bond as master and servant would prevent future troubles. She never imagined that after all these years, the prince would still find them. If she had known, she would have dealt with them back then. No one paid attention to the elderly lady's outcry. The steward personally went to prepare the writing tools and paper. The two old women began to write in front of everyone, and everyone leaned in to watch. They could indeed write. The village leader, leaning on his cane, moved behind them to see what they were writing. The handwriting was poor, but it was legible. The more he read, the angrier he became. His cane tapped loudly on the ground. As a man who had lived for 73 years, he could not believe that a concubine would dare to aspire to the position of a princess. She had not made any great contributions to the country. Where did her confidence come from? Everyone patiently waited for them to finish writing. The two women, limited in ability, took nearly half an hour to stop. The village leader picked up a sheet and read it aloud for everyone. When I was 8, I served the third young lady. At that time, she often spoke ill of the eldest young lady in front of us, her close maids. She pretended to respect the eldest young lady, but secretly wished for her downfall. The third young lady wanted to outshine the eldest, but never succeeded, leading to several misfortunes. Later, her aunt frequently advised her on how to live a better life. The third young lady listened to her aunt. From then on, she learned to control her feelings and hid her hostility towards the eldest young lady, even showing her support. Eventually, they developed a close sisterly bond, which made the eldest young lady let her guard down and treat her well. The third young lady became the prince's concubine by asking the eldest young lady to take her along, claiming that as sisters entering the prince's residence together, she could help protect her from other women trying to marry into the prince's household. When she arrived at the royal residence, she often tried to win the prince's favor, but the eldest lady and the prince were deeply in love, making it hard for the third lady to get close until the eldest lady became pregnant. During this time, the third lady frequently complained about how the eldest lady shouldn't monopolize the prince and keep her away. She also called the eldest lady a foolish woman who didn't deserve to be the princess, claiming she was the most capable person to be the head of the household. She devised many plans to ruin the relationship between the prince and the eldest lady, but none succeeded. As the eldest lady was about to give birth, she thought of a wicked plan to eliminate her permanently. That way, she would be the only one by the prince's side and could truly become the head of the household, and with more effort, she could be named the princess. Before the eldest lady gave birth, the third lady secretly replaced the ginseng prepared for the eldest lady with her own, soaking it in saffron water, drying it, and putting it back in the box. She had a servant do this while she supervised. The eldest lady never noticed. In the end, the eldest lady used that ginseng. When she gave birth to the eldest son, she lost a lot of blood, but the skilled doctor managed to stop the bleeding. The doctor had suspicions at the time, but had no evidence. The third lady bribed him with 300 taels of silver as thanks. Several of the eldest lady's close maids also felt something was off and wanted to call in another doctor, but the third lady stopped them. At that time, the prince was away from the residence, leaving the eldest lady reliant on the third lady to manage things. However, from then on, the eldest lady's health continued to decline, and she passed away after 3 years. After the clan leader finished reading, the room fell silent. He picked up another document and continued reading, which contained similar content, detailing how the third lady harmed them. The eldest lady was the old princess, and the third lady was the second matriarch. No, these 2 old women are not my maids. How could they possibly write? The second matriarch's eyes were cold, and she was on the verge of madness. The prince had clearly stated he had someone teach them for 6 months. Brother, how can we convict the second matriarch based on these 2 old women? So many years have passed. Who knows if what they say is true? Their lives have been difficult, and they just want to take revenge on the second matriarch. The second master also couldn't accept it. He couldn't believe it. Uncle, do you know why father wants to investigate what happened back then? At that moment, Shangguan Ziki spoke up. The second master looked at Shangguan Ziki in confusion. Because she has done something wrong and fears the consequences, even dreaming about it at night and speaking in her sleep, Shangguan Ziki kindly explained. Are you sending someone to watch the 2 old ladies? The second master stared in disbelief, his eyes wide with anger. If the prince sends someone to eavesdrop on every master in the Wang residence, that would be a serious issue. The third master and the third lady also looked gloomy because of this matter. Lady Luo and several other women were equally upset.
Surveillance?
I'm not interested in her at all. Do you know what happened when I took my wife to the countryside to rest during her pregnancy at the end of last year? Someone actually captured a woman from my mother's estate and threatened her son to harm my wife, trying to force her into a miscarriage. Who would want to hurt my child? I can only think of people from this household. That's why I acted this way. In the end, I heard that the second lady was cursing my wife in her dreams, and she even admitted that she was the one who harmed my wife. I didn't make a fuss about this because I realized she had done other things in the past, so when I returned I listened again and found out she had also harmed my grandmother. Shangguan Ziki recounted the events from 2 years ago in detail. He had been patient all this time, waiting for today to resolve everything at once, to push the second lady down into the mud so she would never rise again. Even if the third prince asked the emperor to intercede, he would not receive support. Her crimes were too severe. Just wanting to harm Yu Yuanzheng was not enough to bring her down completely. After all, she had given birth to 2 children for the Shangguan family, and one was still in the palace, so she would only face some punishment at most. After hearing this, the second master could not say another word. The second lady slid down to the ground, her eyes vacant. Chief Hong, such a malicious person, I will divorce her on behalf of my father. Is there any problem? The prince glanced at everyone present before finally looking at Chief Hong. Divorce? Yes, definitely. I represent the entire Shangguan family in supporting the divorce. Chief Hong was also quite upset about this matter. Good, after the divorce, she will be sentenced to death by hanging. The prince immediately passed down the sentence. As the royal prince of Dawei, he certainly had the authority to take the life of a guilty woman. No one would dare say he was going too far, as she was a maternal enemy. No, Your Highness, you cannot do this. The second lady suddenly sprang up from the ground with surprising strength, quickly crossing to the prince and kneeling down, bowing her head. Brother, you cannot treat her this way. She is your own aunt. She gave birth to both me and my younger sister, who is still in the palace as Lady Wan. The deceased is gone. So many years have passed. I ask you, brother, to spare her. She is old and has only a few years left to live. Please let her live a few more years. You can divorce her, you can punish her, but brother, spare her life. I beg you. When the elder master saw that the prince was going to kill his mother, he felt very anxious. If his birth mother died, his sister would surely not forgive him. He knelt before the prince to plead for her. After all, she was his real mother. How could he watch her be executed? If he did nothing, people would talk, and he would be too ashamed to face anyone. At this moment, the second lady also regained her senses and knelt before the prince. The couple, Shengguan Zifeng and his wife, also knelt before the prince. Your Highness, please spare the second elder lady. She has made mistakes, and she can be punished in other ways, but she shouldn't be executed, the second lady begged. Uncle, I promise I won't act recklessly again. I will work hard and practice martial arts, and when I go to battle, I will be at the front. Please spare the second elder lady, Shengguan Zifeng said, having trained in the military for a year and feeling a sense of responsibility. Your Highness, I have made mistakes, but I did not directly kill my sister. I only wanted her to be a little weaker, so she wouldn't interfere with the prince's family. It was her weak health that caused her to pass away. If my sister were not so narrow-minded, I wouldn't have acted that way, but at least I did not harm you. You are still Prince Rong. If I were more ruthless, the throne would belong to Hongchen, not you. I have given birth to 2 children for the Shengguan family. You cannot treat me this way. I do not deserve death. The second elder lady knocked her forehead, and seeing so many people pleading for her, she began to defend herself again. Yu Yuanzheng found it amusing, noting the difference between 50 and 100 steps. Your Highness, execution is a bit too harsh. She did give birth to a son and a daughter for the old prince. Now the eldest prince is injured, and the second and third princes are among the candidates for the throne. If the third prince ascends in the future, the second elder lady will be his maternal grandmother. If things go too far today, the relationship between the Rong family and the royal family may be affected. The Rong family prioritizes the well-being of the people. If the royal family and the Rong family become estranged, it will not benefit the citizens. Elder Hong also stood up to advise the prince, speaking from a perspective of righteousness, considering the prince's family and the people. After hearing Elder Hong's words, the prince raised his eyes, but did not speak. Your Highness, why not send her to a convent to become a nun? The clan can send 2 people to supervise her, making her work there daily to repent and pray for the prince's family. If she cannot sincerely repent, then taking her life can be considered later. Elder Hong continued to persuade, even suggesting a punishment. The hall fell silent as everyone awaited the prince's final decision. Father, Elder Hong's words also make sense. When a person dies, it can sometimes feel like everything is resolved, and living can be a greater punishment than death. Let her work harder than a farmer every day, making her wish she were dead. She was used to a life of luxury, and falling into hardship might be the best punishment for her. Suddenly, Shengguan Ziki spoke up. He thought that dying too easily was a waste. Seeing her suffer would be more satisfying. The best outcome would be for her to wish for death, which would bring joy to others. The prince's eyes brightened a little, and his expression softened. All right, let's do it this way. Send her to Kuta Temple on the outskirts of the capital, where she will fetch water for the nuns every day and work the land behind the temple. If the nuns don't get enough vegetables to eat, she will receive 10 lashes every day until she can carry her load. The prince finally made up his mind. Kuta Temple was a place specifically for punishing young ladies from wealthy families in the capital. When someone made a mistake and wanted to keep it hidden, they would send the offending girl there for punishment. Upon hearing the prince's decision, the 2 elderly ladies felt as if they had been struck by frost, trembling in fear. The old man helped his mother up, relieved that she was still alive. As long as she was alive, there was hope, he thought. If the third prince were to be named heir, and if Wan Pin could visit their mother, the temple wouldn't dare to push her too far. That same day, the prince sent 2 elderly women to accompany her, with the clan leader's own elderly woman supervising. They communicated the prince's intentions to the temple master, arranged for her to be shaved, and set her to work. The 2 elderly women from the prince's household would stay there for a while to observe. If anyone tried to go easy on her, they would report back to the prince's household. From then on, the old lady was no longer in the prince's household. The 2 elderly witnesses were also sent to Kuta Temple, but not to do hard labor. They could decide what they wanted to do. Yu Yuanzheng thought her father's plan was excellent. It allowed the former master and servant to love and hate each other. Those two elderly women would surely keep a closer watch on the old lady than any supervisor would. The prince's household kept this matter quiet, ensuring it didn't spread throughout the streets. The old man, through the third prince, took her into the palace to see Wan Pin. After explaining everything, Wan Pin was so furious that she broke several fine cups. Why did you leave yourself vulnerable? You should have dealt with those two maids back then. What loyalty is there between master and servant? She didn't know what else to say, and could only blame the old lady for not being decisive enough. Sister, with mother in this state, what should we do now? You ask me, but who can I ask? If you had worked harder since you were young and surpassed eldest brother, could you not protect mother? It's all your fault for being useless, always playing around. You'll end up in trouble because of women. Wan Pin was very frustrated. Having such a brother was no help at all. Sometimes he even held her back. Now, she had no choice but to seek cooperation with the third branch. Mother, please calm down. Given the situation, we need to find a solution. We cannot let grandmother suffer to death, the third prince comforted. Hearing this, Wan Pin calmed down a bit. My son, send 2 nurses from your residence to keep an eye on things. Help with the heavy work, so your grandmother doesn't wear herself out. She has lived a life of comfort and doesn't know how to do hard work. Yes, mother. The third prince agreed immediately. My son, how is the cooperation with your uncle going? Wan Pin asked, suppressing her anger. My uncle has been back for a short time, so he hasn't built many connections yet. Mother, when will you mention this to father? I am not a child anymore. Shouldn't I be allowed to attend court? I have learned most of what I need in the study. Eldest brother can attend court even from a wheelchair, while I have been married for over half a year and still haven't been allowed. The third prince was most anxious about this. Without attending court, he was still just a learning prince with little chance to interact with officials. Building his own connections was very difficult. His second brother was about the same age and was favored by the noble consort. He had help from his maternal family, while his own uncle offered no support at all. If he didn't work harder, it was very likely that father would eventually choose second brother as the crown prince. Alas, this is difficult for me too. Your second brother's mother is the noble consort, while I am just a concubine. Your father rarely visits me, not even once a month. Plus, after what happened before, your father is even less fond of me. This matter is not suitable for me to bring up. It would be better for an official from the previous court to mention it. The harem should not interfere in politics. That's the rule. Speaking of this, Wan Pin felt even more displeased with the second master. If he had been more ambitious and attended court, he could have had the chance to speak up or build connections with officials. The third prince shouldn't be too anxious about this. Isn't the second prince also not attending court? The noble consort must be anxious as well. If her faction suggests that the second prince attend court and participate in governance, will the emperor really leave you behind? The second master had a rare moment of insight. We could catch a ride on the wind of opportunity. The mother and son found this idea quite reasonable. However, we can't just sit back and do nothing. When will you discuss this with your third uncle to see if he has any good ideas? The noble consort still felt that benefiting without effort wouldn't be so easy. Right now, the Kanglan Kingdom is sending troops against the Great Way. The emperor needs capable people. Perhaps he will invite you to court to participate in governance or even assign you important tasks. The second master added his thoughts. You have a point, but I wonder how Zishu is doing. Will he be scared on the battlefield? Can he command well in this war? The noble consort began to worry about another matter. Zishu's success or failure would greatly affect them. How about the third prince volunteers to join Zishu on the battlefield? He could earn some military merit. What do you think, sister? The second master suggested. The noble consort and the third prince's eyes brightened at this idea. Yes, a prince with military merit would surely be loved by the people. What could be achieved by staying in the capital? My son, how is your martial arts training going? The noble consort asked after some thought. Fortune favors the bold. If you stay in the capital, there aren't many chances to stand out. A prince who has fought on the battlefield and earned military merit holds a very different status among officials and the people. I can defeat 2 of my 4 guards when I train with them, the third prince replied honestly. But when you go to battle, you won't need to charge into the fray. You just need to assist from the back and take down a few enemies at the right moment to earn some merit. Some generals might even give you credit to win your favor. Then you can return in triumph. The second master spoke lightly about the battlefield, but the mother and son found the idea increasingly feasible. All right, tomorrow I will request an audience with father to seek his approval, the third prince quickly decided. He felt that going to the battlefield was more practical. Second brother, you should focus. You're already 40 years old, and now that mother is no longer in the palace, who will protect you? If you don't improve, one day, brother might not tolerate you anymore and could push you away. You would no longer be part of the main branch of the family and would have to fend for yourself like the collateral branches. You might only manage some family matters, but what future would that hold? The noble consort spoke sincerely from her heart. Once, there were 2 elderly ladies in the royal residence. The prince tolerated them because they were elders. Now, however, the 2 elderly ladies have become the prince's enemies, and the elderly man has lost all face in front of him. If they weren't related by blood, the prince would have long since dismissed him. All right, I understand, the elderly man said, as he disliked being lectured. He had lived freely for most of his life, and it was hard for him to change in a short time. Meanwhile, the elderly man left the residence to visit Lady Wan. The third elderly man also left the royal residence for official business. In a small courtyard, he changed his clothes so no one would recognize him and confidently walked into a row of houses. Master, a middle-aged man who had been waiting there greeted him with a bow. Song, where is the iron box now? The third elderly man asked calmly. I haven't received any news yet. 4 fake boxes were intercepted by Prince Rong. 1 successfully entered the South Shu Kingdom, and there are no pursuers left. Another is heading towards Kanglan Kingdom but has pursuers behind it, though they haven't been stopped yet. The real box lost contact when it reached Jinkai City, and there has been no news for over 20 days. I sent another group to assist, but they haven't reported back yet. The man named Song was the third elderly man's chief aide in the capital. Just then Lin entered from outside. I greet you, master. We received news from Jinkai City, Lin said with a bow. Speak, the third elderly man replied. In Jinkai City, our people were escorting the iron box towards the border. They encountered 3 groups of interceptors in a place called Dayan Mountain. Ultimately, the iron box fell off a cliff and could not be found again. When our people reached the cliff, they found everyone dead, including the first 2 groups of interceptors. The third group spent 3 days trying to recover it, but found nothing. What? The third elderly man slammed his hand on the table in anger. Who were the interceptors? The first 2 groups were likely from the South Shu Kingdom, and the group that tried to recover it was from the Great Way. We couldn't identify them, as their leader always wore a mask. However, I suspect it was the eldest son of the royal family. They returned empty-handed. Our people didn't dare to follow them because their skills were very high and they feared being discovered. The third elderly man frowned deeply. The iron box had actually been lost. So, the iron box might still be in that lake? He asked, still holding onto a glimmer of hope. It's possible, but we can't be sure. Our people only saw that group trying to recover it without success. They didn't see anything else. The battle must have been fierce, and when our scattered people arrived, they found everyone dead, with the South Shu people suffering the most. The third master listened in silence for a long time. The iron box fell into the lake, but it could not be retrieved. Is the water in the lake fast-flowing? It's not fast, but it's not completely still either, Lin explained. Does that mean the iron box might not be in its original position? The team that searched expanded their area, but still didn't find it. It was cold then, and they couldn't search thoroughly. Now that it's warmer, we must send people to retrieve it and ensure they find it, the third master ordered. Understood. Upon returning to the Wang residence, the third master immediately reported this matter to the third madam. After hearing this, the third madam also pondered for a long time. Jir, what do you think would happen if the iron box no longer existed in this world? The third madam asked with a long sigh. Mother, then it would be a matter of skill. Returning to the state of 100 years ago, the third master replied respectfully. Exactly. My people from Kanglan are strong and brave heroes. The iron box should never have existed. Without it, perhaps Kanglan would have already unified the world. The fertile lands of Dawei belong to Kanglan, and the mountains of Nanshu also belong to Kanglan. I wouldn't have had to make sacrifices for your uncle and live humbly in Dawei for so many years. But in this world, there are no what-ifs. Well, if we can retrieve the iron box, we will. If not, then so be it. Report this truthfully to your uncle. Kanglan has already sent troops. They should be reaching the border soon. It will be difficult for Zishu to win. In the end, it may still require the prince's intervention. By then, we should also withdraw. It has been 40 years. It's time to go back. Mother has waited for this day until her hair turned gray. We can consider it a successful retirement. Don't worry, your uncle will grant you a title of a prince. The third madam believed that the country had made such great sacrifices, so asking for a title for her son was reasonable. Yes, mother. But what about Zishu? The third master looked at his mother with a longing expression, wanting an answer he couldn't even articulate himself. We'll talk about him later. He grew up in the main house. We can no longer manage everything. The bigger picture is more important. We can't let him delay our major plans. Understood. The third master had to lower his head to suppress his emotions, not wanting his mother to notice his changing expression. In 10 days, Shangguan Zishu would set out for battle. The prince asked him to bring his wife and his secondary mother to the main courtyard for dinner. Shangguan Ziki and his wife also came. It was rare for the two brothers to have a meal together. Shangguan Ziki was not particularly close to his second brother, but they had grown up together in the Wang residence. They are all the king's sons, and over the years, he has taken care of him quite a bit. When they were young, the second brother was bullied by some spoiled kids in the capital, and Shangguan Ziki helped him out. When the second brother did something wrong, he also took on the role of an older brother to teach him a lesson. However, most of the time, he was focused on learning how to be a good heir, so there was little time for the two brothers to play together. Shangguan Zishu arrived on time at the main courtyard. He came with Yu Chaoyang. For the past few nights, he had been resting at the Shuxiang courtyard. Since Yu Chaoyang lost the baby, Shangguan Zishu had not entered the room of the Manhwa County princess. He firmly believed that Manhwa had plotted against Yu Chaoyang. Everything was fine before she entered the mansion, but once she did, the baby was gone. He had looked forward to the child's birth, as it was his legitimate son. In the end, it was all in vain. Even now, he had not found any evidence. At that moment, Manhwa also arrived, dressed elegantly. Yu Chaoyang, who had lost a lot of weight, looked more vibrant. Husband. The Manhwa County princess immediately sat next to Shangguan Zishu. A pleasant fragrance wafted through the air. Her smile was incredibly gentle, with a hint of flattery. No matter how noble a county princess is, she cannot be more esteemed than the heir of the Rong Wangfu. Once married, her husband is the head of the family, and no matter how proud she is, she must temper her arrogance. Shangguan Zishu responded lightly. At that moment, concubine Luo also arrived. Zishu, since Manhwa married into the royal family, she has been keeping to herself. You cannot hurt her feelings anymore. Regarding Chaoyang, you cannot blame Manhwa without evidence. You are now husband and wife, so you must take on the responsibilities of a husband. Concubine Luo felt a headache seeing her son's attitude toward Manhwa. Manhwa had come to her several times, crying about it. However, her son rarely returned home, and when he did, he only went to the heir's courtyard. As a mother, she couldn't bear to see it. Now that Manhwa was part of the family, especially as a county princess from the Mo family, she couldn't be neglected like this. Over time, the Mo family would surely have concerns. What you say is true, mother. I will go tonight, Shangguan Zishu replied softly. He could not refuse his biological mother's request, especially since he was about to go to battle, and when he would return was uncertain. He indeed needed to give her an explanation. Now that she was married into the family, he couldn't ignore her for long. After so much time, the anger in his heart had faded somewhat. The event had already happened, and without evidence, he could only accept reality. There would be more children in the future. He could only comfort himself with that thought. The prince returned from the study and saw 4 children crawling on the mat, with the nurse watching nearby. The princess was washing her hands. "Father," the children and the daughter-in-law stood up to greet him. "All right, sit down. Today, I brought you to the main courtyard to have a meal together. This is to send off Zishu," the prince said, hoping for the best for Shangguan Zishu. This ceremony was specially prepared for him. "Thank you, father," Shangguan Zishu replied with a slight bow. "Big brother, sister-in-law, after the second brother has left, the family will rely on you to take care of things. I hope sister-in-law can overlook past grievances and take good care of Chaoyang. Since her last miscarriage, her health has not been good, and she often falls ill. If a skilled doctor comes to the capital while the second brother is away, I hope you both can ask him to check on Chaoyang." He knew that Shangguan Ziki and Yu Yuanzheng had a close relationship with the doctor, making it easier for them to get help than for the prince himself. Don't worry about family matters. Once you are on the battlefield, you will no longer be the second son of the Shangguan family, but a general and commander responsible for hundreds of thousands of troops and the safety of the people of Wei, Shangguan Ziki said, taking on the role of an elder brother. "Yes, father has mentioned this to me many times." The meal was very harmonious. Princess Manhwa occasionally served dishes to Shangguan Zishu. Her attentiveness was noticed by everyone. Concubine Luo saw Manhwa lowering her stance to please her son and felt very pleased. After the meal, Concubine Luo pushed Princess Manhwa to Shangguan Zishu, encouraging her to return to her own courtyard with him. Yu Chaoyang showed no signs of discontent and smiled gently. However, Yu Yuanzheng saw clearly that her smile did not reach her eyes and held a hint of sarcasm. Having not stepped into this courtyard for a long time, Shangguan Zishu felt very complicated emotions. He suppressed his urge to ask questions and walked into the inner room. During the first half-month of their marriage, they had a sweet life together. He remembered how joyful he felt, thinking that being the son-in-law of the Mo Wangfu was much better than being the son-in-law of the Yong'an Bo family. But who would have known? His marriage led to the loss of their first child. "Husband, have you been holding a grudge against me all this time?" "I told you I did not harm the child and the ladies," Princess Manhwa said, looking at Shangguan Zishu with a wronged expression. She would never admit to it without evidence. Shangguan Zishu stared into her eyes, trying to find some hint of truth on her face. But he found nothing. Manhwa's face only showed a hint of sadness. "All right, let's not talk about the past anymore." Shangguan Zishu said this, and then walked into the washroom. When he came out, he had changed into clean clothes. The maids and servants in the courtyard quietly stepped aside, leaving space for the couple. After Manhwa, the county princess, finished washing up, she returned to see Shangguan Zishu already lying on the bed, facing away from her. She quietly took off her shoes and climbed into bed, gently wrapping her arms around her husband from behind. "Husband, let's not argue anymore, okay? I married into the royal household with the greatest sincerity because I want to live a good life with you, not to face your indifference." After saying this, Manhwa began to cry softly. "I know you've always suspected that I caused the loss of your child. But what's done is done. If you want a child, I can bear one for you. Husband, let's have a child, all right?" Her pleading voice resonated against his back. Hearing this, Shangguan Zishu turned around. There was no smile on his face, but he looked at her seriously. "You want a child, and Chaoyang wants a child too. I can give you a child, but I have conditions. Since the last miscarriage, the doctor said Chaoyang's health is severely affected and getting pregnant is nearly impossible. I plan to have Jinling or Yinling bear a child and adopt it under Chaoyang's name. Now that you manage the entire household, if those 2 concubines become pregnant and then lose the baby, I will hold you responsible." Shangguan Zishu spoke very sternly. Manhwa's pitiful expression froze on her face, unsure of how to respond. If there were still children under Yu Chaoyang's name, What would be the point of her marrying into the royal household? But if there were no children under Yu Chaoyang's name, her husband wouldn't give her a child either. However, Shengguan Zishu's attitude towards her had shattered her previous dreams. If she harmed his child again, she could forget about having children for the rest of her life. She understood this implication from her husband's words. Okay, I agree. As long as either Jinling or Yinling becomes pregnant, I will do my best to ensure they have the child. But whether it's a boy or a girl will depend on their luck. I hope you keep your word. Having gotten what he wanted, Shengguan Zishu no longer pressed her. That night, the county princess of Manhwa enjoyed a joyful moment since her wedding. However, the next evening, her husband went to Jinling's room, and the following day, he visited Yinling's room. He truly shared his attention equally among them. But after just 2 rounds, Shengguan Zishu left the palace with the military orders. With his departure, the county princess felt worried about the future, while Yu Chaoyang remained indifferent. She didn't care about Shengguan Zishu's comings and goings. In her heart, men no longer mattered. The man she had taken was never truly hers. Life is destined by fate. Soon, the annual Dragon Boat Festival arrived. Due to the invasion from the Kanglan Kingdom, the palace cancelled the grand banquet for the officials, but the emperor still asked the empress to invite a few relatives and ministers. The Rong Wangfu was certainly among those invited. Only the prince and princess attended, while the young county princess was left in the care of Yu Yuanzheng. The 4 children together made Chia courtyard lively. Where there are children, there is always something special. One would tell a joke, while another would make a silly mistake. Especially Debao and Erbao, who were learning to walk and always wanted someone to hold their hands while practicing. Sanbao could already take a few wobbly steps on her own. Girls really do develop faster than boys. Now, the 3 children had stopped nursing, and Huanyang, along with Xiaoqin and Xiangji, were the main caregivers. Huanyang's child was taken out by her mother-in-law, Aunt Yang, and was no longer in Chia courtyard. Once given a task by the family, one must do it well. The Yang family felt it was inappropriate to take care of the master's children while also bringing their own. That would be quite unfair. So, once the 2 young maids could manage on their own, Aunt Yang left. When Shengguan Ziki returned from the study, she saw the 3 children practicing walking. The little girl was the most enthusiastic and insisted on not being helped. However, after just a few steps, she fell onto the ground. But she didn't cry. She pushed herself up to try again. Unfortunately, Debao, who was chasing after her, accidentally knocked her over. They rolled into a heap, making Yu Yuanzheng laugh heartily. This mischievous mother was actually teasing them. As a result, Sanbao, not holding back, slapped Debao on the face. She intended to push him, but her actions were mistaken. Debao didn't cry. He crawled into Yu Yuanzheng's arms, calling out. Shengguan Ziki pushed the wheelchair in front of his daughter and bent down to pick her up. He always preferred to hold his daughter first, while his son was held more by his wife. It's funny how even the affection for children seems to attract the opposite gender. But the 2 sons are now 1 year old, and it's really a bit difficult for Yu Yuanzheng to hold both of them at the same time. One weighs 20 pounds, so 2 would be 40 pounds. The second child, being led by Huanyang, is also walking step by step, aiming for his father. When he reaches Shengguan Ziki, he suddenly jumps onto his legs. Daddy, Daddy. Although it's not clear, Shengguan Ziki knows he is asking to be held, calling out in his own way. Shengguan Ziki picks him up by the back of his collar and holds him close. He gives each child a kiss on the cheek. At first, he didn't kiss them, but his wife often kissed the children, saying it helps them bond. So, he started doing it too. That feeling is really special, being close to the children, heart to heart. When the children also try to kiss his face, leaving drool behind, he doesn't mind the mess. Instead, he feels very happy. Madam, do you remember what you asked me to keep in mind? Shengguan Ziki suddenly brings it up. What is it? Yu Yuanzheng asks, a bit confused. It's about what you said regarding preventing smallpox. Shengguan Ziki reminds her.
Oh, that.
I almost forgot about it. Really, pregnancy makes one forgetful, she replies. The maids and Huanyang, who overheard their conversation, looked at the couple in surprise. What did they just hear? The madam actually knows how to prevent smallpox. They understood the term prevent, which means to stop the disease. The smallpox epidemic has occurred in Dawei more than once, and other countries have faced it too. No one has ever completely cured smallpox. Many people die each time. Sometimes entire villages are burned down to stop the spread. That scene is truly horrific. But this is the only way to prevent the epidemic from spreading. Those who survive often become lonely, having lost their loved ones. Children are left without parents, couples become widowed, and the elderly lose their support. Yu Yuanzheng places the eldest son in Shangguan Ziqi's arms as well. Now all three children are squeezed onto his lap. It's full. There's no more room. But Shangguan Ziqi is very happy to hold them. When do you plan to start the prevention for the children? Since he knows his wife has this knowledge, he wants their children to be the first to receive it. Let's discuss it when father and mother return, and also with my younger sister, Yu Yuanjing says as she takes little Mengyao from Ziyue's hands. She then notices the little one starting to yawn. Young sister is sleepy. The wet nurse, Hui Zhen, hears this and comes over to take a look. After soothing her a bit, the little princess falls asleep. The three children in Shangguan Ziqi's arms were very excited. He formed a circle with his arms, allowing the kids to play around him. This was an experience that only he could have in the entire capital. It was a mix of helplessness and joy. The next day, Yu Yuanzheng brought the children to the main courtyard to pay their respects. The little princess was eating porridge, getting it all over her face. The children followed Yu Yuanzheng's instructions. They started adding solid food at 6 months, increased it at 8 months, and weaned them before their first birthday, along with adding cows or goat's milk. The 9-month-old little princess was enjoying her meal. Yu Yuanzheng approached to taste a bit. Mother, did you add sugar to this porridge? Yes, if I don't, she won't eat it. At such a young age, she is already picky, the princess said with a mix of affection and helplessness, making one both laugh and cry. If children eat too much sugar, it's not good for their teeth. Right now, my little sister is teething, so it's best to limit it. Just add a tiny bit, Yu Yuanzheng suggested.
Okay.
I tried adding some fruit puree before, but she didn't like it. It's been a few days since I last added anything, so maybe her taste has changed. I'll try again at dinner. After chatting about the children for a while, Yu Yuanzheng pulled the princess into a private room. Mother, how about we find an excuse to stay at the countryside for a while? Yu Yuanzheng whispered, her smile bright. Do you really like the countryside that much? The princess felt that her daughter-in-law didn't seem to enjoy staying in the palace. Since their marriage, it seemed like her daughter-in-law spent half her time outside. Was she used to the wild? It's May now, and it will get hot soon. The countryside has beautiful flowers and green crops, and the sounds of chickens and ducks are so interesting. Honestly, is there something else going on? The princess didn't believe this. Her daughter-in-law always had a purpose in her actions. You are so clever, mother. Yu Yuanzheng leaned closer and shared her plans. The princess's eyes widened in surprise. Her daughter-in-law had such skills. If this were true, the people of the world would worship her as a goddess. How confident are you? The princess forced herself to calm down. About 90%, Yu Yuanzheng replied confidently. 90% and 100% were not much different. No doctor would guarantee 100% to a patient, and the princess knew this well. Hearing this, the princess excitedly grabbed her daughter-in-law's hand tightly. Zheng'er, when can you reveal your skills to the public? It's such a waste to keep your talents hidden at home. The princess sighed sincerely. She was from the Great Way and, like the prince, cared deeply for the people. The daughter-in-law has this ability and, of course, she hopes to benefit the people. Until now, we still haven't found the person who harmed my husband. The eldest prince hasn't decided to stand up yet, so we can only wait a bit longer. I feel it shouldn't take too long. Seeing the princess's excited expression, Yu Yuanzheng felt a bit ashamed. She didn't have such strong feelings for the country. Could you invite your stepmother as well? The princess made a small request. Her friend also has a son about the same age as her little girl. Sure, no problem. Let's go to the village first. I need to try it out. I only know the method but have never tried it before. In her past life, they just used direct vaccinations. There was no need for such outdated methods like cowpox. All right, I'll write the invitation now. Your stepmother will definitely be happy to join us, the princess said, eager to take action. Hasn't your adoptive father returned yet? Yu Yuanjing casually asked. No, he and Jinyu are still looking for the iron box, along with the eldest son of the chancellor's family.
Oh.
Yu Yuanjing didn't understand her father's decision to start this war. She didn't know much about military matters. After 3 days of preparation, several carriages left the royal residence, with Princess Manhwa seeing them off. The princess didn't have to worry about the household affairs, feeling free to go wherever she wanted, which was very convenient. Manhwa handled everything well, so she had no need to interfere. Once they exited the city gates, they saw the carriages from the Jing Wangfu waiting there. After a brief greeting, they continued on. Returning to this familiar village, Yu Yuanzheng felt a sense of warmth. Yang Zhuangdou had been waiting at the village entrance to welcome them. Father, mother. Yang Yunxing ran ahead, spotting his mother holding their child at the village entrance. Since the eldest son returned, he had been assisting him and hadn't seen his child for half a month, which made him anxious. At your age, you should be more composed. Be careful. The eldest son might think less of you, Yang Zhuangdou scolded before approaching to greet the masters. Greetings to all the masters.
The village is ready.
It's early summer now, and there are many vegetables growing well. This is the perfect time to visit. Upon hearing this, Yu Yuanjing felt even more pleased. She loved eating freshly picked vegetables. Being back in this sunny place lifted her spirits immensely. Uncle Yang, can we catch a few fish from the pond? I want steamed fish for lunch. Yu Yuanjing began ordering before even getting off the carriage. The eldest young lady likes it. I'll have Yunxing catch a few right away. Yang Zhuangtou always responds to Yu Yuanjing's requests. Dad, I'm going now, Yang Yunxing said eagerly as he walked over, holding his son. He quickly placed the child on his shoulders and went fishing. Yu Yuanjing didn't expect that her kindness to this family would earn their gratitude and loyalty, with everything prioritized around her. Once settled, Princess Lingxian finally had a chance to run up to Yu Yuanjing, chattering away. Sister Yuanjing, when can we go to the mountains to pick some wild fruits again? She still remembered the candied chestnuts from last year. Silly girl, it's May now. There are no wild fruits. They only come in the fall, Yu Yuanjing said with a smile, shaking her head. Oh, how did I suddenly forget? It must be because of my little brother. He makes me forget things, she replied. Haha, what does your little brother have to do with it? You're not the one taking care of him, Yu Yuanjing said, amused by her excuse. You don't understand. There are no other kids his age at home, so he likes to stick to me, and I have to change clothes several times a day, Princess Lingxian complained, though she was smiling. That just means you're good at entertaining him. That's why he likes to be around you. Is that so? She thought for a moment. It seems to be true. My mother only knows how to make him clothes and hand him toys. She doesn't even make funny faces. Princess Lingxian started to criticize her mother's lack of playfulness. You're only a little over 10 years apart from your brother, while your mother is almost 40 years older than him. Your mother is definitely gentle and calm, while you're lively. Who is lively? I just like to play with him. Exactly. You should play with your little brother more. He'll be closest to you in the future. That's true. She loved hearing that. By the way, have you settled your marriage plans yet? Yu Yuanjing realized she hadn't checked in on her friend's marriage after being away for half a year. Not yet. Princess Lingxuan's face turned red at the mention of it. The young girl couldn't help but feel shy whenever marriage was brought up. What happened? Didn't I suggest that your brother ask that young man? My brother asked, but he wasn't willing, Princess Lingxian said, her shy expression fading slightly. I still don't know who that young man is. Can you tell me? Maybe I can help you figure it out. Yu Yuanjing hoped her friend and sister-in-law would find a good match. It's the eldest son of the Prime Minister's family, Princess Lingxian said shyly. She is almost 17 now and has matured a bit more compared to 2 years ago, especially after the incident where she almost lost her mother. It seems like she has grown up a lot. What do you see in him? That guy is so immature. Yu Yuanjing couldn't understand. But thinking it over, that guy is very outgoing and playful, looking anything but serious. However, living with him would definitely not be boring. It's the Prime Minister's family, which is a good match. But why doesn't he want to? Is it really because of the family background? From her years of reading online stories, she knows that powerful officials can easily make the emperor wary. If he marries a daughter-in-law from a more powerful family, wouldn't that be forming factions for personal gain? Prince Jing is the emperor's full-blooded brother. If the two families become related by marriage, the emperor would surely have suspicions. But the current emperor of Dowei doesn't seem to be that suspicious, right? No, it's better to ask my husband about this. She had only met the emperor a few times, so she didn't know his character well. Sister-in-law, I just think he's great. I have so much fun with him. I really dislike those arrogant noble sons, and I dislike those who approach me because of my status. But young Master Zhao is neither arrogant nor trying to please me. He just gets along well with my brother and treats me with respect. Princess Lingxian shared several of his good qualities, her eyes shining brighter with each word. Since you think he's good, I can help you. Do you want that?
Yes.
Does your mother know? Yes, but she doesn't really support my marriage into the Prime Minister's family. Prince Jing and Princess Jing probably have similar concerns. Prince Jing is the emperor's brother and a legitimate prince. If he has any intentions, and if things go well, the officials wouldn't have much to say about it since they are all brothers from the same mother. Alright, as long as your feelings don't change, and if young Master Zhao is just concerned about family circumstances, I can help. But if he doesn't have feelings for you, then that's that.
Thank you, sister-in-law.
You're the best. At noon, Yu Yuanjing happily enjoyed steamed fish, which was fresh and juicy, so delicious. She ate more than half of it by herself. In the afternoon, the princess called Princess Jing to discuss important matters. Yu Yuanjing took a few children, and Princess Lingxian carried her brother to play by the small river. The two friends had a chance to talk about their feelings. It had been a long time since they had such a relaxed conversation together. Yuyan, I knew you wouldn't invite me to this countryside for no reason. Is there something bothering you? The princess only mentioned in the letter to invite her to the countryside for a break, without saying anything else. Since the prince and their eldest son were not home, she naturally took her daughter and youngest son without hesitation. I'm not unhappy at all. I have a son, a daughter, and 3 grandchildren. What could I possibly be unhappy about? That's true. You have a good daughter-in-law. My son still hasn't settled down, which worries me. He's not even home now, and I don't know what kind of girl he likes. When it comes to their children's marriages, every mother worries. Why rush?
He's not even 20 yet.
The eldest prince married at 23. A good girl should be chosen carefully. Maybe he'll find someone and then tell you. You just need to arrange the engagement. If only that were the case. But enough about him. Are you really here to enjoy the scenery? The princess didn't think it was that simple. You're quite clever. I do have some good news to share with you, but it comes with some risk. Let's see if you want to be involved, the princess said mysteriously. Oh, what good news? Tell me. The princess was immediately intrigued. The princess waved her hand, sending the servants away. The other princess also signaled to her 2 maids to leave. Once everyone was gone, the princess quietly told her friend about Yuanjing's method to prevent smallpox. Is this true? The princess was so shocked she didn't know how to express her feelings. Yuanjing can actually prevent smallpox? How skilled is she in medicine? Her heart raced. If this is true, how many tragedies could be avoided? Don't get too excited. Yuanzheng said she hasn't tested it yet. She just knows the method and wants to try it first. Once it works, then we can implement it, the princess said, patting her friend's hand to calm her down. Okay. The princess still held her friend's hand tightly, filled with excitement. They smiled at each other. Yuyan, you don't know. 5 years ago, the prince was sent to the south for a mission. He never told me that it was actually to combat an epidemic. That was during the smallpox outbreak, which killed over 10,000 people. Several villages were burned to stop the spread. He only told me about it when he returned. I hadn't seen it myself, but just hearing him talk about it made my heart ache. He said they had to burn hundreds of bodies every day. Luckily, the soldiers he took had already had smallpox, so they were less likely to get infected. He didn't even think about himself. If he gets infected, how will our whole family survive? Luckily, he knows how to protect himself and hasn't caught it. When talking about that incident, the Princess Jing felt a bit shaken. She knew about it, but since no one from the Rong Wangfu was involved, she only heard some descriptions from the maids and didn't grasp the full depth of it. One can imagine the horrific scene, the people in despair, seeking help with no way out, waiting for death. If this experiment really succeeds, then Zheng'er will be a benefactor to all the people of Dowei. But her identity as a divine doctor is still a secret. What does she plan to do? As a member of the royal family, Princess Jing naturally thinks of the people first. The person who harmed Ziki has not been found yet. She said once that person is caught, she will consider revealing her identity. It shouldn't take too long. For so many years, no one has said they could prevent smallpox, and life went on, so a little more time won't matter. The princess certainly supports her daughter-in-law. That's true. Do you need my help with anything? Princess Jing thought about how much support she had received from her adopted daughter and wanted to contribute. I really don't know. How about we ask her when she returns? At this moment, Yu Yuanzheng was leading a large group of people along a country path towards a small hillside. The spring plowing season had already ended, and the cows were all free. From a distance, she saw many young boys tending to the cows on the hillside. Husband, princess, let's go see the cows on the hill. Yu Yuanzheng was ready to start working. The first step was, of course, to choose suitable cows. She wondered if there were any that met her requirements on this farm. Not just any cow would do. It had to be one that could be vaccinated. Sister-in-law, cows can be dangerous. If they get angry, they might charge at us. Aren't you scared? Princess Lingxian had a natural fear of cows. Their large size and strength intimidated her. If you don't provoke them, they won't attack people, Shangguan Ziki explained. Wow, you, a noble from the royal family, actually know about cows' temperaments. Did you grow up in the countryside? Yu Yuanzheng was surprised that her husband understood them so well, as she herself didn't know much about cows. I'm familiar with horses. They're all livestock, so it's probably similar. Horses can also hurt you if they get scared. That makes sense, Yu Yuanzheng agreed. Everyone climbed up the small hill, and the cowherds were not afraid of the crowd since they had seen them before. They belonged to the main family of the village. Yu Yuanzheng noticed that 2 cowherds were riding on the backs of their cows, an experience she had never had before. She felt a bit excited and wanted to try it. She looked down at her outfit, which was pants with a skirt over them. It looked fine. Husband, I want to ride a cow, Yu Yuanzheng said, approaching Shangguan Ziki with a hopeful expression. He was still pretending to be disabled and couldn't help her up. He probably wouldn't support her riding a cow, so she wanted to charm him a little. Chunlei, at your service, Chunlei replied immediately. Your young mistress wants to ride a cow. Stay close and help her up, Shangguan Ziki instructed. Yes, my lord. Yu Yuanzheng was surprised by how easygoing he was. Was he really that indulgent? It felt nice. Chunlei found a cow that a child was riding, gently lifted the child down, and led the cow over. Young mistress, please get on the cow, Chunlei said, squatting beside the cow so Yu Yuanzheng could step on his shoulder to climb up. Yu Yuanzheng felt a bit embarrassed watching him. It sounded strange to say get on the cow, as people usually say get on the horse. But she was indeed getting on a cow. My lady, don't you want to ride a cow? Go ahead. Shangguan Ziki smiled and encouraged her. With his encouragement, Yu Yuanzheng felt eager to try. Ziyue Jianghua, help me. I'm going to get on the cow. Yu Yuanzheng declared confidently. The 2 maids helped her step onto Chunlei's shoulder, and as he slowly stood up with their assistance, she climbed onto the cow's back. The cow's back was warm and comfortable. Looking down at everyone from above felt special. Chunlei walked the cow around a couple of times. Yu Yuanzheng excitedly called out. This was the most unique experience of her life. She had never ridden a cow before. It felt truly wonderful. She felt like a cowherd for a moment. Chunlei led the cow around the hill a few times. At first, the cowherds were hesitant to come close, but seeing Yu Yuanzheng ride like a child excited them, and they followed along to watch. Yu Yuanzheng was in high spirits and even started singing a pastoral song about the country road. When she finished, she noticed everyone was quietly listening to her sing. Miss, you sing beautifully, Ziyue complimented her.
Of course, I'm really happy today.
Chunlei, is riding a horse difficult? Yu Yuanzheng asked, having enjoyed her moment and thinking of another question. She's been here for almost 2 years, always taking a carriage and never thinking about riding a horse. Riding a horse must be more exciting than taking a carriage. At this moment, she felt a strong desire to learn how to ride. This cow is being led around and is too gentle. It's not thrilling at all. Madam, riding a horse and riding a cow are completely different. Cows are much gentler than horses and lack speed. Horses are meant to gallop, and when they run, it can be quite bumpy without proper skills, Chunlei replied honestly. Do you think I can learn to ride a horse?
She asked.
If you put in the effort, you can definitely learn. But first, you need to understand a horse's temperament. Oh, teach me to ride one day. Who knows, I might need to ride on my own someday. It's better to have skills than not, Yu Yuanzheng reasoned. If you are determined to learn, I will make sure to teach you, Chunlei promised without asking if the young master agreed, as he believed the madam's status was even higher. But there's no place to ride around here, Yu Yuanzheng said, feeling a bit disappointed, as the area was filled with good farmland, small hills, and rivers. About 10 miles from here, there is a racetrack designed for the young masters of the capital. If the madam wants to learn, you can practice there. That sounds great. We'll go in a few days, Yu Yuanzheng decided. In Dawei, who wouldn't want to learn to ride? It is the main mode of transportation in this era. She thought she shouldn't be afraid of a horse's speed. After all, she used to drive at 150 kilometers per hour on the highway. Returning to the place with the cow, Princess Lingxian excitedly ran over. Sister Yuanzheng, is it fun? I want to ride too. She was nearly jumping with joy. Seeing Yu Yuanzheng ride steadily, she thought it must be a lot of fun. Do you know how to ride a horse? Yu Yuanzheng asked, unsure if Princess Lingxian had ever ridden. No, I wanted to learn, but my mother disagreed, and so did my father and brother. So, I've never ridden a horse. I always take a carriage when I go out, which is so boring, Princess Lingxian complained. Haha, your mother wants to raise you as a proper young lady. Which young lady do you see riding a horse through the streets? Yu Yuanzheng realized that, aside from a few daughters of generals, most noble girls in the capital did not ride. All right, let's give you a chance to try it. Chunlei, please help the princess. Yu Yuanzheng generously lent out the Spring Thunder. Spring Thunder, following the same method, helped Princess Lingxian onto the back of a cow and led her around a few times. Madam, did you enjoy it? Asked Shangguan Ziki gently, while holding the baby. Riding a cow isn't thrilling, it goes too slowly, and isn't exciting at all. Husband, I want to learn how to ride a horse, can I? Yu Yuanzheng blinked at him with a pleading expression. Sure. Just one simple word struck deep into Yu Yuanzheng's heart. Her husband truly fulfills her wishes. Husband, you are wonderful. You did well, so I can give you some rewards. As for the rewards, it was obvious. Shangguan Ziki lowered his gaze, took Yu Yuanzheng's hand, and squeezed it gently. The sweetness in his heart was something no one could understand. His wife was the best in the world, unmatched by anyone.
How could he refuse her request?
Oh, dear, I got so caught up in playing that I forgot the important matters. Yu Yuanzheng freed her hand from Shangguan Ziki's grasp and went to look at the cows on the hillside. She carefully examined each of the dozen cows, but found none that met her requirements. All the cows were healthy and showed no signs of disease. Cows were precious in ancient times, and their owners likely took great care of them. Disappointed, She shook her head and returned to Shangwan Ziki, taking the baby from his hands. What's wrong? Shangwan Ziki asked, noticing her disappointed expression. None of these cows meet my needs. What kind of cow do you want? Let Uncle Yang help you find one. He knows this area well, Shangwan Ziki suggested. Okay. At that moment, Princess Ling Xian was led back on the cow by Spring Thunder. Her face was flushed with excitement, as if she had tasted something delicious. Sister Yuanjing, I didn't expect riding a cow to be so much fun. Can we come back to ride again tomorrow? Princess Ling Xian waved at Yuanjing. But as she waved, an accident happened. The cow stepped on a patch of loose soil, causing its front hoof to slip, and Princess Ling Xian suddenly slid off the cow's back. Just as it seemed she would fall into misfortune, Spring Thunder reacted quickly, stepping to the side to catch her foot and safely push her back onto the cow. She was so startled that she patted her chest. Oh, dear, that was close. Spring Thunder, when we get back, I will reward you with 10 taels of silver. Thank you for the reward, Princess. Spring Thunder graciously accepted. He was saving up money to marry a wife. This was a phrase that the young lady often said whenever she rewarded him. They played happily for the whole afternoon. Yuanjing did not forget about her children. She had a few guards lift the children onto the back of a cow so they could experience riding. It's better to enjoy together than alone. The onlooker, Shangwan Ziki, smiled all afternoon. Seeing his wife and children so happy filled his heart with joy and peace. These are the family he wants to protect for a lifetime. When they returned to the estate, Shangwan Ziki asked Qingfeng to call for Yang Zhuangtou. Yuanjing described the type of cow she was looking for. Rest assured, madam, I will find it for you, Yang Zhuangtou said proudly. The next day, he personally visited several nearby estates. These estates belonged to noble families from the capital and had many cows. That day, he brought back 2 cows. When Yuanjing heard the news from Yang Zhuangtou, she rushed to see the 2 cows he brought. Uncle Yang, you did great. You found 2 cows in just one day. Are they bought or borrowed? Madam, they were purchased, Yang Zhuangtou replied respectfully. Very good. These 2 cows will stay at this estate. They were both female cows that had just weaned calves, making them perfect for the experiment. The next day, Yuanjing planned to start the trial. There was a long discussion about who would be the first test subject. Madam, let me be the first, Shangwan Ziki volunteered immediately. Madam, I should go first, Qingfeng and Manhwa requested at the same time. How could they let the eldest son go first? What were they there for? If anything happened to him, they would be blamed. Jinger, why don't I go first? Surprisingly, the Princess of Jing was the first woman to volunteer. She had previously asked Yuanjing for treatment and trusted her skills. Princess Ling Xian was confused and still did not realize that the skilled doctor was Yuanjing. Mother, what are you all doing? Princess Ling Xian asked curiously. Oh, your sister-in-law has a secret recipe. She can vaccinate us against smallpox. She wants someone to try it first, the Princess of Jing explained. Really? I'll do it. I'll do it. Princess Ling Xian eagerly volunteered upon hearing this. Everyone was competing to be chosen, and Yuanjing found it amusing. All right, everyone stop fighting. Let my husband go first. Don't worry, I am quite confident. After he tests it, I will give each of you the treatment, Yuanjing decisively announced. Once the personnel were confirmed, Yuanjing began her work. She had a few guards hold a cow still. She made a small cut on a cowpox lesion on its belly and squeezed out the pus inside. Using a homemade cotton swab, she applied some of the pus to a small cut on Shangwan Ziki's arm. It was that simple. 4 days later, Shangwan Ziki developed a mild fever. The small cut on his shoulder became red and swollen. The next day, he started to have a high fever. Yuanjing estimated it to be around 38 to 39 degrees Celsius. It wasn't too serious. 3 days later, the fever gradually subsided. He developed some small rashes and blisters, which Yuanjing treated with some ointment, and they disappeared in a few days. Throughout the process, she kept Shangwan Ziki isolated in a room, away from everyone else, while she took precautions to avoid getting infected herself. In less than half a month, Shangguan Ziki returned to normal. Everyone was closely monitoring his reactions. This was smallpox, and no one was unafraid. When he first developed the rashes, the princess was very worried, as they looked very similar to the descriptions of smallpox. She had trouble sleeping at night, despite her daughter-in-law's reassurances that everything would be fine. It wasn't until Shangguan Ziki began to recover that she finally felt relieved. Yu Yuanzheng carefully recorded every reaction he had. She felt that something might have gone wrong, as it shouldn't have been this severe. Most people only experience a mild fever and can recover with a bit of rest, but he had a high fever. Her husband was in good health and had a strong immune system. After thinking it over, she realized the issue was likely the dosage. She had focused on applying the pus to the wound without controlling the amount used. Learning from this experience, she would pay more attention to the dosage in the future. Alright, I officially announce that from now on, you'll never be infected with smallpox again, Yu Yuanzheng happily declared to everyone. Sister Yuanzheng, is that true? Princess Lingxian asked, a bit incredulously. Of course it's true, but it's not 100% guaranteed. If the smallpox virus mutates, it may not work, Yu Yuanzheng replied cautiously, as no one could predict if the virus would change. What does mutation mean? Princess Lingxian asked, confused. Mutation means that the internal structure of the smallpox virus has changed. It's like a man becoming a woman. That's the biggest change.
Oh.
Princess Lingxian still looked quite confused. How could a man become a woman? All right, my husband's vaccination was successful. Now it's our turn. Everyone needs to get vaccinated, Yu Yuanzheng announced. Sister Yuanzheng, I'll go first. Princess Lingxian was the most eager one. Instead of using the children as the second batch for testing, Yu Yuanzheng had the guards be the second test subjects. This time, she controlled the dosage carefully. The guards only had mild fevers for 3 days, and then they felt energetic again, with no rashes at all. Next were the women, including herself and the maids. Finally, it was the turn of the few children. Ding Huirong brought her son to get vaccinated too, making a total of 6 children. Yu Yuanzheng felt a bit worried about vaccinating the kids. She had prepared some medication in case anything went wrong, so she could manage the severity of any illness. Now that the adults had antibodies, she didn't have to care for the children alone during the vaccination. Everyone helped out. All 6 children got a tiny cut on their shoulders. The cuts were very small, and aside from the little princess who cried a couple of times, the other children didn't cry at all. Considering that children are much smaller than adults, Yu Yuanzheng was even more careful with the dosage. As a result, the 6 children started to develop fevers the next day. Ding Huirong's son, Yang Cheng, only had a mild fever since he was the oldest and likely had better immunity. The 4 children from the Wang family had slightly higher temperatures. However, the young master from the Jing Wang's residence had a much higher fever, making the Jing Wang Fei and Princess Lingxian very anxious. Zheng, why do each of the children's reactions differ? The Jing Wang Fei looked at the child's flushed face, feeling extremely worried, fearing the worst. Aunt Lin, don't worry. Each child's body is different, so their reactions will vary. The little brother might have a weaker constitution. Let him crawl more and don't worry about whether the ground is clean. Being too clean isn't always good. We all need to integrate with our environment. There are many invisible viruses in our lives that we constantly encounter, but we don't show signs of illness because our bodies produce antibodies, just like the nature of the vaccinations I gave everyone. Little brother, perhaps you are too well protected, which has led to fewer antibodies being produced in him, making his resistance weaker. Yu Yuanzheng patiently explained, but she wasn't sure if the princess understood her. The princess carefully considered Yu Yuanzheng's words and grasped part of it. The child's body is too weak, and he needs more exercise in the future, which she understood. Indeed, she had worked hard to care for her precious child, being overly cautious even about the slightest bumps, let alone letting him get dirty. Yu Yuanzheng applied some medicine to the little brother to help control his temperature. The little ones were uncomfortable, filling the courtyard with their cries, which exhausted the adults caring for them. However, after 3 or 4 days, one by one, they began to feel better, and even the little brother from the Jing Wangfu could eat porridge and wanted to play with his friends, which relieved everyone. Yu Yuanzheng had only administered some vaccinations, but whether they would contract smallpox remained untested. No one wished for that kind of verification, as it would mean an outbreak of smallpox, something no one wanted to see. Having completed the important tasks at the estate, Yu Yuanzheng found herself with free time. With so many people helping to care for the children, she didn't need to watch over them constantly or do everything herself. This was the advantage of being the young mistress. Meanwhile, Shangguan Ziki was busy every day. As the business grew, so did the number of matters he had to handle. Not every day, but every few days, he received letters needing his decisions. Manager, he was out, maintaining long-term contact with him, and they even communicated via carrier pigeons. The border was preparing for war, and the supply of medicine for the army had significantly increased. On the first day of June, the weather was clear. In Yu Yuanjing's mind, today was Children's Day. She wanted to take the children out to play, which was really her own desire to go out. Husband, you promised me before that I could learn to ride horses. Today is a perfect day. Shall we go to the racetrack that Chunlei mentioned? Yu Yuanzheng said excitedly. Seeing her enthusiasm, Shangguan Ziki smiled and nodded. With his agreement, they were ready to go. Princess Lingxian was even more eager. After their last conversation, she had arranged riding outfits for herself and Yu Yuanzheng. Today, they could finally be put to use. The two princesses decided to join the young people for fun and to help look after the children. They arrived at the racetrack, which was 10 miles from the estate. This was Yu Yuanjing's first time seeing such a large racetrack. Arriving at the entrance of the horse ranch, the manager had been waiting at the gate. Greetings to the Princess Rong and Princess Jing. The manager, Mr. Zhang, bowed to each of them. They did not expect two princesses, especially the two with the highest status, to visit the ranch today. No need for formalities. We are just here for some fun, the princess said with a smile, looking around. The ranch looked the same as before, with staff managing it, horses for rent, and a shaded area. It reminded her of the time many years ago when the prince had brought her here. Princess Jing also scanned the area like Princess Rong, sharing the same feeling since she had been brought here by Prince Jing as well. Even the manager was still the same, Mr. Zhang. Dear husband, why is it that besides the staff, no one else is here to enjoy? Yu Yuanzheng wondered. Isn't this a place for the young nobles of the capital to have fun? My dear wife wants to play, so I cleared the area. I had Qing Feng come early to book the entire racetrack, Shangguan Ziki said grandly. You actually spent money like this? Haven't we earned much yet? Yu Yuanzheng complained, but felt happy inside. Having money is enjoyable. You can spend it however you like. Don't worry, my dear. I'm not poor enough to lack this little amount. It's no problem to book this racetrack long-term, Shangguan Ziki said casually. That's not necessary. If others want to play, they should have a place, Yu Yuanzheng replied, not wanting to be that extravagant. Public spaces should serve their purpose for public enjoyment. That's called resource sharing. Mr. Zhang, please lead the way. Take me to help my wife choose a good horse, Shangguan Ziki instructed the manager standing nearby. Of course, young master, please follow me, Mr. Zhang replied eagerly. He also arranged for 2 young servants to attend to the 2 princesses. Princess Lingxian immediately followed Yu Yuanzheng, wanting to choose a gentle horse and let her brother Ziki take a look. Shangguan Ziki often invited friends to ride here when he was around 11 or 12 years old and was familiar with the manager. This ranch actually belonged to the Ministry of Internal Affairs, managed by the royal family, and the money collected was sent to the emperor's treasury. The emperor had the largest expenses. He needed to reward the empress, concubines, ministers, and nobles from his treasury. Thus, the emperor required many properties to support his spending. Arriving at the stable, Yu Yuanzheng and Princess Lingxian looked at the horses one by one. Sister Yuanzheng, can you tell which horse is good? Princess Lingxian asked, seeing so many horses. To her, they all looked similar, differing only in height and size. I can't either, but I can tell which one looks the most spirited. A person's health can be judged by their mental state. She thought horses might be the same. Dear husband, what do you think of this one? Yu Yuanjing looked at several horses and chose a tall, strong chestnut stallion that made a loud snort. She preferred to ride a good horse. She didn't like weak ones. My lady, you have a great eye. This horse is a young, strong one, and you can tell from its hooves that it has good speed, said Shangguan Ziki. Wow, I didn't know I was good at choosing horses. Yu Yuanzheng exclaimed. However, my lady, you have never ridden before, so you won't be able to handle it. It has a spirited temperament, Shangguan Ziki pointed out. Really? But if you want to ride this one, I can help you, Shangguan Ziki added with a change of tone. If you help me ride, how will I learn? Yu Yuanzheng was skeptical about learning to ride while being assisted. Just try and you'll see, Shangguan Ziki said confidently. Jin Xian, you should choose that horse. Let Chunlei lead it for you to get used to it, and then he can teach you how to ride, Shangguan Ziki suggested to Princess Ling Xian. That day, Chunlei agreed to teach Yu Yuanzheng how to ride. He wouldn't let a guard take the spotlight. Following his master's words, Chunlei brought out a small, gentle mare for the princess to ride. Meanwhile, Qingfeng let out the tall chestnut horse. My husband, how will you get on such a tall horse? Yu Yuanzheng asked playfully, watching Shangguan Ziki. Sitting in a wheelchair, she wondered how he would manage to mount without being lifted by the guards, which would be quite embarrassing. Shangguan Ziki turned his wheelchair forward twice, then clapped his hands on the armrests and sprang into the air. When he landed, he was securely on the horse's back, startling the horse, which almost got upset. He quickly pulled on the reins and gently patted the horse's neck. The horse only kicked its front hooves before settling down. Yu Yuanzheng watched in amazement. Having skills was impressive. Qingfeng pushed the wheelchair aside. Shangguan Ziki extended his hand to Yu Yuanzheng. My lady, please mount. That was right, it was mounting, not getting on a cow. Excited, Yu Yuanzheng placed her hand in his. With a lift, she found herself in front of Shangguan Ziki. Yuanzheng, you look so handsome. I want to get married soon and find a husband to take me away, Princess Ling Xian said, without any shame. This made several guards cover their ears, pretending not to hear. That's ambitious. I can't wait to celebrate your wedding. Yuanzheng laughed heartily. Before she finished laughing, she leaned back as the horse started running. She bumped straight into Shangguan Ziki's arms. She quickly steadied herself, enjoying the thrill of the speed. Shangguan Ziki wrapped one arm around her waist and held the reins tightly, guiding the horse as it transitioned from a slow trot to a faster gallop. This is what speed feels like. Riding a horse is so much better than being in a carriage, Yuanjing shouted into the wind. Seeing that she was adjusting well, Shangguan Ziki urged the horse to go faster. Yuanjing, having seen others ride, knew to lean forward when the horse ran, and she followed suit, feeling like she was about to fly. Driving a fast car in her past life never felt like this, as there was no wind inside the car. The best part of riding a horse was the refreshing breeze on her face. In June, the weather was already warm, and the wind felt cool against her skin, adding to the exhilarating feeling of adventure. She had read Mr. Jin's martial arts novels, which painted a world she longed to explore. Husband, when can we go on an adventure together? Yuanzeng said excitedly. Sure, Shangguan Ziki replied affectionately. Once the children grow up, I'll take you to see the world. Okay, I'll wait. Shangguan Ziki took her for a few fast laps before slowing down, then began teaching her how to control the horse and build a connection with it. No matter how wild a horse is, if trained properly, it can be managed. With her husband supporting her, Yuanzheng felt brave. Eventually, she took the reins herself. Although she wasn't going fast, she was starting to feel comfortable. As they passed Princess Ling Xian, she was still learning how to mount her horse. The little mare was gentle and didn't mind Yuanjing's antics. After much effort, with Chunlei's guidance, Ling Xian finally got on the horse, but at first, Chunlei had to lead it for a while and encourage it to pick up speed. Once she found her rhythm and the horse went a bit faster, she fell off again. Chunlei had to catch her to prevent her from getting hurt. After a few falls, Princess Ling Xian figured out how to ride. Chun Lei was almost out of breath from explaining, but thankfully, one of the guards was patient enough to help. Then Chunlei received the promised reward of 10 taels of silver from the princess. Yu Yuanzheng rode the horse more smoothly, eventually making Shangguan Ziki her passenger. After enjoying the ride for almost half an hour, Shangguan Ziki said, "Madam, it's time to let the horse rest." He gently took the reins to stop the horse. "Okay, but I want to ride by myself later," Yu Yuanzheng replied, feeling confident. She was actually relying on Shangguan Ziki's presence to practice boldly. Back with the children, Yu Yuanzheng picked up Erbao and lifted him high. "Erbao, isn't your mother amazing?" she asked, seeking praise from the child.
Cool.
Erbao kicked his little legs and waved his hands in response. Yu Yuanzheng took his actions as praise and gave him 2 big kisses before setting him down. The 2 princesses watched the 3 children playing happily and felt cheerful as well. It had been over a month since the ceremony, and all 3 children could walk now. However, Sanbao was the most stable, while the 2 older brothers would stumble after a few steps. After a break and a snack, Yu Yuanzheng played with the children for a while and felt energized again. She wanted to learn to ride a horse in just one day. This time, she asked Shangguan Ziki to choose a gentle horse for her to start learning from the basics. She had already experienced the thrill of galloping. Now, she wanted to learn how to get on and off the horse by herself, which she felt was something she was behind on compared to Princess Ling Xian. Chunlei was occupied with the princess, so Yu Yuanzheng called for Xiaoyu to be her instructor. Xiaoyu taught her very seriously, demonstrating a few times before letting her try to mount the horse on her own. The horse was still a bit tall for her, but she had a great attitude about learning. She practiced repeatedly until her legs were tired, then took a short break before continuing. Her determination impressed Xiaoyu. It was truly remarkable for a woman to achieve this. The princess had long lost interest and sat aside watching her practice. After practicing all afternoon, Yu Yuanzheng finally succeeded in getting on and off the horse smoothly, thanks to the mare's good temperament. Once she mastered mounting, she focused on controlling the horse, which was her ultimate goal. With her previous experience, she gently squeezed the horse's belly, and it started to move. After a lap, she lightly flicked the whip, and the horse began to trot, though not too fast. After jogging a couple of laps, she increased her speed. "Wow, Yuanzheng, you're a genius. You learned to ride in just one day. I'm so envious," Princess Ling Xian exclaimed sincerely. Shangguan Ziki watched Yu Yuanzheng with satisfaction, a smile on his face. After Yu Yuanzheng developed a strong interest, she went to the racetrack every morning for the next 10 days. Of course, Princess Ling Xian accompanied her each time. The 2 women became more skilled day by day, and were eventually declared graduates by Chunlei. On June 10th, after they finished riding and returned to the estate, they were surprised to find Prince Jing and his son there. "Father, brother, you're back?" Princess Ling Xian exclaimed, excited to see her family after 6 months. "Sister, I heard you learned to ride a horse?" Chao Jinyu immediately asked their mother where his sister had been. "Yes, both I and Sister Yuanzheng have learned to ride." You wouldn't let me learn before, but look at Brother Ziki. He actively taught Sister Yuanzheng how to ride. We were just worried you might fall." Uncle Jing, young master. Yu Yuanzheng felt a bit shy being compared. "Ziki's wife, I heard you have something good again." Prince Jing felt a bit awkward seeing his adopted daughter. "Yes. Would you like to join us?" Yu Yuanzheng said with a smile, clearly referring to the vaccination.
Sure.
The young master replied eagerly. Their mother had already informed them about it in a letter, but he didn't understand how his sister knew about that secret method. "Ziki's wife, come to the study. I need to talk to you." Yu Yuanzheng followed him into the small study. "Did your adoptive father just return to the capital?" Yu Yuanzheng asked with concern.
Yes.
"Did you really find the iron box?" Prince Jing wanted to confirm this matter the most. He received a secret letter from Prince Rong saying there was no need to search anymore, but they still had people looking for it publicly, just not as urgently. After returning to the capital this morning, he went to Prince Rong's residence, but the prince was not there. That's why he and his son came here. Yes, it was found, but father said to keep it a secret for now. How did you find it? He wanted to know the details, as he had wasted time chasing a fake and was quite frustrated. Yuanjing briefly explained the process. Haha, so you were sitting at home while it came to you. Prince Jing laughed after hearing the whole story. He also wondered what the Southern Shu Kingdom meant and quickly figured it out. He couldn't blame them for having such ambitions. He would have done the same. Is it true that you can prevent smallpox? Prince Jing asked about another matter. Of course it's true. Don't you believe me, adoptive father? Yuanjing replied playfully, making Prince Jing feel a bit embarrassed. You child, how can you joke with your adoptive father? Hehe. At that time, it wasn't my choice. I was going to say something, but you came up with a way to take me as your adopted son, so I didn't have to say anything. Yuanjing sometimes laughs when she thinks about this. Alright, let's get to the main topic. It's best to keep your ability to prevent smallpox a secret for now. Wait until your identity is revealed before sharing it. We can't let all the doctors know how it's done. It should only be known by our great way. The prince spoke seriously.
Why?
She didn't understand. To sell it for a good price. Those 5 words made Yuanjing understand right away. It wasn't about selling to the common people but to 2 other countries. The thought of making a good profit brought a joyful smile to her face. Adoptive father, I want 30%. She wasn't greedy. 30% was enough. What do you need so much money for? The prince was puzzled. Didn't the Rong Wangfu provide for her? To raise kids. I just had 3 at once. Well, that reason was too strong, leaving the prince speechless. I will discuss this with the emperor. He could only say that. He wasn't in charge, but with the help of Lord Rong, it shouldn't be a big issue. Thank you, adoptive father. Would you like to get vaccinated? You won't be infected with smallpox in the future.
Sure.
The prince was happy to do so. He had experienced the horrors of smallpox and knew how terrible it was. Most people only survived half the time, and those who did were left with pockmarks. To stop the spread, sometimes everyone was burned, regardless of infection. It was cruel, but there was no other way. After their conversation, Yuanjing vaccinated the 2 of them. With her experience, it was quick. She knew the right dosage, so it wouldn't cause high fever or rashes like it did with Shangguanziki. Just before dark, Shangguanziki returned from the workshop. However, he hadn't had the chance to chat with the prince and his son when 5 of his shadow guards, sent to the prince and princess of Nanshu, returned and found him at the estate. Gaoshan entered with the 4 others, looking weary and clearly having come without rest. Greetings, master. The 5 bowed. Was the journey smooth? Shangguanziki asked with concern. Master, it wasn't very smooth. Gaoshan replied honestly. Come to the study. We need to discuss this in detail. Prince Jinyu, you should join us too. Shangguanziki called them along, as it was a matter of national importance and they needed to listen. Once in the study, Qingfeng served tea to everyone, while Gaoshan and the others drank it down quickly. The gentle breeze blew again, and after drinking 5 cups, they finally felt less thirsty. This shows they had not rested much on their way back. Master, the people we killed outside Jinkai City at Dayan Mountain were from the 2nd Prince of Nanshu, Lu Dishian. After Prince Lu arrived in Dawei, he sent someone to secretly follow him, but he was never discovered. It wasn't until they reached Dayan Mountain that they took action, while Prince Lu was dealing with the people from Kanglin. They aimed to kill him in one strike. However, Prince Lu and the 9th princess jumped off a cliff, and the attackers did not finish the job. 2 lookout men in the distance saw Prince Lu fall and retreated. After we brought Prince Lu to Nanshu, we heard rumors that he was dead. When he tried to reveal his identity to a local official, he was met with suspicion, and we also exposed ourselves. The 2nd prince had already arranged for people to wait for Prince Lu to fall into a trap, leading to several assassination attempts. He used the pretense of impersonation to kill him. We had to hide quickly. Neither Prince Lu nor the 9th princess had any tokens to prove their identities, which they lost during the fight at Dayan Mountain. After much effort, we finally reached the capital of Nanshu, only to find that the second prince had already gathered his maternal family to control the Nanshu throne and was handling state affairs as a temporary regent. The prince's residence was also under the second prince's control, with no one allowed in or out. Fortunately, Prince Lu still had a base in the capital, allowing us to find refuge. We then quietly contacted his maternal grandfather, the Prime Minister. The Prime Minister had believed his grandson was dead in Dawei and had been ill at home. When he learned that Prince Lu was secretly harmed by the second prince, he quickly recovered. He immediately contacted the ministers to seek an audience with the Nanshu Emperor. His subordinates disguised Prince Lu as a minister to enter the palace with the Prime Minister. The second prince could not control all the officials in such a short time, so the Prime Minister finally met the Nanshu Emperor. However, the emperor had already been poisoned by the second prince and was in declining health, nearing death. Yet he could still speak. The news of the prince's death had deeply affected him, making him believe he was truly ill. In front of several ministers and the Nanshu emperor, Prince Lu revealed his true identity. The ministers then realized the second prince's scheme. The Nanshu emperor immediately ordered the royal guards to capture the second prince, but he had already taken control of the palace guards and quickly escaped during the struggle. By the time we left, we still couldn't find him. After stabilizing the situation, Prince Lu had the royal physician treat the Nanshu emperor. However, the royal physician can only stabilize the situation but cannot cure the poison. Therefore, Prince Lu wants us to return quickly, hoping to invite the divine doctor to visit South Shu. He will offer a reward of 500,000 taels for the consultation, along with a peace agreement for 100 years of friendly trade between the two countries. Gao Shan briefly recounted their journey, highlighting how dangerous it had been. When the Jing Wang heard the last part, his eyes brightened. If they could truly sign a peace agreement for 100 years, it would be a tremendous blessing. No one could guarantee that South Shu wouldn't attack Dawei in the future. With this agreement, and with Prince Lu only 28 years old, there would be no war during his lifetime. But brother, we don't know where he is. How can Ziki invite him? Xiao Jinyu still did not know who the divine doctor was, and asked innocently, "What do you think, Ziki?" The Jingwang ignored his son's question and wanted to hear Suoguan Ziki's opinion. "I can't decide this. It has to be her choice," Suoguan Ziki said, glancing at Xiao Jinyu. This fool had been kept in the dark, which showed how much the Jingwang and his wife cared for their daughter-in-law. They truly kept secrets, not even revealing anything to their children. They were great adoptive parents. It was fine for Jinyu to know. She would find out eventually, and he trusted she wouldn't speak carelessly. "Qingfeng, please invite the eldest lady here," Suoguan Ziki instructed. "Yes," Qingfeng replied, and went out. Soon, Yu Yuanzheng entered. "Why did you call me for serious discussions?" Yu Yuanzheng asked, puzzled. "There's a reward of 500,000 taels. Would you like to earn it?" Suoguan Ziki said with a smile. He knew his wife well. This temptation would be hard for her to resist. "What? Which wealthy family is it from?" Yu Yuanzheng perked up immediately. 500,000 taels would be like a small mountain of silver. The Emperor of South Shu. What? What happened to him? Yu Yuanzheng's excitement faded a bit. Earning that money wouldn't be easy, especially since it was so far away. "Gao Shan, please repeat what you just said," Suoguan Ziki signaled to Gao Shan. Gao Shan recounted their experience in South Shu once again. After hearing him, Yu Yuanzheng fell into deep thought. This was not an easy task. The person had been poisoned, and she was not skilled in detoxification. She was only good at medicine. She didn't even know what poison had been used. She only knew a few methods of detoxification and couldn't guarantee anything without examining the patient first. "What do you think, my dear husband?" Yu Yuanzheng was uncertain. "If you can save the Southern Shu Emperor, you will be his lifesaver. And since you are from the royal house of Wei, it means Wei has helped him. For a long time, there will likely be no war between our two countries, which is a significant achievement for the present and a great benefit for the people and court of Wei. Of course, it depends on your own wishes. I will not force you." The meaning in Shangguan Ziki's words was very clear. He hoped his wife would step forward for the sake of the people, but also respected her decision. Yu Yuanzheng understood his intention. If she were in his position, she would think the same way. As the heir nurtured by the royal house of Wei for many years, she naturally felt responsible for ensuring the safety of Wei. As his wife, she also prioritized the well-being of the people whenever possible. They were united as a couple. All right, then let's go. But I can't guarantee that I can save him because I'm not all-powerful, Yu Yuanzheng decided firmly. Thank you, my lady, Shangguan Ziki said gently as he looked into her eyes. Sister Yuanzheng, are you a miracle healer? Chao Jinyu, who had been silent, suddenly spoke up. After listening for a while, he finally understood what was happening. Zheng Yuan Yuanzheng. These two names were unmistakable. The brother they had been searching for was right beside them all along. How could he have been so foolish not to think of this? No wonder Ziki was so dedicated to helping the healer. He was doing it for their own benefit. Hey, brother. I bow to you, Yu Yuanzheng said, folding her hands and bowing. Ha, good. But you really kept us in the dark. Father, did you and mother know all along? Chao Jinyu complained as he looked at King Jing. Now that you know, don't tell anyone else. It's not the right time to reveal Yuanjing's identity, and the culprit behind Ziki's troubles hasn't been found yet. The crown prince isn't ready to stand up yet.
What?
Ziki and the crown prince are already fine? Chao Jinyu's eyes widened. How much news had he missed? Ziki, you should have told me about such a big matter. He continued to complain. Look at you making such a fuss. Can you keep quiet? King Jing glared at him. Father, do you not trust your son? Don't worry, I know what I'm doing. I won't even tell my sister. She's the real one making a fuss. Don't underestimate your sister. She knows what's important. Yes. Ziki, since you've decided to go, take Jinyu with you. It's good to have an extra helper. The second prince of the southern Shu kingdom is on the run, so you might encounter danger. The reason the King Jing wanted his son to know about Yu Yuanjing's other identity was for this purpose. This adopted daughter must be protected well. She is a treasure of the Great Way. Because of the first prince, this matter cannot be disclosed to the emperor yet. Therefore, he must put in more effort.
Okay.
Of course, Shangguan Ziki was happy to help. The journey would be long, taking about a month even under the best circumstances. Without delay, they made a decision and began to prepare. That afternoon, they packed their things to return to the capital, eager to see the reactions of King Jing and his son after their vaccination. Yu Yuanzheng explained the possible symptoms to them. To her surprise, they didn't seem to care. Their slight reactions hardly counted as illness. On the way back, Yu Yuanzheng informed the princess about their plans to leave. The princess felt very sorry upon hearing this. Oh, you just returned not long ago, and now you have to go out again. You really have it tough. A woman from a noble family has to bear the responsibility of diplomatic relations between two countries. You should ask the emperor for more rewards in the future. The princess held her daughter-in-law's hand, reluctant to let her go. Once she left, it might be months before she returned. Mother, you shouldn't think like that. You should consider that I am earning the bride price for the eldest and second sons, and the dowry for the third. My child, that is many years away. There's no need to prepare so early. But 500,000 taels of silver is too tempting. Yu Yuanzheng was indeed motivated by the money. She was less concerned about state affairs. If it didn't involve her, she wouldn't worry about it. Our royal family doesn't lack money. Yes, but who would complain about having more money? They continued to chat as they entered the royal residence. That evening, Shangguan Ziki discussed this matter with the prince. The prince had been very busy lately and returned home late. He agreed with Shangguan Ziki's decision. There was no need to send a large group to search for the iron box. The prince also provided him with 10 more people. Now, Shangguan Ziki had 30 specially trained guards from the royal residence, while the heir had none. He was aware of this. You all go ahead. The father will send someone to watch over the Chia courtyard. You don't need to worry. The iron box would be guarded at the royal residence. Father, there's no need to send too many people. That would only expose our target. Just 2 guards will be enough. All right, be careful on your journey. Take good care of your wife. The next day, Yu Yuanjing played with the children all day before reluctantly leaving them. It's hard to let go, but I can only think about making up for it in the future. On the 3rd day, the couple left the palace under the pretext of continuing to seek medical treatment for the leg and looking for an iron box. Xiao Jinyu also joined them, claiming to search for the iron box. The guards left the city in groups, planning to meet up in the next county. The 3rd master sent someone to follow them, knowing they were heading southwest. He realized one of them was a fake going in that direction. They must have received news and were going to chase after them. When he received this report, he smiled knowingly. After leaving the city, the high-ranking official brought 2 young men. Dear sir, this is Wu Yong, and this is Xiao Yang. They are 2 young generals assigned by Prince Lu to accompany us back. Greetings, esteemed official, the 2 said politely. Dear sir, our emperor is very ill and may not have much time left. His Highness the Prince instructed us to hurry as much as possible, fearing the emperor might not wait. Wu Yong, the young general, stepped forward and requested. Understood. We will speed up after traveling 300 miles from the capital, said Shangguan Ziki, worried that the 50,000 taels of silver his wife liked would go to waste. The group continued on their journey. Shangguan Ziki and Yu Yuanjing rode in a carriage, while Qiao Jinyu stayed outside like a guard. Yu Yuanjing felt her status was elevated, having the son of the Jing King as her protector. The next day, they traveled 300 miles. Husband, I want to ride a horse too. It will be much faster. Riding in the carriage is just too slow, Yu Yuanjing said, feeling confident in her riding skills for long distances. Riding a horse is tiring, Shangguan Ziki worried. She might not handle it well. It's fine. Let's hurry. If I can't take it anymore, I'll switch back to the carriage. We should save as much time as we can. Since she took on this task, she hoped to succeed. Otherwise, why travel so far? At that moment, she truly missed cars and planes from her past life, but that was just a thought. All right then. The couple disguised themselves as doctors and put on masks. However, the doctor now had an additional sworn brother, Qiao Jinyu, who also wore a mask. They directly paid for the carriage with their room fees at the inn. The group rode lightly, and their speed indeed increased significantly. They hurried along until they finally reached the capital of the southern Shu Kingdom, Shuijing, 15 days later. Yu Yuanzheng was exhausted. However, throughout the journey, her riding skills improved greatly. She felt capable of fighting on the battlefield. Only her legs suffered, but she found a way to manage by wrapping some cloth around her thighs, which helped a lot. Prince Lu had long sent someone to wait outside the capital. As soon as they arrived, he immediately took them to the prince's residence. When Prince Lu saw Shangguan Ziki again, he was surprised to see him wearing a mask. Everyone knew his identity, yet he still chose to hide it. It was clear what he meant. He didn't want to reveal his identity in South Shu. When Yu Yuanzing met Prince Lu, she was completely different from their first meeting. Dressed in luxurious clothes and wearing a golden crown, her presence and appearance had changed entirely. I greet the Prince of South Shu, Yu Yuanjing said, bowing gracefully. Dr. Zeng, it is an honor to have you here, Prince Lu said politely, showing more respect than he did to Shangguan Ziki. Well, I came for the reward you promised, so you must keep your word, Yu Yuanjing replied straightforwardly. Don't worry, as long as my father recovers, you will receive the full amount. Even if he doesn't recover, as long as you do your best, I will still reward you with 100,000 taels for saving my life before. Prince Lu is very generous, Yu Yuanjing said, pleased with his response. The long journey had been worth it. In Prince Lu's mind, Yu Yuanjing was the one who truly saved them. Shangguan Ziki was just lucky to become brothers with the doctor. Should he also become a brother with the doctor? That way, he would have extra security in the future. But now is not the time to think about that. Everyone must be tired from the journey. Please freshen up and rest for the night. Tomorrow morning, I will take you into the palace, Prince Lu said kindly to the doctor. The chief steward of the prince immediately began making arrangements. Shangguan Ziki had brought nearly 40 people with him. Upon learning this, Prince Lu said nothing and simply let the steward handle it. As the eldest son of the Ronwang family, he certainly had no shortage of people. This also showed that he genuinely cared for the doctor, bringing so many people for protection. Shangguan Ziki urged Yu Yuanzheng to rest well. After freshening up, he requested to see Prince Lu. Prince Lu invited him to the study. To his surprise, 2 people entered. He had seen one of them following them earlier, but since they hadn't introduced him, he assumed he was a guard. "May I ask who this is?" Xiao Jinyu removed his mask, revealing a handsome face. "I greet the Prince of South Shu. So it's the heir of King Jing. I didn't expect you to be here. Why didn't you reveal your identity earlier?" Prince Lu, having been on a mission to Dawei, recognized him. "I am not the main character, just a guard." "It doesn't matter. Are you familiar with the doctor?" Prince Lu asked in surprise. It was remarkable that such influential young men from Dawei were escorting the doctor. "It seems that he is finding it difficult to keep people around. He is my father's adopted son and the younger brother of the crown prince. In my father's eyes, he is favored even more than I am."
Oh, I see.
Prince Lu sighed deeply in his heart. How could this person not be from the southern Shu kingdom? "Prince Lu, what is the situation in your southern Shu kingdom now?" Shangguan Ziki asked about the important matter. The 2 who went to pick him up, Wu Yong and Xiao Yang, knew very little. I really appreciate that you sent 5 brothers to us back. Otherwise, I would have died outside." "Thank you, Brother Shangguan, for your help." Lu Dikun stood up and bowed deeply to Shangguan Ziki. "You're welcome. After I returned to the capital, I tried to find a way to see my father to expose the second prince's plot. But he had already taken control of most of the palace, and my father's guards were limited, so they couldn't stop him. After he escaped the capital with the help of General Cheng Sun, I sent people to pursue him, but we had already lost the chance. The main issue was that I had just returned to the capital and couldn't prepare anything in time. My father's life is in danger, and there isn't much time for me to prepare. Otherwise, I wouldn't have taken the risk to enter the palace. Thankfully, my father's guards were still somewhat capable." Lu Dikun spoke about those days with lingering fear. If he had returned a few days later, his father would have passed away, the second prince would have taken control of the court and quickly ascended the throne, making his return useless and even putting him in danger. "Given your current situation, you could choose not to save your father." Shangguan Ziki deliberately tested him, speaking boldly. However, Lu Dikun sent someone to the Great Way to ask for help to save his father from being overthrown, which was quite interesting. "Brother Shangguan, my father is already 48. After this poisoning, his health has greatly declined, and no one knows how much longer he can live. In southern Shu, we govern with filial piety. As a prince and the crown prince, I must set a good example. It is only right to ensure my father can live out his remaining days in peace." Lu Dikun spoke of his filial piety with great righteousness. Shangguan Ziki listened, nodded, and smiled with an ambiguous expression. Prince Lu is quite skilled in handling people. Being 28 years old, it's normal for him to be mature and experienced. After all, the emperor doesn't have much time left, and now that the second prince has become a lost cause, he has no rivals. Why not fully embrace this filial duty and win the hearts of the officials? The emperor's character greatly influences the loyalty of his subjects. "You are doing well," Shangguan Ziki said like an elder, which made Lu Dikun feel a bit strange inside. Shangguan Ziki judged that Lu Dikun's willingness to spend a lot of money to invite a doctor for his father, the emperor, showed he could become a wise ruler in the future. A wise ruler can handle the relationship between 2 countries properly, and his assurances will be effective. The agreements he signs will be implemented. This is the result he wants. After resting for a night, Yu Yuanzheng felt her tired body recover a bit. Lu Dikun was very considerate. Even in a hurry, he knew that someone who had traveled a long distance needed rest and did not rush them into the palace immediately. They washed up and had a hearty breakfast. Lu Dikun was currently acting as regent and had to attend the morning court early. After the court session, he came to take Yu Yuanzheng and the others into the palace with him. His prince's residence was actually the East Palace, connected to the Royal Palace. The Royal Palace of South Shu had a history of over 100 years, with grand architecture. However, there were no green plants along the roads, unlike in the Great Way. Upon entering the Yangxin Palace of Emperor Ji of Shu, they found Dr. Zhou from the Imperial Medical Office waiting there. "Greetings, Your Highness," Dr. Zhou said as he saw the prince, and quickly stepped forward to bow. "Please rise." "How is father doing?" Lu Dikun asked. "Your Highness, I have done my best." The emperor is experiencing full-body muscle tremors, foaming at the mouth, difficulty swallowing, and breathing problems. "If this continues, I fear he may not last much longer," Dr. Zhou replied honestly. "Is it worse than yesterday?" Lu Dikun asked, his brow furrowing. "Yes, Your Highness, it is indeed worse," Dr. Zhou confirmed. Lu Dikun approached the emperor's dragon bed, his expression sorrowful. "Father," he called softly, tears streaming down his face uncontrollably. Seeing this, Yu Yuanzheng widened her eyes. He controlled his tears so well, truly a devoted son. If it were her, she wouldn't be able to be so natural and would need something to help her. "My son, I fear I may not make it. This, the land of South Shu, will be entrusted to you," Emperor Ji said slowly, his voice trembling. He was in great discomfort, struggling to breathe, needing to take deep breaths after speaking just a few words. After saying this, some foam appeared at the corner of his mouth. No matter how glorious a person may seem in front of others, when they fall ill, they all show the same vulnerable side. Lu Dikun quickly took a handkerchief and wiped it away. "Father, I have invited the best doctor from the Great Way. He will surely be able to heal you. You must take care of yourself. I still have many shortcomings and need your guidance and supervision. I need you, the court officials need you, and the people of South Shu need you even more." Lu Dikun spoke beautifully, filled with encouragement. Yu Yuanzheng felt that his feelings for his father must be genuine, unlike what is often written in online stories about royal families being heartless. It was confusing. It's no use. The Imperial Hospital. So many doctors can't help. I know my own condition, Emperor Ji of Shu said, already losing hope. He felt closer to death each day, and the chances of recovery seemed very slim. "Father, I have brought a doctor. Let's have him take a look first," Lu Dikun said, as he stepped aside. Yu Yuanzheng saw Emperor Ji clearly. He looked exhausted, with vacant eyes, darkened skin, and much of his hair had turned white. He wasn't too thin, likely because he had been heavier before, but after enduring this for so long, he hadn't lost enough weight to be just skin and bones. "Dr. Zheng, please," Lu Dikun gestured for him to proceed. Yu Yuanzheng still wore a mask, maintaining an air of mystery. "Your Majesty of South Shu, I am Zheng Yuan." "I apologize," Yu Yuanzheng said briefly before starting the examination. He checked the pulse, looked at the eyes, examined the mouth, and then pressed on the patient's body. When he pressed on the liver area, the patient groaned in pain, indicating that the liver was overwhelmed, constantly trying to detoxify and protect itself, but had reached its limit. This explained why the patient showed no signs of improvement. Moreover, the doctor's remedies for detoxification often added more strain, as any medicine can have side effects, making it harder for the liver to cope. "Dr. Zhou, how did your hospital assess the situation?" Yu Yuanzheng asked after finishing the examination and turning to the doctors standing nearby. "Our doctors believe the emperor has been poisoned by snake venom, but we cannot identify the specific type. He wasn't bitten directly. Instead, he ingested it, and it was taken in small amounts over time, which is why it didn't cause immediate death, but led to gradual decline," Dr. Zhou explained their conclusion. "How are you treating it?" Yu Yuanzheng inquired further. "We can only prescribe some detoxifying remedies and use acupuncture. There are no other options," Dr. Zhou replied helplessly. "Snake venom is notoriously difficult to treat, and once someone is bitten, the chances of survival are slim. There is no specific antidote." Yu Yuanzheng listened and nodded. They didn't do anything wrong, it was just that snake venom is hard to treat. She knew this, as even in later times, many cases were too late and the victim would die from the poison before reaching the hospital. Antivenom is not a cure-all. Clearly, the Shuji Emperor was not severely poisoned, as he did not die immediately. This suggests that the second prince likely learned early on that the crown prince had fallen off a cliff and was probably dead. He had no reason to kill him outright. Instead, he wanted him to die slowly from the poisons so he could take the throne without suspicion. Otherwise, there wouldn't have been time for her to arrive. Yu Yuanzheng had never treated snake venom before, so she needed to think carefully about how to completely detoxify. Dr. Zhou, please show me the prescriptions you have written, she requested. Dr. Zhou glanced at the crown prince, who nodded before retrieving the prescriptions they had written over the past few months. Yu Yuanzheng sat down and began to read through them slowly. They were mostly similar. They primarily focused on detoxifying, which was helpful, but not very effective. However, controlling the illness was already a significant achievement. As she was reading and thinking, she heard voices and footsteps outside the hall. Then, a middle-aged woman in a phoenix robe entered, surrounded by palace maids, with a young lady in palace attire supporting her arm. "Greetings, mother. What brings you here?" Crown Prince Lu said as he stepped forward to assist her. "Brother, I heard you invited Divine Dr. Zeng to examine father?" The young lady looked around as she entered and quickly spotted the masked Divine Doctor sitting by the window. "Divine Dr. Zeng," she exclaimed excitedly and rushed over. Yu Yuanzheng, deep in thought about how to treat the poison, was startled by the voice and nearly dropped the paper in her hands. Princess Jiu, she recognized Lu Yinshu, the girl she had treated. "Little sister, don't disturb the doctor," Crown Prince Lu said, pulling her back. "Brother, you invited Divine Dr. Zeng and didn't even tell me. If it weren't for the Crown Princess coming to the palace, I wouldn't have known." Lu Yinshu complained, clearly thrilled to see the doctor. "All right, go and greet father," Crown Prince Lu said, exasperated with his sister's carefree attitude. After everything they had been through, she still seemed so immature. I have an idea." Suddenly, Yu Yuanzheng shouted, drawing everyone's attention to her. Yu Yuanzheng then noticed that besides Lu Yinshu, there was a woman in the room who looked like a queen. "Master Zeng, this is my mother, the Empress," Prince Lu immediately introduced when he saw Yu Yuanzheng looking at his mother. Seeing her son being so polite, Empress Lu realized that this healer was special. "Greetings, Empress of Nanshu. I wish you peace," said Shengguan Ziki and Chao Jinyu as they also paid their respects. "Healer, do you have a way to treat the emperor?" Empress Lu asked gently. "I have thought of a method. Using steam to detoxify," Yu Yuanzheng said happily. But everyone looked confused. "What is steam detoxification?" Prince Lu asked, not understanding. "Have you seen steamed buns?" "I haven't seen them." As a prince, he wouldn't know much about kitchen matters. "You must have seen steamed buns sold on the street, right?" "I have seen those." "Are you saying we should treat father like a bun?" "That won't work." Prince Lu immediately disagreed. Thinking of the moment he saw buns being taken out of the steamer, he could tell they were very hot. How could anyone handle that? "Your Highness, please don't misunderstand. The steam I mentioned is not at such a high temperature. It will be controlled to a level that the body can tolerate, allowing for sweating, which helps remove toxins. After several sessions, the body's fluids can be completely refreshed. However, the emperor will have to endure some discomfort, but it is necessary for healing," Yu Yuanzheng explained. "I understand. All right, let's try it as you suggested," Prince Lu decided on the spot. "This treatment doesn't involve medicine, so it should be safe. Father, you heard that the healer has a way to detoxify you. I hope you live a long life, so I made this decision," Prince Lu said again by the emperor's bedside. The emperor looked at Yu Yuanzheng again. "Your Majesty, rest assured, there is no danger. I am only trying this out. We won't know if it works until we try. But based on my knowledge, it should be effective. All right, I will try." He didn't want to die, he wanted to live at least as long as his father. His father had lived to 52, and he was only 4 years short. With the patient's consent, it would be easier to proceed. Yu Yuanjing asked Prince Lu to prepare a room with 4 walls, leaving only one window for ventilation. This was simple, but in the palace, such a basic room surely did not exist. So they needed to prepare it immediately. Prince Lu summoned the Deputy Minister of Works and requested that a small house, meeting Yu Yuanjing's requirements, be built outside the Yangxin Palace within a day. The emperor had little time left, and all the ministers were aware of this. The prince even invited a renowned healer from another country to treat the emperor. Many ministers, curious about the situation, rushed to the palace. Could this foreign healer be trusted? Everyone had the same thought, but since the prince had invited him, they hesitated to voice their concerns, except for one person. The prince's maternal grandfather, the prime minister, was the first to enter the palace. "Your Highness, have you looked into this healer you invited? What if he harms the emperor? I heard he is from the Great Way. Why didn't you discuss this with me before bringing him here?" The prime minister was worried that his grandson might make a mistake at such a critical time. "Don't worry, grandfather. The healer I invited is the most famous in Great Way, Master Zeng. He is also a lifesaver for me and my sister. If he intended to harm father, he wouldn't have let me go so easily after learning my identity. Moreover, he is the adopted son of the Prince of Great Way. With that status, he wouldn't dare to act recklessly. If he did, it could lead to conflict between our two nations, especially since Great Way is currently at war with Kanglin and wouldn't risk antagonizing us." Prince Lu explained everything clearly. After pondering for a moment, the prime minister found his reasoning sound and decided to step back, but he insisted on watching Master Zeng treat the emperor. Soon, several other ministers and princes entered the palace, and they were all persuaded by the prime minister and the prince. No one wanted to leave. They all wanted to observe. Yu Yuanjing's requirements were simple. It was summer, and the weather was hot. The house could be built in less than a day. She asked the kitchen to bring a few covered jars and had Shengguan Ziki make a small hole in one with a stone, inserting a bamboo tube that led into the small house. They sealed the hole with mud and then built a fire under the jars to heat them. Several jars were heated at once. Once the water boiled, steam filled the room. Yu Yuanjing personally went into the small house to find the perfect spot where the temperature felt just right. Once the steam reached a stable balance, the temperature would not change much. The old steam would cool naturally while new steam would replace it. This was essentially the principle of a sauna, just simpler. After setting everything up, they opened a small window so the patient could stick their head out to breathe in the cool air. "Your Highness, it's ready. We can help the emperor out now. Everyone, if you want to try, you can go in with the emperor. This is called a sauna, and it has many benefits. You can dispel external dampness, clear the meridians, purify the blood, detoxify, lose weight, and enhance beauty," Yu Yuanjing promoted to the gathered ministers. "I will personally accompany father into the sauna," Prince Lu said eagerly.
"All right."
"Your Highness, I would like to go in as well." The Prime Minister expressed his wish to join. "Old Prime Minister, it's better if you don't go in. You are too old. I'm worried your heart might not handle it. When it gets hot, blood circulation speeds up," Yu Yuanjing advised.
"Oh, is that so?"
"Yes. It's best for those over 60 not to enter unless they feel their heart is very strong," Yu Yuanjing emphasized. Emperor Zhu Ji was helped out and carried into the sauna by Prince Lu. As soon as they entered, the heat hit them. Yu Yuanjing followed them inside. Both nearly lost their breath. The emperor already had some breathing difficulties, and his face quickly changed color. "Quick, stick the emperor's head out the window," Yu Yuanjing urged. Prince Lu acted quickly, moving the emperor's head forward as soon as he set him on a chair. Breathing in the outside air helped a bit. "All right, Your Highness, you support him. I will step outside." Once inside, they were soon covered in sweat. Yu Yuanjing, being a woman, had already wrapped her chest with cloth and couldn't bear it, so she hurriedly said a few words before stepping out. She then positioned herself by the window to watch the emperor's changing complexion. For the first steam session, it shouldn't be too long, no more than 15 minutes. "Your Majesty, If you can't take it, say so immediately, and we will come out, Yu Yuanzheng reminded. Inside, the steam temperature was around 60 degrees, which many first-timers found hard to endure. Time passed slowly. The emperor's face began to show a flush. Meanwhile, Prince Lu was already sweating profusely. He supported the emperor with one hand and quickly removed his own shirt with the other. "Father, can you handle it?" Prince Lu asked with concern. He understood well. What he wanted most was to get out quickly. It was too hot. "It's very comfortable," Emperor Zhu Ji said, eyes closed, looking relaxed. Yu Yuanzheng almost laughed at this, while Prince Lu felt a mix of emotions. "Your Majesty, please drink some water," Yu Yuanzheng offered a glass. Staying hydrated is crucial in a sauna. After drinking a cup of warm water, the emperor began to sweat more. "Prince Lu, you should drink some water too," Yu Yuanzheng handed him another glass. Prince Lu could no longer bear it. He quickly gulped down the water. "Your Majesty, do you feel like you're sweating a lot?" "Look at the crown prince," Yu Yuanzheng asked. Emperor Shuji turned his head to glance at his son, who was shirtless, with beads of sweat rolling down. "Kunner, take off my shirt." The steaming Emperor Shuji felt much more comfortable than when he was lying in bed. Yu Yuanzheng noticed that his spirit had improved a lot. It wasn't just the steam that made a difference. It was the hope of living. Once a person has hope, their energy changes. Crown Prince Lu helped him take off his clothes. Yu Yuanzheng could only see a small part of his chest and didn't know how much he was sweating. "After half a tea time had passed, Your Highness, how is the Emperor sweating?" Yu Yuanzheng needed to record the situation. "Not as much as me, but still quite a bit." "Good, time's up. We can't steam for too long the first time. 15 minutes is enough. We'll wait an hour before steaming again," Yu Yuanzheng announced. Crown Prince Lu had been waiting for this. He immediately carried his father out of the sauna room. "Hurry, get the emperor some clothes," Yu Yuanzheng called out. They had forgotten about this earlier. A prince of the same generation as Emperor Shuji quickly took off his own clothes and draped them over him. Back in the palace, Crown Prince Lu laid his father down on the bed, and Yu Yuanzheng came forward to cover him with a light blanket. They couldn't let the pores close too quickly. "Your Majesty, how do you feel?" Yu Yuanzheng asked after the sauna. "I have never felt this hot in my life. Sweating like this makes me feel completely refreshed." Not bad, not bad," Emperor Shuji spoke with much more energy, and even had a smile. "That's the right feeling. Today is your first time. After another hour, we'll steam again, and that will be enough for today. Starting tomorrow, you'll steam 3 times a day for 15 minutes each time. Then I'll give you acupuncture to help with detoxification. We'll see how it goes in 10 days.
Okay.
After an hour, a minister in his 40s was willing to join the emperor for another steam. He also wanted to experience the feeling of sweating profusely. After the second round, Emperor Shuji said nothing, but the minister exclaimed how wonderful it was. "I really sweated a lot. I feel much clearer. Not bad at all. I should build a room like this at home and steam more often." Ministers who hadn't experienced it were eager to try. But the doctor advised against those over 60 going in, leaving many older ones envious. Crown Prince Lu also felt that after his turn, he was completely comfortable and refreshed. The next day, they started with 3 rounds of steaming each day, along with acupuncture from Yu Yuanzheng, and the Emperor of Shu was feeling better and better. By the 3rd day, he could sit steadily without support. However, Yu Yuanzheng had to accompany him for acupuncture each time, which was quite a challenge for her. She was hesitant to remove her clothing, so each time, Shengguan Ziki accompanied her inside. They began the acupuncture at a lower temperature before moving to a higher one, which made it a bit easier for Yu Yuanzheng. After 10 days, the Emperor of Shu was completely different from when they first met. The dark aura on his face had disappeared. He could eat a large bowl of porridge and some soft foods. Due to the poisoning, his stomach and spleen were seriously damaged, so he needed to recover slowly. The imperial doctors could handle this now, and she was no longer needed. "Your Majesty, you should continue the steaming for at least a month. After that, you can keep it up as a way to maintain your health, but not every day, just once every 3 to 5 days. In summer, steaming is usually not necessary, but it's better in winter. Your body has been affected by the poisoning, so if you want to live a long life, you need to take good care of yourself and not overwork. That's all I can do. Yu Yuanzheng felt that there was nothing more she could do, and her words hinted at her farewell. Thank you, Divine Dr. Zeng. You have become a lifesaver for my son and me, and you are the most honored guest in our southern Shu kingdom. Please visit us often. Both I and the Crown Prince will treat you with state honors. After spending 10 days together, the Emperor of Southern Shu understood Yu Yuanzheng's character. She was humble, warm-hearted, and meticulous, a doctor worth befriending. If he hadn't known she was accompanied by 2 young lords from the Great Way, he would have wanted to keep her in Southern Shu. He felt very pleased that the Crown Prince could do this for him. He was a good child, a filial son. In the royal family, he felt proud to have such a son. At that moment, he took Yu Yuanzheng's words to heart. To live long, one must take care of oneself. After nearly 20 years of worrying about state affairs, he could finally let go. Otherwise, it would truly affect his lifespan. Who wouldn't want to live longer? He was not just a ruler. He was also an elder. Having experienced life and death, he understood how fragile life could be. Your Majesty is too kind. All right, I know I can't keep you. Before you leave, I will host a banquet in the palace for the officials to celebrate together. In truth, he wanted to celebrate his own recovery while also hosting Yu Yuanzheng and her group. He had been so focused on treatment for the past 10 days that he hadn't had the chance to host a banquet for the Divine Doctor. For these 10 days, there has been someone constantly around Yu Yuanzheng, and that is Princess Lu Yunshu. However, she couldn't get close to Yu Yuanzheng because Shengguan Ziki and Chao Jinyu were always by her side. Chao Jinyu found it strange that the princess wanted to be near her sister. Every time he sensed her intentions, he would deliberately block her. A few times, they even bumped into each other, which made Lu Yunshu very unhappy. This led to a big fight. The more Lu Yunshu saw Chao Jinyu, the more she disliked him. Soon, they were exchanging blows, and within just a few days, they had fought several times. After their first encounter, Chao Jinyu was surprised by the princess's skills. This only fueled his curiosity. Every time they fought, Chao Jinyu held nothing back, resulting in intense battles. Why can't you act like a gentleman and let a lady have her way? Lu Yunshu exclaimed, catching her breath and glaring at Chao Jinyu after one of their matches. Who cares if you're a lady or a gentleman when facing an opponent? Chao Jinyu replied, infuriating her further. Am I your enemy, Prince? Lu Yunshu was nearly furious. I was just making a comparison. Why are you so serious? Are we still fighting or not? Chao Jinyu continued to provoke her.
Yes.
The princess shouted as she charged at her enemy once more, determined to take him down.